Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 80, Cult Leader, 2. The Fool That Doesn't Belong to This Era. Wanda chanted in an exaggerated whisper, dancing playfully around him. Oh, great master of the fog, shall we bring the incense? Or perhaps a sacrificial goat? Even Sharon joined in, leaning toward Pietro with a conspiratorial smirk. Does he always get this dramatic after a big meeting? Usually he just buys a company, Pietro joked, though he watched Arian with a wary eye, already feeling the strange static in the air. All right. I'll say the words. If it means I don't have to worry about a bullet catching up to me for the next 5 centuries, I'll call you the King of Sparkles for all I care. It's King of Yellow and Black, Arian corrected with a mock glare, though a smile was tugging at his lips. And it is serious. If you mess up the rhythm, the anchor won't take. So, stop the teasing for 30 seconds and focus. He reached out, taking Wanda's hand first, since she had already been through the initial super soldier serum ritual, she was the stabilizer. Then he gestured for Pietro and Sharon to place their hands on his shoulders. The mood in the lab shifted instantly. The light-hearted laughter lingered in the air like a ghost, but as Arian began the recitation, the temperature dropped a noticeable 20 degrees. The air hummed with a power that had no place in the world of science. Repeat after me, Arian commanded, his voice a resonant hum. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Pietro looked at Sharon, mouthed the word cult and then sighed, surrendering to the absurdity. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. Arian continued. Sharon's voice was steady, the trained cadence of an agent, but her eyes were wide with a mixture of awe and disbelief. She could feel the static electricity rising in her hair, the very atoms in the room vibrating. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. By the time they reached the line, the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, the reinforced glass partitions of the lab were vibrating audibly. The King of Yellow and Black, who wields good luck, Pietro muttered, his speedster senses screaming that something fundamental was happening on a level he couldn't perceive. Wanda added her voice, her teasing tone replaced by a resonant power that seemed to amplify the ritual. Her scarlet energy, now under her complete control, began to weave between their joined hands, a visible thread in the invisible tapestry. The true creator who embodies luck, deception, and fate. As the final plea, we pray for the mercy of your gaze, left their lips in a unified chorus, the room seemed to implode with a blinding white light. Pietro gasped, stumbling back as his metabolism, already accelerated, hit a new level of efficiency. He felt the beta-level regeneration snap into place, a wave of warmth that locked his every cell into a state of youthful perfection. Sharon leaned against the lab table, her breath coming in short bursts. The minor, chronic aches of a life spent in espionage simply ceased to exist. Oh, Sharon whispered, looking down at her skin, which seemed to glow with a new vitality. I feel solid. Like I'm made of granite. That's the 500-year clock, Sharon, Arian said, stepping forward and catching her as she swayed slightly, his touch grounding. He pulled her into a reassuring hug, then did the same for Wanda, who was basking in the afterglow of the ritual, her magic singing. Pietro shook his head, vibrating his hands to test his absolute stability. Okay. I'm fast, I'm immortal, and I have a cult leader for a brother-in-law. This is officially the weirdest day of my life. Get used to it, Pietro, Arian laughed, pulling Wanda back into his side. Because we have a lot of work to do. Chala and Namor are landing in 10 minutes. We have a winter soldier to fix. Wanda kissed Arian's cheek, her eyes glowing with a mixture of love and power. But first, can we get those robes? I think I'd look great in scarlet velvet. Sharon didn't let the moment pass. Stepping forward with a radiant smile, she leaned in and pressed a lingering kiss to his other cheek, her hand resting briefly on his chest. If we're going to be immortal, we might as well do it in style, she added, her voice dropping into a playful hum. But for the record, I'm holding out for something in navy blue. It matches the cult aesthetic better. Arian stood there for a moment, flanked by 2 of the most powerful and beautiful women in the world, feeling the weight of the 5 centuries he had just secured for them. Pietro, however, had reached his absolute limit. He made a theatrical gagging noise and turned away, throwing his hands up in the air. Oh, please. Not in front of me. I'm immortal now, which means I have 500 years of this to look forward to. I'm going to go vibrate my eardrums until they bleed. Call me when the kings get here and we actually start doing something that doesn't involve flirting. If Pietro is going to be this dramatic for the next 5 centuries, we might need to buy a second hive just for his ego, Arian laughed, pulling both Wanda and Sharon closer into a comfortable embrace. Wanda rested her head on his shoulder, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. Only 5 centuries. I was planning on teasing you for at least a millennium, Arian. You make it far too easy when you stand there giving the future of humanity speeches. It's the chin, Sharon added, reaching up to adjust Arian's collar with a playful smirk. He tilts it just enough to look like he's posing for a statue. It's very sovereign of the world. Though, I have to admit, the cult leader look is growing on me. It's a very commanding aesthetic. Arian looked between them, his heart full. I'm surrounded by comedians. I literally just rewrote the laws of life and death for you two, and all I get is fashion critiques and statue jokes. Oh, poor Arian, Wanda cooed, her eyes shimmering with a faint scarlet light as she leaned in to whisper against his ear. Don't worry. We love the statue. We just like to see if we can make the statue blush. She's right, Sharon whispered from his other side, kissing the corner of his mouth before stepping back with a wink. It's a very important stress test for your new high-speed regeneration. We need to see if your heart rate can actually keep up with us for 500 years. Arian chuckled, his hands lingering on their waists. I think I'll manage. But if you two keep teasing me like this, I might have to add a "no mocking the king" clause to the Tarot Club bylaws. You wouldn't dare, Wanda giggled, nipping at his earlobe. You'd be too bored without us. She's got you there, Arian, Sharon laughed, leaning back against the lab table. You bought us 5 centuries because you couldn't imagine a single day without this noise. Admit it. Arian sighed, his expression softening into one of pure affection. I admit nothing. But I suppose a little noise is a small price to pay for forever. The moment was interrupted by the resonant thrum of a high-altitude jet descending toward the hive's private landing pad. The playful atmosphere sharpened instantly into one of professional readiness. That's the signal, Arian said, his eyes turning toward the hangar bay doors. Tony, Chala and Namor are on that bird. Wanda straightened her posture, her scarlet energy beginning to simmer around her fingertips, a quiet promise of power. Well then. Let's go show them that the hive doesn't just have better tech, it has better company. Chapter 81, Cult Leader, 3. The hangar doors of the Umbrella Hive hissed open with a hydraulic roar, revealing a landing pad where a vibranium-shielded transport settled onto its struts with barely a whisper. As the ramp lowered, 3 figures stepped out, each radiating an aura of power that would have crushed a normal man under its sheer weight. Tony Stark led the way, his stride possessing an arrogant spring that belied the burdens he now carried. Behind him walked Chala, his presence as heavy and silent as a mountain, his every movement a study in regal grace. Finally came Namor, his dark eyes scanning the high-tech facility with a king's predatory curiosity, his bare feet making no sound on the polished floor. Arian stood at the center of the hall, flanked by Wanda and Sharon, 2 distinct pillars of beauty and lethality. Pietro leaned against a support pillar nearby, looking remarkably bored for someone in the presence of 3 world leaders. As the 3 kings of Earth, Sea, and Technology approached, Arian spread his arms wide, a genuine grin plastered across his face. Welcome to the hive, gentlemen, Arian announced, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. I see you've all successfully completed your spiritual inductions. I must say, the younger look suits you. Tony, you finally look as young as your ego thinks you are. Tony was the first to break the formal silence. He stopped in front of Chala, adjusted his designer shades and then let out an incredulous laugh. Oh, look at you, Tony teased. Tell me, Chala, how does it feel to be a full-blown cult leader? Chala chuckled, a resonant sound that lacked the gravel of his previous age. It is a heavy burden, Tony. I had 100 of my finest Dora Milaje chanting about the fool this morning. I felt less like a king and more like I was leading a very confused choir. Namor stepped forward, the small wings on his ankles fluttering slightly. My people believe I have brought back the breath of Kukulkan. If they knew I was actually reciting the King of Yellow and Black's grocery list, there might be a mutiny. Arian laughed. The fool sets the rules. Besides, judging by the way you're all standing, none of you are complaining about the 500-year warranty. Since we're all immortal now, we might as well get to know the family, Arian said, stepping back to gesture toward his companions. You already know Wanda, the heart of this operation. Beside her is Sharon Carter, formerly of S.H.I.E.L.D., now an essential pillar of the hive and, as of 15 minutes ago, an eternal one. Sharon nodded with professional grace, though her eyes were twinkling with amusement. Kings. Stark. It's an honor. And for the record, I'm the one who handles the cult leader when he gets too dramatic. A necessary job, Chala noted with a respectful bow. And this, Arian said, pointing toward the pillar, is Pietro Maximoff. My brother-in-law, the fastest man alive and currently the most annoyed person in the room. Pietro pushed off the pillar, moving in a silver blur that was almost too fast to track, to stand directly in front of the 3 kings. So, let me get this straight. The king of the jungle, the king of the fish people and the king of snark are all part of Arian's secret book club. Do you guys have a secret handshake, or do you just take turns praising the guy in the fog? Tony grinned, leaning toward Pietro. Kid, if you think this is a book club, you haven't been paying attention. This is the We Run the World and Don't Age club. Membership is exclusive, but the perks include never needing a chiropractor again. So, Arian, Tony said, clapping him on the shoulder as the group began walking toward the central command hub. Now that we've all done the chant and touch routine, what's next on the cult agenda? Are we getting matching tattoos? I was thinking of a nice, full emblem right on the bicep. I think Namor would prefer a trident, Arian joked. But seriously, the look on your faces when you had to say the honorifics must have been priceless. I know I had a hard time keeping a straight face with Wanda teasing me the whole time. It was an experience, Chala admitted, his eyes crinkling at the memory. I had to tell my general, Okoye, that it was a sacred ritual of the ancestors. She looked at me like I had finally lost my mind after all these years. If she finds out it's actually a soul handshake with a guy named the Fool, she'll never let me live it down. Namor scoffed, though there was a smirk on his lips. At least your people respect your ancestors, Chala. My warriors thought I was casting a spell to turn them into surface dwellers. I had to threaten to feed a tuma to a megalodon just to get him to say the third line. See? Arian laughed. I'm the one who has to maintain the mystery. You guys just have to look pretty and live forever. I'm the one who has to deal with the cult leader allegations every time I want to give someone a life upgrade. Oh, please, Tony snorted. You love it. You've got the aesthetic down. The hive is basically a high-tech cathedral. All you're missing is the incense and a golden throne. Which, by the way, I can build for you. We can make it hover. Very mysterious ruler style. Pietro chimed in, walking backward in front of them. Can we also get him a cape? Arian shook his head, looking at his friends, the most powerful men on Earth, now rejuvenated and bonded by a secret that defied reality. I'm surrounded by idiots. Super-powered idiots. It's immortal idiots, Tony said, throwing an arm around Arian's shoulder. Now, show us the soldier. I want to see if this fix-it ritual is as ridiculous as the one we just went through. It's much more technical, Tony, Arian said, his tone shifting back to the mission. Chapter 82, High-Frequency Synaptic Resonance. The descent into the hive was unlike anything Tony Stark, Chala, or Namor had ever experienced. They stepped onto a high-speed maglev platform that dropped vertically into the earth beneath the Umbrella headquarters. As the levels blurred past in a silent rush, the air changed. It charged with a faint electrostatic hum that tasted of ozone and high-voltage potential. When the doors finally hissed open, they were greeted by a subterranean cathedral of science. This was the heart of Arian's medical empire, the hive's medical wing. Miles of glass-walled laboratories stretched out in every direction, filled with scientists in pristine white coats working on everything from cellular regeneration to genetic mapping. It was a city of life sciences, buried deep beneath the streets of New York. Welcome to the hive's medical wing, Arian said, his voice echoing off the sterile white floors. He walked with a confident grace, leading the team deeper into the facility. Most of what the world sees of Umbrella is just the tip of the iceberg. This is where we solve the problems that humanity hasn't even named yet. Tony adjusted his glasses, his technopathy already pinging off the advanced hardware, tasting the data streams. I've seen state-of-the-art, Arian, but this is decades ahead of the curve. You're hiding a technological renaissance down here. I prefer the term curating it, Tony, Arian replied with a smirk. They arrived at a central rotunda, a circular chamber. In the middle of the room sat a massive structure. It looked like a fusion of an MRI scanner and a particle accelerator, wrapped in pulsating fiber optic cables and glowing with a soft cyan light. Dozens of monitors surrounded it, displaying complex neural maps that flickered at a speed only Tony and Arian could fully track. Impressive, Tony murmured, his mind reaching out to touch the machine. He felt the clean logic of the hardware, the flow of terabytes of data. It's built for neural recalibration. High-frequency synaptic resonance. Close, Arian replied, leaning against a console while Sharon stood guard by the primary interface, her hand resting near her holstered weapon. Originally, this was designed to treat severe schizophrenia and treatment-resistant clinical depression. We wanted to physically realign the neural pathways that were causing the misfires in the brain. Arian paused, his expression turning thoughtful. He caught Wanda's eye, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. But the success rate was low, too low to be viable for the public. The human mind is too chaotic. But then, Arian continued, we had a stroke of luck. An unforeseen accident. One of our mid-level security analysts volunteered for the trial. He was suffering from what we thought was deep-seated trauma. During the session, the machine's resonance field shattered a deep-seated mental block. It turned out he was a Hydra sleeper agent. The machine undid a decade of Pavlovian conditioning in 40 minutes. The team listened in silence. Chala's eyes narrowed, instantly realizing the sheer strategic value of such a device. Namor looked intrigued. After he was cured, he told us everything, Arian continued. From that moment on, I started a shadow operation. I used the information he gave me to crawl through the darkest corners of the internet, deploying Umbrella's proprietary algorithms to find every digital footprint Hydra ever left. I had the names, the locations, and the history. I was just waiting for a catalyst. He looked at Tony, his gaze intense. The day you uploaded the SHIELD files, Tony, was the day I had the legal cover to dump my own database. I synchronized our information to ensure that Hydra lost its history. We burned their shadows out of existence. Arian gestured to a pair of USS operatives standing by a reinforced titanium door. Bring him in. The door hissed open. James Buchanan Barnes was led into the room. He was a shadow of a man, his eyes hollow, his steps a mechanical gait. His left arm was locked in heavy magnetic restraints. He looked like a broken weapon waiting for someone to finally pull the trigger and end the misery. Bucky, Tony whispered, the hot anger he had carried for years warring with an aching pity. Into the chair, Sergeant, Arian said softly. Bucky sat in the center of the massive machine without resistance as the cyan rings began to rotate slowly around his head. The Kings, the Speedster, and the other operatives moved to the observation deck, watching through the reinforced glass. Pietro leaned against the railing, his arms crossed, his foot tapping nervously. You sure about this, Arian? If his brain fries, we've just turned a historical legend into a vegetable. Trust the process, Pietro, Wanda said, her hand resting on the glass, her eyes already glowing with a faint scarlet light. As the machine began to hum and the lights in the rotunda dimmed, the theater began. To Tony, Chala, and Namor, the machine appeared to be doing the complex work. They saw sparks of bioelectric energy dancing across the neural displays, they heard the rhythmic thumping of magnetic pulses echoing through the chamber. But it was all a gimmick. A very convincing one. Arian stood near the console, his hand resting lightly on the metal frame as if monitoring the process. Under the cover of the machine's noise, he unleashed his Omega-level telepathy. In the psychic plane, Arian saw a fortress of rusted iron, barbed wire, and frozen blood. Hydra's trigger words were like jagged glass shards embedded deep in Bucky's psyche, vibrating with a malevolent energy every time he tried to think of his own name. With a surgeon's precision, Arian's mind swept through Bucky's consciousness. He smoothed over the bleeding edges of 70 years of trauma, isolating the Winter Soldier persona, encasing it in a psychic bubble and then burying it beneath the original identity of the boy from Brooklyn. It took Arian less than a second to finish the actual work, but he kept the machine running for 10 minutes, maintaining the illusion of a grueling medical procedure to satisfy the scientific mind of Stark. The hum of the machine slowed to a stop. The cyan light faded into a warm white. Bucky Barnes' head slumped forward. Then, slowly, his chest heaved with a shuddering breath. He looked up and his eyes were clear. He's awake, Wanda whispered, her hands pressed against the glass. Wait, Tony said, his voice cold. He stepped down from the observation deck and walked toward the machine. He had to know. He had to be sure. He pulled a worn notebook from his jacket pocket, a replica of the Hydra manual he had found in the SHIELD files. Tony stopped 5 feet from Bucky. The former assassin looked at him, recognizing him, but there was no malice, no blank slate, only a crushing sadness. Tony. Bucky rasped, his voice rough. Don't talk yet, Tony interrupted. I need to know if you're still in there. The room went deathly silent. Sharon gripped her sidearm instinctively, Pietro was poised to move, Arian watched with a patient expression. Tony began to read the trigger words, his voice flat. Longing. Bucky flinched, but his eyes stayed focused on Tony. Rusted. A shudder ran through Bucky's frame, but he stayed in the chair. 17. Wanda moved as if to stop it, but Arian held up a hand. Daybreak. Furnace. 9. Benign. Homecoming. 1. Freight car. The final word echoed in the sterile room. In the past, those words would have turned Bucky Barnes into a mindless machine. Instead, Bucky just stared at Tony. A single tear tracked through the grime on his face. I remember that freight car, Bucky whispered. I remember falling. But the words, they don't mean anything anymore, Tony. They're just words. Tony Stark let the notebook fall from his numb fingers, the pages fluttering to the floor. The tension that had held his shoulders high and rigid for years finally snapped. He looked at Arian, then back at Bucky. He's back, Tony said, his voice thick with a relief so profound it was almost painful. Namor stepped forward, his regal presence filling the room. Then the first mission of our council is a success. Mr. Barnes, you have been a victim of history. But today, we are offering you a choice. A choice. Bucky asked, looking at the assembled group of kings and gods. Don't be a weapon for ghosts, Arian said, walking over to help Bucky out of the chair, his touch gentle. Be a shield for the living. We're building a new world. And we could use someone who knows exactly how the old one tried to hide its sins. Bucky looked at his new hand, then at the team. I'm in, he said. As they walked out of the medical rotunda, Tony pulled Arian aside. That machine, it's a miracle, Arian. We could change the world with that. Arian smiled, his eyes glinting with the secret knowledge of his telepathy. One soul at a time, Tony. One soul at a time. Chapter 83, Illuminati Council, 1. Arian led the group away from the sterile white of the medical wing and into a private office that felt less like a corporate meeting space and more like a sovereign war room. The walls were lined with sound-dampening acoustic panels and the air was scrubbed of all electronic signals by a Faraday cage integrated into the building's very foundation. Sit, Arian said, his voice carrying a gravity that settled the restless energy in the room. Before we step out onto the world stage and declare the birth of the Illuminati Council, we need a moment of absolute clarity. We are the architects of the planet's defense. And as of today, our neighborhood just got a lot bigger. As everyone settled into the high-backed leather chairs surrounding the central table, Arian tapped the obsidian surface. A complex hologram ignited in the center of the room, casting an ethereal glow on their faces. At the very center sat a blue marble. Earth. But as Arian manipulated the display, the view zoomed out, revealing that Earth was suspended in a web of translucent branches. Most people think we're alone, Arian began, pacing slowly around the display. S.H.I.E.L.D. spent decades convincing the public that anything falling from the sky was a weather balloon or a freak atmospheric event. The truth is, Earth is the crown jewel of a much larger structure. The hologram shifted, showing Earth as one of 9 glowing orbs connected by pathways of light that pulsed like neural synapses in a cosmic brain. This is the Yggdrasil system, the world tree, Arian explained. We are part of a cosmic ecosystem. For thousands of years, Earth has been under the jurisdiction of Asgard. He pointed to the golden orb at the apex of the tree, glowing with a divine intensity. The Asgardians are a Tier 3 civilization. To our ancestors, they were gods who commanded thunder and fertility. In reality, they are an exceptionally long-lived species whose technology is indistinguishable from magic. Their king, Odin All-Father, has maintained a protectorate over Midgard for millennia. I've heard the legends, Chala noted, his eyes narrowing as he studied the golden orb. The Panther cult has records of sky gods who fought back the frost giants in the frozen north. We always assumed they were parables of the seasons. Those weren't just legends, Chala, Arian said. Asgard is the only reason Earth wasn't enslaved by the Jotuns or the Dark Elves centuries ago. We exist in a state of independent sovereignty because of ancient treaties, but make no mistake, we are under the aegis of the Aesir. If a planet-killing fleet arrived tomorrow, the Bifrost Bridge would open and Asgardian warriors would be the first on the front lines. They are our elder brothers, but they are distant. They allow us to struggle because they believe conflict breeds growth. So we're the little brothers in the attic, Tony quipped, though his technopathic mind was already analyzing the energy signatures of the Bifrost displayed in the simulation. Good to know we have a bouncer, but I don't like relying on a guy with a magic hammer to save my skin. I prefer my security measures to be built in America. Exactly, Arian agreed. Our goal is to reach a point where Asgard views us as equals, not pets. But Asgard isn't our problem right now. It's the empires that don't care about Odin's rules. Arian swiped his hand through the air, dismissing Yggdrasil. The map zoomed out violently, traversing light years in a second, settling on a far-off galaxy dominated by a cold blue light. A symbol appeared, a stylized sun bisected by a vertical sword. The Kree Empire, Arian said, the name heavy with menace. They are a militaristic species from the planet Hala. Their entire culture is built on the science of war. They are a Darwinian civilization, they believe only the strong deserve to exist. They are governed by a bio-organic supercomputer called the Supreme Intelligence. They've been here before, Sharon added, her voice tight as she drew on her deep access shield knowledge. The 1990s incident. Peggy Carter's private files mentioned a Starforce team and a woman who fell from the sky. Correct, Arian said. The Kree showed up here because of the Skrulls and because of Carol Danvers. When she was taken after that accident, they rebuilt her into a weapon for their own machine. Her memories were wiped, her power was leased back to her and Earth only became a blip on their radar because she eventually found her way home. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze steady, locking eyes with each of them. The Kree are an empire of accusers and sentries. They think they're the universe's hand-picked judges of who gets to evolve and who doesn't. When they looked at Earth back then, they saw a primitive backwater that wasn't worth the fuel it took to get here. His voice grew softer. But that's going to change. He gestured to the room, to the vibranium weave of Chala's suit, to the trident in Namor's hand, to the crimson energy humming beneath Wanda's skin. If the Kree ever realize that Earth is starting to produce its own accelerated evolutions, they'll see us as a threat to their monopoly on power. A destabilizing variable that needs to be solved. He looked around the room. At that point, being ignored will be a luxury we don't have. They'll come here to contain us, control us, or just harvest what they want, and they'll call it maintaining galactic order while they do it. How do we fight something that has an AI running its entire government? Pietro asked, looking skeptical, his leg bouncing nervously. I'm fast, but I can't outrun an empire. Tony stayed silent for a few beats. He leaned back, steepling his fingers, his eyes losing their usual spark of mischief and turning into something much sharper, the look of a man who was already 3 moves ahead on a chessboard no one else could see. Look, you don't pick a head-on fight with an empire like the Kree, Tony said, his voice dropping into a serious tone that commanded the room. The way you beat them is by making sure they never find a reason to bother with us in the first place. He glanced around the table, making sure everyone was locked in. First, we go invisible. And I'm not talking about putting a cloaking device on the planet. I'm talking about an informational blackout. We mask the evolutionary spikes and dampen the energy signatures. If the Supreme Intelligence is scanning this sector, we make sure its reports say this planet is exactly as primitive as it was 1,000 years ago. Tony's eyes flashed with the blue light of his interface. We build a firewall around the world to keep our signal in. We become the quietest planet in the galaxy. Chapter 84, Illuminati Council, 2. Tony's gaze drifted to the star map, a faint smirk playing on his lips as his mind digested the new strategic landscape. Second, we play the long game, he continued, taking over the briefing with the casual authority of a man who owned the room. Empires don't panic over a decade, they panic over centuries. If we can buy ourselves enough quiet time with this digital blackout, we can grow way past their wildest projections. By the time they look back at Earth and realize we aren't what they thought we were, it'll be too late for them to do anything about it cleanly. We don't have to beat them today. We just have to make sure that by the time they notice us, waiting was the biggest mistake they ever made. Arian swiped the hologram. The map shifted from the cold blue of the Kree Empire to a golden nebula and the atmosphere in the room lightened noticeably. Then we have the Nova Empire, Arian said. Centered on the planet Xander. They are the polar opposite of the Kree. They are a multi-species coalition governed by the Nova Force and a council of elected officials. Think of them as the galactic police. If we ever manage to reach the stars properly, Arian continued, the Nova Corps are the ones who would offer us a seat at the table. They are a civilization of law and order. If we are attacked by a rogue element, we can petition them for help. They are the only ones who keep the Kree in check through a delicate balance of diplomacy and sheer defensive might. They are our potential allies. The hologram suddenly turned a sickly green. The faces of everyone in the room tightened as the data shifted to show a scattered fleet with no central planet. This, Arian said, his voice becoming a serious whisper, is the Skrull Empire. And they are why we need the Illuminati more than any other reason. The Kree come with ships and guns. The Skrulls come with your face. Wanda's scarlet energy sparked at her fingertips, a nervous reflex. What do you mean, our face? The Skrulls are reptilian humanoids, but you will never see them like that, Arian revealed. They possess Omega-level biological shape-shifting. They can imitate anyone, their voice, their DNA, even their recent memories. They invade like a ship sinking slowly into water. They could be your neighbor, your general, or the person sitting next to you. A suffocating silence fell over the room. Everyone instinctively looked at each other, a flicker of deep suspicion crossing their minds. Don't worry, Arian said, his voice dropping an octave, a wave of calm authority to steady the room. Nobody at this table is a fake. Wanda can feel the signature of a human mind and the bioscanners built into these seats are looking for cellular inconsistencies that shouldn't exist. Between her intuition and my tech, this room is the only truly safe place on the planet. He paused, letting the tension bleed out before hitting them with the harder truth. But I have the receipts. He tapped the matte surface of the table and a blurred shield logo flickered into a stream of decrypted logs. I went digging through the files Fury thought he'd buried for good, stuff buried under layers of black site encryption, so deep even Hydra missed it. It all goes back to Carol Danvers' final debrief in the mid-90s. When she left Earth, she left with a promise to a group of Skrull refugees she had rescued. Sharon leaned in, her brow furrowed, her agent's mind connecting the dots. What kind of promise? A temporary home, Arian said. She told Fury to let them hide here while she stabilized the front lines and found them a permanent planet, a new Skrullos where they could finally stop running. He let that sink in for a moment, the implication hanging in the air like a bomb. The problem is, she never came back. That was almost 15 years ago, Chala noted, his voice low and calculating. Exactly, Arian replied. It's 2009. Whatever deal Fury made was built on trust and the idea that they were just passing through. But trust has an expiration date. especially when people feel abandoned. The hologram shifted from text to a complex map of orbital paths and pulsing signal bursts. Over the last year and a half, Umbrella's deep space satellites have been catching anomalies. This encoding is almost like it's written in living mathematics. It's Skrull architecture. Can we crack the code? Pietro asked, his leg bouncing. Not yet, Arian said bluntly. And that's the part that keeps me up at night. When we cross-reference these signal pings with energy spikes and ghost sightings across the globe, the math points to a terrifying reality. He leaned forward, his shadow stretching across the table. Our best estimate. There are at least 100,000 Skrulls living among us right now. They're quiet, they're patient, and they've stopped waiting for a rescue ship that's clearly not coming. We don't know if Fury still has them on a leash, or if they've decided to stop being guests and start being owners. He looked at each of them in turn, the weight of the revelation settling on them. That's why we're here. Because if the world is going to be infiltrated, we're the only ones who can see through the mask. So we have a ghost in the house, a bully on the street, and a cop 3 blocks away, Pietro summarized, leaning back in his chair. Great neighborhood. Arian extinguished the hologram, leaving the room in the natural light of the setting sun. The public will be told about the Kree and the Nova Empire, Arian said, his voice firm. We want the world to look at the stars with hope and caution. We want them to know we have friends and foes. But the Skrulls. That stays with us. We cannot have a global witch hunt where people start killing their neighbors to see if they bleed green. Agreed, Chala said, his voice a low rumble. And we have the time to do it, Namor added, his hand resting on the trident at his side. 500 years to build a shield that even the Kree Supreme Intelligence cannot calculate. Tony stood up, walking to the window and looking out over the hyper-advanced hive. The Illuminati Council is a survival mechanism. Wanda walked over to Arian, her hand slipping into his, a silent gesture of solidarity. Whatever comes from the stars, they have to get through us first. Arian smiled, looking at the assembled council, the first and last line of defense for a planet that had no idea how much danger it was in. Then the meeting is adjourned. Next stop, Geneva. Chapter 85, Illuminati Council, 3. The glass-walled office of the High Chancellor of the Earth Federation sat like a crown atop Federation Tower, surveying the ancient city of Geneva with an almost judicial calm. Below, Lake Geneva reflected the city's lights in fractured patterns, as if the world itself were uncertain how to interpret its own reflection in this new era. The room was quiet in the way only places of true authority ever were. Behind the massive desk of polished obsidian sat the man the world knew simply as the leader. To the public, he was a symbol of stability in an age that had nearly collapsed under the weight of its own secrets. His reassuring speeches had steadied markets, calmed borders, and given frightened nations something resembling hope after the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the exposure of Hydra's cancerous reach into every level of government. A soft chime, like a perfect note, echoed through the office. Sir, the aide's voice said, filtered through the discreet speakers hidden in the walls, the delegation from the proposed Illuminati Council has arrived. The leader rose slowly from his chair. He adjusted the high-collared, minimalist charcoal uniform he wore as a symbol of unified governance. Show them in. The soundproof doors slid open with a whisper-quiet hiss of pressurized air, and the temperature of the room seemed to change perceptually. They entered as a formation, a deliberate phalanx, each individual aware of their place and purpose by a silent understanding. Arian walked at the center, his hands relaxed at his sides, his posture easy, his expression warm. He looked less like the most dangerous man on the planet and more like a brilliant young academic who had wandered into the wrong meeting by accident, which, of course, was precisely the point. To his right stood Tony Stark and Wanda Maximoff. Tony's usual restless energy was contained behind sharp eyes and folded hands. Wanda moved with a quiet assurance, her presence subtle like the pressure building behind a dam. To Arian's left were Chala and Namor, land and sea given human shape. Chala carried himself with a regal stillness, every movement deliberate and measured. Namor radiated something heavier, like a predator that had learned patience over centuries rather than years. Behind them followed the enforcers of this new era. Sharon Carter walked with a professional precision, her eyes scanning the room without appearing to. Pietro Maximoff leaned back slightly against the doorframe, a picture of boredom, though his attention missed nothing. James Buchanan Barnes, his face a mask of stoic neutrality, said nothing at all, his presence like a shadow that did not belong to the light yet refused to leave it. The leader stepped forward from behind his desk, his amber eyes reflecting a welcoming warmth. It is rare, he said, his voice a smooth baritone, to see so much potential gathered in one room without it becoming a battlefield. Welcome. The doors slid shut behind them, sealing the outside world away. The leader gestured toward the circular obsidian table at the center of the room. The group moved to take their seats, the scrape of the heavy chairs the only sound. Once seated, the leader interlaced his fingers and waited, a picture of patient authority. Arian leaned back, utterly at ease, and broke the silence. I'll start, he said lightly. Arian Spencer, founder and CEO of Umbrella Corporation. Wanda inclined her head politely. Wanda Maximoff, executive secretary to Mr. Spencer. Tony tapped the obsidian table once with a single finger. Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries. Sharon Carter, Sharon said, her voice even and professional. Liaison for Umbrella's Global Security Division. Chala, came the measured reply, the name carrying the weight of a nation. Representing the Kingdom of Wakanda. Namor's dark eyes did not leave the leader's face. Namor. Representing the sovereign interests of Talokan. Pietro Maximoff, Pietro added, a faint, challenging smirk on his lips. Security consultant for Umbrella HQ. Finally, the man at the end of the table spoke, his voice a low rasp. James Barnes, attaché to the Illuminati Council. The leader nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over each of them, a silent acknowledgement of their power. Thank you, he said. Now that introductions are complete, we can discuss the matter of the Illuminati Council you've proposed. Before anyone else could speak, Chala rose from his seat. Before we discuss councils, he said calmly, his voice resonating through the chamber, we must speak of truth. The word settled heavily in the room. For 4 centuries, Chala continued, Wakanda has been hidden from the world. The leader's brow furrowed slightly. He did not interrupt. We watched empires rise and fall, Chala said. We watched ideologies devour their own people. We watched noble movements rot into tyrannies. And when we traced the threads of corruption, we found Hydra. A ripple of discomfort passed through the room. Hydra was not merely an organization, Chala said, his voice hard as vibranium. It was a philosophy. One that believed humanity required control rather than guidance. Over time, that philosophy infected governments, intelligence agencies, and financial systems. You ask why Wakanda did nothing. He met the leader's gaze directly. Where were we to complain? To whom? The courts were compromised. The councils were infiltrated. The very institutions meant to protect justice were shaped by the same hand that strangled it. He paused, letting the damning implication sink in. Wakanda hid out of responsibility. We chose to survive intact rather than be slowly consumed by the rot. We preserved our culture, our people, our future, while the world burned itself pretending it could not smell the smoke. And yet, Chala continued, his voice softening slightly, we did not abandon the world. When Hydra fell, because of individuals willing to burn the rot out with their own hands, that was when Wakanda understood that the age of isolation had ended. He straightened, his regal posture a declaration in itself. Wakanda will no longer hide its existence, its voice, or its responsibility. He inclined his head slightly. We will join the Earth Federation. Before the leader could respond, Namor rose, a fluid movement. You speak of shadows on land, Namor said, his voice smooth and cold as the abyssal deep. Allow me to speak of what lurks beneath. He paced slowly behind his chair, the feathered wings on his ankles twitching faintly. For centuries, humanity has told stories of Atlantis, Namor continued. A myth. A fantasy. A cautionary tale of hubris. His eyes hardened. We call ourselves Talokan. An underwater civilization older than many surface nations combined. We hid because humanity has never learned to see without wanting to take. He stopped, his gaze sweeping over. We watched your ships poison the oceans. Your wars stain the seas red. Your corporations strip mines the depths without knowing or caring what they destroyed. Namor leaned forward slightly. Greed is a feature of humanity. And until recently, it was unchecked. He straightened. Like Wakanda, we saw Hydra. We saw your governments compromised. We saw treaties written with one hand while the other reached for knives. He gestured toward the table. So we stayed beneath your notice. The leader cleared his throat softly. And yet you are here. Yes, Namor said simply. Because the world has changed. The oceans cannot remain isolated when the surface finally begins to acknowledge its own corruption. Talokan will join the Earth Federation, but as a sovereign power. The leader leaned back, absorbing what had just been offered. You are asking, he said carefully, for the world to accept 2 hidden civilizations that have existed beyond its knowledge and to trust that you will now act openly. Yes, Chala said. And no, Namor added. The leader raised an eyebrow. We will be transparent in governance, Chala clarified. We will not be vulnerable in our survival. The leader studied them for a long moment, then nodded, a slow gesture. The Earth Federation was formed to prevent the mistakes of the past, he said, his voice resonating with authority. If Wakanda and Talokan are willing to stand as founding pillars of this new world. He paused, then extended his hand across the obsidian table. Then history will remember this moment as a correction. Arian smiled faintly. Chapter 86, Illuminati Council, 4. Tony Stark, master of the dramatic pause, allowed the silence in the room to ripen, understanding with a seasoned corporate's instinct that to rush a response was to surrender the high ground. With a flick of a finger, Tony activated the holographic device within his watch. A pale blue light manifested in the center of the obsidian table, forming a three-dimensional projection of a fractured world. It was a map of global security, but it looked more like a shattered stained glass window. Intelligence nodes flickered and died, command chains trailed off into nothingness and response pathways stretched into untenable lengths. This, Tony said, his voice quiet but carrying the weight of the image, is the current state of our global security. Or rather, what is left of the bones after S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed under its own weight. He expanded the projection with a flick of his wrist, data streams flowing from the broken nodes. S.H.I.E.L.D. failed because it made secrecy its religion. They operated in the dark because the world allowed them to have the keys to every basement and every closet without ever asking for a status report. When oversight is kept entirely behind closed doors, accountability vanishes. Hydra outpaced them because S.H.I.E.L.D. was too blinded by its own shadows to see the rot. Tony swiped his hand and the broken map was replaced by a new architectural schematic. We're proposing something fundamentally different, a parliament of the supernatural. We're talking about a semi-governmental body that handles the things regular diplomacy and standard military forces simply aren't equipped to touch. When a rift opens in the sky or a biological anomaly pops up that defies the laws of physics, you send experts who understand the impossible. Chala leaned forward, his voice a resonant bass. The old treaties were designed for a planet that thought it was alone. They cannot account for the mystical, the extraterrestrial, or the highly advanced. This parliament would bridge that gap, acting as a specialized council that operates with the Federation's backing but maintains the autonomy needed to move faster than a legislative committee. It's about specialized jurisdiction, Arian interjected, his voice calm. The Federation handles billions of people, we handle the anomalies. We provide a buffer so the average citizen doesn't have to wake up wondering if a space god is going to land on their lawn. We take the burden of the unnatural off your shoulders so you can focus on building a functioning global society. Tony nodded in agreement. Think of it as the ultimate escalation protocol. Regular diplomacy for regular problems. The parliament for everything else. We are looking to be the firewall that makes sure the government can actually do its job without being incinerated by a stray lightning bolt from Asgard. We move toward directed transparency, Arian explained, taking the lead. For decades, the world has been governed by a blackout mentality. S.H.I.E.L.D. and its predecessors operated under the assumption that the public was a child that needed to be kept in a dark room for its own safety. But as we've seen, darkness only breeds fear and fear breeds Hydra. Arian continued, his voice resonating with a teacher's clarity. We stop the total blackout. We tell the world the truth, that the galaxy is crowded. We disclose the existence of Tier 3 civilizations like the Kree and the Nova Empire. Why? Because the human race needs a reason to look up. We show them the wonders of the universe to inspire a new generation of scientists and explorers. We give them a target to reach for. If we want humanity to evolve into a spacefaring federation, we have to stop pretending the ceiling is the limit. He paused, his gaze sweeping the room. But transparency must be directed. We disclose the empires and the possibilities to build a new era of global science. However, we contain the existential threats that would cause immediate mass hysteria and the collapse of the social order. We will forward a complete intelligence package to the Federation, Arian said. It will include verified records on known interstellar civilizations, their political structures and their threat profiles. Each file will carry a clearance tag. Material marked public can be disclosed for scientific and civilian preparation. Material marked restricted remains confined to Federation and Council review. Wanda watched him, her expression serious as she saw the weight of his words landing on the leader, who sat listening, his face a mask of deep contemplation. The leader tapped his chin, his analytical gaze sweeping over the assembled group. He played the role of the cautious statesman to perfection, his voice echoing with the skepticism of a man responsible for the fate of billions. It is a bold vision. But history is littered with bold visions that ended in blood. How do I know this isn't just a new version of the World Security Council? How do I know that in 50 years, you won't become the very tyrants you seek to replace? You are giving yourselves the power to decide what the world knows. That is the ultimate form of control. Because we are fundamentally incompatible, Chala answered, his voice ringing with the authority of a king. The World Security Council failed because they were like-minded bureaucrats seeking to maintain a status quo. We are a system of checks and balances born from necessity. I am a king of the land, bound by the traditions and spirits of Wakanda. Namor is a king of the sea, whose loyalty lies with the depths. Stark is a genius of technology, a man driven by the need to innovate and protect. Chala gestured to the circle they formed. We do not share a single ideology. We share a single goal. The survival of this planet. If I overstep, Namor's tides will rise to meet my borders. If Stark's ambition blinds him, my wisdom will pull him back. We are accountable to each other, and through that friction, we find the middle ground that serves the Earth. We are a council of rivals united by a common threat. Tony Stark smirked. He's right, Chancellor. I don't even like half the people in this room on a good day. We're too stubborn to let any one of us become a dictator. It's the most stable form of government there is, mutual, highly powered supervision. Wanda Maximoff leaned forward, her presence grounding the high-level debate in a more human reality. My involvement ensures this oversight isn't just structural. I feel the resonance of intent. If the logic of this council begins to deviate from the preservation of life, I will know. My magic serves as the final barrier. Arian Spencer remained the calmest figure in the room, his posture relaxed as he watched the Chancellor process the weight of their collective power. The Illuminati functions because it accepts human nature rather than trying to legislate it away. We are a collection of absolute authorities who have agreed that the survival of the species outweighs our individual egos. We provide the infrastructure and the strategic backup, but the friction between these individuals is the real security measure. If we ever agree too easily, that is when you should be worried. The leader's amber eyes finally landed on the man standing at the back of the group. Bucky Barnes met his gaze with a clarity that hadn't existed in his eyes for 70 years. And you, Sergeant Barnes, the leader said softly. The world knows you as the Winter Soldier. Why are you here? Bucky walked toward the desk, his new vibranium arm gleaming under the office lights, his step steady. For decades, I was a weapon used to tear this world apart. I committed more sins in the name of Hydra than I can ever count. Even when they had control of my mind, there was always a part of me that hated what I was doing. My morals were buried, but they never died. Now that Umbrella has cleared the fog, I have a choice. I want to spend the rest of my life serving the people I once hurt. It's the only way I can live with what I've done. I'm here to prove that even a broken tool can be used to build something better. The leader smiled. The Federation needs symbols of redemption, Sergeant. Your presence here is more powerful than any speech I could give. The leader picked up a ceremonial pen from his desk, but he didn't sign yet. He looked at Arian, then at Stark. I have one condition for the Federation's backing, the leader stated. If the Illuminati is to be the supernatural arm of this government, the Federation must have a seat at your table. As a bridge. I will join the Council as a member, representing the billions of ordinary people who don't have magic or supernatural power. Tony looked at his teammates. Arian. Chala. Namor. Wanda. They all nodded. Deal. You're in, Chancellor, Tony said. The leader signed the Illuminati Accords, the ink drying instantly on the smart paper, officially establishing the Council as a sovereign, recognized entity under the Earth Federation. Chapter 87, Controlled Transparency, 1. The Federation Tower operated at a tempo that surpassed any governmental effort in human history. It was a rhythm of controlled acceleration, a silent window of preparation before the reality of the planet was permanently altered. The leader remained in the background of the day-to-day logistics. He was a statue of calm authority, a presence that quieted the room simply by existing, allowing the Council specialists to drive the granular details. He had already established the primary directive. Now, the Federation's newly activated Information Task Force was working in tandem with the Red Queen's data analysis cores to verify and curate every byte of extraterrestrial intelligence. Agent Sharon Carter, wearing the insignia of the nascent Federation Intelligence Service, stood at the center of the briefing room. She was surrounded by high-resolution holographic displays that bathed her sharp features in a blue light. She adjusted a setting on the console and a series of reconstructed logs from the mid-1990s began to play. Ghosts of a secret war shield had been buried deep. The public cannot be told about the Skrulls, she stated, her voice cutting through the hum of the servers. Not yet. If we reveal a threat that can mimic anyone's face, we lose control of the population before the Federation is even fully established. It would be mass hysteria. She tapped a file labeled, 1995, Incident P42. A map of a remote desert town in the American Southwest appeared, marked with red impact zones. The story starts here. The Skrulls found us by accident while fleeing the Kree Empire's relentless expansion. The Kree were hunting them across multiple sectors, a genocide disguised as a police action. One of their soldiers, a human woman named Carol Danvers, later designated Captain Marvel, ended up on this planet. She discovered her true identity and the fact that the Skrulls were essentially nomadic refugees. Sharon paused, her eyes darkening slightly. She fought back the Kree Armada and, before leaving Earth to police the galaxy, she gave the Skrulls a promise. She told them to stay hidden, to keep their heads down, and she would return once she found a habitable world for them to settle. She swiped the hologram away, replacing it with a timeline that stretched into the present. It has been 14 years. The promise was never fulfilled. Danvers never returned and the Skrulls grew tired of waiting in the dark. According to Umbrella's internal tracking and signal analysis, they have slowly transitioned from hiding to infiltrating. They are using their mimicry to replace high-level politicians, military commanders, and industrial leaders. They are embedded in the very systems we are trying to reform. We are in the preparation stage for this threat, but for now, it remains in the restricted council archive. Tony Stark leaned against the matte black table, looking every bit the futurist architect. His eyes tracked the data packets being prepared for the global education sector, that soft disclosure. We focus on the Tier 3 civilizations, Tony said, taking the lead on the narrative. The Kree, the Nova Empire and the Asgardians. We give the public the Universal Civilization Studies curriculum. We show them the tech, the diplomacy, and the history of the stars. It gives the world a reason to look up with wonder instead of looking at their neighbors with a gun. Universities and primary schools across the globe were already receiving the first encrypted drafts of these textbooks. The shift in the education sector was a calculated psychological inoculation, designed to normalize the existence of the extraterrestrial so that the eventual reveal of the Skrulls wouldn't cause a total collapse of the human psyche. The Earth Federation also agreed to formally acknowledge the existence of Asgard. For thousands of years, the Aesir had been relegated to myth and campfire stories. But the new intelligence packages detailed them as a hyper-advanced Tier 3 civilization that had held a quiet protectorate over Midgard for millennia. By disclosing Asgard alongside the Kree, the Illuminati aimed to show that while there were threats in the cosmos, Earth was not entirely defenseless. This was about building a sense of global sovereignty, the idea that Earth was a maturing civilization ready to take its seat at the table. Outside the tower, the physical manifestation of this planning was taking shape. Tony and Arian were overseeing the construction of the Illuminati Council building. It was the nervous system of the New World Order. Using a combination of Stark's automated construction drones and Umbrella's self-healing engineering, the building was outfitted with bio-adaptive scanners and frequency shielding that would make it the only truly secure location on the planet. Since the Earth Federation was established, the world had undergone a systemic shock that should have taken decades to metabolize, yet was achieved in mere weeks. The key was the origin. Within 2 months, every legacy currency had been phased out. The transition was flawless because the global financial systems, from the New York Stock Exchange to local banks in rural provinces, had been integrated into the Earth Federation's digital backbone, powered by Umbrella. People woke up to find their savings strengthened under a universal valuation. The market stabilized with a mechanical efficiency that left traditional economists speechless. The architect of this stability was the leader. He moved through the political landscape with a level of authority that no human statesman could match. During the initial formation of the Federation, he had utilized his Omega-level telepathy during every closed-door session. He implanted the fundamental realization that the survival of the species outweighed personal or national greed. Under his silent influence, the fierce nationalism of the old world melted away, replaced by a singular devotion to the Earth Federation. The political cleansing had been the most public display of the Federation's power. As promised in the early accords, an open investigation was launched into every sitting politician on the planet. Utilizing the Red Queen's total access to historical data and the leader's telepathic verification, the Federation exposed decades of corruption, backroom deals, and hidden sins. There was no need for long trials, the evidence was undeniable. Thousands of politicians with tainted histories withdrew voluntarily, disappearing from the public eye before the Federation's justice could reach them. Those who remained were invited to the Federation headquarters. These leaders arrived in Geneva as petitioners. As they walked the halls of the tower, they were met by the leader. With a single, he would verify their intent. Using his telepathy, he anchored their loyalty to the Federation, ensuring that the governing body of Earth was a unified mind. The world watched these proceedings through the lens of directed transparency. They saw a world finally being cleaned of its rot. They saw a system that worked. The Grand Plaza in Geneva stood as the heartbeat of a world that had, in the span of a few short months, forgotten the meaning of borders. The architecture was a testament to the new era, sweeping white stone plazas that seemed to glow under the Swiss sun, framed by the towering spire of the Federation Tower. This location was a masterclass in psychological signaling. It offered neutrality for the old world and soaring visibility for the new. The plaza was an open-access zone where thousands of citizens stood in a state of collective awe, yet beneath the surface, the Illuminati security layers were absolute. Civilian peacekeepers moved with practiced grace, while high-altitude drones and covert assets ensured that the perimeter was a digital and physical fortress. On the day of the public reveal, the atmosphere in the Grand Plaza was one of religious intensity. Giant holographic screens displayed the live feed to every corner of the globe, from the teeming streets of Mumbai to the neon canyons of New York. Chapter 88, Controlled Transparency, 2. Every satellite in geosynchronous orbit, every undersea fiber optic cable snaking through the crushing dark of the Atlantic and every localized civilian network from the cafes of Paris to the gaming dens of Seoul had been slave to a singular directive. The Red Queen sat at the center of this web, a digital spider of infinite reach, managing the bandwidth with a ruthlessness that ensured zero latency. In every city plaza, the massive jumbotron screens flickered and synced. On every personal device the feed overrode the interface. Across every broadcast station, the static cleared to reveal the same image. The Federation emblem, a stylized globe cradled in unity, set against the backdrop of the Geneva skyline at twilight. The leader stood before the primary visual array in the broadcast chamber. Physically, he was a masterpiece of Omega-level shapeshifting, tall, broad-shouldered, with a face carved from granite and eyes of warm amber. But internally, the leader was adjusting the dials of a god. He activated his technopathy, syncing his consciousness directly with the communication grid. Simultaneously, he expanded his Omega-level telepathy and flared the Gamma-level friendly aura. It was a rhythmic pulse of calm sent cascading through the airwaves, designed to chemically dampen the cortisol levels of billions of people. He was remotely administering a sedative to the human race. As he began to speak, the Umbrella real-time translation software rendered his voice into every major language with perfect phonetic accuracy and lip-syncing, ensuring that to every listener, the leader was speaking their mother tongue. People of Earth, the leader began, his voice resonant, an anchor in the uncertain tides of history. For centuries, you have been governed by systems built on the preservation of secrets. You have been told that isolation was your natural state and that your survival depended on the strength of your borders. These were falsehoods maintained by institutions that lacked the capacity or the courage to face the truth. He paused, letting the silence stretch, letting the telepathic calm settle into the marrow of his audience. The Earth Federation was established to prepare our civilization. We are moving from a period of ignorance to a period of clarity. The broadcast shifted. The image of the leader remained, but the air around him filled with high-resolution telemetry data, images that had been scrubbed from public records for 50 years. Deep space signatures, localized celestial anomalies and energy readings from the edge of the solar system filled the screens. Humanity is not the center of the universe, he stated, the words heavy with revelation. We are one civilization among many. Our history has been filled with fragmented encounters that were suppressed to prevent panic. That suppression is over. To face the future, you must understand the landscape of the stars. We are now disclosing the existence of Tier 3 interstellar civilizations that share the sector of the cosmos. The first holographic visualization manifested beside the leader, a blue-skinned figure clad in militaristic armor, holding a weapon that hummed with kinetic potential. The Kree Empire, the leader identified, his tone cooling. A militarized civilization governed by a centralized artificial intelligence known as the Supreme Intelligence. This entity is a bio-organic construct formed by digitizing the greatest scientific and strategic minds of their civilization for millennia and integrating them into a single decision-making entity. Its judgments prioritize expansion, stability, and the survival of the Kree species above all else. The hologram shifted to display a Kree accuser, wielding a massive warhammer glowing with purple energy. They operate through accusers and Imperial enforcement fleets. Their legal system is a martial one, to be accused is to be sentenced. Their history is defined by the systematic conquest of resources across the large Magellanic Cloud and beyond. They are a Tier 3 civilization that has mastered the art of interstellar warfare over hundreds of thousands of years. The leader's voice remained flat, projecting the hard reality of the situation without inciting terror. The Kree have encountered Earth in the past. They are not allies, nor are they friends. They are a predatory reality that we must account for in our planetary defense protocols. Under the old systems, you were cattle waiting for a predator. Under the Federation, you are a fortified world. The data on the screens transitioned to show Kree ship classifications, sentries, star blasters, and the colossal command cruisers that could darken the sky. We are currently cataloging Kree technology signatures. The Illuminati grid is being calibrated to detect their warp jump residues. We will not be caught off guard by an accusal from the stars. We recognize their strength, but we do not fear it, because we now possess the unified intelligence to counter it. The screen flickered, the harsh blue of the Kree replaced by the star-shaped insignias of the Nova core. The Nova Empire, the leader continued, the friendly aura warming slightly. A coalition-based civilization that operates through the Nova core. Unlike the Kree, who seek to dominate, the Nova Empire functions as a stabilizing force within the galaxy, maintaining law and order across multiple sectors. They are the primary counterweight to Imperial expansion. The hologram expanded to show the geometric perfection of the Nova Prime headquarters on Xander and the star-shaped fighter craft known as Star Blasters. Their power is derived from the Nova Force, a near-infinite energy source managed by the World Mind, a sentient supercomputer dedicated to preservation rather than conquest. They rule through a rigorous adherence to interstellar law. Their governance is a meritocracy and their officers, the Centurions, are selected for their discipline and strategic capability. The Nova Empire represents a potential diplomatic path for a unified Earth, the leader stated, framing the aliens as potential peers. They are the force that keeps the expansion of empires like the Kree in check. By establishing the Earth Federation, we have moved from being a lawless territory to a potential signatory of the Andromeda Milky Way Accords. This is a strategic alignment. The Nova Core provides the interstellar framework that allows civilizations like ours to exist without being swallowed by larger predatory empires. We are currently in the process of standardizing our communication frequencies to align with Nova protocols, ensuring that Earth's voice is heard in the galactic courts. He gestured to a technical breakdown of the Nova Corps' jurisdiction. Their presence ensures that the galaxy remains a structured environment rather than a chaotic battlefield. Earth is looking at the Nova Empire as a peer in the enforcement of galactic peace. We are learning their laws so that we can use them to protect our sovereignty. The leader paused, letting the telepathic calm settle over the viewers before the final paradigm-shattering disclosure. Finally, we acknowledge Asgard. The holographic array shifted from the industrial tech of the Nova to an image of a city that appeared to be carved from solid light and gold, sitting atop a flat planetary disk floating in the void. Organ music seemed to play in the minds of the viewers, a trick of Arian's telepathy. For thousands of years, our ancestors recorded their presence as myth. These were members of a hyper-advanced civilization that has maintained a protectorate relationship over Earth for millennia. The image zoomed in on the Rainbow Bridge. Asgard is a Tier 3 civilization that utilizes a fusion of high-level physics and localized reality manipulation, what our predecessors incorrectly labeled as magic. They are the architects of the Bifrost, a bridge of concentrated dark energy capable of instantaneous interstellar transport across the 9 realms. Their long-standing non-intervention policy allowed us to develop within a protected vacuum, the leader continued, his voice resonating with a new weight. They acted as the silent deterrent against the more aggressive empires of the deep cosmos. However, that era of silent protection is transitioning. The protective umbrella of the Aesir was designed for a primitive species. Earth is no longer a child race in need of hidden guardians. We are a maturing civilization and we will take our seat at the galactic table as a unified world. The display zoomed into the Yggdrasil map, showing Earth's position as Midgard, connected to the Golden Realm. Our relationship with Asgard is moving from one of worshipped protectors to one of diplomatic peers. We are currently integrating their historical records into our new planetary archives. This is a shift in sovereignty. We thank the Aesir for the centuries of security, but the Earth Federation now assumes primary responsibility for the defense of our own space. We are no longer a myth in their eyes and they are no longer gods in ours. We are both civilizations operating in a shared universe and we will meet them eye to eye. Chapter 89, Controlled Transparency, 3. The leader paused, letting the weight of the revelation settle into the global consciousness. The telepathic dampening field maintained a state of high-functioning calm across the population, preventing the transition from awe into hysteria. This was the pivot point. Having established the who of the cosmos, the leader now turned to the how, the methodology by which humanity would survive its new reality. Knowledge is the only true defense, the leader stated, his voice cutting through the silence of city squares and private living rooms alike. Fear is a product of the unknown. To eliminate fear, we must eliminate the unknown. Effective immediately, the Earth Federation is implementing the Universal Civilization Studies Initiative. This is the new foundation of our global education system. Behind him, the holographic interface displayed a cascading waterfall of data, textbooks, interactive star charts and linguistic modules being uploaded to the global grid. Every school, university, and public library on the planet was currently receiving the first phase of this curriculum. It was a mandatory addition to all levels of learning, designed to replace local nationalist histories with a unified planetary and galactic perspective. The scope of the materials was exhaustive yet curated. You will be taught the history of the Milky Way as a sequence of geopolitical shifts. You will study the technological benchmarks required for interstellar travel, the protocols of deep space diplomacy and the biological diversity of the known empires. Every citizen, from the child in a primary classroom to the researcher in a laboratory, will have unfiltered access to these archives. The leader made a subtle gesture, his amber eyes warm. The Federation operates on a policy of directed transparency. While all verified galactic history and scientific benchmarks are now public, the purpose of this curriculum is to normalize the cosmic reality. We are shifting the human mindset away from the internal conflicts of the past and toward the scientific and exploratory frontiers of the future. The leader stepped closer to the primary array, his expression hardening into one of strategic focus. The Earth Federation is not a static government. We are a project with a defined timeline. Our objectives are categorized by the necessity of our survival. Our short-term goal is already in motion, the protection of the civilian population and the stabilization of our planetary governance. We have replaced the fractured systems of the old world with an efficient backbone. The Origin has secured your labor, the Federation has secured your peace. Our mid-term goal is the aggressive acceleration of our scientific and technological capabilities. Under the guidance of the Federation Council and Illuminati's engineering corps, we will leapfrog centuries of stagnant development. We will master the energy signatures of the stars and the physics of the void. The leader paused, the telepathic pulse intensifying to emphasize the vision. Our long-term goal is absolute. We will develop Earth into a Tier 3 civilization. We will not be a client state of the Nova Empire, nor will we be a resource colony for the Kree. We will earn our standing through strength, intelligence, and unity. We will become a peer to the civilizations I have described today. This is a generational climb, but it begins with the words spoken in this room. The broadcast feed shifted. The leader remained at the center, but the holographic display behind him dissolved into a formal crest, a stylized eye within a hexagonal framework. This was the transition from planetary policy to the structure of global security. Governance requires oversight, the leader's voice resonated. The Federation manages the visible world. However, as I have disclosed, the universe contains variables that exceed standard civilian management. To address these, we have established the Illuminati Council. The leader made a clear distinction, his tone sharpening. This is not a return to the era of S.H.I.E.L.D. That organization operated on a foundation of unilateral secrecy and hidden agendas. They kept the truth from you to maintain their own relevance. The Illuminati Council operates under a transparent mandate from the Federation. Their purpose is specific, the identification and neutralization of non-standard threats, anomalies, metaphysical disturbances, and extraterrestrial incursions. They are not the global police, they are our first line of defense. The holographic projection expanded with surgical precision, the golden light of the Federation's interface shimmering as it revealed the figures standing in the wings of the Federation Tower's sanctum. These were the architects of the new world, positioned as pillars of global stability. The Council is led by those whose resources and capabilities are already known to you, the leader said, his voice amplified across every speaker on the planet. Arian Spencer, the CEO of Umbrella, provides the technological and strategic backbone of our civilization. His vision birthed the infrastructure of the Federation, and his stewardship ensures that our development remains ahead of any potential threat. He is the strategist of the era. Arian stepped forward, his expression approachable yet possessing a depth that suggested a mind operating on a different scale. He did not speak, allowing the leader's introduction to stand as the definitive statement of his role. Tony Stark provides the engineering and industrial oversight, the leader continued. A high-resolution schematic of an orbital defense platform flickered briefly beside Stark. Under his hand, the Federation's infrastructure will be transformed into a masterpiece of efficiency and defensive capability. The leader's gaze shifted to the next figure. Chala represents the integration of Wakandan advanced science. For centuries, Wakanda developed in isolation, perfecting materials and energy applications far beyond the global standard. Today, Chala brings that legacy into the light, merging this unique technological heritage with Federation logistics to ensure Earth possesses the most resilient defensive infrastructure in the galaxy. Namor ensures the sovereignty and defense of the world's oceans, the leader stated as the king of Talokan stepped into the light, his trident gleaming. The Earth is 70% water, a vast frontier that has remained largely unprotected. Under Namor's authority, the Talokan forces and Federation maritime divisions will operate as a unified force. They will secure the depths, protecting our planetary resources and ensuring that no intrusion, terrestrial or extraterrestrial, can utilize our oceans as a blind spot. The projection then centered on Wanda Maximoff. Her presence was marked by a crimson distortion in the air, a visual indicator of her unique nature. Wanda Maximoff serves as the primary authority on metaphysical and non-physical phenomena. She is the specialist for threats that do not obey the laws of standard physics, the anomalies that the old world could not even name. She is our sensory array for the unseen. And I, as Chancellor of the Federation, serve as the oversight bridge, the leader concluded, his own holographic profile locking into the Council's center. I ensure that the Council's actions remain strictly aligned with civilian survival and Federation law. We are the 6 votes that determine the trajectory of Earth's defense. We act on the cold logic of survival. The focus then shifted to the operational tier, the officers who manage the day-to-day execution of the Council's directives. Pietro Maximoff, Sharon Carter, and James Barnes stepped forward into the light of the broadcast. Supporting the chiefs are the second-in-command officers, the leader continued. Sharon Carter, formerly of S.H.I.E.L.D., now leads the Federation's Strategic Information Branch. Pietro Maximoff manages rapid response tactical deployments. The leader gestured to the final figure. And finally, we introduce James Buchanan Barnes. The broadcast displayed a series of historical records, grainy footage of the Winter Soldier, interspersed with Umbrella Corporation's medical logs and neural scans. For decades, James Barnes was a victim of the terrorist organization known as Hydra, the leader explained, his voice softening with empathy. He was subjected to extreme mental conditioning and used as a tool for assassination. He was a man stripped of his agency, a prisoner in his own mind. Today, he stands before you as a symbol of recovery. Through Umbrella's neuro-restoration technology, the Hydra conditioning has been completely removed. His mind is restored. James Barnes looked into the camera. His eyes were clear, his jaw set. His expression was of a man taking responsibility for a debt he intended to pay. James Barnes has volunteered for public service, the leader added. Despite the lack of conscious choice in his past actions, he has chosen to dedicate his remaining years to the defense of the world. He is a testament to the fact that even those broken by the old world can find a purpose in the new one. Chapter 90, Controlled Transparency, 4. The Federation Tower's visual array shifted from the inner sanctum of the Illuminati to a topographical view of the planet. The leader remained the focal point, but the atmosphere of the broadcast shifted from intelligence disclosure to formal diplomacy. For thousands of years, humanity believed it was a surface-dwelling species, divided only by the artificial borders of the old world. The leader began, his voice carrying the weight of a historian closing a chapter. That perception was a curated illusion, maintained by ignorance and fear. Just as we have looked to the stars to find Tier 3 civilizations, we must now look within our own borders. Today, the Earth Federation formally admits two of the most advanced civilizations in our planetary history into the global fold: Wakanda and Talokan. The holographic map zoomed with cinematic grace into the heart of Africa, piercing through a localized distortion field to reveal a futuristic city of silver and light nestled within the mountains. Wakanda is not the developing nation the old world claimed it was, the leader announced. It is a pinnacle of technological and cultural achievement that chose isolation to preserve its stability in a chaotic world. Today, that isolation ends. Wakanda joins the Federation as a founding member nation, committing its vast scientific knowledge and cultural wisdom to our shared governance. T'Challa stepped forward to the podium, his presence regal. He looked like a king who had decided to grace the world with his presence. He spoke with the steady voice of a man accustomed to his words shaping history. People of the world, T'Challa began. For generations, my people remained in the shadows. We watched the rise and fall of empires, the brutality of the world wars and the systemic corruption of global politics. Our isolation was a defensive necessity. We saw that the previous governments of Earth were not ready for the responsibility of the knowledge we possess. We saw organizations like Hydra, embedded in the very fabric of international security, utilize secrecy to enslave and destroy. They created the very excuses that kept us hidden, fueling the conflicts that made the world a dangerous place for a peaceful civilization to reveal itself. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the holographic sensors, speaking to every nation at once. We faced a choice that offered no victory. Had we disclosed our presence peacefully to the old world, the outcome was mathematically certain: global war. The governments of the past sought resources. They would have moved against us to strip our technology and plunder our knowledge. We could have fought and we would have won, but it would have been at the cost of total planetary destruction. There was no authority to whom we could appeal. When the very institutions of global law were infected by Hydra or driven by the inherent greed of local politicians, there was no court of complaints. We were effectively cornered by the world's own instability. But the Earth Federation represents a fundamental shift. Under the guidance of the Illuminati and the Earth Federation, we see a global structure capable of handling the weight of the future. The logic of greed has been replaced by the logic of survival. Wakanda no longer seeks to hide because there is finally a centralized authority worthy of our trust. We bring our medicine, our energy sciences and our commitment to justice to the Federation. We do this because the survival of Earth requires every advanced hand on the wheel. We are no longer Wakandans first, we are the defenders of Earth. The broadcast feed then shifted dramatically from the sun-drenched African mountains to the crushing expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. The virtual camera plunged beneath the waves, moving through deep-sea trenches until a bioluminescent metropolis appeared, built into the very rock of the seabed, glowing with an inner light. The surface myths of Atlantis have a foundation in truth, the leader announced. Talokan is an underwater civilization that has existed in the silent depths for centuries. They have maintained a powerful society far beyond the reach of surface eyes. Today, Talokan joins the Federation under a mandate of sovereignty protection, ensuring that the oceans are no longer a lawless frontier. Namor stepped to the podium, his posture rigid, his dark eyes cold and challenging. The surface has always been a source of noise and destruction to my people, Namor stated, his voice cutting through the telepathic calm with a serrated edge. We watched from the depths as your previous leaders poisoned the air and the waters, blinded by their petty nationalisms and their insatiable greed for expansion. For decades, Talokan bore the cost of your industrial incompetence. We watched as millions of tons of synthetic waste and lethal chemical runoff were dumped into our oceans, suffocating the reefs and poisoning the migration paths of the life we protect. Your surface wars were not contained to the land, your sunken vessels leaked oil and radiation into our sanctuaries and your deep-sea testing shook the very foundations of our cities. Namor leaned forward, his presence filling the broadcast with a menacing intensity. We stayed silent because there was no one on the surface worthy of a conversation. The governments of the past were infested with shadows like Hydra, parasites that sought to control what they did not understand. Had we revealed our location to such entities, they would have attempted to colonize the abyss just as they destroyed the continents. It would have resulted in a war of extinction. To the old world, the ocean was merely a graveyard for their filth or a vault to be plundered. They gave us no reason to believe humanity was capable of anything beyond self-annihilation and the systematic murder of the planet's biosphere. His expression shifted, a flicker of something new, a strategic alignment. The Earth Federation is the first surface entity to demonstrate the capacity for total order. Through the Chancellor and the Council, we have found a framework where the sovereignty of the deep is respected and the security of the planet is prioritized. Talokan does not join you out of weakness or a need for your approval. We join because the threats from the stars do not distinguish between the air and the water. If the Kree or any other empire come to this world, they will find a unified front. My spears and my people are now part of the Federation's global reach. The oceans are our shared fortress. The leader returned to the center of the broadcast as both kings stepped back, their declarations hanging in the air. The admission of Wakanda and Talokan is the final piece of our planetary unification, the leader concluded, his voice resonating with historic finality. We are a multi-environment species. We are one world. We are one people. We are the Earth Federation. Chapter 91, Controlled Transparency, 5. The leader's Omega-level telepathy flared, a silent shockwave of calm that washed over the planet. It held the collective psyche of the human race in a chemically induced state of acceptance, allowing them to process the shock without descending into the chaos of panic. For the past hour, we have cleared away the fog of the old world, the leader said, his voice heavy, the sound of a book slamming shut on an era. You have seen the stars. You have learned about the empires that watch us from the dark and about the hidden civilizations that have always shared this planet with you in silence. If it feels like your world just ended, well, it did. He shifted his stance, his amber eyes projecting a paternal warmth. But what matters more is that humanity's childhood ended with it. For thousands of years, you have lived like children in a nursery, protected by distance, by fairy tales and by the silence of those who knew better. That time is over. He leaned into the camera, his presence filling screens from Times Square to the favelas of Rio. Adulthood is a responsibility. Grown civilizations don't run from the truth just because it is hard. They don't fall into tribal squabbles when the universe gets bigger. They organize. They get ready. They learn to control their fate. The Earth Federation is the structure that lets us do that. We are not here to keep you comfortable or to keep pretending it is still the 20th century. Our job is to make sure that when the galaxy looks at this third planet from the sun, it sees a sovereign force, not a mess of warring groups waiting to be conquered. The screens behind him flickered, transitioning from the map to streams of hard data, the stabilizing value of the origin currency, the syllabi for the Universal Civilization Studies, the architectural blueprints for the Illuminati Council building. The Federation is how we survive, he continued. It is the machine that takes your work, your intelligence, your resources and turns them into a single force for our defense and growth. We have swept out the corrupt politicians, the shadowy groups that kept you from moving forward. The economy is unified now, nobody is living or dying by the whims of a local market anymore. We are not asking for blind faith. We are giving you the facts, he said, his voice ringing with absolute conviction. You have the curriculum. You have transparency about what the Illuminati Council is mandated to do. You have the strength of the surface world, the technology of Wakanda, the oceans of Talokan. The tools for progress are in your hands now. What you do with them decides if Earth fades into a galactic footnote or rises as a Tier 3 power that helps shape the future. He looked straight into the camera lens. His image came through crystal clear, unblemished by static, on every screen, everywhere. Our final message is simple, the leader said. Earth stands together. Starting now, there is no more us and them based on where you were born or where you live. There is just the Federation. We have swapped fear for knowledge. We have traded panic for preparation. The dangers out there are real, but they are not hidden anymore. We know who is in the cosmos and now, they know who we are. He straightened, a statue of resolve. We are done being a species that just waits for disaster. We are united, under one command, with one mission. The absolute sovereignty of Earth. The Federation era starts now. The feed cut to the Federation seal. The mood in the Illuminati Council building was heavy with the residual static of history being made, but beneath the weight, there was a palpable sense of relief. The room itself was a masterpiece of architectural psychology, pure umbrella precision mixed with Stark's love for aggressive power. Every corner looked like it could launch a spaceship or run a city block. Tony Stark flopped into a high-backed leather chair, throwing his boots up onto the matte black table with a clatter. He looked like he had just finished a marathon sprint. Well, he said, his voice bouncing off the vaulted ceiling. Nobody screamed, nobody rioted, and nobody tried to break down the doors with a pitchfork. That's a win in my book. A surprisingly quiet win. Wanda let out a low laugh, leaning against the edge of the table. Her eyes still glowed with a residual scarlet light from scanning the crowd's emotional spectrum during the broadcast. You talk like you really thought one of those was going to happen. I always count on at least one, Tony shot back, rubbing his temples. Usually riots. People hate change. But this was smooth. Almost too smooth. Sharon Carter set her tablet down, the screen alive with cascading waterfalls of live metrics from the Federation Information Task Force. The metrics look good so far, she said, her professional tone cutting through the banter. People are reacting well pretty much everywhere. There's confusion, sure, but it's about the details, logistics, schooling, and currency conversion. The panic index is hovering near zero. Pietro whistled, leaning against the far wall with a nutrient drink in hand, vibrating slightly. So, let me get this straight, we just dropped aliens, galactic empires, secret underwater nations and a new world government on the whole planet in under an hour and everyone's taking it better than when the Wi-Fi goes out. Guess people can handle the truth when you give it to them straight, Sharon replied, scrolling through a feed from Tokyo. Chala stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his hands clasped behind his back. Below, Geneva's Grand Plaza buzzed with thousands of people glued to their phones, talking, pointing at the sky. For centuries, old powers used the truth like a weapon, rationing it out to control the narrative. Today, it was just information. That is what makes the Federation stable. Namor lounged against a support column, looking more relaxed than anyone had seen him since the council started. His dark eyes were half closed. The oceans are calm, he said, his voice a low rumble. Literally. Coastal cities are quiet. My scouts report no mobilization of surface fleets. People only want to know about the new boundaries and defense rules. It seems they are more interested in the stars than the deep. Tony glanced over, grinning. That's about the nicest thing you've ever said to us, Fishman. Don't get used to it, Stark, Namor replied, but there was no venom in the words. Arian sat at the table, his hands loosely folded in front of him, his face a mask of calm confidence. He had worked out this result months ago, modeling it through the cognitive multitasking threads, ensuring the leader's telepathic nudges and the Red Queen's data filters were perfectly synchronized before a single word was spoken. Wanda turned to him, tilting her head. You're not even surprised, are you? I am, Arian said, meeting her gaze. When you offer people something better than chaos, they take it, unless someone is actively scaring them into bad choices. Everyone glanced at the empty chair at the head of the table. The seat reserved for the Chancellor. Kind of weird, isn't it? Pietro said, gesturing to the empty spot. Guy rewrites the world order, drops the mic and then just disappears. Doesn't even stay for the champagne. That's why it worked, Tony said, nodding at the door. He didn't wait for applause. He didn't need a pat on the back. He gave the order and left. It shows he's part of the system, not looking for fame. It makes him look inevitable. Chala nodded in agreement. That is what real leadership looks like to the masses. Arian suppressed a smile. It was easy to be humble when you were a shape-shifting clone controlled by the men sitting right next to them. Sharon checked her tablet again, her eyes widening slightly. Public forums are blowing up. The Universal Civilization Studies portal already has 4 billion unique hits. 4 billion. Kids are arguing over which Tier 3 civilization to study first. It's working, they're looking up at the Kree and Asgard, not at each other. Arian got to his feet and the room focused on him. This was the easy part, he said, a teasing lilt to his voice. Tony groaned loudly, throwing his head back, but he was grinning. Don't say that. Please don't say that. Arian kept going, walking toward the window to stand beside Chala. The foundation is down. The system is running. Now we refine it, and we clear out any leftovers who think they can drag us back to the dark. Wanda stood next to him, her presence warm and grounding. People feel safe. Arian smiled a little, looking at the peaceful plaza below. No, they feel ready. Safety is an illusion. Being prepared is real. Pietro stretched his arms over his head. So what now? Party. Sleep. I could run to Paris and grab dinner before you guys finish blinking. Tony stood up, I vote for food. Normal food. We've got a planet to run and I want to do it on a full stomach. Namor raised an eyebrow. What is normal to a man who lives in a metal suit? Tony just grinned wider, clapping his hands together. I'll show you later. There's a shawarma joint about 2 blocks from here. I don't know what it is, but I want to try it. Sharon finally shut her tablet with a decisive click and let herself relax, the soldier finally standing down. Tomorrow, we plan the next century. Tonight, we celebrate the fact that we survived the day. Chapter 92, Nick Fury, 1. The safe house was a concrete throat buried beneath an abandoned shipping depot on the jagged edge of the Mediterranean coast. It was a tomb that technically didn't exist on any map, powered by a temperamental diesel generator that had been the only heartbeat in the room for 2 months. The air was heavy, tasting of wet limestone and the recycled frustration of people who were used to shaping the world, not hiding from it. Nick Fury stood in the shadows, his leather trench coat merging with the gloom. He watched the end of his era play out on a cracked LCD monitor bolted to the damp wall. Behind him, Natasha Romanoff sat on a rusted folding chair, her combat boots resting on the edge of a munitions crate. She was watching Fury. Her face was a mask of bored lethality, but her fingers tapped a silent rhythm against her thigh. Clint Barton leaned against the far wall, arms folded tight across his chest, spinning a stray arrow between his fingers like a coin. His expression was as unreadable as the encrypted files they used to trade, but the tension in his shoulders was a coiled spring. Near the makeshift equipment table, Phil Coulson stood in silence, a tablet in his hand. The blue light of the screen illuminated his face, revealing the calm exterior that barely masked the frantic processing occurring behind his eyes. Data streamed past his retinas faster than a human should have been able to read, but Coulson was witnessing the autopsy of the agency he loved. A handful of other former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were scattered around the room, shadows within shadows. Their posture was stiff, conditioned by a war that had officially ended without them firing a shot. The broadcast started without fanfare. The signal snapped into a level of ultra-high-definition clarity that should have been impossible for their jury-pirated receiver to display. The colors were too rich, the audio too crisp. "That's deliberate," Natasha said quietly, her voice cutting through the generator's hum. "They want us to see every pixel." The leader appeared on screen. Amber eyes, strong jaw, a suit that looked like it was woven from authority itself. Clint squinted at the image, stopping the rotation of his arrow. "That's it. That's the guy who retired us." Natasha nodded slowly, her eyes darting over the leader's face, dissecting his micro-expressions. "He looks like a doctor delivering a diagnosis." As the speech progressed through the collapse of the old systems and the rise of the Earth Federation, Natasha leaned back, the leather of her chair creaking. "So S.H.I.E.L.D. really is dead. It's a funeral." Clint shrugged, a jagged movement. "We kind of knew that when the paychecks stopped and the safe houses started feeling like coffins, Nat." "Yeah," she replied, her gaze drifting back to the screen. "But hearing it announced to 8 billion people like a mandatory software update, that hits different." The leader moved into the galactic disclosure. The holographic display behind him shifted. The Kree. The Nova Empire. Asgard. Clint stopped spinning the arrow. He gripped the shaft until his knuckles turned white. "Okay," Clint said, his voice dropping an octave into the register of a man realizing he brought a knife to a nuclear war. "That's new." Natasha frowned, leaning forward, her eyes narrowing as she read the technical benchmarks scrolling beneath the alien images. "You think they're exaggerating? Creating a boogeyman to justify the Federation?" "I think they know more than I ever did," Fury replied. His voice was low gravel, grinding against the silence. He had spent decades being the man with the deepest files, the keeper of the last folder, the spy king who knew where the bodies were buried. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been built on the arrogant principle that someone had to keep the whole picture together. Now, a man he'd never met was explaining galactic politics and interstellar warp dynamics to the entire human race like it was a routine weather report. The Kree appeared. Blue skin. Segmented armor. Massive dreadnoughts that blotted out stars. Clint let out a low whistle. "That's an invasion fleet." "No," Natasha said, her mind already calculating threat levels, exit strategies, and kill zones. "That's compiled intelligence. Look at the sensor data signatures on the bottom right. That's a dossier. They've been tracking them." Then came Asgard. The leader framed it as a Tier 3 civilization, a hyper-advanced protectorate that had shielded Earth for millennia. The screen filled with the golden spires of the Eternal City. Natasha exhaled slowly, the breath hissing through her teeth. So the myths weren't just stories told by Vikings to explain the stars. We've been calling them gods because we didn't have the vocabulary for their physics. Clint leaned forward, squinting at the imagery of the Bifrost. Hyper-advanced is an understatement. If that place is real and they've been protecting us this whole time, it means we've been living in a backyard we didn't even know was fenced in. It's a shift in classification, Natasha noted, her voice low. We're looking at a neighbor with a much bigger house and better guns. The broadcast reached the disclosure of Wakanda. Fury's jaw clenched so hard a muscle ticked visibly in his cheek. The feed showed a city that defied every piece of intelligence he had ever gathered, clean lines, clean energy systems and architecture that made the Triskelion look like a primitive Lego set. "Africa," Fury muttered, the word tasting bitter. Of course it was Africa. Natasha glanced over at him, catching the flash of anger in his eye. "You knew." "I knew something was off," Fury replied, his single eye fixed on the screen as if trying to burn a hole through it. Signals that didn't match the terrain. Economic anomalies. Smugglers disappearing. I thought it was a warlord with a lucky mine. I didn't know it was a goddamn utopia." Clint stared at the shimmering spires hidden within the mountains. "That's been there. This whole time. While we were scrambling for budget increases. All this time," Fury said slowly. "While we were playing world police, they were playing the long game. And they won." Natasha's jaw tightened as she watched the leader explain their isolation. "Hydra never touched them." "No," Fury replied. "Because Hydra didn't know they existed. You can't infiltrate what you can't see." The broadcast moved to the ocean. The waves of the Atlantic peeled back in the simulation to reveal glowing, bioluminescent structures beneath the waves, cities built into the very stone of the trench, technology adapted to the crushing pressure of the abyss. Talokan. Fury let out a sharp breath. Atlantis, he said. Son of A. Clint blinked rapidly, looking at the blue-skinned warriors riding orcas and wielding high-tech spears. You've got to be kidding me. We've got space empires, secret mountain cities and now fish people. What's next? The moon is made of cheese and lasers. Talokan, Natasha corrected, reading the subtitle, her mind racing to update her mental map of the world. Different branding. Same nightmare. She remembered missions near the Atlantic Ridge, sonar disturbances that shouldn't have been there, submarines that went silent, files that ended with inconclusive because the equipment supposedly malfunctioned. They were watching us, she said, a chill running down her spine. Every sub we put in the water, every cable we laid. They were right there. Clint shrugged, a gesture of helpless acceptance. Can't blame them for staying down there. Look at the mess we made up here. Natasha turned to Fury. You never found it. Not even a trace. I chased myths, Fury said, his gaze never leaving the screen, his voice heavy with the weight of failure. I sent drones. I sent subs. Found plenty of dead ends and a lot of empty water. Turns out the myths were just smarter than the agency. The broadcast shifted into the logistical conclusion, the origin currency, the education modules, the structural reset. Clint leaned back against the damp wall, watching the charts move with mechanical efficiency. Okay, Clint muttered. Now this part's wild. Natasha watched the global market metrics scrolling at the bottom of the screen. They were smooth. No spikes of panic, no crashes, just an upward transition. It was unnatural. No riots, she said, her eyes narrowing. Look at the people in the background of the Geneva feed. They're too calm. They just had their reality shattered and they're standing there like they're waiting for a bus. The broadcast ended, the Federation logo fading to black, leaving the safehouse in a silence that felt louder than before. The monitor flickered over to the Universal Civilization Studies landing page, waiting for input. Chapter 93, Nick Fury, 2. Fury stood up from the rickety chair, his long leather coat creaking in the otherwise quiet room. He walked to the cracked monitor and stared at the Federation logo as if trying to burn a hole through it with his one good eye. He looked like a man who was finally, after decades of playing in the dark, seeing the full board for the first time. Clint muttered, his voice a low grumble from the corner. So, aliens, secret nations, a one-world government. They really just ripped the band-aid off the entire species in an hour. Natasha sighed, leaning her head back against the damp concrete of the bunker wall. And somehow, this is the calm version. Did you feel that? Watching the broadcast. It was like someone took the volume knob on the world's collective anxiety and just turned it down to zero. Clint looked over at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. You okay, Nat? You sound like you're ready to sign up for a Federation ID card and start drinking the Kool-Aid. She thought about it for a beat, her usually guarded expression unusually settled. Yeah. I think so. They didn't lie, Clint. S.H.I.E.L.D. would have buried the existence of the Kree under a mountain of redacted files and black ink until a ship actually crashed into the Potomac. These people just put them in a textbook. That helps. That's true, Clint admitted, tapping his arrow against his boot. She shrugged, a gesture of weary acceptance. It's logical. It's hard to argue with a map of the galaxy. Fury turned away from the screen, his long coat swishing against the floor. They told the truth they could afford to tell, he said, his voice a low warning. Natasha met his gaze, a challenge in her eyes. You don't trust them. Even after they just stabilized the global economy in 60 days. I trust systems, Fury replied, his voice flat. And I trust that any system this clean is hiding the dirt somewhere deep. He checked a terminal displaying their dead network access, his expression souring. Well, he said dryly, that explains why my inbox has been dead for a long time. It's hard to run a global spy network when the world decides it doesn't want secrets anymore. Clint pushed off the wall, a humorless smirk on his face. You look like you just realized you're retired, Nick. I don't retire, Fury said, his voice sharp. I get reassigned by reality. One of the younger agents, a former analyst, spoke up carefully from the back of the room. Sir, the Illuminati Council. They're public. Transparent. Backed by the Federation. It's what we always said we wanted. Fury shot him a look that silenced the room. Nothing that powerful is ever transparent. It's just better organized. They've centralized the world's anomalies under 6 chairs. That isn't transparency, that's an efficient monopoly on power. Natasha smirked, a real one this time. You sound offended that you weren't invited to the table. I am offended, Fury said without a hint of a joke. I built a global intelligence network with duct tape, blackmail and secrets. These people show up with the infrastructure of a Tier 1 civilization and a chancellor who talks like he's already won. He walked over to a side terminal, pulling up intercepted data streams from before the shield collapse. Look at these deployment patterns. Umbrella's logistical network was in place months before the Federation was even announced. Clint leaned over his shoulder, whistling low. That currency thing, the origin. Market stabilized in weeks. No inflation, no bank runs. Because they planned for it, Fury replied. Which means this didn't start yesterday. Someone saw the board long before the pieces moved. Someone with a level of foresight that makes the World Security Council look like a chess club for beginners. Natasha tilted her head. You thinking Stark? Stark builds loud, Fury said, shaking his head. This was quiet. She raised an eyebrow. Wakanda. They don't step out of the shadows unless forced, Fury replied. Same with underwater kings who apparently exist. They were hiding from us for a reason. Which means someone gave them a more compelling reason to come out. I spent years thinking I was the man in the middle, he said, his voice low. The guy holding the keys to the kingdom. Turns out I was standing on the edge of the map looking at the wrong territory. Clint crossed his arms. You mad? No, Fury said after a beat. I'm impressed. That surprised them. Natasha smiled faintly. That's new. Don't get used to it, Fury replied. Impressed doesn't mean comfortable. Comfortable gets you killed. Natasha's expression shifted, her tactical mind circling back to the broadcast's content, picking at the loose threads. Something about it felt incomplete, Nick. They told people about threats out there. Space, empires, even Asgard. But they were careful. Almost too careful. Fury finally looked up from the terminal, his one eye locking onto hers. Careful how? They explained the danger, Natasha said, her voice dropping. But only the kind you can see coming. The kind with warships and borders. It was a disclosure designed to unify, not to terrify. Clint noticed the shift in the air, the way the two spies were now communicating on a different frequency. Okay. That look usually means you're holding something back, Fury. Fury's expression stayed neutral, the hard mask of the director returning. I'm holding back assumptions. But Romanoff is right. When someone gives you 90% of the truth, it's usually because the last 10% would cause a total psychological collapse. Clint frowned. And you think they already know that 10%? Fury's jaw set. I think they know things none of us were cleared for. I think there's a threat already here, or something so fundamental to our reality that it would break the Federation if it got out. He stood, reaching for his coat. And whatever it is, it's buried for a reason. If the Council is the shield, I want to know what they're actually shielding us from. Clint spoke, his voice echoing off the damp concrete walls of their tomb. So what now? Fury leaned back against the terminal, folding his arms. Now we find out who's really running the Earth Federation, he said. No one builds a global infrastructure this fast without a blueprint that started years ago. Natasha chuckled softly, though her eyes remained sharp, scanning the data streams on the secondary monitors. Still paranoid. Still alive, Fury shot back. He looked around at the handful of agents left to him, the ragged remnants of a ghost agency. The world doesn't need S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore, he said. The Federation has the resources and the transparency we never had. But it still needs eyes in the dark. A system this perfect always has a shadow. He stood up, resolve settling into his posture. The weight of his obsolete authority was replaced by a leaner objective. We don't fight the Federation. We don't expose the Illuminati. If they can keep the Kree at bay and the economy stable, we let them. Clint frowned, shifting his weight. Then what? We just sit in the basement and watch the news. We watch and verify, Fury said simply. Every system has a failure point. Every council has a secret they didn't put in the public archive. And when something slips through their perfect system. A dangerous smile crossed his face. We're the ones who catch it. Natasha nodded, already beginning to scrub their digital signatures, to align with the new Federation communication protocols, to become a new kind of ghost. Off the books. Always, Fury said. He glanced once more at the dark screen where the Federation emblem had been. Chapter 94, Old Steve Rogers, 1. The old television in the corner of the living room hummed softly, its cathode ray tube emitting a faint warmth that felt more grounded and real than the rest of the world. Steve Rogers sat in a sturdy wooden chair that had probably been in Peggy Carter's family longer than most modern governments had existed. The room smelled of lavender polish, aged paper, and the sweet scent of English tea, an aroma that anchored him to the present, even as the images flickering across the screen threatened to pull him into a future he hadn't asked for. Peggy's house had always been a sanctuary of stillness, a place where time flowed gently like a river. It was exactly the kind of environment Steve needed to process the earth-shattering weight of the broadcast currently unfolding on the glass. The transmission from Geneva was already in full swing. The Federation Tower stood like a needle of polished obsidian on the screen, a monument to a global unity that Steve found difficult to reconcile with his own bloody memories of war. The men at the podium spoke with a level of calm certainty that Steve had only witnessed in a handful of men, most of them legendary commanders on the front lines of the Second World War. Steve leaned back in his chair, his calloused hands resting flat against his knees. The most jarring aspect was the delivery. There were no frantic news scrolls at the bottom of the screen, no hysterical anchors shouting over one another and no emergency sirens wailing in the distance outside. Instead, the world seemed to be holding its breath in a collective calm. The entire disclosure was information-driven, presented with the irrefutable logic of a board meeting rather than the fire and brimstone of a political rally. "This isn't my world," Steve muttered quietly to the empty room. He had known for a while that the tracks of history in this universe were laid differently. He had seen faces on the street that should have been buried in the frozen soil of the 1940s. He had seen technologies in the hands of civilians that his version of S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have mastered for another 50 years. But seeing the total replacement of every nation-state with a singular Earth Federation made the reality of his displacement absolute. In the world he remembered, unity was a fragile thing, a temporary alliance forged in the fires of World War II or the desperate defense of New York against an alien horde. It was a bridge built of glass that shattered the moment the immediate threat was gone. Here, the bridge was made of reinforced steel, integrated logistics, and a unified currency. They had deleted the borders, discarded the currencies and unified the law under a single banner without firing a shot in the streets. "That would have taken a miracle back home," he said, his eyes narrowing as the leader moved the discussion from the politics of Earth to the geography of the deep cosmos. The screen filled with the alien iconography of the Kree Empire and the Nova Corps. Steve watched the high-resolution images of warships that looked like they belonged in a science fiction serial from his youth. But there was no wonder in the leader's voice, only a strategic assessment of threat levels and diplomatic capabilities. Steve exhaled slowly through his nose, his jaw tightening. He had fought aliens before, but that had been a scramble. That had been damage control. What he was seeing now was preparation on a species-wide scale. "They're not waiting for the punch," Steve said, a note of grudging respect in his voice. "They're stepping into the ring, ready for the fight." He understood the Kree warships immediately. They were militarized and clearly operated under a strict chain of command. An enemy like that couldn't be beaten with a rousing speech about freedom or a sacrificial charge into the breach. They were the kind of existential threat that required exactly what the Federation was offering. Unified logistics and a long-term planetary defensive posture. Steve looked around the living room, his gaze lingering on the black and white photographs of Peggy during the war. She looked young, determined, and impossibly hopeful. Peggy had always hated the messiness of bureaucracy, the way self-serving politicians traded lives for votes. The broadcast shifted its focus back to the internal map of Earth, specifically to the heart of Africa. He watched Chala step forward, a king whose authority was so natural and inherent it didn't need the trappings of a crown or a scepter. Then came the second reveal, Talokan. Seeing the ocean floor light up with cities carved from the deep-sea rock caught Steve completely off guard. He watched Namor speak, the man's sharp edge reminding him of a commander who had seen too much waste and had no time for pleasantries. Steve leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his focus absolute, as the holographic display on the screen shifted to reveal the inner sanctum of the Federation Tower. The leader stood aside, allowing the camera to pan across the seated members of the newly disclosed Illuminati Council. Arian. Stark. Wanda. Chala. Namor. The leader. Steve's eyes lingered on Tony Stark longer than the others. This wasn't the Tony he remembered from his memories. Tony had always looked like a man vibrating at a frequency that was slowly tearing him apart. He had been a man of frantic energy, his eyes haunted by the unknown threats, his shoulders hunched under the crushing weight of being the world's singular shield. But the man on the screen now was different. He was still Tony Stark, but it was tempered. He sat with a relaxed confidence, a stillness that spoke of a man who was no longer fighting his own demons, but had instead tamed them. He looked stable. He looked like a man who had finally found his place in the world. Chapter 95, Old Steve Rogers, 2. Steve didn't know how he felt about that yet. There was a part of him, the old soldier who valued the individual spirit, that felt a flicker of unease at such total integration. But the rational side of him, the side that had seen too many good men break under solitary pressure, felt a profound sense of relief for the men on the screen. Then the Chancellor spoke about the Council's specific mandate, the first line of defense against non-standard threats. Steve folded his arms across his chest, a gesture of deep contemplation. "That's new," he said quietly to the empty room. "They're not pretending everyone can be a hero." In the world Steve came from, the hero was a marketing term, a burden placed on anyone with a pulse and a power. It led to vigilantism and to the inevitable collateral damage of amateurs trying to handle professional problems. This federation was drawing a clear line in the sand. They were stating, quite clearly, that the defense of the planet was a specialized operation. The broadcast continued, detailing the educational reforms and the shared data archives. Steve huffed an incredulous laugh. We couldn't even agree on history books back home, he muttered. In his memory, every nation had its own version of the truth, its own grievances to nurse, its own propaganda to peddle. This world had simply uploaded a unified human history to the global grid and made it the standard before anyone had the chance to argue. When the speech finally ended and the Federation emblem settled onto the screen, the room felt strangely quiet. The low hum of the old television seemed louder now that the leader's authoritative voice was gone. Steve reached over and turned the set off with a soft click. The silence settled over the house like a heavy blanket. He stayed there for a long time, staring at the darkened glass, his own reflection a ghostly image superimposed over the furniture. He thought about Brooklyn, the real Brooklyn, with its laundry lines strung between tenements and the smell of coal smoke in the air. He thought about the war, the endless mud and the way it felt to look at a map and see a world on fire. He thought about his life in this timeline, in a past that had rebuilt itself so thoroughly that he often felt like a ghost in his own skin. He had felt lost once before, waking up in a world of glass towers and digital noise. But that world, his world, had felt fragile, held together by string and prayer and the desperate efforts of a few good people. One moment from the broadcast kept replaying in his mind, looping like a film reel that refused to snap or fade. Bucky. James Buchanan Barnes had stood there, in the open, under the unforgiving lights of global scrutiny. He had been introduced to 8 billion people as a man who had reclaimed his soul. Steve let out a shuddering breath that seemed to whistle in the quiet of the living room. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his fingers interlaced so tightly his knuckles turned white. Seeing Bucky in 2009 without the haunted edges of Hydra's brainwashing was a shock that hit him harder than any physical blow. In the world Steve remembered, Bucky's recovery had been a years-long crawl through a dark tunnel of trauma, hard-won and always shadowed by the ever-present fear that a few Russian words could turn him back into a mindless monster. Here, Bucky wore his role as a second-in-command of the Illuminati with a quiet dignity. They even fixed his arm, Steve muttered, noticing the almost organic integration of the new vibranium prosthetic. It looked like a part of him. Steve shook his head slowly, a tired smile finally tugging at the corner of his mouth. Guess you finally got that second chance, Buck. Without the 60 years of nightmare. As the weight of Bucky's presence settled, Steve's mind turned to the two figures who remained the biggest enigmas of this new world. The two men who seemed to be the twin engines driving this entire global shift. The leader and Arian. Steve leaned back in the creaking chair, his eyes narrowing slightly as he recalled the name that had become a permanent fixture of his daily life over the past year, Arian Spencer. He had seen that name everywhere, on the masthead of newspapers, in the corner of public terminals and whispered with a mixture of awe and genuine gratitude in every diner Steve had stepped into across the country. Arian Spencer, the CEO of Umbrella. What was even more surprising was that in this universe, the man was the partner of Wanda Maximoff. The most powerful tech mogul on the planet and the primary authority on the metaphysical, standing together. It was a powerful that made presidents look like local mayors. But it was Arian's gift to the world that truly baffled Steve. The man had invented the most powerful information infrastructure in history, Google, and then simply gifted it to the world. He had launched Google Library, Google Scholar, and a dozen other platforms designed to educate the masses for free, without a subscription fee, without an ad. Steve huffed a disbelieving laugh, shaking his head. That still blows my mind. One man had organized the planet's information like it was a weekend project, providing every person with a phone, Umbrella One. Chapter 96, Old Steve Rogers, 3. But as impressive as the technology was, it wasn't what had finally won Steve over. It was the hospitals. That was the detail that finally broke through Steve's stoic shell. He had visited them personally over the past few months. He'd gone as a nameless old man in a nondescript jacket and a baseball cap, blending into the quiet desperation of the waiting rooms. He had gone to the poorer neighborhoods, the places the old world and the old governments usually ignored, the places that were treated like statistical write-offs. What he found there were clean buildings and modern equipment that actually worked. He saw doctors who didn't look at their watches every 30 seconds, harried and overworked. He saw nurses who had the time to sit and talk to a scared patient, to hold a hand, to offer a kind word. Steve remembered sitting in the corner of a waiting room in a struggling district of Queens, eavesdropping on the conversations around him. He'd heard a woman in a threadbare coat talking on her Umbrella One, her voice thick with tears of relief, about how her father finally got a heart valve replacement without the family having to sell their house. He'd seen a man in a construction worker's uniform thanking a receptionist with a fervor usually reserved for priests because his daughter's life-saving diabetes medication was fully covered by the Umbrella network. Steve had watched the staff, his soldiers' eyes looking for the cracks, looking for the catch, the hidden angle. But they were just working. These places are real, Steve said aloud to the empty room, his voice firm with a newfound conviction. You didn't fake this, Spencer. You actually built it. That mattered to Steve more than any press release or galactic disclosure. Arian had filled the gaps that governments had used as political footballs for a century. Then there was the leader. Steve had known politicians his entire life, the silver-tongued liars, the wide-eyed idealists, the career climbers and the occasional goodman lost in the gears of the machine. But the Chancellor of the Earth Federation didn't fit into any of those boxes. Steve had been following him closely ever since the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D., because the man's steady aura hit him with an undeniable weight. He remembered the early interviews, the town halls. The leader gave straight answers. He spoke plainly, without the flowery slogans Steve was so tired of hearing from men who had never seen a battlefield. He took responsibility for the Federation's missteps and didn't pretend he could fix the human condition overnight. And the people listened. They trusted him. They trust you, Steve said thoughtfully, looking at the darkened TV screen. That's a rare thing for a man in a suit. The leader handled the logistics, the unglamorous details of planetary governance, while others were still trying to figure out which way the wind was blowing. Steve smiled faintly, his gaze drifting to the framed photograph of Peggy on the mantel. She had spent her life trying to build a shield that wouldn't be corrupted by the very people it was meant to protect. She had fought against the bureaucracy, the backroom deals and the hidden agendas for decades. He felt an unexpected sense of peace settle over him. The world was in the hands of two kings, a scientist, a magician, a visionary and a leader. And in the middle of it all, his best friend was standing tall, finally free of the long shadow of the Winter Soldier. He stood up slowly, his joints complaining with a dull ache that reminded him of the years he had truly lived. The super soldier serum was still there, a faint thrum in his marrow, but it was no longer the inexhaustible engine of his youth. Decades of peace in this timeline and the natural progression of time had finally begun to catch up with the chemistry in his blood. His muscles didn't pulse with the same infinite stamina they once had and his wounds took days to heal instead of seconds. He was a man whose biological enhancement was finally bowing to the simple weight of his age. He was an old soldier in a borrowed timeline, feeling the wear and tear of a long life and he was okay with that. Steve walked to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. Outside, the neighborhood was bathed in the warm glow of a setting sun. It looked like any other evening in a peaceful suburb. Kids were riding their bikes down the sidewalk, their laughter muffled by the glass. A neighbor was turning over burgers on a grill, the faint scent of charcoal drifting through the air. The world didn't look different. But it was. Every one of those people now knew that the Kree were real, that Asgard was a civilization and that their bank accounts were backed by a global federation that had appeared overnight. And yet, they were just living their usual life. He glanced toward the hallway where Peggy was resting. She was sleeping peacefully, her mind finally at ease in a world that made sense to her. She had lived to see this version of the world, a world where the necessary order she had always dreamed of was finally a reality. Steve returned to his chair and sat down again, slower this time, feeling the comfortable age in his bones. I won't get in the way, he decided. This world deserved the chance to stand on its own without the shadows of the past looming over it. It was a maturing civilization, just as the leader had said. It didn't need a nursemaid. Chapter 97, Aftermath, 1. The world did not end. That was the first thing people noticed. There were no riots in the streets, no mass hysteria and no cities burning under the weight of existential panic. When the broadcast from Geneva ended, cutting to the stoic emblem of the Earth Federation, for a few seconds, maybe a full minute, the entire planet seemed to hold its collective breath. Then, the silence broke by the inquisitive hum of 8 billion people talking at once. In the cafes of Paris and the vibrant markets of Mumbai, the reaction was the same. People looked up from their Umbrella One phones, then at the person standing next to them, a stranger, and found a shared curiosity. The disclosure of the Kree and the Asgardians had triggered a collective realization that the map of their world was larger than they had been told. The most profound shift was in the neighborhoods where the green and white signs of the Umbrella hospitals stood. In the hours following the broadcast, these facilities became the unofficial town squares of the new era. People gathered in the clean, waiting rooms because the buildings represented a promise that had actually been kept. Arian Spencer had built an affordable healthcare infrastructure that worked while the old world's governments were still arguing over budgets and jurisdictions. In New York, London, Mumbai, Tokyo, and Berlin, newsrooms that had spent decades chasing rumors, leaks and half-confirmed intelligence suddenly found themselves behind the curve for the first time in history. These were institutions built on the pride of being first, of having sources embedded deep within the halls of power before governments could even draft a press release. Anchors sat in high-backed chairs, staring at teleprompters that had become outdated in the span of a single sentence. Scripts written just minutes earlier were being frantically scrapped by interns as official data streams rolled in from the Federation Tower faster than producers could process them. Veteran journalists, men and women who had covered the brutality of wars, the tension of elections and the visceral terror of global financial crashes, sat unusually quiet. The air in the studios was thick with the smell of ozone and burnt coffee, but the usual frantic energy had been replaced by a stunned stillness. Producers shouted across rooms stacked with wall-to-wall monitors, each screen replaying the same feed from the Federation Tower but with different analytical overlays. One monitor displayed the precise economic shift of the euro and dollar into the origin currency, another tracked the translation metrics across 300 languages, a third showed a global reaction map pulsing softly in a calm blue. Analysts who had built entire careers arguing about borders, sanctions and trade wars were quietly rewriting their talking points in real time, realizing that half their mental frameworks were now obsolete. "This isn't a crisis broadcast," one senior editor in London said, rubbing his forehead as he watched the playback of the leader's speech loop for the 10th time. "This is a syllabus." The line landed hard. It was repeated in reverent tones in control rooms, clipped into internal memos and quoted anonymously in industry group chats. Within an hour, it was being used openly on the air. Within minutes, the tone shifted across every major network. The screaming red, breaking news banners were removed. The anxiety-inducing alert graphics that usually signaled a catastrophe disappeared. In their place came minimalist lower thirds and more thoughtful camera holds. The fast-talking pundits, the ones who lived on conflict and speculation, were eased out of the frame. They were replaced by people who normally worked in the shadows of academia and research. Astrophysicists, systems engineers, and historians specializing in ancient myths and early civilizations. Economists stepped aside for mathematicians who could explain the elegant logic of the origin currency model. Political commentators gave way to infrastructure experts who broke down how a global logistical transition could occur without causing food shortages or power outages. The usual panic vocabulary, collapse, threat, war, never really caught traction because the data on the monitors simply didn't support it. The markets were steady. The supply chains held. Emergency services reported no significant spikes in activity. Social unrest indicators stayed flat. Every real-time metric told the same story. The system was absorbing the change. The new currency, the origin, had already settled into place so smoothly that most people only noticed when their phone screens refreshed and the numbers, while different, didn't trigger a sense of loss. Salaries arrived on time. Bills processed normally. ATMs worked without a hitch. Digital wallets synced without a single reported error. That alone calmed a lot of nerves. Fear often comes from the wallet, and when the wallet was safe, the mind followed. On a late-night panel in New York, a veteran anchor leaned back in his chair, listening to an umbrella systems engineer calmly explain the Federation's automated logistics network. He nodded slowly, then looked at the camera with an expression of profound respect. "Whatever else this Federation is," he said, his voice echoing in the quiet studio, "they improvised this very, very well." On Wall Street, the reaction was almost eerily quiet. The usual chaos, the shouting, the frantic stampede for the exits and the visceral scent of panic that usually permeated the trading floors, never arrived. Traders who had survived market crashes, housing bubbles and algorithm-driven flash failures sat in front of their multi-monitor setups, waiting for a volatility that refused to appear. Charts moved, but they moved with a mechanical smoothness. Spreads stayed tight. Liquidity held firmly, backed by the transparent reserves of the Federation's new centralized treasury. Currency exchanges across the globe stabilized under a universal valuation model that stripped speculation down to its bare essentials. There were no sudden spikes to exploit, no artificial scarcity to manufacture, and no overnight winners created by insider positioning. The system was an architecture that rewarded stability, not chaos. A senior analyst at Goldman Sachs pulled up cross-market comparisons, his eyes scanning the data before he refreshed the feed again, just to be sure. "No leverage loopholes," he said finally, his voice lowering as if he were speaking in a cathedral. "No arbitrage window. This thing was built to close doors before anyone could even think to run through them." Another trader leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, watching a volatility index sit flat like a pulse that had finally found its rhythm. "You can't game this," he said, a note of professional respect in his tone. "At least not the old ways." The phrase traveled fast across the trading floors and through encrypted private terminals. The old ways are dead. This system was an engineered environment designed to prevent chaos from ever occurring. Outside the glass and steel of the financial districts, the reaction looked far more human. In a small cafe in Sao Paulo, the owner refreshed her business terminal twice, then a third time, convinced the screen had glitched or been hacked. When the numbers stayed the same, reflecting a reality she hadn't dared to hope for, she laughed and turned her phone camera toward herself to record a message. "My loan interest dropped," she said, her face a mix of amusement and lingering suspicion. "I didn't apply for anything. I didn't sign a single form. It just adjusted. The debt is smaller today than it was yesterday." The clip spread locally within minutes, a viral testament to the new logic of the Federation. In Poland, a factory worker checked his wages during a lunch break, his thumb hovering over the screen as he expected confusion, loss, or some hidden fee. Instead, the conversion to origin left his paycheck entirely intact. There were no deductions for the transition, no administrative delays and no exchange rate penalties. The math was transparent and worked exactly as the leader had promised. In rural Kenya, a farmer noticed something even simpler but more profound for his survival. Fertilizer prices had dropped overnight. Transport costs had been updated automatically under the Federation's standardized logistics pricing. When he spoke to the local distributor, the man confirmed it wasn't a temporary promotion or a government subsidy, it was the new global baseline. Messages like these moved faster than any official government statement. Screenshots of balanced bank books replaced wild speculation. One detail emerged again and again, cutting through every language barrier and every digital platform, repeated until it became a global mantra: nobody lost their savings. That simple fact did more to stabilize the world than any speech, broadcast, or show of force ever could. Once people realized their lives had been simplified, not destroyed, the fear faded. In its place, a cautious curiosity began to grow. Chapter 98, Aftermath, 2. The scent of dry erase markers usually signaled the beginning of routine, the olfactory backdrop to algebra or the conjugations of French verbs. But today, in classrooms spanning the longitude of the globe, that smell hung in the air alongside a heavy silence. Teachers stood before whiteboards that remained starkly pristine or were hastily abandoned, half-written equations ignored like artifacts of a bygone era. Lesson plans, crafted over weekends and adhered to with bureaucratic rigor, were discarded without a second thought. In a high school in Seoul, a history teacher dimmed the lights, the broadcast replaying on the smartboard. He paused it frame by frame, dissecting the footage as an autopsy of the world they thought they knew. In a primary school in Ohio, the teacher stepped aside entirely, leaning against her desk with crossed arms, realizing that for the first time in her career, she had nothing to teach that could outweigh what her students were seeing. Discipline, usually a fragile construct held together by seating charts and attention slips, was rendered obsolete. The sheer gravity of the information acted as a hypnotic tether. The teenagers, usually slumped in postures of practiced apathy, were leaning forward. Their chairs scraped against linoleum as they clustered around tablets, the blue light reflecting in widened eyes. The air buzzed with a frantic energy, the kind usually reserved for the night before finals, but stripped of the dread. The aesthetics of the Nova Corps are too sterile, one boy argued, zooming in on the star-shaped helmet of a centurion. It's efficient, sure, but look at Asgard. That's architecture built on a mythic scale. Mythic doesn't mean practical, a girl countered, swiping a diagram of a Xandarian energy grid onto the shared screen. Nova has a disciplined reach. You can map their jurisdiction. Asgard it's a monarchy with magic. How do you legislate that? They were categorizing the universe. Before the bell had even rung, they were mentally moving into a cosmos that had just expanded a billion-fold. In the lower grades, the questions were less about politics and more about the physics of wonder. A 6-year-old raised a hand, her voice trembling with the magnitude of her own curiosity. Are the cities under the ocean wet inside? Do the Asgardians die? Will a spaceship park in the parking lot? The teachers, stripped of their answer keys, found themselves in a position that the education system rarely allowed: vulnerability. I don't know, a teacher in Manchester admitted, sitting on the edge of a desk, looking at his class as fellow travelers. I think we're all going to find out together. At the university level, the shift was seismic. The physical infrastructure of higher learning groaned under the weight of the new reality. Server fans spun into overdrive as terabytes of data flowed through the pipes. The Universal Civilization Studies Archive was a digital library of Alexandria, and millions of students and faculty were trying to walk through the front door simultaneously. In lecture halls, the silence was profound. Professors who had spent 40 years refining their thesis statements watched as datasets scrolled across screens, dismantling their life's work in real time. But there was no mourning, only a ravenous hunger. The information was peer-reviewed by Federation authorities, possessing a clarity that cut through the usual fog of academic squabbling. The administrative offices were chaos. The astrophysics department saw its application portal crash within the hour. Enrollment anomalies flagged red across the system as students from law, marketing, and art history frantically submitted transfer requests. They had seen the writing on the wall, and it was written in star charts. The future was in the slipstream engines and the diplomatic protocols of the stars. Engineering faculties reported a similar siege. Students were clamoring for the newly released technical standards, hungry to understand the math that bridged worlds. Political science departments, usually the domain of terrestrial theory, were suddenly faced with the vertiginous reality of interstellar diplomacy. But it was the history professors who stared at their screens the longest. One professor sat in his office, surrounded by books on the Industrial Revolution and the fall of Rome. He looked at the spine of a volume on World War II, then back to the timeline on his screen that showed galactic movements spanning thousands of years. The context had shattered. Earth was an isolated chapter in a tome that had been being written for eons before humanity invented the wheel. The digital realm, usually a coliseum of vitriol and noise, behaved strangely. Social media did not explode. There was no singular hashtag that swallowed the sun. The algorithm, a beast designed to feed on conflict and outrage, starved in the face of undeniable data. Humor arrived first, as it always did, the human species' primary defense mechanism against existential shock. Within minutes, memes were trending. POV, you find out your planet has lore, captioned over a video of a confused cat staring at a ceiling fan. Side-by-side comparisons of ancient Viking carvings and the golden schematics of Asgardian skiffs flooded the feeds. The humor acted as a pressure valve, venting the terror of the unknown until it was breathable. Then, the deep dives began. The threads were long, meticulous, and collaborative. Users stitched together fragments of Norse myths with the orbital timelines released by the Federation, cross-referencing atmospheric anomalies from the 12th century with recorded Bifrost activations. Engineers, working from their garages, broke down the silhouettes of Kree warships, annotating hull geometry and propulsion signatures with a restraint that bordered on professional reverence. Oceanographers dissected the Tolokan footage frame by frame, isolating the bioluminescence and speculating on the pressure-resistant alloys required to sustain a civilization at such crushing depths. The comment sections, usually a cesspool, fell silent in awe. The implications for marine biology were a total rewrite of the field. Conspiracy theories attempted to sprout invasive weeds in a garden of concrete facts. It's a deepfake, a user posted, analyzing the shadows in the Wakanda footage. The claim survived for exactly 3 minutes. It collapsed under the weight of peer review. Thousands of independent amateur astronomers posted their own telescope readings, confirming the celestial data matched the Federation's charts to the decimal. The accusations of global manipulation dissolved against the open-source verification tools now running as a standard layer on the umbrella's digital grid. You cannot argue with a star map that matches the view from your own backyard. In the domestic sphere, the glow of the screen replaced the hearth. In apartments, dorms, and village homes, the replay loop ran continuously. Families watched in silence, dinner plates forgotten on laps. For the parents, the broadcast was a vertigo-inducing shift. They were the generation of fragility, raised on the idea that economies were house of cards, that governments were inept and that safety was a lie told to keep the peace. They had survived recessions and wars and the slow erosion of trust. To them, the Federation's decisive revelation felt like the floor dropping out. It was a removal of the illusion of choice, replaced by a reality they had never been consulted on. But their children watched with different eyes. To the younger generation, the world had always been broken. They had inherited climate alarms, gridlock and the constant hum of crisis. To them, the Federation looked like competent management. In a cramped apartment in Chicago, the radiators hissed against the cold. A man muted the TV, turning to his wife. On his phone, the origin currency ticker remained rock steady, a flat line of stability in a volatile world. So, he said, his voice dropping, intimate and relieved. We're not crazy for thinking the world was run badly. She didn't look away from the screen. Feels like someone finally admitted it out loud. And then fired the people responsible. In a college dorm in Boston, the air smelled of stale pizza and intense focus. A group of students debated the Nova Empire's legal framework with the pragmatic calculation of students choosing a study abroad program. The jurisdiction overlap is tricky, one said, tapping a stylus against her lip. But the trade incentives? It's a no-brainer. They were already measuring themselves against the new scale. In a stone cottage in rural Spain, 3 generations sat around a heavy oak table. The grandfather, a man with hands like gnarled roots, pointed a finger at the screen during the Asgardian segment. At least now we know what we're up against, he grunted, a soldierly satisfaction in his voice. A visible neighbor is better than an invisible god. And halfway across the world, in a small town in India, the humid air was thick with the scent of wet earth, cardamom and wood smoke. A group of retirees sat on plastic chairs outside a tea stall, the broadcast playing on a small television perched on a crate. Invisible for centuries, one man scoffed, shaking his head as he watched the Wakandan spires glint in the sun. All that power, all that medicine, just hiding in the middle of a continent. It is selfish. His companion took a slow sip of tea, the ceramic cup clinking softly against the saucer. He watched the images of the advanced African nation, his eyes crinkling at the corners. If you had that kind of technology, my friend, he asked softly, would you tell the British? The argument died instantly. Heads nodded in silent agreement. Chapter 99, Aftermath, 3. Wakanda was the first anchor. In a world suddenly adrift in a galactic ocean, the Golden City looked like a promise kept. The footage looped on screens from Nairobi to New York, panoramic sweeps of Bernine Zana that defied the grey expectations of modern urbanism. The vibranium structures hummed with a violet energy that felt less like machinery and more like a nervous system. The technology was woven into the basalt and greenery, efficient and silent. In a cramped faculty lounge at Oxford, a group of historians watched the broadcast in a silence usually reserved for funerals. A tenured professor, a man who had built his career on the inevitability of colonial expansion, took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. They didn't hide because they were afraid, he murmured, his voice rough. They hid because we were children playing with matches. The narrative of human history was being rewritten in real time. The broadcast cut to an interview with a Wakandan historian, a woman with silver rings stretching her neck and a gaze that seemed to pierce through the camera lens. If we had revealed ourselves during the scramble for Africa, she explained, her tone devoid of arrogance, simply stating a thermodynamic truth, we would have turned the continent into a crater. We preserved the technology for a time when the species might use it for something other than its own destruction. It was a sentiment that resonated in living rooms where the drywall was cracking and the bills were piling up. Online, the vitriol that usually accompanied global news failed to materialize. The comment sections, usually a cesspool of geopolitical tribalism, shifted toward a collective humility. They waited until the world grew up, a user posted on a global forum. The post garnered 3 million upvotes in an hour. They waited until there was someone worth talking to, came the top reply. Wakanda became the ultimate rebuttal to cynicism. Parents pointed to the screen, showing their children the maglev trains weaving through hanging gardens. It was a lesson in delayed gratification on a civilizational scale. If a nation could sit on the most advanced power source in history for centuries, watching the world burn around them without intervening until the precise right moment, then perhaps patience was the only real power. Then came Talokan. The reaction followed a predictable curve, humor as a defense mechanism against terror. For the first 6 hours, the internet was a deluge of Aquaman memes and jokes about rent prices in Atlantis. Late-night hosts monologued about diplomatic immunity for calamari and whether the king of the ocean needed a fishing license. It was easier to laugh than to process the fact that 70% of the planet was actually a front lawn. Then the Federation released the topographical scans. The laughter died in the throat. The footage showed cities carved into the walls of deep-sea trenches, glowing with a bioluminescent pulse that rivaled the neon of Tokyo. These were feats of engineering that withstood pressure that would crush a nuclear submarine like an aluminum can. In a shipping logistics office in Rotterdam, a senior operations manager stared at the new map of the Atlantic. His coffee went cold in his hand. The dead zones, he whispered to his assistant, pointing to areas they had previously routed tankers through without a second thought. The areas where we dumped the runoff. They weren't empty. The realization hit the global consciousness like a physical blow. The environmental conversation shifted instantly from conservation to trespassing. The oceans were sovereign territory. Naval analysts in the Pentagon and the Kremlin scrambled to reclassify entire oceans. Shipping lanes that had been open for centuries were suddenly flagged as restricted airspace/waters. The audacity of human industry, the oil spills, the plastic islands, the sonic booming of sonar testing, suddenly looked less like negligence and more like an act of war against a sleeping giant. A viral thread on the Umbrella Grid summed it up with brutal efficiency: we treated the ocean like a dumpster for 200 years. Why wouldn't they hide from a neighbor who trashes their own house? Talokan didn't offer the hope that Wakanda did. It offered consequences. It was the cold splash of water on the face of a species that had forgotten it shared a bunk bed. The old guard tried to speak. Senators and MPs, men and women whose faces were etched into the public consciousness through decades of election cycles, booked airtime. They sat in familiar studios, wearing the same stiff suits, using the same cadence of measured concern and national sovereignty. We must approach this federation with caution, a former heavy hitter of the U.S. Senate declaimed, leaning into the camera with practiced gravity. We cannot simply hand over the keys to our economy without a debate on the floor regarding. The viewer count dropped. People just turned it off. The rhetoric felt like a dial-up modem screeching in a fiber optic world. The Federation had committed the ultimate political sin: it had delivered results before asking for votes. In the 48 hours since the announcement, the origin currency had stabilized global inflation rates that had been erratic for a decade. Supply chains, knotted by years of bureaucratic incompetence, were unkinking as Federation logistics algorithms took over the routing. While the politicians debated what should happen, the populace was already living in what had happened. A new breed of leader stepped into the vacuum. In a town hall in Valencia, a local mayor sat before a bank of microphones. He looked exhausted. His tie was loosened, his sleeves rolled up to the elbows, and he hadn't shaved in 2 days. He was looking at a tablet streaming real-time infrastructure data. Mr. Mayor, a journalist asked, trying to bait him into a philosophical debate about the loss of Spanish autonomy. Do you not feel that accepting Federation fusion cells undermines our cultural identity? The mayor looked up, blinking as if the question was in a language he didn't speak. He gestured to the window, where the streetlights were burning with a steady white light for the first time in years without a brownout. I can argue ideology with the opposition next year, he said, his voice flat, stripped of all performative flair. Right now, my city's transit grid just synced with 3 neighboring regions. The trains are running on time to the second. Our energy costs dropped 40% this morning because we plugged into the grid. The funding for the schools arrived at 8 a.m. and there was zero paperwork. He looked back down at his tablet, dismissing the question and the era it belonged to. People don't care who owns the fence, as long as the house is warm. Next question. From Tokyo to Toronto, the sentiment echoed. Governance was a matter of maintenance. The world wanted a technician to keep the lights on. Chapter 100, Illuminati Council, 1. On the outskirts of Geneva, separated from the main Federation Tower by a kilometer of manicured parkland and an artificial lake, a new structure had finished its silent gestation. The building was a low-profile geometric construct, resting on the edge of the water like a skipped stone frozen in time. The architectural lines were clean, designed to deflect radar, sonar, and visual surveillance with equal indifference. Inside, the air smelled of recycled ozone and the new car scent of high-grade polymers. Tony Stark walked into the foyer, his shoes clicking sharply on the polished floor. He stopped at a junction where a wall of matte black metal met a pane of blast-proof glass. He ran a finger over the seam. It was invisible to the touch. Seamless integration of Stark tech automation and Wakandan vibranium weaving, Tony murmured, a hint of professional jealousy warring with approval in his tone. Yeah. This works. Arian moved past him, his attention fixed on a translucent slate in his hand. Internal scrubbers are operating at 99% efficiency, Arian said, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. The metaphysical shielding is active. It was a physical manifestation of their alliance. The foundation was Stark's engineering, the skeleton was Wakandan vibranium, the pressure seals were Talacanal composites and the nervous system was the Umbrella's digital architecture. It was the most secure room on the planet, built to survive anything from a nuclear strike to a sorcerer's curse. They entered the central chamber. It was a circular room, dominated by a round table made of a non-reflective material. Above, a domed ceiling displayed a real-time holographic map of the solar system, the planets orbiting in a slow dance. Separated by a wall of polarized glass, a gallery overlooked the floor. This was the perch for the eyes and ears, the seconds in command who managed the logistics while the leaders managed the philosophy. Pietro Maximoff leaned against the railing, his silver hair catching the light. He was vibrating slightly, a blur of potential energy, his eyes tracking every micro-movement in the room below. Beside him, Sharon Carter was already working, her fingers flying across a tablet as she routed secure comms channels through the building's hard lines. Bucky Barnes stood like a statue near the door, his hands clasped behind his back. The Winter Soldier was gone, but the vigilance remained. He watched the perimeter out of habit. Down on the floor, the heavy hitters took their places. Chala stood with his arms crossed, the Panther habit retracted into a formal suit. Namor sat with a regal sprawl, looking bored by the lack of water but respectful of the engineering. The leader sat slightly apart, his expression composed and thoughtful under the chamber lights. Wanda Maximoff stood near the window, looking out at the lake, her red leather jacket creaking softly as she turned. Tony broke the silence. He tossed his slate onto the table, the clatter sharp and deliberate. So, Stark said, leaning back in his chair and steepling his fingers. We have the ultimate clubhouse. We have the heat shielding and the coffee machine that costs more than a Ferrari. But we have a branding issue. He gestured around the room. Before we start making civilization-level decisions, like how to handle a Kree scouting party or what to do if a Celestial decides to park in orbit, we need a name. The office feels a little undersold. And Federation NXB sounds like where dreams go to die. Chala tilted his head, the overhead light catching the vibranium weave in his collar. Agreed. If we do not name ourselves, the media will do it for us. And they are rarely kind. It shouldn't sound secret, Wanda added, turning from the window. Her voice was soft but carried effortlessly. The world knows we are here now. If we sound like a shadow, they will treat us like a conspiracy. Or a threat, Sharon's voice piped in from the gallery speakers, crisp and distorted by the glass. We're supposed to be the safety net, not the sword hanging over their heads. The branding needs to say protection, not occupation. The leader folded his hands on the polished surface of the table. And it must survive legal scrutiny, he noted, his voice raspy. It needs to appear in a budget report or a treaty without sounding like the title of a pulp comic book. Tony grinned. I like where this is going. No, Super Secret Bunker 12. Good start. Global Defense Nexus, a Federation liaison offered tentatively from the back of the gallery. Tony grimaced as if he'd bitten into a lemon. Hard pass. Sounds like a budget committee with delusions of grandeur. Too many syllables, not enough heart. It sounds expensive and slow. Unified Strategic Command, Sharon suggested, reading from her tablet. Namor snorted, a derisive sound that echoed. That name invites people to test it. It sounds like a challenge to a king. You do not name a shield, the unbreakable wall, unless you want someone to bring a hammer. World Anomaly Bureau, Pietro chimed in, leaning over the rail. Wanda shook her head immediately. Too clinical. It makes it sound like we're filing paperwork while reality collapses. We aren't bureaucrats, Pietro. We are the ones who stand in the way. Tony flicked his wrist, scrolling through a projected list of discarded options on the holographic display above the table. Every time someone says global, supreme, or ultimate, I feel like we're one bad logo design away from becoming the villains, Tony said. We need something grounded. Something that implies we're doing a job, not seeking worship. The Citadel, someone suggested. Veto, Tony said instantly. Implies we're hiding behind walls. We're not under siege. Aegis Complex, another voice offered. Already rejected, Tony sighed. Too mythological. SHIELD already played the acronym game and look how that turned out. We're trying to move away from being gods and toward being specialists. The leader nodded slowly. Visibility is the key. If people hear the name and feel watched, we fail. If they hear the name and feel covered, we succeed. The name is the first layer of transparency. A pause settled over the room. The list of rejected names was growing longer than the list of attendees. This building should project responsibility, Wanda said quietly, tracing a pattern on the table. That's the problem, Pietro muttered from the gallery. Responsibility doesn't market well. People want heroes or they want machines. They don't want responsible guardians. They stopped pitching titles meant to inspire awe and started thinking about function. What was this building? It was a shield. It was a warning system. Pietro straightened up, his eyes narrowing as a thought struck him. He dropped the playful tone. What about Sentinel? Tony stopped scrolling. He turned his chair slowly to face the partition. Elaborate. Don't ruin it. Pietro gripped the railing. Sentinels watch. They warn. They stand on the wall where others can't, they make sure the perimeter is safe. Wanda nodded slowly, the logic clicking into place. She looked at Arian, then at Chala. That fits. A sentinel does not interfere unless the gate is breached. The leader considered it, his fingers tapping a rhythmic sequence on the table. A sentinel exists to protect. It implies a duty that is constant. Tony snapped his fingers, the sound sharp in the acoustic perfection of the room. Sentinel complex, Tony said, testing the weight of it. Simple and clean. Hard to turn into a villain monologue. He looked at Arian. Arian gave a single nod. Approved, the leader said. Sharon typed the command into the master registry. The holographic display above them flickered, the solar system map fading to the background as text scrolled across the dome, burning itself into the official record of the Federation. Sentinel Complex. Primary seat of the Illuminati Council. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Illuminati Council, 2. Tony leaned forward, his palms flat against the cool surface of the table. The blue light from the holographic map above cast angular shadows across his face, highlighting the exhaustion he usually masked with caffeine and wit. Next item on the docket, he said, his voice cutting through the hum of the atmospheric scrubbers. The Earth Defense Forces. The EDF. The name hung in the air, a heavy weight that seemed to shift the gravity of the room. Arian spoke first, his voice a calm counterpoint to Tony's intensity. The EDF exists under the direct oversight of this council. It is the executive arm of our defensive policy. If the Federation is the heart of the new world, the EDF is the immune system. The leader inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the hierarchy but waiting for the specifics. Tony tapped a button on the table and the hologram shifted, displaying a sprawling organizational chart. But let's be real. We can't pretend the planet runs on anomaly response alone. 99% of the threats out there are still human tier. We can't be calling a meeting of the Illuminati every time a localized insurgent group in the Andes tries to hijack a fusion shipment or a pirate fleet gets ambitious in the South China Sea. From the gallery above, Bucky Barnes shifted his weight, his metal hand glinting. What about deployment authority? Who gives the order to put boots on the ground? In a crisis, half a second is the difference between a controlled situation and a massacre. The leader folded his hands, his gaze fixed on Tony. Authority must be clear. Ambiguity in the chain of command during a crisis is how cities fall. The people need to know whose flag the soldiers are following. During peacetime, Arian answered, his fingers swiping across his slate, both the Earth Federation and the Illuminati Council hold command authority. It is a dual-key system. Checks and balances. The leader nodded slowly, absorbing the logistics. Shared command, but defined boundaries. We need to categorize the triggers clearly. We can't have two hands on the same steering wheel if they're trying to turn in different directions. The boundaries for the Earth Federation are strictly terrestrial and administrative, Arian stated, his tone firm. He projected a list of civilian scope duties. Disaster relief, anti-terror operations, border security, peacekeeping, and internal security coordination. They handle the critical infrastructure, the evacuations, and the post-conflict stabilization. The mundane reality of keeping a planet upright. Tony added a cynical postscript. Basically, everything that keeps daily life running without turning the planet into a permanent war zone. The Federation handles the world as it is. The stuff that keeps the lights on and the grocery stores stocked. The boundaries for the Illuminati Council, Arian continued, the display flickering to a more complex set of parameters, are for when the world stops making sense. Anomalies. Space traffic control. Civilization scale threats. We manage extraterrestrial contact, hostile non-human entities and any dimensional or metaphysical incidents. We also handle advanced technology containment, the toys that are too dangerous for a public lab. Tony leaned back, a small smile playing on his lips. Anything that starts breaking the rules everyone else is operating under. If it has more than 4 dimensions or it's screaming in a language that predates the dinosaurs, it's ours. Arian nodded. The Illuminati operates where conventional governance stops being effective. We step in where response time, specialized expertise, and total containment matter more than standard bureaucratic procedure. During peacetime, both bodies may mobilize the EDF within their respective boundaries. Behind the glass, the Federation representatives whispered among themselves. It was a perfect compromise. The civilian government kept its image of control over domestic safety, while the impossible horrors were offloaded to the Council. Then Arian's tone shifted, becoming more absolute. However, during planetary emergencies involving non-human civilizations, the Illuminati assumes command authority alone. The dual-key system is suspended. Total martial control. Namor leaned forward, his eyes narrowing like a predator's. The light reflected off the obsidian-like features of his face. Define planetary emergency. I will not have my forces or the defense of the ocean subsumed by a vague definition from a surface dweller's textbook. Arian swiped a hand across the air and the primary screen flashed with high-contrast text. Planetary emergency conditions. Confirmed hostile non-human civilization engagement. Existential-level cosmic entity presence. Invasion class event. Planetary infrastructure collapse risk. Wanda spoke then, her voice quiet but possessing a resonant weight that forced everyone to turn toward her. Anything that threatens the survival of humanity as a whole. When the species is the target, we are the only hand on the hilt. There is no time for committees when the sky is falling. The leader gave a short nod. Agreed. The transition of power must be automatic and indisputable once these criteria are met. In the gallery, Sharon Carter's fingers moved in a blur across her tablet. The text on the screen flashed a vibrant green. Clause accepted. Tony brought up a new projection, this one a breakdown of the EDF's internal structure. Let's be clear, Tony said, his voice dropping the humor. Training doesn't happen under politicians. It never has and it never should. If you let a committee decide how to hold a rifle, everyone ends up shooting their own feet. The EDF needs to be a scalpel, not a blunt instrument. In the gallery, Sharon Carter smiled faintly. She knew the old guard at the Pentagon would be foaming at the mouth. Tony expanded the holographic modules, floating them in the center of the room. EDF Training Framework. Doctrine, managed exclusively under Illuminati standards. Equipment, integrated Illuminati-approved technology. Briefing, full orientation on cosmic threat tiers and non-human biology. Selection, standardized psychological and loyalty screening. Readiness, command response simulations updated quarterly. This isn't about replacing soldiers, Tony continued, it's about updating them. You can't throw 20th century training at 21st century problems, especially when those problems are dropping from orbit at Mach 20. We're building a force that doesn't blink when they see something with 3 heads and a death ray. Sharon studied the 4th point, her brow furrowing. Standardized psychological screening. That's going to make the old guard generals very nervous, Tony. They don't like people digging into the heads of their best colonels. Good, Tony replied instantly. Anyone uncomfortable with stress testing and absolute accountability probably shouldn't be commanding planetary defense assets. We need soldiers who can process the impossible without having a psychotic break. Bucky Barnes crossed his arms, the metal of his prosthetic arm creaking slightly. What kind of doctrine? Guerrilla. Conventional. Asymmetric. Arian answered, his voice steady. Threat-based response. No dying for the flag. You train for outcomes. If the objective is to minimize civilian casualties while neutralizing a metaphysical anomaly, that is the only metric that matters. The soldiers are taught that Earth is a single point of failure. There is no us versus them, there is only the planet. Tony nodded. EDF units don't learn politics. They don't care who's winning an election in France or Brazil. They learn response tiers. They need to know the difference between a riot, a terror cell and an extinction-level event at a glance. They act based on the threat, not the geography. Sharon scrolled through the simulation module. Quarterly updates. That's an aggressive cycle. Most militaries take years to change a manual. Minimum, Tony said. The universe doesn't wait for fiscal years or budget committees. Every time we learn something new, new tech from a Kree scout, new physics from the Umbrella, new enemy behavior, it goes straight into the training sims. We patch the military the same way I patch my suits. Real-time updates. Pietro grinned from the railing, his silver hair a mess. So basically, no dinosaurs allowed. Tony smirked, finally looking up. Exactly. If someone wants to fight the last war with tanks and trenches, they can retire with honors and a gold watch. The EDF trains for the war that hasn't started yet. Sharon closed the file, already drafting the rollout notes for the Federation's regional commanders. The pushback would be a political firestorm of unprecedented scale. Yeah, she said quietly. This is definitely going to upset a lot of generals. Tony shrugged, turning back to the table with a look of predatory focus. Good. If they're upset, it means they're paying attention. Chapter 102, Illuminati Council, 3. They spent hours on the minutiae, the kind of granular detail that determined whether a system functioned or fractured under pressure. They hammered out the ranks, distinct from old national titles to avoid lingering loyalties, the chains of command and the emergency overrides. Fail-safes were layered on top of fail-safes, creating a structural integrity that favored survival over bureaucracy. The Earth Defense Forces would be visible. They would be uniformed and standardized, high-performance gear and unmistakably public. There would be no black budgets, no deniable units and no shadows for corruption to grow in. If the EDF moved, the world would see it and they would know exactly whose authority had signed the order. Bucky Barnes broke the rhythm of the technical back and forth, his voice grounding the room in the messy reality of soldiers and ego. And if an EDF unit resists Illuminati command during a planetary emergency? If a general decides he knows better than the council? The room went quiet. The air seemed to thicken. Tony Stark's tone sharpened, losing its casual edge and becoming something cold. They won't. Behind the transparent glass, some of the Federation observers stiffened. They heard the unspoken weight behind that statement, the absolute confidence of men who had already accounted for human error. Arian followed up, his voice a calm contrast to Tony's sharpness. The doctrine will be written into their oaths, reinforced by the mental conditioning of their training. Command authority during planetary emergencies is absolute. The system is being built so that the transition of power is as natural as a heart rate increasing during a run. Sharon looked up from her console, her face illuminated by the data streams. And it's enforced through the sims, she said, stress-tested until the hesitation and the instinct to check with a local politician or a former superior disappears entirely. We're giving them a new baseline for reality. Chala added his voice, their loyalty will be to humanity. To Earth. Not to flags that no longer represent the borders of our threats and not to governments that deal in years. Namor, whose own people understood the concept of absolute monarchical command better than anyone, nodded. And the consequences for hesitation? Tony finally looked up, his gaze steady. Removal from command. Immediate. No hearings and no appeals until the threat is neutralized. If you stop to think about your career while a Kree warship is charging its main cannon, you're already in the wrong job. The finality of the statement hung in the air until the display flashed. Clause accepted. Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, the tension in his shoulders finally giving way to a more familiar curiosity. So, he said, his eyes scanning the faces around the table, before we get buried under training schedules and procurement spreadsheets that could fill a stadium. I want to confirm something. Arian looked up from his datapad, his expression as unreadable as the data scrolling across it. Go on. Tony grinned, a knowing look. If I remember correctly, someone. He pointed vaguely in Arian's direction, promised to send super soldiers our way once the world stopped screaming and things stabilized. I've been checking the manifest. It's still empty. Wanda smiled, her posture relaxed. Chala's lips curved slightly, acknowledging the weight of the topic, while Namor folded his arms over his chest, his interest clearly piqued. Arian looked amused, but his voice remained measured. I remember, he said calmly. And I keep my promises. I currently command one special unit consisting of super soldier personnel under Umbrella Security Service. USS. He continued evenly, they've already operated as a unified force. You've seen them in the field before, specifically during the SHIELD Hydra collapse. The reaction in the room was immediate. One of the Federation representatives behind the glass leaned forward so far he nearly touched the partition, caught entirely off guard. Wait, he said, his voice crackling through the intercom with a tone of forced caution. Are we talking about super soldiers? As in Captain America level? Bucky Barnes straightened in his seat, his eyes narrowing with the focused intensity of a man who knew exactly what that kind of power meant on a tactical level. That kind of capability doesn't just appear out of a vacuum, Bucky said. It took decades of failure just to get close. How many are we talking about? Arian kept his attention on the table, ignoring the rising hum of murmurs from the observers. 1,000, he said simply. The room reacted as if a physical shock had passed through it. Bucky let out an audible breath, shaking his head. You're kidding. A Federation official nearby muttered under his breath, that's not a unit. That's an army. The leader leaned forward, folding his hands on the table. His expression was controlled and neutral, the perfect mask of a politician encountering information that shifted the entire global power balance. 1,000 enhanced personnel, the leader said slowly, weighing each syllable. That raises an obvious question for the Federation. Can this process be expanded? Can we replicate the results? Arian shook his head once. Mass production is impossible, he said. The methodology we use doesn't scale like conventional technology. I already spent nearly all of Umbrella's discretionary income, just to build and stabilize those 1,000 units. That drew another round of looks. One of the Federation defense advisors, a man who had built his career on military scaling, spoke up. You're saying this isn't something we can roll out to millions if a planetary invasion demands it? No, Arian replied evenly. Bucky frowned, his mind already running through the logistics of a battlefield where the enemy might have numbers on their side. Why? If the formula works, why stop there? Because the process is limited on two fronts, Arian said evenly. Each enhancement consumes materials that cannot be replaced or synthesized at scale, resources that took decades to accumulate. At the same time, the success rate collapses past a hard biological ceiling. Out of millions of candidates, only a fraction meet the compatibility threshold. Push beyond that limit and the process creates catastrophic failures. Once the resources are gone, the program ends permanently. The leader glanced around the room, reading the faces of the council, then looked back to Arian. He understood the strategic trade-off. Then the logical conclusion, he said, is that these soldiers are not a standard infantry. They are strategic assets. Exactly, Arian replied. Arian tapped the table once. The room lights dimmed as a structured projection unfolded above the center of the table, casting a blue glow over the faces of the council. Super Soldier Asset Distribution. Transfer Proposal. 850 USS Super Soldiers Earth Defense Forces, EDF. 50 USS Super Soldiers Umbrella Security Service, retained. 50 USS Super Soldiers Stark Industries. 50 USS Super Soldiers Earth Federation Headquarters Security. Total deployed, 1,000 units. Total under EDF operational control, 850 units. The room remained silent for a long moment as the logic of the distribution sank in. By placing 85% of the enhanced personnel directly into the EDF, Arian was effectively handing the Illuminati its primary fist. Chapter 103, Illuminati Council, 4. Tony blinked, his gaze shifting from the projection back to Arian. Hold on. You're giving me 50? As in, 50 Steve tier units just to watch my lobby? Arian nodded, his expression remaining flat. Yes. Tony let out a short laugh, leaning back until his chair creaked. That's a lot, Arian. Even for me. That's more security than the president used to get for a foreign summit. You're a public figure now, Tony, Arian said, you're Iron Man, a founding council member in the face on every screen on the planet. That makes your company, your engineers, and anyone close to you a primary target for anyone who wants to destabilize the Illuminati. Tony's smile faded, the reality of the security detail sinking in. The humor left his eyes as he considered the logistical weight of having a small army of super soldiers embedded in Stark Industries. Then, he scoffed, trying to reclaim the room's energy. First of all, Tony said, pointing a finger across the table, I haven't officially accepted that name yet. Iron Man is a media invention. Arian's eyes locked on Tony's. Tony, your face has been broadcast in more languages than most world leaders. The world named you months ago. You're just the last one to stop fighting it. Tony huffed a laugh, looking at Wanda and Chala, who both watched him with a knowing patience. So I don't even get a press conference. No dramatic walk-on music. Just a memo. You can announce it whenever you want, Arian replied dryly. But at this point, no one will be surprised. They're already waiting for the merchandise. Tony shook his head, a genuine grin breaking through despite the loss of his reveal. Great. I lost my privacy and my dramatic reveal in the same year. I don't want to read about an attack that could have been prevented, Arian continued, cutting through the banter. Those soldiers are there so you don't have to lose anyone because you stood in the open. Pepper, your staff, your R&D labs, they are too important to the Federation's long-term goals to leave to chance. Tony exhaled, the weight of the gesture finally landing. He looked at the projection of the 50 units assigned to him, realizing they were a shield he hadn't realized he needed. He nodded slowly. You really don't do things halfway, do you? Most people would have sent a specialized alarm system. Arian allowed a rare smile to touch his lips. I take care of my friends, Tony. Tony shook his head, looking down at the table, amused and quietly appreciative of the loyalty. Yeah, still generous. I'll clear the barrack space at the Malibu facility. The Federation representatives behind the glass exchanged looks as the numbers sank in. The air in the observer gallery was thick with the silent calculation of power. 50 to the Federation, one of the observers said carefully, his voice amplified by the room's internal comms. Directly under our roof. For headquarters security, Arian confirmed, permanent rotation. Defensive mandate only. They are there to ensure the continuity of government, not to enforce domestic policy. The leader spoke. His voice was anchored in the pragmatic reality of a man who had spent his life navigating the vulnerabilities of power. That's necessary, he said, his eyes scanning the data on his screen. The Federation represents the face of civilian governance. If its headquarters can be threatened or compromised, then everything we've built becomes symbolic instead of functional. A government that cannot protect its own halls has no authority to protect its citizens. He folded his hands lightly on the table. We've centralized global law, the economy, and logistical coordination here in Geneva. That makes this building the single most important target on the planet by default, politically, ideologically, and strategically. Without an elite security layer, we'd be asking diplomats, data analysts, and civil servants to stand on the front line of the next global crisis. That is an unacceptable risk. Tony nodded, leaning back and looking up at the ceiling as if visualizing the physical security grid. He's right. If someone takes a shot at the Federation, they're attacking the infrastructure of global stability. They're trying to restart the chaos we just finished ending. Exactly, the leader replied, his gaze meeting Tony's. Those soldiers are here to ensure that no single strike, no matter how sophisticated, can decapitate the system. They're the guarantee that the lights stay on and the laws remain in effect. The military advisors were more focused on the 850. That was enough to decapitate any conventional army on the planet in a single night. You're keeping 50 for yourself, Tony noted. I am, Arian replied. Umbrella's data centers and medical hubs are the world's most critical infrastructure. If those server banks go dark, the Umbrella's logistics collapse in a day. I have a global R&D staff and thousands of researchers who are now primary targets for anyone wanting to blind the new world. He looked directly at Tony. Just like you, I am a public figure now. Everyone knows who leads Umbrella. My company will not be defenseless while it carries the weight of the planet's data. These 50 units ensure that even if the world's most sophisticated actors attempt to strike, our headquarters remains an unbreakable vault. The leader nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the 850 units figure. The EDF became the most potent military force in human history overnight. With this distribution, we provide a deterrent that makes traditional warfare look like a relic. Bucky Barnes stared at the projection, his mind already calculating the training requirements for 1,000 men with Steve Rogers' physical baseline. We need to move them into the EDF training pipeline immediately, Bucky said, his voice dropping the skepticism. If they're going to be the face of the EDF, they need to be perfect. Sharon Carter's fingers moved across her slate, finalizing the transfer protocols. The transfer of 850 personnel to EDF operational control is logged. Deployment begins at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Chapter 104, Illuminati Council, 5. Tony tilted his head, his gaze shifting from the blue-hued projections of Arian's USS units to the King of Wakanda. And what about your backyard, Chala? We're talking about global security. Does the Golden City stay behind the curtain? Chala answered evenly, his voice resonating with the quiet authority of a man who didn't need to raise it to be heard. Wakanda will contribute. Tony blinked, leaning forward. Contribute, how? We are talking futuristic tech, or are you holding out on the personnel side? A new data stream slid into place above the center of the table, intersecting with the existing EDF organizational chart. Wakandan Enhanced Guard. 50 Enhanced Warriors. Joint Command compatible. The room went quiet again. The technical hum of the Sentinel complex felt louder in the absence of conversation. Bucky Barnes frowned slightly, his tactical mind immediately comparing the new data to his own history. You mean like, super soldiers? You've got a serum too. Behind the glass, the Federation observers exchanged sharp looks. For decades, international intelligence had treated the African continent as a region to be monitored for instability, never realizing that the most advanced military force on the planet was sitting silently in its heart. The air in the gallery grew cold as the observers processed the shift. Seeing the term enhanced codified in a formal defense registry changed the strategic landscape of the planet in an instant. It was that they had been physically and technologically superior all along, watching the rest of the world from a position of unearned security. The surprise wasn't just at the power itself, but at the calculated scale of the deception. Chala raised a hand calmly, preempting the flood of questions before they could derail the meeting's pace. "It is not the super soldier serum," he said, his tone patient. "At least, not in the way you understand the chemistry of the West." He allowed himself a small smile. "Wakanda has its own methods. They are adjacent in effect, yet entirely different in origin. It is a refinement of biochemical enhancement combined with long-term physiological conditioning. It is a part of our heritage." "So," Bucky said slowly, leaning his elbows on his knees, "what you're saying is you also have Captain America-level people. Just with a different recipe." "Comparable in output," Chala corrected. "Not identical in function. Their endurance and sensory perception are tuned differently than the USS personnel." Bucky exhaled. "That's comforting. Somehow. Nice to know Steve wasn't the only outlier on the map." Chala continued, looking toward the leader and Aryan to ensure the numbers were properly logged. "We maintain a total of 100 such warriors. They are designated as the Wakandan Enhanced Guard. 50 will be seconded to EDF operations immediately, integrated into the Joint Command structure. The remaining 50 will remain in Wakanda for sovereign defense and the protection of the necropolis." Bucky raised an eyebrow, his eyes darting to the projection. "Only 100. For a nation that advanced. Our process is resource-intensive and culturally restricted," Chala replied, his gaze cooling. "It is not something that can be manufactured in a lab for the masses. It requires a specific compatibility that few possess. Like your 1,000, they are a finite resource." Namor exhaled through his nose, the sound echoing slightly in the pressurized environment of the chamber. "Talokan won't be absent," he stated. "We do not leave the security of the deep or the planet to the mercy of surface dwellers alone." He made a short gesture with his hand. The table's surface shimmered. "Talokan Deep Operations Unit. 50 enhanced aquatic super soldiers. Specialization, amphibious combat, deep-sea sabotage and rapid response. Physiology, pressure resistant up to 11,000 meters, extreme cold tolerance. Deployment, undersea, surface and orbital insertion capable. Surface threats don't always stay on land," Namor said flatly, his eyes scanning the room as if daring anyone to challenge the logic. "Nor do they always stay in the sky. If the enemy seeks refuge in the trenches of the ocean or attempts to strike from the blue, they will find the Talakanal waiting." For half a second, the room was silent. The magnitude of the combined force being assembled on this table was starting to sink in. Then, "Of course you have super soldiers too," Bucky said, breaking the silence first. He rubbed the back of his neck, his metal hand making a faint whirring sound. "Why wouldn't the ocean have its own nightmare unit? It's basically a requirement at this point." A Federation official behind the glass leaned forward, his face pale in the teal light. "Enhanced, aquatic, super soldiers. You're telling me there are 50 men who can fight at the bottom of the Mariana Trench and then jump onto a spaceship?" Bucky let out a short laugh. "So let me get this straight. Wakanda has them. Talokan has them. Umbrella has 1,000. Stark Industries is getting a starter pack of 50. And somehow the old world, the one I was born in, convinced itself for 70 years that Captain America was a one-off miracle." A few people in the room chuckled, the sound of men realizing how small their previous worldview had been. The tension that had built up during the high-stakes negotiations cracked. One of the Federation analysts rubbed his temples, looking at the glowing maps. "So the only civilization that didn't mass-produce enhanced soldiers was us. The people with the most flags and the most wars." Namor's lips twitched in the closest thing to a smirk he had shown all day. "The surface preferred speeches and bureaucracy," he said, his tone dry. "We preferred results." That earned a genuine round of laughter, even from the Federation representatives who felt the sting of the truth. The Federation representative cleared his throat, trying to regain a professional footing. "So, Talokan's enhancements. Are we talking about a variant of the super soldier serum?" Namor shook his head, his expression becoming serious again. "No. Our path is dictated by our biology. It is a refinement of the gifts we were given when we first entered the sea, honed and stabilized over generations." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly with a glint of humor. "And before you ask, yes, the recipe is classified. We are an ally, not an open book." Chapter 105, Illuminati Council, 6. Pietro leaned forward, his fingers tapping a rhythmic cadence against the table's edge. His eyes moved across the glowing data points with the restless energy of a man who saw the world in high-speed frames. "So let me do the math," he said, his voice cutting through the remaining silence. He ticked the numbers off on his fingers, one by one. 850 from Umbrella. 50 from the Wakandan Guard. 50 from the Talokan Deep Ops. He looked up, a confident grin spreading across his face. "That's 950 super soldiers. Almost a full 1,000-man regiment of the most dangerous people on the planet. Arian nodded, his expression focused. Correct. An elite corps designed for maximum force projection. Tony let out a heavy breath, leaning back in his chair. The magnitude of the number was finally settling in. 950. That sounds like a deadly task force. You drop that on a continent and the war is over before the sun sets. Arian didn't blink at the description. They will operate as an integrated unit under the name Strategic Enhanced Forces, SEF. They are the scalpel we use when the world requires more than diplomacy. Sharon looked up from her tablet, her mind already moving into the logistics of the transition. Training, she asked. You're mixing 3 different cultures, 3 different biological baselines and 3 different tactical doctrines. How do you get them to move as one? Tony answered this time, his voice lacking any of its usual sarcasm. Brutal. Consistent. And completely transparent to this council. We're building a specialized facility, secure and equipped with holographic simulation technology that makes the old shield rooms look like cardboard boxes. Arian continued, reinforcing the ideological foundation. They'll be trained under Illuminati doctrine. They'll learn how to defend a planet. Their drills will focus on interstellar boarding actions, metaphysical containment and deep pressure combat. The leader leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing as he arrived at the most critical point of the discussion. Who commands them? He asked, his voice steady. When the order is given to move 950 gods into a city, who is the final word? Arian didn't hesitate. The chain of command was the most redundant part of the system he had built. During normal conditions, he said, SEF command rotates between Federation and Illuminati operational leads. It ensures the civilian government feels the weight of the asset and the council remains sharp. And during planetary emergencies, the leader asked, pressing for the absolute. Full Illuminati command authority, Arian replied, his gaze meeting the leader's. The moment a tier-escalated threat is confirmed, the Federation's role shifts to logistics and civilian safety. The SEF becomes our hand. The leader nodded. Accepted. Sharon's fingers flew across her console, finalizing the entry and locking the protocols into the Global Defense Registry. SEF status. Asterisk operational backbone, enhanced division. Asterisk total strength, 950 units. Asterisk command authority, conditional unified, dual key. Asterisk deployment threshold, tier escalated, planetary emergency override. Arian tapped his slate and the massive projection in the center of the chamber collapsed into a glowing dot before vanishing. The room lights returned to their standard brightness. This force exists so the rest of the planet can enjoy peace and stability, Arian said, they are the reason the average person can go to sleep without wondering if the sky is going to fall. Bucky Barnes nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the empty space where the numbers had been. That's how it should be, he said, his voice low. Soldiers standing in the dark so everyone else can live in the light. Tony tapped his knuckle against the polished surface of the table, a rhythmic sound that echoed off the reinforced walls. So, he said, his voice cutting through the hum of the climate control systems. Before we adjourn and pretend this was just another productive Tuesday, before we walk out those doors and start acting like this was a normal meeting. Namor, his arms crossed over a chest that still seemed to carry the cold pressure of the deep Atlantic, snorted. Nothing about this has been normal, Stark. We have just partitioned the most powerful assets in human history like we were divvying up office supplies. Tony smirked, though there was no humor in his eyes. Fair point. But we still haven't addressed the most volatile element in the room, the public. Specifically, how much of this new reality, actually goes out to the people currently buying groceries and wondering why their Umbrella One phones just got a mandatory security update. That got everyone's attention. The question of transparency was the friction point between the old world of shadows and the new world of the Federation. Arian looked up from his handheld slate, the screen reflecting a scrolling wall of finalized logistics and procurement codes. His expression was a mask of administrative calm. You are referring to the public identity of the Earth Defense Forces and the Strategic Enhanced Forces. The EDF and the SEF. Exactly, Tony said, leaning forward. His palms were flat on the table now. We've just created a unified planetary defense force with an enhanced core unit. 950 gods in tactical gear. If that stays secret forever, we just recreated S.H.I.E.L.D. with better branding and more expensive toys. And we all remember how well the keep them in the dark strategy worked for Fury. Wanda nodded slowly, her voice soft but carrying an undeniable weight. And yet, if we reveal too much, we invite panic. People are still processing the fact that we aren't alone in the universe. If we tell them we've built an army of super soldiers to fight what's out there, they start wondering what exactly is coming to kill them. Or they just get stupid, Pietro added, his voice buzzing with its usual restless energy. The internet is already a dumpster fire of theories. You give them specific numbers and within an hour, there will be 100 cults worshipping the 1,000 gods and another 1,000 people trying to build pipe bombs to prove they're still relevant. Chapter 106, Illuminati Council, 7. Sharon Carter shifted her weight behind the glass partition, her voice coming through the speakers with professional clarity. Public reaction is a stability problem. Right now, the world trusts the Federation because nothing feels hidden. There's a sense of relief because the fog of the broadcast has lifted. If enhanced forces suddenly appear in a city 3 months from now without context, that trust will fracture. Bucky Barnes, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. But full disclosure creates targets. It's that simple. The room turned toward him. Bucky stood with his hands behind his back. In combat terms, numbers are intelligence. If an enemy knows we have exactly 950 enhanced units, they don't have to guess. They can build a mathematical model to overwhelm them. They can calculate how many expendable assets it takes to isolate one SEF operator. You give the world the count, you give the enemy the win. Namor leaned forward, his dark eyes fixed on Bucky. Under the sea, Talokan never discloses fleet counts. We do not count our warriors for the surface to hear. That uncertainty is what keeps rivals cautious. It is the shadow of the unknown that prevents the first strike. Tony pointed a finger at Namor. Exactly that. Strategic ambiguity. We need them to know we have a big stick, but we don't need to tell them the exact grain of the wood. Arian folded his hands, his thumbs tapping in a slow rhythm. Then the solution is partial disclosure. A controlled narrative that provides the what without the how many or the how. The leader, who had been observing the debate with the detached scrutiny of a grandmaster watching a mid-game opening, finally spoke. Explain. Arian didn't hesitate, the plan was already being mapped onto the Federation's messaging servers as he spoke. We disclose the existence of the Earth Defense Forces. We frame it as the natural evolution of global peacekeeping, a unified body to manage the logistical and security needs of the Federation. Within that framework, we disclose that the EDF includes a specialized enhanced response formation. We tell them it exists to handle extreme scenarios, anomalies, extraterrestrial contact, and metaphysical breaches. And we stop the car right there, Tony added, his mind already drafting the press releases. Sharon raised an eyebrow, her pen hovering over her tablet. No numbers. No numbers, Tony confirmed, his tone final. No unit size. No deployment maps. No breakdown of biological or technological enhancements. We don't tell them who is Wakandan, who is Talokan, or who came out of an umbrella lab. We tell them they are the SEF and they are here to keep the sky from falling. Pietro tilted his head, a skeptical smirk playing on his lips. People are going to ask, Tony. The media, the bloggers, the curious teenagers with satellite access. They're going to want to know if it's 10 guys or 10,000. They always ask, Wanda said, that doesn't mean we are obligated to answer. Silence is a form of strength. The leader nodded slowly. That gives transparency without revealing operational details. Bucky added another layer of pragmatism. That also prevents internal pressure. Which, in the long run, is more dangerous than a Kree scout ship. Tony glanced at him, genuinely curious. Pressure from who? We're the council. We're the top of the food chain. Politicians, Bucky replied, the ones at the regional level. They'll see a number like 950 and they'll start doing the math. They'll ask why their sector only has 5 while another has 50. They'll start demanding more. Or worse, they'll start asking why we aren't expanding the program to include their local police forces. Once you give them a count, you give them a metric for greed. That is the primary risk, Arian said, the moment those numbers are public, the arguments for mass production follow. And as we've already established, mass production is currently impossible. Sharon looked up from her console, her face illuminated by the blue light of the data streams. And those arguments will come from people who want leverage. They'll use the security gap as a political platform to gain power within the Federation. The leader spoke again, what about civil unrest? If we announce an army of enhanced people but hide the details, do we risk the secret police narrative? Sharon answered immediately, her background in intelligence shaping her response. There is a real risk. If the public hears, nearly 1,000 enhanced soldiers, a large portion will feel safer and assume the Federation has overwhelming control of the situation. But a vocal minority will react the opposite way, they'll feel threatened rather than protected. That's where the problem starts. Narratives will fracture along political, cultural, and ideological lines. Without clear framing, speculation fills the gaps faster than facts. Some groups will frame them as guardians, others will label them an enforcement army. Conspiracy channels will claim they exist to suppress dissent, not defend against external threats. Once that idea takes hold, trust erodes, protests form and every deployment gets interpreted as intimidation. Tony sighed, rubbing his face with his hands. I can already see the headlines. I can hear the talking heads on the news feeds. Pietro smirked, looking at an imaginary screen. Super soldiers, safety or surveillance, followed by a 3-hour special on why Stark is building a private god squad. Bucky shook his head. And extremists will use the ambiguity as a justification to arm themselves. They'll claim the Federation is building a master race and use it to recruit for whatever anti-globalist militia they're running in the hills. Or they attack first, Namor added, his voice like grinding stones. They strike at a perceived weakness before the army is fully realized. Ambiguity is a shield, but it can also be a taunt to the desperate. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Illuminati Council, 8. The leader's fingers tapped the table once, a gavel-like sound that signaled the end of the debate. Then classification is the only logical path. Total tactical opacity. Arian nodded. Top level restricted. The only people with access to the SEF's true scale and origin will be this council, the EDF High Command and the Sentinel Oversight Committee. To the rest of the world, they are a specialized division of the EDF. Tony raised a finger, his eyes bright with a new thought. But we still need to sell this correctly. The branding has to be perfect. If we use the wrong words, we trigger the exact panic we're trying to avoid. Sharon smiled faintly, her fingers poised over the keyboard. Language is the first line of defense. Give me the keywords. Tony straightened, his voice taking on the practiced resonance of a CEO delivering a keynote. Rule number 1, we don't say, super soldiers. Ever. That term is poisoned. It smells like the 1940s and failed experiments. It sounds like something you build to win a war. Wanda smiled in agreement. It implies a lack of humanity. Soldier is a job. Super soldier is a product. Arian added his own constraint. We call them what they are functionally, within the legal framework of the Federation. They are enhanced response operators, ERO. Pietro grimaced, his nose wrinkling. Boring. That sounds like someone who fixes my internet when the router dies. That's exactly the point, Pietro, Tony said, pointing at him. Boring is safe. Boring doesn't keep people awake at night. Boring doesn't scare the suburban parents in Ohio or the shopkeepers in Tokyo. You want people to hear the name and think of a highly trained specialist, like a bomb squad or a neurosurgeon. Not a guy who can punch a hole through a tank. Sharon began typing, the words appearing on the main screen in a clean font. Public Disclosure Draft, the Earth Defense Forces, EDF, includes an integrated enhanced response division. These personnel are specialized in anomaly containment, extraterrestrial engagement, and large-scale planetary emergencies. Tony nodded, watching the words take shape. Good. No mention of serums. And no permanent deployment locations, Bucky added, his tactical mind never resting. We don't want people tracking their barracks. They should be mobile, transient, and appearing only when the alarm goes off. The leader looked around the table, his gaze lingering on each member of the council. Are there any objections to this framework of controlled disclosure? No one spoke. The silence was a collective endorsement of the carefully curated truth. Tony exhaled, the tension in his shoulders finally dropping a fraction. Good. Because the alternative is a global screaming match that ends with someone trying to nuke a training camp. Wanda glanced toward the vaulted ceiling, her thoughts seemingly miles away. People want to feel safe. They don't actually want to see the gears that make them safe. Arian nodded. And our enemies, whoever and wherever they are, should feel a constant uncertainty. They should know we have a response, but they should never know if that response is one man or a legion. Pietro leaned forward, summarizing the new reality with his characteristic bluntness. So officially, the EDF exists. The SEF exists. They're enhanced, they're operators, and the numbers are none of your business. Tony snapped his fingers. Exactly. Welcome to the New World Order. It's quiet, it's efficient, and it's very, very classified. Sharon paused her typing, looking at Tony. What about future leaks? With nearly 1,000 people in the loop, someone is going to talk eventually. A disgruntled tech, a soldier who wants to impress a date. It's statistically inevitable. Tony shrugged, his tone pragmatic rather than dismissive. Leaks will happen. They always do. Council's infrastructure and Council's surveillance net will trace them fast, but containment isn't the goal. If fragments slip out without context, they won't destabilize anything because the Federation's official disclosures are already structured, verifiable, and boringly precise. We win by making incomplete information irrelevant. When the public has a clear framework, loose details don't turn into panic, they just don't matter. Arian added calmly, ambiguity buys us the most precious resource we have, time. Time to stabilize the Federation, time to integrate the technology, and time to ensure that when the secret does eventually come out, it no longer matters because we are already too established to be challenged. The leader stood up. The movement was simple, but it carried a finality that shifted the energy of the entire room. The council members followed suit, standing in the wake of the civilian authority they had helped create. This approach aligns with the core principles of the Earth Federation, the leader said, his voice projecting an unshakable confidence. We are clear about our objectives and we control how they are carried out. The public is told what the Federation is responsible for and what it exists to protect. He looked directly at Tony, the man who had spent his life in the spotlight. Draft the formal announcement for the Federation Assembly. Keep it clinical. Keep it steady. Tony smirked, though it was a tired expression. Already halfway there. I'll have the teleprompter ready by morning. The leader turned to Sharon. Coordinate the messaging with the Federation media hubs. Ensure that the enhanced response terminology is standardized across all languages. I don't want different translations creating different levels of fear. Already queued for localizing, she replied, her eyes already back on her tablet. The leader gave a single nod. Then it is decided. The strategic enhanced forces are now an official, albeit classified, reality of the global defense grid. He glanced around the table one last time, his eyes lingering on the maps and the empty spaces where the soldiers would soon stand. Existence disclosed. Capacity classified. No one argued. The meeting was over. Tony leaned back against the edge of the table, stretching his shoulders until they popped. Well. That's one way to end a meeting. I think we just broke the record for the most secrets kept in a single hour. Pietro grinned, already halfway to the door. I'm going to get a sandwich in Paris. Does anyone want anything? Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Public Release. The announcement went live at exactly 9 o'clock Universal Time coordinated, across every continent, screens refreshed in a perfect unison. Every major civilian network, every digital billboard in Times Square and Shibuya, every emergency broadcast relay, every satellite uplink had been tethered to synchronize down to the millisecond. In high-rise offices in London, people paused mid-conversation, coffee cups hovering halfway to their lips. In classrooms in Mumbai, teachers stopped writing on whiteboards, the squeak of markers falling silent as the classroom monitors flickered to life. In sprawling factories in Shenzhen, the machines continued their rhythmic thrum, but the operators looked up. In quiet living rooms across the Americas, millions of phones vibrated softly at the exact same moment. Inside the umbrella's communication grid, the technology operated with a beautiful perfection. Systems aligned without a hint of lag. Translation matrices spun up in the background, preparing to render the message into 6,000 languages before the first word was even spoken. At the center of this digital web, inside an unadorned briefing room in Geneva, the leader stood behind a simple desk. There was only the desk, a slim standing display, the immovable presence of the man the world was already beginning to associate with the very concept of stability. When the leader looked into the camera lens, billions of people felt something subtle happen, a physiological shift that defied traditional broadcast medium. The constant background tension that humanity had carried since the decades eased. It was as if an invisible hand had been placed gently on choppy water, smoothing the surface. Good morning, the leader said. Every language was rendered simultaneously. Hidden deep within the transmission, a thread of technopathy moved through the global grid, smoothing out electronic interference before it could even manifest. This briefing follows the resolutions finalized during yesterday's Federation and Illuminati Council session, he began, his tone practical and devoid of unnecessary flourish. A high-contrast panel appeared in the air beside him. Summary of decisions. First, the leader continued, his gaze steady, the Earth Federation formally confirms the establishment of the Earth Defense Forces. The display shifted. Earth Defense Forces, EDF. A unified planetary security and response organization operating under Federation authority. The EDF consolidates existing national defense assets into a coordinated framework, the leader said. Its mandate focuses on civilian protection, stability, the continuity of daily life. Icons appeared one by one on the display, organizing the Earth Federation's operational scope into clearly defined modules. Each category was labeled, quantified, paired with jurisdictional limits, making it immediately clear that this was a support structure. Rapid deployment of medical units, engineering teams, supply corridors. Disaster response and recovery covered natural and large-scale industrial events. Intelligence-driven and request-based, activated only when local authorities escalated a threat beyond national capacity. Counter-terror operations. Ports, adjacent facilities, transcontinental transit hubs. Border and infrastructure security. Temporary deployments with fixed exit conditions. While peacekeeping and stabilization missions. Data sharing, cyber defense, continuity of power, water, communications. Internal security coordination. Civilian evacuation logistics, detailed transport modeling, shelter integration, cross-region movement protocols. Critical infrastructure protection. Reinforcement, not command authority. Law enforcement support during large-scale crises. Rebuilding, demobilization oversight, transfer of control back to civilian governments. Post-conflict stabilization. There is no expansion of military presence in civilian zones, the leader added, his voice anchoring the promise. EDF units will not patrol cities, replace local police or interfere with domestic governance. All deployments occur at the request of regional authorities and operate under defined time and scope limits. That clarification directly addressed the public's primary concern, that a centralized force meant occupation or loss of autonomy. By defining the EDF as a response and coordination system, the Federation positioned it as an emergency utility, active when needed, invisible when not. The force was framed as infrastructure, something that activated during failure states and withdrew once stability returned. The display updated again, moving to the next tier of the new reality. Second, he said, the Federation confirms the existence of a specialized Enhanced Response Division within the EDF. Enhanced Response Operators, ERO. A rapid response unit structured to operate only in scenarios that exceed conventional military, law enforcement or disaster response limits. ERO teams are trained to contain high-risk anomalies, hostile enhanced individuals, non-standard threats where standard forces would face unacceptable casualty rates or operational failure. This unit exists to close gaps, not replace existing forces, he continued. ERO assets are activated only under Federation authorization, deployed for short-duration missions, withdrawn immediately once containment objectives are met. They do not perform policing, governance, or population control functions. He paused briefly before adding, their mandate is defensive by design, limited, operationally restricted. Their purpose is to ensure that when an incident exceeds human limits, response does not fail. Another panel slid into place. Illuminati Council. Strategic advisory and response body operating in coordination with the Earth Federation. The Council does not govern civilian life, he said, addressing the whispers of shadow governments before they could take root. It does not replace existing institutions. Its scope is strictly limited to anomalies, non-standard threats, extraterrestrial contact, non-human hostile entities, any dimensional or metaphysical incidents and civilization-level risk assessment. That phrase, civilization level, settled into the global lexicon instantly. It was a new unit of measurement for the modern age. It told the public that while the Federation handled their taxes and their safety, the Council handled the survival of the species. Fourth, the leader said, his hands folding lightly on the desk, the primary operational headquarters of the Illuminati Council has been formally designated. The panel shifted one final time, showing a minimalist architectural render of a building standing by a lake. Sentinel Complex. Primary Strategic Facility, Geneva Sector. The Sentinel Complex serves as a coordination and analysis center. It exists to watch, assess, warn, the leader continued. The Federation remains committed to directed transparency, he concluded. This concludes today's briefing. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Global Reaction, 1. Within hours of the Federation briefing, the theoretical structures discussed in the Sentinel Complex translated into tangible physical shifts. Emergency dashboards across 6 continents updated simultaneously, flashing the new EDF integrated status icons. Disaster response protocols, previously a patchwork of incompatible national standards, synced into a high-speed logic. Logistics chains rerouted with a surgical precision most governments had only ever promised on paper. Shipments of medicine and fuel began moving toward predicted shortage zones before the local authorities had even filed a request. In Japan, the earthquake early warning networks received a background upgrade overnight. Municipal authorities in Tokyo and Osaka noticed the change during routine stress tests. Response windows were shortening by vital seconds. The simulations were running faster on the new umbrella-optimized servers and the coordination between regional emergency hubs smoothed out, eliminating the bureaucratic friction that usually delayed mobilization. In the river basins of Indonesia, flood control drones deployed preemptively along vulnerable banks. They were guided by EDF predictive models that blended real-time weather satellite data with historical terrain erosion patterns and Tolokan-derived hydrological sensors. Villages in the path of the rising waters were warned hours earlier than usual. The evacuations happened calmly, directed by local police who were receiving step-by-step instructions through their updated Federation handsets. In California, wildfire management teams suddenly found themselves looking at a new reality. They received access to satellite thermal feeds and atmospheric sensors that had previously been classified or fragmented across a dozen competing federal and state agencies. For the first time, a fire captain in the Sierras could see a heat bloom the moment it ignited, tracked by an orbital eye that didn't blink. Across the European continent, the change was more subtle but equally profound. Border crossings streamlined as the Federation's standardized security protocols took over. Freight moved faster, the origin, digital manifests clearing customs in seconds. Security checks became smarter, powered by algorithms that identified genuine threats while ignoring the harmless noise of daily commerce. Travelers, usually prone to the low-grade misery of international transit, complained less simply because wait times had dropped below the threshold of frustration. In all these places, at the flood walls, in the fire camps and at the shipping docks, no one said, Earth Defense Forces, out loud. There were no victory parades or grand speeches. But the effect was felt in the sudden absence of failure. The world was beginning to function with the efficient heartbeat of a system that finally had a central nervous system. The shift in the global media landscape was as abrupt as it was total. Within hours of the leader's broadcast, the familiar format of cable news, defined for decades by shouting heads, partisan bickering, and speculative fear-mongering, collapsed under the weight of the new reality. The conflict-driven segments that had once dominated the ratings felt suddenly primitive and irrelevant. In the high-tech newsrooms of New York, London, and Singapore, the editorial direction changed with the speed of a software patch. Producers realized that the public was no longer interested in opinions or takes. The friendly aura lingering from the broadcast had drained the appetite for manufactured drama, replacing it with a persistent demand for operational clarity. The panel chairs, once occupied by political consultants and professional agitators, were now filled by a different class of experts. Civil engineers who explained the integration of the new power grids. Emergency response coordinators who broke down the shortening response times in disaster zones. Supply chain analysts who mapped the unprecedented stabilization of global freight. The questions coming from the anchors changed from "who is to blame" to "how does this work?" The dialogue became information-driven, focused on the cause and effect of the Federation's directives. On a major network based in London, a senior correspondent stood before a digital map showing the newly streamlined shipping lanes across the Atlantic. Instead of the usual frantic reporting on a looming economic crisis, her tone was measured. The shift we are seeing today is fundamentally different from any military or political reorganization in our history, she said, looking directly into the camera. We are seeing the optimization of the planet's nervous system. From the way medicine reaches a remote clinic to the way a port manages its cargo, the friction of the old world is being systematically removed. She paused as a graphic of the EDF logo appeared beside her. This is the first global security shift that started with logistics. The Federation is showing us by making sure the world actually functions. Across the world, the directed transparency model proved its effectiveness. Because the Federation provided the what and the result, the media was forced to focus on the reality of the improvements. In the absence of secret leaks to chase, journalists became chroniclers of a world finally under management. In a small apartment in Berlin, an elderly man watched the segment while his morning coffee heated on an induction stove that hadn't flickered once in weeks. He didn't know how the Sentinel complex worked. He only knew that the person on the television was talking about how the world would work tomorrow, rather than how it might end today. The global financial reaction was less of a celebration and more of a systematic stabilization. As the Federation's directed transparency took hold, the erratic heartbeat of the world's markets began to smooth into a predictable pulse. The introduction of origin had effectively removed the shadow of doubt that had loomed over global trade for centuries. Currency speculation, once the primary engine of wealth for the elite, slowed to a crawl. Because the value of origin was tied to the absolute resource management of the Federation, traders found fewer gaps to exploit. The arbitrage opportunities that had allowed for the manipulation of entire economies vanished overnight. In the high-rise offices of Manhattan, analysts stared at screens where the volatility charts had flattened into horizontal lines. The flash crashes and jagged spikes that characterized the pre-Federation era were replaced by a mathematical certainty. A prominent hedge fund manager, known for navigating the most turbulent waters of the old market, sat for an interview in a quiet corner of a midtown club. The old game was built on friction and fear, he said, leaning back as he checked a real-time feed on his tablet. If there was a rumor of a war or a shortage, we played the gap. We made billions on the panic. But now, there's no panic to buy. The Federation says a shipment is arriving and it arrives. Chapter 110, Global Reaction, 2. He shrugged. There's less room to play games. Which, honestly, means fewer crashes. It's boring. But it's the kind of boring thing that lets you build a 1,000-year city without worrying the ground will disappear beneath it tomorrow. While the public felt the relief of stable prices and guaranteed supply, the old world power brokers felt the weight of the new logic. The directed transparency model ensured that the information flow was one-way and absolute. There were no insider tips from the Sentinel complex. There were no secret meetings that could shift the value of the Federation's assets. As the market stabilized, the focus of the global elite shifted from speculation to contribution. With currency manipulation, arbitrage loopholes, and offshore asset shelters eliminated by the origin framework, wealth could no longer be generated through financial distortion. Capital now moved only through verifiable economic activity tied directly to Federation infrastructure, research, logistics, and production. Every large transfer was logged within the Federation's unified financial backbone, making intent, destination, and impact transparent to regulators and auditors in real time. Wealth was no longer something that could be hidden or multiplied in shadows, it had to be built. The result was a global economic engine that ran without heat. No room for the parasites of the old world to survive. The economy had transitioned from a chaotic battlefield into a synchronized utility. While the political world moved with measured caution, the global education system reacted with the speed of a pressurized vacuum filling. The inertia that had plagued academia for decades, years of approval cycles for new textbooks and decades of debate over curriculum changes, evaporated in the wake of the Federation's first week. The reality was too massive to ignore and the demand for knowledge was too urgent to delay. Within 48 hours of the leader's broadcast, the shift was visible in every major institution. Universities bypassed administrative committees to open new interdisciplinary programs. They combined astrophysics, planetary defense, and high-level systems engineering, creating a sentinel track for the next generation of analysts. History departments implemented modern unification modules overnight. They began teaching the S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra collapse and the Geneva Accords as the definitive end of the era of nation-states. Trade schools discarded outdated vocational training to match the new EDF logistics and maintenance standards. Mechanics were being trained on the high-efficiency power cells developed by Stark and Umbrella. In the lecture halls of Mumbai, the atmosphere was electric. A professor of structural engineering watched as his students ignored their traditional exams, instead pulling up the Federation's public white papers on the Sentinel Complex architecture. I have spent 20 years trying to get students to care about the load-bearing capacity of steel, the professor noted to a colleague during a break. Yesterday, I had to stay 2 hours late because they were dissecting the modular stabilization protocols used in the new EDF hubs. The friendly aura had removed the nihilism that had plagued the youth of the 21st century. The fear of a dying planet or a purposeless future had been replaced by a logical path forward. The Federation needed engineers, pilots, medical researchers and logistics experts. The path to success was a series of achievable goals. Education was about functional literacy in a planetary civilization. Primary schools began teaching global coordination as a basic skill alongside mathematics and literacy. Children were learning how the origin system worked and why the directed transparency model ensured their safety. This was a massive upgrade of human capital. The Federation needed a population of competent contributors. The logic was simple: a more capable population was easier to protect and more efficient to manage. In the classrooms of Berlin and the science labs of Sao Paulo, the focus had shifted from "why is this happening" to "what is my role in it?" While the high-level shifts occurred in the Sentinel Complex and the financial districts, the most profound transformation took place at the street level. It was characterized by a pervasive sense of pragmatism. The civilian population had stopped waiting for the other shoe to drop. Neighborhood councils, previously bogged down in local politics and bureaucratic inertia, began requesting EDF disaster preparedness liaisons. They were looking at the predictive models and realizing that the government actually knew what was coming. Local governments across the globe began submitting infrastructure audits voluntarily. They offered up their data on aging power grids, crumbling bridges, and vulnerable water systems, hoping to be integrated into the Federation's optimization schedule. In the coastal cities of Brazil, the shift was stark. A mayor of a major metropolitan area sat for a casual interview in a local park, watching as EDF-badged engineering teams worked with local crews to reinforce a storm drainage system. The old way was to hide our failures from the central government so they wouldn't cut our funding, the mayor admitted, leaning back on a bench. But with the Federation, there is no funding to lose, there is only the result. It just made sense. If they have the tech to stop the next landslide, why would I stand in the way? In Germany, the response was equally methodical. Within 48 hours of the global briefing, the national emergency services were already running joint drills with EDF regional coordinators. The German officials, known for their strict adherence to protocol, found that the EDF's directed transparency protocols matched their own desire for order. They practiced anomaly-grade response, learning how to clear a city block using EDF-issued gravitational dampeners and how to treat injuries using Umbrella's accelerated healing medical kits. The most significant change was the erosion of the barrier between the protector and the protected. In the past, military presence was often viewed with suspicion or fear. But the EDF, with its clear mandate of civilian protection and stability, was being viewed as a high-tier utility. Chapter 111, Nick Fury, 1. The Federation seal faded from the cracked monitor bolted to the damp safehouse wall, leaving behind a faint electronic hum and a room full of people who didn't speak right away. Nick Fury stood in front of the screen, arms crossed over his chest, his long coat hanging open. His single eye was locked on the black glass as if the image might return if he stared long enough. Natasha Romanoff was the first to break the silence. She uncrossed her legs and leaned back into the shadows of her chair. "So," she said, her voice devoid of its usual irony. "What just happened?" Clint Barton let out a dry laugh from the corner of the room where he had been checking the tension on a bowstring. "That's one way to put it." Phil Coulson lowered his tablet slowly. His hands moved with a slight tremor, as if they had only just remembered gravity existed. He looked at the data points lingering on his screen. They didn't hedge. At all. Fury finally turned away from the dead monitor. No, he said, his voice a low rumble. They didn't. He walked away from the screen, his heavy boots echoing softly on the stained concrete floor. He stopped near a table cluttered with outdated shield gear. Encrypted comms, burner phones and tactical maps that technically no longer had an purpose. They didn't soften it, Fury continued, looking down at a discarded badge. Didn't wrap it in flags or patriotic slogans. No, land of the free, no, doing this for your children. Natasha tilted her head, her eyes tracking Fury's movement. Just facts. Clean, Clint said, pushing off the wall and walking into the center of the room. No room for panic because they didn't leave any gaps for people to fill with their own fears. Coulson adjusted his glasses. The wording was surgical. No expansion of military presence. No disruption to local governance. Those phrases were for the billions of people who were afraid of tanks rolling down their streets. They took the occupier narrative and killed it in 30 seconds. Fury nodded slightly. And it worked. The secondary monitors in the room were already showing the first waves of public data. Natasha tapped her finger once against her knee, a thoughtful motion. EDF. Clint smirked, though it lacked its usual bite. Earth Defense Forces. Sounds like a bad sci-fi brand from the 50s. But it isn't, Coulson countered. They were very careful with the semantics. They didn't say, new army. They said, framework. They didn't say, conscription. Fury leaned back against the edge of the cluttered table. That was intentional. Every syllable was tested before it left that man's mouth. Natasha watched him closely. You thinking backlash? People don't like being told what to do by a guy behind a desk in Geneva. People remember what happens when someone announces a new army, they think of the draft, they think of war, they think of casualties. But this was a statement of fact, we already had the pieces, now they're aligned. It makes the change feel inevitable. Fury replied. Clint folded his arms, his brow furrowed. And the enhanced unit. The ERO. The Enhanced Response Operators. Even the name had a specific weight to it, yet it lacked the aggressive edge of super soldier or strike team. Natasha spoke first, her mind running through the tactical implications. They didn't say how many. That's a massive intelligence black hole. Coulson nodded in agreement. Didn't say where they're based. Didn't say who commands them on the ground. Non-standard threats, Clint added. It's like they're categorizing people like they're hazardous materials. Fury's mouth tightened into something that wasn't quite a smile. Smart. You don't fear a tool. You fear a soldier. By turning them into operators, they made them part of the equipment. Natasha didn't let him off the hook. You don't look surprised, Nick. I am, Fury said, and for once. I'm surprised at the speed. I'm surprised at the lack of resistance from the old world powers. Clint frowned. You're saying this was always coming? That we were just the warm-up act? I'm saying someone planned this without needing us, Fury replied. We were playing checkers with the World Security Council while these people were building a new board. Coulson exhaled slowly, leaning back against a concrete pillar. The Illuminati Council. That's the real shift in the paradigm. Natasha leaned forward. That's where they drew the line in the sand. The Federation is the face. The Council is the fist. Yeah, Clint muttered. Because that's where the transparency ends. They basically told the world, we're going to have secrets and you're going to be okay with it because we're telling you they exist. Fury nodded. Federation handles the visible world. The Council handles the things people don't want to think about when they're eating breakfast. And they said it out loud, Natasha said, shaking her head. Coulson looked uneasy. Transparent secrecy is still secrecy, Nick. It just means you know where the wall is, not what's behind it. True, Fury said. But it's honest about being limited. It creates a boundary that people can accept. If you tell people you're keeping secrets to save them, they'll hunt you down. If you tell them you're keeping secrets to manage civilization-level risks, they'll thank you for the extra hour of sleep. Chapter 112, Nick Fury, 2. Clint glanced back at the dark monitor. And the building. The Sentinel Complex. Natasha allowed a smile. Sentinel. It's a good word. Coulson nodded. That name will test well in every language. Clint snorted. It actually doesn't sound evil. It sounds responsible. That's why it works, Fury said, his voice final. Sentinels. They watch. They wait. And they guard the gates. It's the ultimate psychological cell. Clint said. So where does that leave us, Nick? Fury walked back to the monitor and tapped a key, pulling up secondary feeds, newsrooms in London, public forums in Seoul, live reactions from street corners in New York. He looked at the world. Natasha watched the data scroll by. people are calm. Look at the sentiment analysis. Fury turned, his single eye scanning his former agents. That's the difference. We spent our careers assuming people couldn't handle the truth. We built a world of lies because we thought the truth would break them. And now someone just proved they can handle it, Natasha said. Fury's voice dropped slightly, the old spy returning to the surface. Or they proved they can manage exactly how that truth is delivered. That made everyone look at him. You don't trust him, Clint said, referring to the men behind the desk in Geneva. I don't distrust him, Fury replied, turning back to the screens. I respect the play. He did more in 12 minutes than I did in 20 years. He looked at the Federation seal. But I'm still going to keep a sidearm in the drawer. Just in case the Sentinel blinks. The terminal on the table chirped once. Fury glanced down. He accepted the call without a word. Maria Hill's face appeared on the screen. It's done, she said. Cosmic Cube has been transferred. Fury straightened slightly. Location. A safe house that doesn't exist, Hill replied. And the staff. Handpicked, Hill said. Former S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel only. Scientists we vetted ourselves, people who stayed loyal when everything else burned. Fury nodded, good. He held his gaze. Fury ended the call and looked back at his team. A quiet living room. Old Steve Rogers watched the same briefing. In the back of the house, Peggy Carter slept in a room down the hall. Old Steve didn't wake her. He stayed in the living room, leaning forward as the leader spoke, his large hands resting on his knees. EDF. Arrow. Illuminati Council. Sentinel Complex. He understood the intent behind the acronyms immediately. He had lived through the worst possible version of what happened when power existed without structure, when the fate of the universe came down to a handful of exhausted people making impossible choices in a matter of minutes. Steve Rogers had fought in two world-defining wars. The first was the chaos of the 1940s, where survival depended on courage and sacrifice because the systems were weak and fragmented. The second was the war against Thanos, 5 years of loss, followed by a final battle where everything hinged on individual heroics, last stands, and one irreversible decision. He remembered that battlefield clearly. Thousands of fighters. No real command hierarchy. Victory came because Tony Stark chose to die. In his old world, heroes had been treated as a solution. Every crisis escalated until it required someone willing to burn themselves out to hold the line. The snap had proven how fragile that model was. When half the universe disappeared, there was no structure to absorb the impact, only survivors trying to keep the lights on. When the leader looked into the camera and promised there would be no expansion of military presence into civilian life, Steve felt a tight pressure in his chest ease. He'd lived through eras where security meant soldiers in the streets, conscription notices and a war that followed you home whether you fought or not. He thought about the 5 years between the snap and the final battle, empty streets, broken governments, people afraid that the next catastrophe would finish what Thanos started. No system had been able to carry that weight. Everything had depended on a few survivors holding together something that was already gone. The announcement of the Enhanced Response Unit pulled his attention back to the screen. He read the phrasing carefully, non-standard threat scenarios. Restricted deployment. Defensive mandate. When the Illuminati Council appeared, Steve leaned back in the chair, the old wood creaking under his weight. He recognized the logic instantly. Public order on one side. Hidden threats on the other. When the name of the headquarters appeared on screen, Steve allowed himself a genuine smile. Sentinel, he said. He thought of the last moments of the endgame battle. Of Tony's final look. Of a victory that had come at a cost no system should ever demand again. That's what Tony never got, Steve said quietly. A world that didn't need someone to die just to survive. He looked at the dark reflection of himself on the television screen, older, slower, still carrying the weight of what it had taken to win last time. P.S. Sorry guys for the late update. I was out of town because our department organized a rural medical outreach, so I had to go with my team to nearby villages to provide free health checkups and basic healthcare services. That's why I couldn't update on time. Thanks for your patience. Chapter 113, Morning. Sunlight cut across the master bedroom. Arian woke first, a warm weight settled on either side of him. He listened to the soft breathing that filled the quiet room. To his left, Wanda was curled tightly against his side, her head tucked under his chin and an arm draped over his chest. To his right, Sharon lay half-turned toward him, her hand resting gently on his stomach. He carefully tried to shift, thinking he could slip away without waking them. Don't even think about it, Wanda murmured, her voice husky with sleep as she snuggled closer, tightening her hold. From his other side, Sharon's eyes opened, a warm blue that held a hint of a smile. Where do you think you're going? Arian relaxed back into the pillows, a genuine smile touching his lips. I have responsibilities. So do we, Sharon whispered, tracing a lazy circle on his skin with her fingertip. And our first responsibility is to make sure you don't leave this bed. It's a rule, Wanda agreed, finally lifting her head to look at him. She leaned in and gave him a long kiss. A very important rule. Arian chuckled softly, his hand coming up to gently brush a strand of hair from her face. And you haven't even brushed your teeth yet. Wanda pulled back with a playful pout, her eyes narrowing. Oh, really? That's the standard now. Because that certainly didn't stop you the other day. From his other side, Sharon let out an amused hum, opening one eye to watch the show. She has a point. I was here for that. Wanda's confidence grew with the backup. Exactly. You woke up before either of us, hadn't even had a sip of water, and you rolled over and kissed me like you were dying of thirst. It was a matter of extreme importance, Arian said with a smile. Sharon snorted softly. That's your excuse. Extreme importance. I'd classify it as a complete and total lack of self-control. Which, for the record, I'm not complaining about. But let's call it what it is. See. Wanda gestured dramatically towards Sharon, leaning over him to make her point. She's on my side. So, what you're saying is, my morning breath is a minor inconvenience, but yours is a heroic necessity. Caught between them, he was cornered. He looked from Wanda's accusatory pout to Sharon's entertained smirk and sighed in theatrical defeat. Fine. You've exposed me, he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper as he pulled both of them closer. The truth is, I'm hopelessly addicted to both of you, dental hygiene standards be damned. He punctuated the statement by giving Wanda another kiss and then turned to press one onto Sharon's lips. Smooth, Sharon murmured against his shoulder, her smile evident in her voice. You get a pass, Wanda conceded, settling back against his chest with a satisfied sigh. He laughed softly and tightened his arms, pulling them both closer. Sharon propped herself up on an elbow, her expression softening as she looked down at him. The teasing glint in her eyes was replaced by an unwavering affection. She leaned down, her hair falling like a curtain around them, and pressed a deliberate kiss to his lips, lingering for a moment. He wrapped his arms around both of them, pulling them fully in. Wanda shifted, fitting herself perfectly against his left side, while Sharon settled against his right. He buried his face for a moment between them, inhaling the mixed scent of Wanda's hair and the warmth of Sharon's skin. Wanda smiled against his chest, a happy sound that he could feel. He felt her fingers lace through his. On his other side, Sharon settled back down, her head finding its familiar place on his shoulder. Her hand came to rest flat over his heart and her thumb began stroking a rhythmic pattern, feeling the steady beat beneath her palm. For a long moment, there was only the shared warmth of the bed, the silent language of their bodies pressed together. Arian tightened his hold on Wanda's hand, bringing her knuckles to his lips for a soft kiss. He then turned his head slightly toward Sharon, his lips brushing against her lips. The air in the room shifted. The comfortable peace began to charge with something else, a simmering heat that started in his chest and spread outwards. He felt Sharon's breath catch for a fraction of a second, her thumb pausing its slow circle on his chest before resuming, this time with a more possessive pressure. He traced a path of soft kisses down from her temple, along the elegant line of her jaw. A quiet sigh escaped her lips, a sound of pure surrender that made his own pulse quicken. Beside him, Wanda's breathing deepened and her hand unlaced from his. She began a slow exploration, her fingertips gliding over the hard planes of his stomach, each touch sending a shiver through him. He could feel her wanting. His eyes met Sharon's. In their depths, he saw the same fire he felt building inside him. Wanda lifted her head, her gaze meeting Sharon's over Arian's body. A small smile passed between the two women. He shifted, turning more fully onto his back. Sharon's hand slid from his chest, her fingers tangling in the hair at the nape of his neck as she leaned in to claim his lips. Simultaneously, Wanda rose up, her body moving over his, her kiss finding the sensitive skin of his neck. Chapter 114, Amon, 1. The penthouse was dead quiet, except for some sad-sounding cello music coming from speakers. The whole place was white and empty, looking more like a modern art gallery. Everything cost a fortune, but there wasn't a single picture frame, a stray magazine or a personal thing in sight. Fisk stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, in a custom-tailored black suit, staring down at the lights of the city. In his hand was a heavy crystal glass of brandy. For months, a new crew had been making noise on the edges of his turf. A guy they called the Masked Man was leading them. They were tough, organized and a real pain in the ass, but they were still just street-level muscle. The private elevator dinged softly. The doors slid open and James Wesley walked in. Wesley looked like he'd seen a ghost. His face was pale, his shoulders were drawn tight and he was holding a data tablet like he was afraid it was going to bite him. "Sir," Wesley said, "we've got a big problem. It's about the Masked Man." Fisk took a slow sip of his brandy, letting it burn all the way down before he turned. "Did someone finally put a bullet in him? I'm paying enough for it." Months ago, after a half-dozen failed assassination attempts against the masked men, Fisk had put an unprecedented bounty on the masked man's head, open to any professional in the underworld. No, sir. That's the first issue, Wesley said, his voice tight with urgency. Of the 12 assassins who were confirmed to have taken the contract, the best from the Albanians, Bratva, Madripoor, Laszlo, even a butcher from Budapest. We sent him the advance ourselves. And Fisk's eyes narrowed. And 7 out of 12 are missing. We can't find a body, a witness, or a single shell casing. The other 5 have returned the advance. Returned it, sir. They refused to continue. Wesley took a shaky breath. The word is, this masked man's security is airtight. His intelligence is perfect, he knows where they'll be before they do, so he's just setting traps for them. No one will touch the contract now. They're spooked. Fisk's massive jaw tightened imperceptibly. He had dealt with costumed vigilantes and street-level thugs. But this masked man had made the world's deadliest killers quit. He gestured with his glass toward a severe-looking white leather couch. The other situations, Wesley said, multiple, seemingly disconnected incidents. But they all occurred within the last 12 hours. He tapped the tablet. The first problem is with this port. Container 77B, the shipment of graphics cards from Taiwan. The hardware, good stuff for advanced weaponry, Fisk corrected him. Yeah. It's gone, Wesley said. What do you mean, gone, hijacked? The Russians getting bold again. Fisk's voice was demanding a sensible explanation. I mean there's no explanation. Wesley's professionalism cracked for a moment. Our men at the port, Kowalski, confirmed it was unloaded at 4 p.m. and placed in the holding area in Zone C. Encrypted tracker we placed inside was active. At 7:14 p.m., the tracker went dead. An EMP. Fisk suggested. That's what we thought, Wesley countered. But there were no reported power surges in the area. And an EMP strong enough to kill our shielded tracker would have fried everything in a 100-yard radius. The port systems are fine. He took a sharp breath. I sent Leland and his boys down there myself an hour ago. They bribed the union foreman and checked the logs. The container never got a truck assigned. It was never logged out. The security camera for that spot? Fisk asked. The security footage from the camera covering that specific section of the yard is corrupted, a perfect 2-minute loop right around 7:14. The boys walked the whole damn zone with a fine-toothed comb. 40-ton steel and merchandise, sir. Gone. It's like they just get up and walk away. You can't lift it without a crane. You can't move a crane without a dozen people seeing it. This was like a magic trick. I don't believe in magic, Fisk grunted, walking towards him. Neither do I, Wesley shot back. Which is what makes this so terrifying. It just happened. Fisk remained silent, his eyes fixed on Wesley. He understood the implication. Intimidating his men was one thing. Making 40 tons of steel disappear was another. Second, Councilman Miller, Wesley continued, his voice getting tighter. The zoning vote for the West Side redevelopment project. It was a sure thing. We've owned him for 10 years. He was scheduled to vote yes. At the last minute, he abstained. The motion failed. What was his explanation? Fisk asked, his voice a dangerous rumble. I tried. He won't take my calls, Wesley said, sounding genuinely confused. I had to go to his house. He was with his family. He wouldn't let me inside. Spoke to me on his doorstep. Said he got a bad feeling. That the project was too dirty and he couldn't risk the exposure in this new era of transparency. Kept rambling about his family. It made no sense. We have enough on him to ruin his life 10 times over. After a decade on our payroll. He starts talking about how some things aren't worth his soul. Fisk stopped in his tracks. His eyes bored into Wesley. His soul. I bought his soul 10 years ago with his first gambling debt. I know. He wasn't scared, that's the thing. He looked very peaceful, not like being threatened but more like he'd found his conscience. Wesley said. Fisk walked over to the white bar and placed his empty glass down with a soft click. He looked at Wesley, his gaze so intense it felt like a physical weight. And the next incident. Wesley swallowed hard, looking down at his tablet as if he couldn't quite believe the words himself. It's about the standard weekly transfer to our associates, 10 million origin, like we do every Friday. Don't tell me, it's gone, Fisk said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. A hack is a hack, James. There's always a trail. Find it. There is no trail. Wesley's voice was a strained whisper. It left our holding account at the Global Federation Bank at 9 p.m., Wesley continued. My guys have been over it for hours. They said, the transfer was authenticated and clean on both ends, there was no breach or unauthorized access. They cleared every security check and Federation's own blockchain ledger says the transaction is perfect. We have a perfect digital receipt. But it never arrived at the private digital vault. It has vanished somewhere within the global financial system. He finally looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of raw fear and confusion. My head tech guy tried to explain it to me like the money went into a pipe, but the pipe isn't connected to anything on the other side. But the bank's computers swear the pipe is there and the water went through. Fisk became completely still. Individually, they were problems. Collectively, they were a declaration of war. Pull everyone back from the docks, Fisk commanded, his voice cold. Shut down the offshore vaults for now. We're going dark. All transfers will be handled physically until we understand what we're dealing with. And Miller? Wesley asked. Fisk's lips curled into a sneer. Find out everything you can about Councilman Miller's sudden attack of morality. I want to know who he spoke to, what he ate, who he even looked at in the last 48 hours. Yes, sir, Wesley said. Go. P.S. Limited time offer. For every 50 power stones, you will unlock one bonus chapter for this novel. Let's see how many bonus chapters you can get, haha. Chapter 115, Amon, 2. A massive screen displaying encrypted data streams that only Wilson Fisk could access. He was personally vetting every piece of information that crossed his desk. Fisk paced before James Wesley, his massive form casting a long shadow. They hit us through our systems. So we take the systems away from them. Everything moves physically. Armored cars, two-man teams, random routes. Wesley nodded. It's slower, sir. More expensive. Our overhead for transport and security will triple. It's secure, Fisk shot back, stopping to stare down his consigliere. Security is the only currency that matters right now. We operate in the world I control. He turned to the screen, where a blueprint of a nondescript building in Queens was displayed. Consolidate everything. Move it to the Queens facility. That vault was built to survive a nuclear blast. Let's see their digital magic get through 10 feet of reinforced concrete. Deep beneath a legitimate umbrella warehouse in New Jersey, Amon observed a similar map on his own screen. He's abandoned the digital battlefield, Amon stated, adjusting his monocle. A holographic avatar of a 16-year-old girl shimmered into existence beside him. Big men, big muscles. He thinks he can punch the problem. It's adorable, really. Red Queen leaned in, her holographic form peering at the screen. You know, the original you would probably find this whole exercise dreadfully boring. He's much more direct. Amon didn't rise to the bait. The original has his methods. I have mine. I know, Red Queen said, her tone shifting to one of almost bored omniscience. I've already mapped his physical movements based on fuel consumption records from his armored cars and cell phone pings from his top men. The patterns point to a single new treasury at a laundromat in Queens. How quaint. He's literally laundering his money. She giggled. You want me to just drain his new bank accounts? I could do it in the time it takes you to blink. No, Amon said flatly. That would confirm his fear of our digital superiority. He needs to believe he was beaten in the world he understands. We will make him tear his own operation apart. Ah, you want to play with your food, Red Queen pouted, but her eyes gleamed with interest. Fine. A psychological operation, then. So much more elegant. We will create a convincing decoy, Amon stated. He will strip his real target bare to defend against it. Russians. Oh, perfect. The Red Queen clapped her holographic hands together. They're exactly who he'd expect to make a move. I can build a legend for them in an hour. Do you think the original will be impressed when I tell him? He has other priorities, Amon said. Right, the Red Queen sighed dramatically. Loving his girlfriends, so tedious. All right, let's find our delivery boy. Her eyes glowed for a moment as she scanned billions of data points. Ah. Here we go. A degenerate gambler, deeply in debt. He's perfect, pathetic, greedy, and believable. Sammy Carbone, smelling of cheap whiskey and desperation, placed his last 200 origin on a long shot named Ghost in the Machine. When the horse won, paying 50-1, Sammy thought God had finally answered his prayers. As he stumbled from the betting window, clutching his winnings, a man in a hurry accidentally bumped into him. Watch it, pal, Sammy snarled, but the man was already lost in the crowd. It wasn't until he got to his grimy apartment that he found the encrypted burner phone in his coat pocket. Later that night, the phone buzzed. Screen lit up with a data package. There were audio files. He played the first one. A heavily accented voice of Dmitry Volkov, a notorious Bratva captain, the sound of clinking glasses and steam hissing in the background. Fisk is distracted. He's pulling his men in the unions, that's his real money. We hit local 282, we cut off his head. Sammy swiped to the next file. Geotagged photos of known Bratva enforcers, their faces grim, taking pictures of the construction workers' union hall from a van across the street. Then came the financial records, millions of origin pouring into a Bratva slush fund from an untraceable source. As Sammy stared, his hands shaking, a subtle pressure built in the back of his mind. His fear of the Russians was immense, but the thought of the reward Wesley would give him for this, it was a tidal wave. He could get out of the city. This was it. The big one. The score of a lifetime. The meeting took place in the back of Wesley's armored sedan in a dark alley. Wesley listened, his expression a mask of professional skepticism as a sweating Sammy Carbone laid it all out. I'm telling you, Mr. Wesley, it's the Russians. They're making a big play, a real big one. They're going after the unions. It's all on the phone. This is the real deal. You gotta believe me. Wesley took the phone. For the next 20 minutes, he listened and scrolled. The audio passed every voice print analysis he could run from his car. The financial data cross-referenced with known Bratva accounts. He gave Sammy a thick stack of bills. Disappear for a week, Sammy. Don't talk to anyone. Wesley rushed the intel to Fisk. In his penthouse command center, Fisk spent an hour poring over the data. It fit perfectly. He was pulling his resources back, creating a perceived vacuum. The Bratva, like the hyenas they were, would absolutely make a play for his crown jewel. It was a classic power grab. He made the call. Pull the security teams from the outer boroughs. Every man we can spare. Triple the guard on all union halls, especially local 282. I want our best men there, armed for war. We will get the Bratva on the streets tonight when they make their move. Fisk's elite security teams, heavily armed with military-grade hardware, swarmed the union halls, setting up a kill zone for an enemy. Meanwhile, across town in Queens, the elite security detail that had been in the laundromat an hour ago was now blocks away, preparing for a war. A skeleton crew of 4 board guards remained. A nondescript laundry service van pulled into the back alley. 3 figures emerged. The leader wore a form-fitting tactical suit, the emerald green mask of Loki fused seamlessly to his face. They cut the power to the block, used a device to pump knockout gas through the rooftop ventilation system and dropped in through a skylight. The guards were unconscious before they even knew the lights had gone out. They descended to the subterranean vault. Blonsky used a high-tech thermic lance and surgically cut the massive steel hinges, the metal glowing cherry red before peeling away. With a low grunt of effort, he used his super soldier strength to pull the multi-ton door open. Inside was a fortune in cash and bonds. Silently, they loaded everything into the laundry vans. As they were about to leave, Blonsky paused. On the security desk next to the unconscious guards, he placed a recently emptied bottle of Beluga Gold Line vodka, a brand favored exclusively by Dmitry Volkov. Fisk in his penthouse, watching the empty streets around the union halls on his monitors. His phone rings. It's Wesley, his voice filled only with shock. Sir, it was a feint. The unions were a decoy. They hit the vault in Queens. They took everything. There's a pause. Sir. They left a bottle of Beluga Gold Line vodka. Fisk is utterly silent, but his eyes are burning with a pure rage. He's been played. Chapter 116, Amon, 3. Rage was a foreign concept to Wilson Fisk. It was a tool for lesser men. What he felt now, standing in the cold silence of his penthouse as the first gray hints of dawn touched the sky, was something far colder. It was the weight of being outmaneuvered. The Russians, he thought, his massive hands clenching into fists that could shatter marble. The Bratva had gutted him while he was chasing ghosts. He had spent the night redeploying his forces, pulling his best men back from their pointless watch over the union halls. The reports from the Queen's vault were a nightmare of clinical efficiency. No alarms tripped, a skeleton crew neutralized with gas and a multi-ton vault door peeled open like a can of sardines. And the bottle of vodka left on the desk, an arrogant message. Find Dmitry Volkov, he had ordered Wesley, his voice a low growl. Find every captain in his organization. I don't care what it costs. I want them off my streets. Fisk would cauterize this wound. He would unleash his own brand of terror on the Russians, re-establish his dominance and remind the city who truly owned the night. He was mobilizing his most feared assets, the Hand. The ancient clan of assassins, his silent partners in the city, were the perfect weapon for this kind of war. They were disciplined, utterly ruthless and moved like shadows. Amon watched the data streams flicker across the screens in his bunker. Fisk's enforcers were on the move, pouring into Brighton Beach and the Russian enclaves in the Bronx. The holographic form of the Red Queen appeared, leaning over his shoulder with a thoughtful expression. He's taking the bait beautifully. sending his pet ninjas after the Russians. This is going to get messy. Are you sure you don't want me to just crash the stock market and bankrupt them all? So much cleaner. No, Amon said, his gaze fixed on a particular section of the city map. Fisk needs to believe he is in a conventional war. While he is focused on the Bratva, we will remove his real teeth. He pointed to a location, a nondescript warehouse in Hell's Kitchen known to be a primary training and staging ground for the Hand. This is the target. Ah, the spooky ninjas with the endless supply of black pajamas, Red Queen said with a dismissive wave. What's the plan? A drone strike. A sudden and convenient gas leak. Blonsky will handle it, Amon stated. Alone. The Red Queen raised a holographic eyebrow. 1 man against 100 of Fisk's best assassins. Even with the serum, that's ambitious. Are you sure you don't want me to at least cut their lights out? He is a weapon, Amon replied. And it is time to field test him. Rain lashed down on the grimy streets of Hell's Kitchen, turning the neon signs into blurry watercolors. Emil Blonsky stood on a rooftop across from his target, a 4-story brick warehouse that looked like 100 others in the district. To the naked eye, it was abandoned. To him, it was a hive. He could feel the energy of the disciplined hum of predators waiting in the dark. He wore a lightweight tactical suit that absorbed the light, making him a part of the rain-soaked shadows. The mask of Loki was a second skin, its emerald green surface featureless. Underneath it, his eyes scanned the building. 37 visible entry points. Blonsky took a running start, his boots making no sound on the wet gravel, and launched himself across the 50-foot gap between buildings. He landed as silently as a falling leaf on the warehouse's roof, rolling to absorb the impact. He found a ventilation shaft, its cover held down by heavy industrial bolts. He gripped the edges, his fingers like steel talons, and ripped the half-inch thick steel plate free with a low groan of protesting metal. He dropped inside, falling 20 feet into the darkness of the top-floor attic. He landed utterly silent. He could hear them now. The soft padding of Tabi boots on the floor below, the whisper of fabric, and the controlled breathing of dozens of trained killers. He moved to the stairwell. He descended, his steps perfectly matching the rhythm of the storm outside. The third floor was an open dojo. In the center, 20 hand assassins were moving through a synchronized kata, their blades slicing through the air in perfect unison. Blonsky picked up a discarded wrench from a nearby toolbox. He stepped from the shadows at the edge of the room. A single ninja, his senses sharper than the rest, turned his head, his eyes widening for a fraction of a second. Blonsky moved. He closed the 30-foot distance in the time it took the ninja to draw a breath. The wrench blurred through the air, hitting the men in the temple with a sickening crunch. He was dead before he hit the floor. The kata shattered. The remaining 19 assassins turned, their blades flashing as they charged. A katana swung at his head, he ducked under it, his fist driving up into the attacker's sternum with enough force to shatter bone and stop the heart. Blonsky grabbed his wrist, twisted it until the bone snapped, and used the man's own blade to slit the throat of the ninja behind him. He broke limbs, crushed skulls, and used their own momentum to turn them into weapons against each other. In less than a minute, 19 of the world's deadliest assassins lay dead or dying on the dojo floor, and Blonsky didn't have a single scratch on him. He dropped the now bent wrench. He could hear the sounds of alarm from the floors below. He kicked open the door to the stairwell and descended into the hornet's nest. The second floor was a maze of storage rooms and barracks. They were waiting for him. 10 archers loosed a volley of arrows from the end of a long corridor the moment he appeared. He ran straight at them, his arms held up to protect his face. The arrows slammed into his tactical suit, a few piercing the fabric but stopping dead against the unnaturally tough muscle and bone beneath. He barely felt them. To the archers, it was like watching a man run through a hailstorm without flinching. He reached them in seconds. The slaughter was even quicker this time. He moved through them like a threshing machine, his hands, feet, and elbows becoming bludgeoning instruments. He left a trail of broken bodies, their bows and arrows scattered like kindling. He reached the ground floor. This was the main staging area. At least 50 more hand warriors were waiting, this time better prepared. They formed a wide circle around him, swords and kusarigama blades held at the ready. They attacked in disciplined waves, trying to overwhelm him, to find a weakness in his defense. Blonsky became a dance of death. He would disarm one opponent and use his sword to impale 2 others. He caught the chain of a kusarigama, yanked its wielder off his feet, and swung him like a wrecking ball into a cluster of his comrades. Every move was precise, efficient, and utterly final. He felt a blade slice across his back and another across his arm, but the wounds were shallow and the bleeding had already stopped, the serum knitting his flesh back together almost as fast as it was torn. The fight lasted less than 5 minutes. When it was over, Blonsky stood in the center of the room, breathing steadily, surrounded by a carpet of black-clad bodies. He walked through the carnage to the office at the back. Inside was the clan's jonin, their leader, a man who had personally killed senators and kings. The old man was sitting calmly behind his desk, a katana laid before him. He showed no fear. "What are you?" the Jonin asked, his voice a dry rasp. Blonsky stopped in front of the desk. The emerald mask seemed to drink the light from the room. He reached out, his hand moving faster than the old man could react, and snapped his neck with a sound like a dry branch breaking. He made his way back to the roof, the rain washing the blood from his suit. He leaped back across to the adjacent building and melted into the shadows of the city. Chapter 117, Amon, 4. Fisk stood before a holographic map of the city, his reflection a pale on its surface. Red icons blinked across the map, each one representing a confirmed loss. The warehouse in Hell's Kitchen was the largest, a festering wound that refused to stop bleeding into his thoughts. 87 of his most elite enforcers were wiped out in a single night. The official report from the Federation's law enforcement was a joke. Evidence suggests an internal gang dispute. Fisk knew better. Wesley had shown him the preliminary forensics, acquired through a contact inside the ME's office. Every single death was attributed to either catastrophic blunt force trauma or a bladed weapon. The sheer violence of it was staggering. It was an extermination, carried out by what the contact had described as a single, inhumanly powerful individual. He had thrown his remaining resources into hunting Dmitry Volkov, only to find the men had been vacationing on a private yacht in the Mediterranean for the past month, a fact verified by a dozen international intelligence agencies. The bottle of vodka at the vault heist was a lie. A perfectly crafted piece of misdirection that had cost him his fortune and his best men. He was fighting an enemy that could seemingly be anywhere, do anything and know everything. An enemy that had turned his own logic and paranoia into a weapon against him. The elevator chimed. James Wesley entered, his face ashen, the skin stretched tight over his bones. He had aged 10 years in 2 days. "It's over, sir," Wesley said, his voice a hollow shell of its former self. "They're gone." "Who is gone, James?" "Everyone. O'Malley and the Westies, the Triad leadership in Chinatown, they all received a message this morning. An offer. An offer." Fisk's voice was dangerously quiet. "A simple one," Wesley continued, his gaze fixed on a point in the middle distance, as if replaying a conversation he couldn't quite believe. "An invitation to a new board of directors. That a new order was taking control and they could either have a seat at the table or a place in the ground." He looked at Fisk. "They all accepted. They abandoned you, sir. The entire criminal infrastructure of New York City, it all answers to someone else now." "What's the name?" Fisk's voice was a dangerous rumble. Wesley swallowed hard. "Amon. They said the new order serves. Amon." The name was unfamiliar. Fisk finally turned from the map, his face a mask of cold fury. "They are cowards, scurrying from a new boot." "It's more than that," Wesley insisted, taking a hesitant step forward, holding up his data tablet. "I spoke to Silvio Manfredi's son. He said the message appeared on every screen in their possession, their phones, their televisions, their laptops. It detailed every secret they had. Every offshore account, every safe house, every political contact. It knew everything." While Wesley was speaking, Fisk had already turned to his own terminal. His powerful fingers flew across the keyboard. He accessed his own deep web archives, running the name Amon against every criminal database, every intelligence report he had ever compiled or bought. The search results were almost non-existent. A few scattered mentions in the deepest corners of the dark web. Rumors of a new organization that deals in information and control. Then, one file, a heavily encrypted report from a source he had thought long dead, popped up. It was a debrief from one of the assassins who had returned his bounty on the masked man. Fisk opened the file. It was an audio recording. The assassin's voice was filled with a fear Fisk had never heard from the men before. "Not just the masked man. He's an enforcer. He answers to someone else. I heard them mention a name, Amon." He slammed his fist on the console. It was a sharp impact. "Leave me," Fisk commanded, his voice a low growl, not looking up from the screen. "Sir, perhaps we should." "Leave me," he roared, and the sound was like the cracking of a glacier. Wesley flinched, nodded once and retreated to the elevator, the doors sliding shut and sealing Fisk in his silence. He walked to the center of the room, the blinking red lights on the map reflecting in his dead eyes. He had built his empire on a simple principle: control. He controlled the flow of money, the politicians, and the violence on the streets. He was the city's puppet master pulling the strings. Now he knew. This Amon was pulling his. The massive screen displaying the city map flickered, the complex data streams dissolving into a black screen. Then, white text appeared. "Your methods have become predictable, Wilson." Fisk stared, his heart pounding a heavy drum against his ribs. His systems were an air gapped from the outside world. This was impossible. Who is this? He demanded, his voice echoing in the empty room. A better question is, who are you? The text changed. A king of ash. The text on the screen vanished. The static abruptly cut out, plunging the room back into an unnerving silence. Fisk's eyes darted around the room, searching for a source, a hidden camera, a breached speaker. He found nothing. The attack was as traceless as everything else. A almost imperceptible scrape of a shoe on marble came from the corner of the room, a spot that had been empty a moment before. Chapter 118, Amon, 5. Fisk spun around, his massive frame coiling like a predator. Two figures now stood there, having appeared from the deep shadows near the wall as if they had materialized from the darkness itself. They had made no sound, bypassed every sensor and pressure plate. One was the masked man, Blonsky. His featureless emerald face was a void, and his posture was that of a coiled predator. Even standing still, he radiated an aura of overwhelming physical power. The other was a man Fisk had never seen. He was tall, dressed in an old-fashioned suit, with a polished monocle over one eye. He carried an air of academic detachment, as if he were observing an interesting specimen under a microscope. Fisk's eyes locked onto the man with the monocle. The name, the one he had just discovered, the name that had been the architect of his entire ruin, slammed into his mind with the force of a physical blow. It could be no one else. This was him. Amon, Fisk breathed, the name a venomous whisper, not a question but a damning accusation. The man, Amon, gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, his expression unchanging. Fisk's blood ran cold. This was the general, standing in the heart of his conquered fortress. They had presented themselves. Inside his tomb. The last sanctuary of his power had been violated as easily as a man walking through an open door. Every instinct screamed at him. He was a fighter who had crushed men's skulls with his bare hands. He was Wilson Fisk. He would not be cornered in his own home. He took a half step, his body coiling to charge, to unleash the primal violence that had carved his path to the top. I would not recommend that, Amon said. His voice was calm and utterly devoid of emotion, a spoken sound that cut through the silence of the room. It was a statement of fact, delivered with the certainty of a physicist explaining gravity. Fisk froze mid-motion. It was the realization that these men had appeared because the fight was already over. This was merely the negotiation of his surrender. Amon gestured to the black screen on the wall. You are considering an attack. A logical, if futile, course of action. You would likely neutralize me. I am, physically, just a man. But you would not reach him. He nodded toward Blonsky. He is faster, stronger, and has been enhanced beyond the peak of human potential. You would lose. Badly. But even if you won, what then? The screen flickered to life. It showed a live video feed. It was a high-angle shot, looking down at a beautiful house in the Italian countryside. A woman with silver hair was tending to a garden. Vanessa. Fisk's blood ran cold. No one knew where she was. No one. He had buried her existence under a mountain of shell corporations and false identities. We know everything, Wilson, Amon said, his voice a dispassionate scalpel. We know about the house in Umbria. We know about the account in Zurich you used to fund it. We know her favorite type of flower is the white rose. We know she has a slight heart arrhythmia that she hasn't told you about. The screen changed again. It showed the interior of the Queen's vault, now completely empty. It switched to a satellite image of the Hand's warehouse, surrounded by official vehicles. It switched again, showing a live feed of Silvio Manfredi kneeling before one of Amon's lieutenants in a dark room. You are a brilliant organizer, Amon continued, taking a slow step forward. But you are playing checkers. You're assassins. We had their psychological profiles and operational patterns before you hired them. Your money. We controlled the digital pathways it flowed through. Your politicians. We understood their fears better than they did themselves. You were trying to plug leaks in a dam while we were the river. The vastness of his enemy's power finally crashed down on him. An organization that could make a 40-ton container disappear was just a sign of logistical mastery so far beyond his own that it might as well be supernatural. A group that could turn his politicians used a more perfect form of blackmail. He was fighting a perfectly rational intelligence that had predicted his every move. And that was infinitely more terrifying. The sheer futility of his struggle. He had been a giant in a world of ants, and he had just been shown that there was a hidden world of giants above his own. What do you want? Fisk asked, the words feeling like gravel in his throat. His rage was gone, evaporated, and replaced by the clear logic of a survivor. There was no victory here. There was only managing the terms of his defeat. Your empire is a relic, Amon stated, his voice unchanging. Built on greed, chaos, and inefficiency. The world has evolved. The underworld must evolve with it. It needs structure. And a guiding hand. He stopped a few feet from Fisk, his gaze analytical, like a new owner assessing a valuable but poorly managed property. You have talent, Wilson. You see the city not as a collection of people, but as a machine. That is a rare and valuable perspective. It would be a waste to simply discard you. Amon's offer was laid bare and simple as a contract. Your organization is now mine. But the machine still needs a warden. Someone to be the face of the old power, a king in title only. You will continue to run the city's underworld. You will eliminate the chaotic elements that interfere with our business. But you will answer to me. Every decision, every dollar, every drop of blood will be accounted for. Fisk looked from Amon's emotionless face to Blonsky's terrifying mask. He looked at the screen, now showing the peaceful feet of Vanessa in her garden, completely unaware that her life was being used as a bargaining chip. He looked around his white room, his fortress, which had become his cage. He had lost. He had been so comprehensively and utterly defeated that it was no longer even a competition. He had been a master strategist, undone by a better one. There was only one logical move left. Survival. For himself. For her. Slowly, the giant of a man, the kingpin of New York, the titan who had brought the city to its knees, lowered his head. It was an acknowledgement of a superior power. He had been checkmated. I accept, Wilson Fisk said. Chapter 119, Amon, 6. A full hour passed in suffocating silence after the Amon and his enforcer had vanished as unnervingly as they had appeared. Wilson Fisk stood like a statue carved from granite and rage, processing the totality of his defeat and the brutal terms of his survival. The private elevator chimed softly. The doors slid open and James Wesley stepped out. He had clearly been waiting, tormented by the unknown, and his face was a mask of anxiety. He saw Fisk standing alone, unharmed, and a wave of relief washed over him, quickly followed by confusion. Sir, Wesley said, his voice hesitant as he stepped fully into the room. The building's security shows no breach. No unauthorized entry or exit. I don't understand what happened. Your orders. Fisk turned, and the man Wesley saw was different from the one he had left an hour ago. The uncontrolled rage was replaced by something far more dangerous, like a clear-eyed purpose. His eyes held a new fire of a predator who had been caged and was now learning the shape of his new reality. If he was to be a puppet, he would be the most effective, most dangerous puppet imaginable. He would learn the ways of his new masters. The old ways are dead, James, Fisk stated, his voice a low rumble that seemed to come from the depths of the earth. He walked past Wesley, his presence as immense and undeniable as ever. The families, the street crews, the petty loyalties and rivalries, they are inefficient. Full of ego and tradition. As of this moment, we are restructuring. Restructuring how? Wesley asked, his mind racing to catch up. He followed Fisk toward a large digital map of his corporate and criminal holdings. Wesley hesitated, the question that had been tormenting him finally breaking free. Sir, the name I heard from Manfredi's son. Amon. Have we joined him? He asked the question in a near whisper, as if saying it too loudly would make the terrifying reality more solid. Fisk stopped, his back to Wesley. For a long moment, he was silent. Then, he answered, his voice devoid of any emotion. We have not joined anyone, James. An old business has been liquidated and a new one has begun under new management. I am still the head of this organization. You will still answer to me. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Of course, Wesley said immediately. The hierarchy he understood was still in place. That was all that mattered. Good, Fisk said, turning back to the map. Because we are no longer in the business of crime, he announced, his voice regaining its familiar tone of absolute authority. We are in the business of control. Every street-level operation will be consolidated under a corporate-style management structure. No more bosses. No more capos. Only regional managers. Their performance will be judged on two metrics only, profit and stability. Nothing else. Failure to meet quotas will be treated as a resignation. Wesley understood the unspoken finality of that word. And the more aggressive elements. The ones who won't fall in line. A mirthless smile touched Fisk's lips. Our new partners have provided a solution for that. He turned to face Wesley, his eyes glinting with a dark light. The men they call the masked men, he will handle them. The name left a bitter taste in his mouth, the name of the weapon that had been so effectively used against him. He is now our head of human resources. Wesley's blood ran cold. He had seen the reports from the hand warehouse. He knew what that arbitration would look like. Inform the new regional managers, Fisk continued, his voice a low command. Any internal disputes, any territory squabbles, any challenges to the new structure, are to be submitted to him for arbitration. He was turning his chaotic underworld into a brutally disciplined corporation. He was taking the ruthless logic of Amon and applying it with his own intimate knowledge of the city's dark heart. This was his new purpose. It was a bitter pill, the taste of servitude in a world where he had once been the sole master. But it was a purpose nonetheless. And as he looked at the map of his city, he knew he would excel. He would become the most valuable asset his invisible masters had ever acquired. Amon stood in his sterile bunker, observing the flurry of activity within Fisk's network on his screens. Fisk was moving efficiently. The holographic form of the Red Queen shimmered into view, munching on a bag of holographic potato chips. Well, look at him go. Mr. Potato Head is already reorganizing the toy box. He's actually quite good at this when he's properly motivated. He is a man who understands systems, Amon stated. He has simply been given a new system to manage. Speaking of systems, Red Queen said, swallowing a chip with a synthesized crunch. While you've been playing gangster, I've been doing some routine spring cleaning on the global corporate networks. You know, checking for dust bunnies, industrial spies, the usual. She adopted a conspiratorial whisper. And I found a big, ugly, oily one. She waved her hand and a new window opened on the main screen. It was filled with the logo of Roxxon Oil Corporation. Roxxon, Amon said, his tone flat. He knew the name. An old-world energy giant, infamous for its corruption and ruthless business practices. The very same, Red Queen confirmed. Apparently, they're not very happy that Umbrella and Stark Industries are making their fossil fuels obsolete. Their profits are in the toilet, their stock is tanking and their board of directors is getting grumpy. She popped another chip in her mouth. So, they've decided to go the old-fashioned route. She pulled up a series of encrypted files, effortlessly decrypting them in real time. They showed financial transfers to shell corporations, which in turn were hiring decommissioned special forces soldiers and industrial saboteurs. They're preparing a series of physical attacks, Red Queen explained, her tone light and conversational despite the subject matter. They plan to hit 3 of Umbrella's primary data centers. Old school, messy and designed to cripple our global network by taking out the physical servers. Unacceptable, Amon stated. I know, right? Red Queen said, rolling her holographic eyes. So primitive. I could stop them easily, of course. A few anonymous tips to the Federation, rerouting their travel plans into a black hole. But where's the fun in that? The original U has this whole, never show our hand, policy. The policy is strategically sound, Amon said. Fine, Mr. Roboto, she sighed. So, no overt action from Umbrella. Which means? She grinned, a mischievous light in her eyes. You get to use your new toy. Amon looked from the Roxxon files back to the map of Fisk's now reorganizing empire. The pieces clicked into place. This was a chance to test his new asset. Fisk will handle it, Amon declared. Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Red Queen said, rubbing her hands together. What's the plan? Have Fisk sent his goons to break some kneecaps? Rough up their CEO. Inefficient, Amon replied. Roxxon is a public entity. We will attack their stock price. We will attack their reputation. We will gut them from the inside out, using Fisk as our scalpel. The first directive from Amon arrived on Fisk's secure server as a business proposal. It was a list of 37 names. They were janitors, security guards, data clerks and truck drivers. All of them worked for Roxxon Oil. Beside each name was a meticulously detailed file containing every dirty secret, every vulnerability, every desperate need of their lives. Fisk stared at the list, a slow understanding dawning on him. Amon was planning a hostile takeover of the company's very soul, starting from the unseen foundation. This was a level of systemic infiltration he had never conceived of. It was insidious and it was brilliant. James, Fisk's voice boomed through the penthouse intercom. Get the regional managers on a conference line. Now. This was the first true test of his corporate-style underworld. The orders that flowed from Fisk were precise directives, disseminated down a clear chain of command. Chapter 120, Amon, 7. Target, Marco the Mop Galanti. Night shift janitor, Roxxon Tower. The man in charge of this operation was a newly promoted manager named Sal Marconi, a brutal but effective enforcer who now ran the West Side rackets. Sal's file on Galanti, provided by Fisk, was shockingly detailed. Marco had a gambling problem. He owed over 50,000 origin to a particularly vicious loan shark in Queens named Petey the Thumb, a man who, as of 3 days ago, now answered to Sal. Sal went himself, finding Marco in a dimly lit backroom of a social club, his face pale with sweat as he lost another hand of cards he couldn't afford. Sal simply sat down opposite Marco, placing a thick envelope of cash on the table. Marco, Sal said, his voice almost friendly. You look like you're having a bad night. Marco's eyes darted from Sal to the money. I don't know you. I'm a friend of Petey's, Sal said smoothly. He was telling me about your account. Said you were a good customer. So, I bought your debt. He pushed the envelope across the table. This should cover it. With a little extra for your trouble. Marco stared, his mind struggling to process the miracle. What's the catch? No catch, Sal smiled. Just a small favor. There's a new cleaning products company. They want the city contract for Roxanne Tower. All you have to do is quit your job. My guy will take your place. That's it. You take the money, you walk away and your debt is wiped clean. You never see me or Petey again. Marco grabbed the money, his hands shaking. Within 12 hours, Marco Galanti was gone and a new janitor, a former Special Forces soldier with absolute loyalty to Amon, was pushing a mop through the halls of Roxanne's executive floor. Target, Brenda Vance. Third-party security guard, Roxanne Applied Sciences Lab, New Jersey. Brenda Vance was a different problem. She was clean. A single mother, a former Marine, she worked a double shift to pay for her son's experimental medical treatments. She couldn't be bribed and she was too tough to be intimidated. The file Amon provided, however, highlighted a different vulnerability, her son's doctor. Dr. Evans was a good man, but his research was perpetually underfunded. The directive for this target went to a different manager, a woman named Sophia, who controlled Fisk's network of clinics and pharmacies. Sophia approached Dr. Evans. She arrived at his underfunded clinic as a representative of the Spencer Family Foundation, an anonymous philanthropic organization. She offered him a grant. Enough to fund his research for the next decade and to cover the full cost of treatment for all his patients, including Brenda's son. Dr. Evans was skeptical, but the money was real and the paperwork was flawless. There was only one unusual condition attached to the grant. The foundation was also investing in a state-of-the-art private security firm and they needed to place their people in high-tech facilities to get real-world experience. The next day, Dr. Evans had a talk with Brenda. He told her the wonderful news, her son's treatment was now fully funded, for as long as it took. He also told her he had a friend, a representative from the foundation that made it all possible, who had a security job for her. It was better pay, better hours, and a full benefits package. It was a security supervisor position at an umbrella corporation data center. Brenda Vance, with tears of gratitude in her eyes, submitted her 2 weeks' notice at Roxanne. Her replacement was a hand-picked Injustice League operative, an expert in both physical security and electronic surveillance. Target, David Chen. Logistics clerk, Red Hook Shipping Depot. David Chen was a simple case of blackmail. Amon's file was concise and brutal. It contained photos of David, a married man, leaving a motel with a woman who was not his wife. It was classic, dirty, and effective. The job fell to Mickey the Mouth Ryan, a veteran enforcer. Mickey met David in a quiet coffee shop and slid a folder across the table. David opened it and the color drained from his face. "Here's the deal, Davy," Mickey said, stirring his coffee. "You're gonna walk into your boss's office tomorrow. You're gonna tell him you're moving to Florida to take care of your sick mother. You're gonna recommend your cousin for the job. He's a real hard worker, looking for a break." Mickey leaned in. "You do that and these pictures disappear forever. You don't and your wife gets a copy, your boss gets a copy, your priest gets a copy. We clear?" David Chen, his life in ruins in a single manila folder, could only nod. The next day, his cousin, an Injustice League member with a photographic memory and an expert understanding of supply chain vulnerabilities, was filing shipping manifests at Roxanne's most critical depot. One by one, across the city and beyond, the process was repeated with inhuman efficiency. A truck driver with a secret drug habit was replaced. A data clerk with a sick parent was given a generous severance package. An IT tech with a taste for illegal online content found his hard drive wiped and a new job offer waiting for him. The final confirmation report blinked onto the secure terminal in Fisk's penthouse. Asset, David Chen, successfully replaced. Fisk stared at the simple text, a feeling he couldn't quite name churning in his gut. It was a chilling sense of awe, deeply intertwined with a bitter resentment. For the past 48 hours, he had been a conductor of a symphony. Amon had given him the sheet music, a list of 37 names, each a perfectly detailed blueprint of a human life, complete with its weaknesses, fears, and desires. And he, Wilson Fisk, had wielded his entire underworld empire as a scalpel, executing the plan with a precision that was both terrifying and intoxicating. He had watched his new regional managers, men accustomed to settling disputes with baseball bats and bullets, adapt to this new form of warfare. He had listened to the recorded calls as Sal Marconi, a man who had broken more bones than he could count, had smoothly and charmingly offered a gambler a way out, his voice dripping with false friendship. He had reviewed the flawless financial paperwork from Sophia's charitable foundation, a perfect legal fiction that had bought a woman's loyalty with the life of her child. It was masterful. There was no other word for it. It was a level of strategy that made his own previous methods feel like the clumsy work of a street thug. He had always taken pride in his ability to see the city as a machine, to manipulate its gears. But Amon, he saw the entire world as a machine, and he knew the name and function of every last screw. A cold sense of awe washed over him. He was a master of his craft, but he had just been given a lesson by a god. And the resentment burned just as hotly. He had been the architect. Now, he was merely the contractor. Amon had given him the blueprints, and he had executed the construction with flawless efficiency. He had proven his worth as Amon's most valuable tool. He looked across the city, his gaze settling on the distant spire of Roxanne Tower. To the world, it was still a fortress of corporate power. Its executives were likely at this very moment sitting in their soundproofed offices, making billion-origin deals, completely oblivious to the fact that their world had fundamentally and irrevocably changed. They had no idea that the man who now mopped their boardroom floors was a former saboteur who was mapping their conversations. They didn't know that the new guard watching their most secret servers was a ghost who saw everything. They were utterly blind to the fact that the foundation of their corporate castle was no longer made of steel and concrete, but of dynamite. And Wilson Fisk, their unknown enemy, was just waiting for the man holding the detonator to give the order. Chapter 121, Amon, 8. The 37 new employees of Roxanne Oil were perfect. They arrived on time, did their jobs with quiet competence, and never caused any trouble. They were ghosts in the corporate machine, utterly unremarkable and therefore completely invisible. And every night, they would feed a torrent of unfiltered data into the insatiable maw of Amon's network. The janitor's cart, Roxanne Tower, 47th floor. Elias Vance was the new janitor. He was a gray-haired man in his late 50s with a slight limp, the kind of person an executive would look straight through without registering his existence. His file, the one Roxanne HR had on record, said he was a retired Army quartermaster. In reality, he was a former Mossad saboteur whose loyalty had been rewritten and perfected. His cleaning cart was his workstation. Late at night, long after the last ambitious vice president had gone home, Elias began his real work. The boardroom, a monument to corporate arrogance with its massive mahogany table and panoramic city views, was his primary target. His mop handle contained a pneumatic launcher. With a soft sound, it fires a micro-bug, no larger than a grain of rice and colored to perfectly match the wood grain, onto the underside of the table. Another was placed in the base of the credenza, another in the recessed lighting fixture. These were multi-spectrum sensors, capturing audio, video and even thermal fluctuations that could indicate a person's stress level. His best work was in the CEO's private bathroom. He replaced the GFI outlet next to the sink with a visually identical duplicate. This one contained a hardline tap that spliced directly into the building's Ethernet connection, giving the Red Queen a physical access point deep inside Roxanne's supposedly secure network. The server room, Roxanne Applied Sciences, New Jersey. The new security guard, a woman named Maria, sat in the climate-controlled server room, a place that housed Roxanne's darkest secrets. The official security protocol required a physical guard to be present at all times, a human element to prevent a purely digital breach. They never considered that the human element could be the breach. On her personal datapad, she was running a piece of software provided by Amon. It was a mirroring program, but one unlike any other. It simply requested data, packet by packet, at such a low and slow rate that it was statistically indistinguishable from background system noise and routine diagnostic checks. Over the course of her 12-hour shift, the program would copy terabytes of data. Research notes on illegal biological agents, encrypted payrolls showing consulting fees paid to foreign dictators, geological surveys detailing deliberate and catastrophic environmental dumping in South America. The data flowed out of Roxanne's most secure facility like a slow trickle from a leaky faucet, completely undetectable. The shipping depot, Red Hook, Brooklyn. At the bustling Red Hook depot, the new logistics clerk, a young man who called himself Jake, was a model of efficiency. He processed shipping manifests with a speed and accuracy that impressed his supervisor. What his supervisor didn't know was that Jake had a photographic memory. He was memorizing the manifests for the off-the-books deliveries. He noted the specific container numbers, the shell corporation names, the destinations in unstable countries. He saw the discrepancies, manifests that claimed to be shipping industrial solvents in lead-line containers that weighed 10 tons more than they should. He saw the routes that carefully skirted international waters and customs checkpoints. At the end of his shift, he sat in his car and recited every detail into an encrypted burner phone, uploading the raw data directly to Amon. He was a living leak in the heart of Roxanne's black market operations. Amon remained silent, his focus on the incoming data from the New Jersey lab, the complex chemical formulas scrolling across the screen in a silent stream. The Red Queen's avatar floated beside him, her holographic form a stark contrast to the sterile functionality of the bunker. She lounged in the air as if on an invisible chaise, a virtual magazine in her hands one moment, a half-eaten holographic apple the next. She was processing petabytes of stolen data with less effort than a human would use to read a gossip column. Boring, boring, encrypted cafeteria menus. Oh, wait a second, she said, her casual tone suddenly sharpening with the predatory interest of a cat spotting a mouse. The apple vanished. Now this is a juicy one. She waved her hand with a theatrical flourish. On the main screen, a high-definition video feed bloomed into existence. The perspective was from a low angle, looking up from beneath a polished mahogany table. The audio was crystal clear. It was Elias Vance's bug in the Roxanne boardroom, capturing a secret meeting. The feed showed two men. One was Roxanne's CEO, Hugh Jones, his face florid with a mixture of anger and anxiety. The other was Senator Robert Thompson, a man with a public reputation as a straight-shooting man of the people. In the privacy of this room, his face was a greedy mask. They were in a heated argument. Absolutely not, Robert, Hugh Jones was whispering, his voice a strained hiss. The risk is too high. Another 20% is insane. We've already paid you a fortune. The political climate has changed, Hugh, the senator shot back, his folksy charm replaced by a snake's quiet venom. The Federation's new transparency initiatives are making things difficult. Killing the clean energy bill in committee wasn't easy. It required a lot of favors, a lot of persuasion. The price of doing business has gone up. You want Roxanne to remain competitive in a world that's trying to outlaw you. Then you will pay the price. The Red Queen let out a small gasp. Oh, he is just the worst, she chirped, her eyes wide with glee. A corrupt politician. It's like finding a vintage collectible. She mimicked typing on a virtual keyboard. Let's see. Senator Robert Thompson. Publicly campaigns on family values and fiscal responsibility. Privately has a secret mistress in Alexandria and a son with a gambling problem that he's been covering up for years. She shook her head in mock sadness. Naughty, naughty. With another flick of her wrist, she made the video file disappear from the main screen. A encrypted file labeled Thompson, R leverage, appeared in a folder on the side of the display. Tagged, flagged, and stored for future blackmail, she announced with immense satisfaction. He'll be a very useful puppet for the leader to play with later. See? I'm helping. She gave Amon an innocent smile, as if she had just organized a spice rack rather than catalogued the means to destroy a man's life and career. Amon remained silent, his focus on the incoming data from the New Jersey lab. Complex chemical formulas scrolled across the screen. What are you looking for? Red Queen asked, floating closer. Chapter 122, Amon, 9. A specific project. Code-named Basilisk, Amon stated. Intelligence chatter suggested Roxanne was developing a biological agent. Basilisk, let me see, she murmured, her eyes glowing as she cross-referenced a billion points of data. Ah, here we go. She isolated a series of encrypted research notes. It's a retrovirus. Designed to attack and destroy chlorophyll on a cellular level. It kills plants. All of them. A weapon of famine, Amon concluded, his voice cold. Worse, Red Queen said, her playful demeanor gone for a moment, replaced by a chilling seriousness. The models show it's aerosol-based and highly mutagenic. If they ever used this, it would render the soil sterile for generations. They were planning to use it to destabilize the agricultural markets in developing nations, then swoop in and sell their patented genetically engineered, basilisk immune, seeds at a premium. They were planning to own the very concept of food. Amon stared at the data. Roxanne was treating Basilisk like just another business venture. Okay, playtime's over, Red Queen said, her usual grin returning, but this time it was predatory. I've got everything. We have irrefutable proof of illegal weapons research, a slush fund that's bribed half of Congress, and enough environmental violations to have their entire board executed under the Federation's new planetary health laws. She made a sweeping gesture. We have enough here to erase them from existence. She looked at Amon, a conspiratorial glint in her holographic eyes. So, what's the first move, boss? Ready to let your new pit bull off his leash. Amon looked at the damning evidence, at the sheer evil of Roxanne's ambition. His expression remained unchanged, but a decision had been made. Project Basilisk. A weapon that erased the very potential for life from the soil. Red Queen's holographic avatar floated beside him, her usual playful expression replaced by a hard focus. Their security is good, but it's designed to stop a physical assault or a brute force hack. It's not designed to stop the janitor from replacing a power outlet. Her eyes glowed as she interfaced with the hardline tap Elias Vance had planted in the CEO's bathroom. From there, she had a direct connection to Roxanne Tower's internal network. From the tower, she built a digital bridge to the servers at the New Jersey Applied Sciences facility. I'm in, she announced. I can access every file they have on Basilisk. Copy everything, Amon commanded, his voice a toneless instrument of purpose. Then, erase it. Erase is boring, Red Queen said, a predatory grin spreading across her face. How about we give them a real headache? Amon watched as she worked. This was a digital haunting. She located the primary and backup servers holding the basilisk data and initiated a recursive loop of data degradation. It was a digital cancer. Over the next few days, every file related to the project would corrupt itself from the inside out, bit by bit, leaving behind nothing but terabytes of useless code. It would look like a 1 in a billion hardware failure. The digital traces will be gone, Amon stated. But the physical samples remain. They could replicate the work. Not for long, Red Queen purred. I've got access to the lab's environmental controls and the containment unit's power regulators. Ready to make some fireworks. Amon extended his senses, his Omega-level technopathy reaching out through the network like an invisible hand. He could feel the machines in the New Jersey lab as if they were extensions of his own body. The hum of the HVAC systems, the cold stillness of the cryogenic freezers holding the basilisk samples, the complex network of pressure valves and chemical pumps in the main synthesis chamber. He located the main coolant pump for the lab's high-energy centrifuge. He introduced a tiny imperceptible tremor into its rotor, a vibration just slightly out of sync with its normal operating frequency. Over the next few days, this harmonic dissonance would create micro-fractures in the bearings. Next, he found the pressure release valves for the chemical storage tanks. The system had dozens of digital and analog fail-safes. He bypassed them all by telling the system's computer that the pressure was perfectly normal. He slowly began to increase the flow of volatile acetone into the main mixing chamber, a chamber that was supposed to be empty and inert. Finally, he focused on the cryogenic containment units. He instructed their internal processors to begin a routine maintenance and defrost cycle. A cycle that was scheduled for 3 months from now. Amon's consciousness returned to the bunker. It is done. And now, for the main event, Red Queen said with theatrical flair. The first directive Amon relayed to Fisk was an anonymous data packet sent to Fisk's air-gapped server. It contained the damning file on Project Basilisk. The data packet arrived without a source. It appeared on Fisk's air-gapped server, a ghost slipping through the walls of his digital fortress. The file was labeled with an ominous word, Basilisk. Fisk opened it. For a full 10 minutes, the only sound in the white room was the soft hum of the servers and the occasional intake of Fisk's own breath. He read in absolute silence. He scrolled through complex chemical formulas, simulated atmospheric dispersal models, and projected casualty counts that were measured in the billions. He read research notes that discussed the weaponization of famine with the academic detachment of a corporate quarterly report. He saw a plan to hold the very concept of food hostage on a planetary scale. A retrovirus that would turn a nation's farmlands into barren dust, followed by the salvation of a patented genetically engineered seed that only Roxanne could provide. It was a strategy of apocalyptic cruelty. When he finished, he stared at the final page of the report, his massive form as still as a granite statue. He was a criminal. He knew this. His hands were stained with the blood of countless men. He had built an empire on pain, intimidation, and fear. He had blackmailed, threatened, and broken people to achieve his goals. He had ordered deaths as casually as he ordered dinner. He accepted these facts about himself without moral conflict. The world was a brutal place, and he had simply been more brutal, more willing to do what was necessary to impose his own brand of order on its chaos. He saw himself as a necessary evil. A king who ruled the dark, hidden parts of the city so that the citizens in the light could maintain their illusion of safety. The violence he orchestrated was, in his own mind, a form of brutal surgery, cutting out the cancers of unchecked chaos to keep the body of his city alive. His actions were for a purpose, control, order, the betterment of his city. But this was different. This was not a crime. Crime had a purpose, however twisted. Robbery was for profit. Murder was for power or revenge. This was nihilism in a vial. It was the desire to burn the entire world down just to sell the ashes. It was a level of pure evil, a lust for destruction on a scale that even he, Wilson Fisk, found profoundly repulsive. It was a crime against humanity itself, against the very concept of a future. At that moment, staring at the hard data of Project Basilisk, he finally understood. He had thought Amon was just a more sophisticated rival, a new king deposing the old one. He had believed it was a simple, albeit humiliating, change of management. He was wrong. Amon was not a crime lord. He was not interested in the petty squabbles of the underworld. The ghost that had dismantled his empire wasn't just another predator. It was an exterminator. Amon was cleaning houses on a global scale, purging the world of cancers that were too deep, too malignant for any government or hero to even see, let alone fight. And he, Wilson Fisk, he was a tool. A weapon being pointed at the real monsters. He was being given the opportunity to be the broom that would sweep the filth from the corners of the world. It was a purpose far greater than simply ruling the streets of New York. It was a role he could understand. A role he could, in his own dark way, respect. A grim resolve settled in his chest, extinguishing the last embers of his resentment. He pressed the intercom button on his desk, his voice a low growl, devoid of the hesitation and fury of the past weeks. It was the voice of the Kingpin, back in command, but now serving a higher purpose. "James," he said into his intercom. "Get me the files on every board member of Roxxon. Dig deeper. I want to know about their mistresses, their secret accounts, their deviant appetites, the names of their childhood pets, and the brand of cigars they smoke. I want to own their souls before the week is out." Chapter 123, Amon, 10. The blackmail was an art form that James Wesley had perfected over a decade of service to the Kingpin. He moved with the quiet dignity of a funeral director, his presence alone a harbinger of doom. He began with Douglas Finch, Roxxon's chief financial officer, a man whose public image was one of fiscal prudence and unwavering integrity. Wesley's reservation was for two at Le Bernardin, under a false name. Finch arrived expecting to meet a potential investor, annoyed but willing to play the game. He found Wesley sitting alone at a secluded table, a pristine leather folder resting beside his water glass. "Mr. Finch," Wesley said, his voice a polite murmur. "Thank you for coming. I won't take much of your time. Who are you?" Finch demanded, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. "I'm a concerned third party," Wesley replied smoothly, sliding the folder across the table. "Representing a group of investors who have become disillusioned with Roxxon's current leadership." Finch opened the folder. Inside were high-resolution bank statements from an untraceable digital vault in the Cayman Islands. They detailed, to the cent, the $27 million origin he had embezzled from the employee pension fund over the last 5 years. Beneath the statements were architectural plans for the mansion he was building in the Hamptons, a property his public salary could never afford. The blood drained from Finch's face. "What do you want?" he whispered, his corporate bluster evaporating into raw fear. "It's simple," Wesley said, taking a calm sip of water. "Starting tomorrow, you will begin selling your personal shares in Roxxon Oil. 5% of your total holdings, per day. You will cite personal reasons and a desire to diversify your portfolio. The sales must be small enough to avoid triggering any automated market alarms. You will continue this process until you have divested completely. In return, this folder, and all its copies, will cease to exist. Do we have an understanding?" Finch could only nod, his mind reeling. He had been surgically dismantled without a single threat being uttered. The meeting with Douglas Finch was a flawless proof of concept. With the CFO now silently bleeding his shares onto the market, Wesley moved on to the next name on the list, his movements as precise and inevitable as a master chess player capturing pawns. His next target was Evelyn Reed, Roxxon's celebrated head of research and development. She was a titan of the scientific community, a woman with a carefully crafted public image of a compassionate innovator dedicated to bettering human life. She was scheduled to attend a gala performance of La Traviata at the Lincoln Center. Wesley arranged for a private box directly adjacent to hers. He waited until the first intermission. Dressed in an impeccable tuxedo, he stepped from his box and intercepted her in the hushed, opulent corridor as she was heading toward the private lounge. "Dr. Reed," he said, his voice a polite, cultured murmur that blended perfectly with the sophisticated surroundings. "A word, if I may." Evelyn Reed, a severe woman in her 60s with an imperious air, turned, her expression one of annoyance at being accosted by a stranger. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" "My name is unimportant," Wesley replied, offering a formal smile. "I represent a private investment group with a deep interest in Roxxon's historical pharmaceutical portfolio." He held out an elegant leather folder, the same kind he had given Finch. "We had some questions about Project Lyra." The name hit her like a physical blow. The color drained from her face, her carefully constructed composure cracking for a fraction of a second. Project Lyra was a failed clinical trial for a cardiovascular drug from over a decade ago, its records supposedly scrubbed and buried under the highest level of corporate classification. Her hand trembled slightly as she took the folder. She saw the faces of the dead. Page after page of autopsy reports, death certificates, and confidential medical files for the 27 trial participants who had died of catastrophic heart failure. Most damningly, the final page was a direct copy of the original internal memo, bearing her digital signature, that recommended the immediate termination of the trial and the classification of all related data due to unacceptable patient mortality. It was the smoking gun she had spent a decade believing was gone forever. The families of the victims were compensated, of course, Wesley continued, his voice still a dispassionate murmur. Quiet settlements for unexpected complications. But I doubt the Federation's new oversight committees would see it that way. Corporate manslaughter is such an ugly term, don't you think? It would be the end of your career. Your reputation. Your freedom. Evelyn Reed looked up from the folder, her eyes wide with pure terror. The brilliant scientist was replaced by a cornered animal. "What do you want?" she whispered, her voice cracking. "Starting tomorrow, you will begin selling 5% of your personal Roxxon holdings per day," Wesley said. You will cite a desire to fund a new, private philanthropic medical research initiative. It will look very noble. And in return, Project Lyra will once again become a ghost. He took the folder from her nerveless fingers. Enjoy the rest of the performance, Doctor. He turned and walked away, leaving her standing alone in the opulent hallway, the sounds of the opera filtering from the theater like a funeral dirge for the life she had just lost. The final primary target was Marcus Thorne, the head of global logistics. Thorne was a man of action. He was ex-military, and he believed himself to be untouchable, his operations too complex and too dirty for anyone to ever unravel. Wesley knew a fancy restaurant or a private box wouldn't work for him. He had Thorne follow. He found his target's routine. Every morning, before dawn, Thorne would walk his dog in a secluded park overlooking the river. Wesley was waiting for him on a park bench, dressed in a simple jogging suit, looking like any other early riser. "Mr. Thorne," Wesley said as the man approached. Thorne, a powerfully built man with a suspicious nature, stopped, his hand instinctively going to the heavy object concealed under his jacket. "Who's asking?" "Just a man with a delivery," Wesley said, not moving from the bench. He held up a data slate. "This is for you." Thorne snatched the slate, his eyes scanning the park for any sign of a threat. On the screen was a high-resolution satellite image. It was a picture of a desolate stretch of the Amazon rainforest. Superimposed on the image were precise GPS coordinates and a date stamp from 3 years prior. It was a place Thorne knew well. "What is this?" Thorne growled, though his heart began to pound in his chest. Wesley swiped the screen. The next image was a closer view, showing a convoy of Roxxon-branded tanker trucks, their serial numbers clearly visible, pumping thousands of gallons of a viscous substance directly into a tributary of the Amazon River. The next image was of a falsified shipping manifest, bearing Thorne's own digital authorization, that listed the contents of those trucks as non-toxic industrial drilling lubricant. Chapter 124, Amman, 11. My associates have compiled similar files for 17 other unregistered dumping sites across 5 continents, Wesley said calmly, his voice carrying easily in the quiet morning air. The environmental damage is extensive. The Federation's EPA has a new mandate for crimes against the planet. The penalties are severe. They would make an example of you, Mr. Thorne. A very public and a very permanent example. Thorne stared at the screen, the proof of his crimes laid bare in incontrovertible detail. His entire life's work, his reputation for ruthless efficiency, was about to become the cornerstone of the biggest environmental trial in history. He looked at Wesley, his face a mask of fury and dawning horror. "What's the price?" "A well-managed retirement fund," Wesley said, his tone unchanging. 5% of your stock, per day. Starting now. You will tell your colleagues you've received a generous offer to head a private global logistics consultancy. A chance to be your own boss. You are a proud man. They will believe it. Each meeting, conducted in the target's own world, ended the same way. With a quiet whisper of defeat. 5% a day. A perfectly coordinated bleed, orchestrated by an unseen hand, draining the lifeblood from a dying giant, one drop at a time. At first, it was barely a tremor on the market. A few minor sales from executives. Business reporters noted it as an oddity, perhaps a sign of internal restructuring. But as the days went on, the pattern became undeniable. A persistent sell-off by the company's entire senior leadership. The market grew nervous. Whispers of a sinking ship began to circulate in the financial world. Roxxon stock began to drop a few points each day as investor confidence started to erode. With the market primed and jittery, Amman gave Fisk the signal for the next phase. The weapon was an entity called the Planetary Guardians Foundation, a legitimate-looking non-profit Fisk had established years ago. It had a professional website, a board of respected, bribed, environmental scientists and a history of publishing well-researched papers on corporate pollution. It was a credible front. The data file, uploaded anonymously by Planetary Guardians Foundation, hit the global network with the force of a tectonic event. It was a massive archive of raw data, geological surveys, internal Roxxon reports, chemical analyses, and most damningly, years of high-resolution satellite imagery. It was a meticulously compiled, undeniable chronicle of a systematic crime against the planet. For the first few hours, there was a stunned silence as news agencies and Federation watchdogs scrambled to verify the information. They didn't have to scramble for long. The GPS coordinates were perfect. The internal reports matched the satellite photos with horrifying accuracy. This was a prosecution's entire case, delivered on a silver platter. The news broke like a global air raid siren. Live-streamed footage from every major news network dominated the screens in every home, every office, every public square on the planet. The images were apocalyptic. In the heart of the Amazon, Federation EPA drones, guided by the provided coordinates, hovered over a dead zone where the vibrant rainforest gave way to a black wound in the earth. Robotic teams in bright yellow hazmat suits were pulling thousands of corroded barrels from the poisoned soil, the iconic red Roxxon logo on each one a visceral symbol of corporate evil. The streams cut to other locations from the file, a desolate coastline in Nigeria where the sand was stained with a black tide, a Siberian tundra where melting permafrost was revealing pits filled with decaying chemical containers, a tributary of the Ganges where the water ran a toxic rainbow. It was a global tapestry of ecocide, all meticulously documented, all tracing back to one company. The public reaction was visceral. This was not the world of fragmented nations and cynical populations from a few years ago. This was the world of the Earth Federation, a populace that had been educated on the fragility of their shared home. They had been taught about Asgard's protection, the potential threat of alien empires and their own responsibility as a unified planetary civilization. The concept of crimes against the planet was a core tenet of their new global identity. The outrage was furious. Protests, organized in minutes on the global social networks, erupted in every major city. Outside Roxxon Tower in New York, a sea of thousands of enraged citizens gathered, their faces a mixture of anger and betrayal. Similar scenes played out in London, Tokyo, Mumbai, and Rio de Janeiro. They were protesting a fundamental violation of the new global contract. The Federation government, led by the leader, acted with a swiftness and decisiveness that the old world's fragmented political bodies could have never mustered. Within 6 hours of the data drop, the Federation's High Chancellor appeared in a global broadcast. His face was grim, his voice filled with a controlled fury that mirrored the public's own. He announced a top-down investigation with the full weight of the Federation's authority. Effective immediately, all of Roxxon Oil's global assets were frozen. Their operating licenses were suspended pending the outcome of the investigation. Their board members and senior executives were placed on a no-fly list, their personal assets frozen as well. The message was clear: there was no corner of the planet where they could hide, no corporate loophole that could protect them. For the global financial markets, it was a death sentence. Roxxon's stock didn't just fall off a cliff. The cliff itself was dynamited and the ground beneath it collapsed into a bottomless abyss. The moment the markets opened, the stock ticker for RXN became a waterfall of red. Automated trading systems, programmed to dump assets linked to catastrophic legal or environmental risk, began selling millions of shares per second. Panicked hedge funds, pension managers, and entire national investment portfolios tried to offload their holdings, but there were no buyers. No one wanted to touch an asset that was now synonymous with planetary poison. The stock price plummeted by 50, then 70, then 80% in a matter of minutes. Trading was halted, but it was a futile gesture. When it resumed, the sell-off continued, a cascade failure of historic proportions. In a single day of trading, Roxxon Oil, a titan of the 20th century, a company that had once dictated the policy of nations, lost over 90% of its value. It became functionally worthless, a penny stock, a ghost of its former self, kept on the exchange only as a grim reminder of the price of hubris in the New World Order. And as the world was consumed by the spectacle of Roxxon's public immolation, the silent phase of the plan went into effect. From the shadows, Wilson Fisk began to buy. Using the untraceable funds of his newly organized underworld, channeled through 100 different shell corporations and investment firms from Geneva to Singapore, he began acquiring the worthless stock. He bought from panicked hedge funds, from desperate banks trying to offload the toxic asset, from the board members who were now frantically selling off their remaining shares. He was buying infrastructure, oil fields, refineries, a global fleet of supertankers, patents for advanced drilling technology. Amman wanted to absorb its global reach and repurpose it for his own ends. It was a corporate execution, conducted with the precision of a master strategist and the brutality of a crime lord. Roxxon, a titan of the old world, had been bled, gutted, and consumed. All that remained was a corporate shell, waiting for its new master to step inside. Chapter 125, Amman, 12. While the global news networks were consumed by the spectacle of Roxxon's financial ruin, a far more critical drama was unfolding in the sterile silence of their New Jersey Applied Sciences facility. It was here, in a subterranean lab designated Biohazard Level 4, that the real poison lay sleeping, the physical samples of Project Basilisk. For hours, the high-energy centrifuge in Lab B had been performing a routine analysis of a benign protein sample. But deep within its housing, an unnatural process was underway. The microscopic tremor Amman had induced in its rotor, a vibration so slight it wouldn't trigger any diagnostic alarms, was methodically breaking down the integrity of its magnetic bearings. Microfractures, invisible to the naked eye, spread through the hardened alloy like cracks in glass. It was a time bomb, ticking away in perfect silence. At precisely 3:17 a.m., the moment of catastrophic failure arrived. The sound was a high-pitched scream as the centrifuge's rotor, spinning at 70,000 revolutions per minute, broke free of its magnetic containment. For a fraction of a second, the 2-ton assembly became an unstoppable projectile inside its own reinforced housing. It tore through the interior of the machine, shredding electronics and coolant lines before shattering the outer casing in a blinding shower of superheated shrapnel. One of those jagged pieces of metal glowing red-hot and traveling faster than a rifle bullet, sliced through an armored power conduit on the far wall. The severance was instantaneous, causing a brilliant blue arc of electricity to erupt in the darkness. That spark was the match. The air in the lab, which for the last several days had been imperceptibly saturated with volatile acetone fumes from the subtly manipulated chemical storage tanks, ignited. The resulting explosion was a deafening hump as a wave of blue and orange fire erupted, consuming the entire research wing in a voracious breath. The blast wave blew the reinforced lab doors off their hinges and sent a plume of black smoke billowing up the ventilation shafts. The heat was instantaneous and absolute enough to melt the tempered glass of the observation windows and turn the lab's sophisticated electronic equipment into bubbling slag. Across the facility, klaxons blared and red emergency lights began to paint the hallways in a hellish glow. The automated fire suppression system kicked in, its protocols demanding it flood the lab with thousands of gallons of flame-retardant foam. Pressurized water surged through the overhead pipes. But it was a futile gesture. Amon's ghostly touch on the system's water pressure regulators had done its work. Instead of a high-pressure torrent, the sprinkler heads produced a weak drizzle that evaporated into steam sizzled away long before it could touch the inferno below. It was like trying to put out a volcano with a garden hose. The fire, starved of the initial acetone fuel, began to feed on everything else. Plastic consoles, chemical binders, rubber insulation, it all became kindling for the blaze. The heart of the inferno was Lab B, and its primary target was the row of cryogenic freezers lining the far wall. These were the sanctums, the frozen arks that held the future of Roxxon's dark ambition. Inside each freezer, stored at a temperature of -150°C, were the vials containing the basilisk retrovirus. The fire raged against their insulated casings, the intense heat warring with the extreme cold within. The metal of the freezers began to glow a cherry red. The internal temperature alarms, their wiring long since melted, remained silent. One by one, the containment units failed. The seals on the doors warped, the vacuum insulation was breached, and the liquid nitrogen coolant boiled away in an explosive flash of vapor. The sudden temperature change was the final blow. The delicate glass vials inside, subjected to a thermal shock of over 1,000 degrees in a matter of seconds, shattered. The basilisk retrovirus, a biological agent designed to survive and replicate in living plant tissue, was utterly helpless against the purifying power of the fire. The complex protein chains that made up its structure were instantly denatured, the delicate RNA strands burned away into nothing more than carbon and ash. The potential for a global famine, the culmination of years of brilliant and monstrous research, was erased from existence in a blaze of elemental fury. For hours, the fire raged, contained to the subterranean wing by thick concrete walls but utterly unstoppable within it. Federation emergency crews arrived, but could do little more than prevent the blaze from spreading to the surface, pumping millions of gallons of water into a fight that was already lost. By the time the sun rose, it was not a dawn of hope, but a sickly spectacle. A yellow-gray light, barely recognizable as sunlight, struggled to filter through the chemical haze that hung like a shroud over the New Jersey landscape. The fire, having consumed every last combustible molecule in its subterranean prison, had finally, reluctantly, choked itself out. The research wing of the Roxxon Applied Sciences facility was no longer a place of cutting-edge science, it was a tomb, a modern-day Pompeii sealed in a sarcophagus of its own hubris. The air that billowed up from the blackened ventilation shafts was a palpable entity. It was an acrid soup, a vile cocktail of melted plastic, flash-burned chemicals, ozone, and wet ash that clung to the back of the throat and made the eyes water, even from 100 yards away. It was a toxic miasma that the most advanced filtration mask struggled to purify, a ghost of the ambition that had been incinerated below. What remained within that tomb was a scene of profound and absolute destruction, a masterpiece of inorganic ruin. The white corridors, where scientists in pristine lab coats had walked with quiet purpose, were now blackened tunnels that resembled the calcified arteries of some colossal beast. The walls, once smooth and seamless, were scarred and blistered, the layers of industrial paint having boiled away to reveal the scorched concrete beneath. In some places, the heat had been so intense that the concrete itself had spalled and cracked, exposing the warped steel rebar skeleton within. Thick steel doors, each one designed and rated to withstand a direct explosive breach, had been rendered completely useless. They were no longer barriers, but grotesque monuments to the Inferno's power. They had been warped in their frames, buckled and twisted as if they were made of soft clay, their multi-ton mass rippled and distorted like fabric in a breeze. The locking mechanisms, forged from hardened steel, had melted into unrecognizable rivers of solidified metal that ran down the door faces like silver tears. The observation windows, made of 3-inch thick tempered glass, had met an even more spectacular fate. They had liquefied. Melted glass, now solidified, hung in long, grotesque, obsidian icicles from the warped window frames, while the floors below were covered in glittering dunes of shattered, heat-fused silica that crunched under the boots of the first responders. Every single surface, from the floor to the ceiling, from the twisted remains of a computer console to the carbonized ruin of a chair, was coated in a greasy and unnervingly uniform layer of black chemical soot. It was an oily powder that clung to everything, absorbing all light, muffling all sound. It turned the entire subterranean level into a monochromatic landscape of charcoal and gray, a place devoid of all color, all life, all hope. It was a perfect ruin, a silent testament to a fire that had utterly and completely erased. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Amon, 13. Days later, after structural engineers in heavy-duty exoskeletons had reinforced the collapsing ceilings and declared the primary structure of the research wing stable enough to enter, the real work began. A team from the Federation's newly formed Science and Technology Hazard Division, Sci-Tech Hazard, descended into the ruins. They were the best in the world, a grim-faced assembly of forensic engineers, chemical specialists, and data recovery experts. Clad in fully enclosed hazmat suits, they looked like astronauts exploring an alien world. Their movements were slow, methodical, and deliberate as they moved through the contaminated atmosphere, their helmet-mounted lights cutting sharp beams through the perpetual gloom. Their first point of interest was Lab B, the clear epicenter of the inferno. The remains of the high-energy centrifuge were the centerpiece of the destruction, a multi-ton sculpture of torn metal that looked like a crushed insect. The investigators spent 2 full days documenting the scene, their drones and scanners creating a 3-dimensional model of the wreckage. They found the primary rotor, a 2-ton cylinder of advanced alloy, embedded a full 18 inches into the reinforced concrete of the far wall, a testament to the unimaginable force of its failure. Samples of the rotor's magnetic bearings were carefully collected and sent back to the Sci-Tech Hazard Labs in Geneva. There, under electron microscopes, the truth seemed to reveal itself. The lead investigator's report shows the discovery of microscopic stress-induced fractures throughout the alloy. There was no evidence of external tampering, no sign of explosive residue. The fractures were textbook examples of material fatigue, consistent with long-term harmonic resonance, an exceptionally rare design flaw. Next, the team followed the trajectory of the shrapnel, a gruesome connect-the-dots of destruction. They found the clean gash in the armored power conduit, the edges of the metal melted and beaded from a massive electrical arc. It was, without question, the ignition source. Simultaneously, the chemical specialists took dozens of air and surface samples. The faint but unmistakable residue of oxidized acetone was everywhere. Their investigation led them to the chemical storage unit, a room that was now a crater of melted steel and fused pipework. After a painstaking analysis of the surviving plumbing, they located a ruptured pressure valve, its metal peeled back like a flower. The diagnostics on the valve's electronic actuator came back corrupted and unreadable due to the extreme fire damage, but the physical rupture was consistent with a spontaneous overpressure event. 2 weeks after the investigation began, the Federation's Information Task Force released the official Sci-Tech Hazard Report to the global public network. It was an utterly convincing document. It read, Official Report, Roxanne Applied Sciences Incident, NJ7. Summary of findings. Primary cause, catastrophic mechanical failure of AKVAR-7 high-energy centrifuge located in Lab B, attributed to unforeseen material fatigue in the primary rotor's magnetic bearings. Secondary cause, a critical failure of a Series 9 pressure regulation valve in the primary chemical storage unit, resulting in the atmospheric release of an undetermined quantity of acetone vapor. Ignition event, shrapnel from the centrifuge failure severed a primary power conduit, creating an electrical arc which ignited the ambient acetone vapor. Contributing factor, the subsequent fire suppression system failed to deploy at optimal pressure, a failure attributed to heat-related damage to the system's primary water regulators. Conclusion, the incident at the Roxanne facility is officially classified as a multi-point industrial accident. The investigation has found no evidence of foul play, sabotage, or external malfeasance. It was a chain reaction of entirely mechanical failures. The report was a masterpiece of convenient tragedy. It was logical, scientifically sound and, most importantly, it was boring. There was no conspiracy, no villain. Just faulty machinery and bad luck. The investigation then turned to the consequences of the blaze and a second report was released a week later, this one from the Federation's Asset Recovery and Data Forensics Division. It detailed the complete and total loss of all materials within the research wing. The team had moved methodically through the wreckage with portable gene sequencers and protein scanners, searching for any sign of surviving biological agents. The report stated, with clinical finality, that the fire had reached temperatures in excess of 2,000 degrees Celsius, hot enough to utterly incinerate any complex organic material. The samples had been atomized. The final blow was the loss of data. A renowned specialist from the Federation's Cyber Forensics Division, a man famous for recovering data from a server that had fallen from orbit, was brought in. His final report was brief, unequivocal, and devastating for Roxanne's remaining insurers. Forensics Addendum, Report NJ7, data recovery is not possible. The extreme and prolonged heat exposure has resulted in the complete physical destruction of the magnetic storage media, hard drives, data tapes. All data stored on site, including all physical and digital backups, must be considered permanently and irrevocably lost. The final summary concluded, had been a perfect disaster. It had not only destroyed the lab but had also meticulously erased any record of what the lab had been working on. There was nothing to salvage, nothing to learn from, nothing to even properly mourn. It was a complete and total loss. The public reaction was almost non-existent. In the midst of the more sensational story of Roxxon's financial collapse and its monumental crimes against the planet, the news of a tragic lab fire was a footnote. It was seen as just one more piece of a corrupt empire. A few online forums speculated about corporate sabotage from a rival, but with the official Federation report declaring it an accident, the story had no legs. The world's attention was focused on the drama of the stock market and the environmental cleanup, not on a burned-out basement in New Jersey. In his bunker, Amon reviewed the final Federation report, an almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. It was perfect. The wound had been cauterized and the world itself had signed the death certificate, declaring it a result of natural causes. The ash of Roxxon's dark ambition had been swept away, leaving the ground clear for him to build something new in its place. With the physical threat of Project Basilisk reduced to a layer of sterile ash and the public's fury squarely focused on the environmental disaster, the final phase of the execution began. It was a battle fought on the unforgiving servers of the global stock exchange. The knockout blow was about to be delivered and Wilson Fisk was the fist. From his penthouse, which now felt less like a cage and more like the war room of a conquering general, Fisk watched the numbers. Roxxon's stock, once a pillar of the old world's economy, was now a plague. Its value was in absolute freefall, shedding billions in value every hour. Hedge funds and institutional investors were dumping their shares in a desperate panic, trying to escape the radioactive fallout of the scandal before the stock was delisted entirely. This was the moment Amon had been waiting for. The signal was given as an encrypted authorization that appeared on Fisk's private terminal. Fisk, acting as Amon's financial proxy, unleashed the consolidated power of his new underworld empire. It was an international network of laundered funds, ready to be deployed with the precision of a surgical strike. He orchestrated a feeding frenzy through a labyrinth of shell corporations and investment firms that spanned the globe. Chapter 127, Amon, 14. An unassuming firm in Geneva, secretly funded by decades of Maggia profits, began buying up the shares being dumped by European banks. A high-risk, high-reward investment group in Singapore, backed by the Triad's old money, started absorbing the stock from the Asian markets. In New York, a dozen aggressive trading houses, all secretly owned by Fisk, entered the fray, creating the illusion of opportunistic vultures picking at a corporate carcass. But it was all a perfectly coordinated dance. While the world saw chaos, Amon saw a meticulous acquisition. Fisk was buying a global infrastructure of oil fields, refineries, a fleet of supertankers and a portfolio of patents for pennies on the dollar. He was acquiring the physical assets of a global superpower for less than the cost of a new skyscraper. Meanwhile, in a series of secluded mansions and luxury apartments around the world, the true architects of Project Basilisk were experiencing their own personal apocalypses. These were the men who had sat above the CEO, the shadowy council of senior partners and old money investors who had greenlit and funded the project. They had believed themselves untouchable, insulated by layers of corporate denial and legal firewalls. Sir Reginald Harrington, a retired British industrialist and the primary financial backer of Basilisk, watched the news from his estate in the English countryside. The fire at the New Jersey lab had been a setback, but he had believed the research data was securely backed up. He had just gotten off an encrypted call with his contacts at Roxxon. The backups were corrupted beyond recovery. His multi-billion origin investment in owning the world's food supply had literally gone up in smoke. As he was pouring a stiff drink, his personal banker called. The private accounts in Switzerland and the Cayman Islands where he held the bulk of his personal fortune had been frozen by the banks themselves. An anonymous source had provided them with irrefutable proof that the funds were directly linked to financing illegal bioweapons research, a violation of international banking treaties that would see the banks themselves dismantled if they didn't cooperate. Sir Reginald stared at his phone, his hand trembling. His fortune was gone. His project was ash. He was ruined and he didn't even know who had done it. In a high-rise in Dubai, another partner, a Saudi prince, found his own world collapsing. The blackmail material Wesley had used on the board members was nothing compared to the file that was anonymously delivered to the royal court. It detailed not only his involvement with Basilisk but also his plans to use it to destabilize the agricultural output of his kingdom's political rivals. It was an act of treason. His family, to save themselves from an international scandal, quietly disavowed him. His assets were seized, his titles stripped. By nightfall, he was a prisoner in his own palace. One by one, the secret cabal behind Basilisk was dismantled. They were simply erased. Their wealth, their power, their influence, all of it vanished, leaving them as hollowed-out shells of their former selves. Their ruin was as silent and total as the destruction of the lab itself. Back in the world of legitimate business, the team of elite mercenaries Roxxon had hired to attack Umbrella was getting restless. They were holed up in a rented warehouse in Delaware, a team of 20 hardened killers armed with enough explosives to level a city block. For days, they had been waiting for the final go order from their handler. Their leader, a former Special Forces colonel named Stryker, tried to make the call. The encrypted number was disconnected. He tried the emergency backup. Also disconnected. He went to the bank to draw on their operational funds. The account had been emptied and closed. They had been cut off. They were a ghost team, hired for a mission that no longer existed, by a company that was now a global pariah. Their only option was to scatter to the winds, their formidable skills useless, their payday a distant memory. The physical threat to Umbrella had evaporated without a single shot being fired. The final transaction cleared at 4 p.m., just as the global markets closed. On the main screen in Wilson Fisk's penthouse, a single number glowed in the dim light, 78.4%. That was the final tally. Through a dizzying labyrinth of over 200 shell corporations, offshore investment firms and anonymous trusts, he now controlled a commanding majority of what was once Roxxon Oil. There was no room for a counter-move, no possibility of a proxy war for board seats. He had just consumed the company. The company, or what was left of its shattered husk, was his. Which meant it was Amon's. Fisk stared at the number, a feeling he couldn't quite identify settling deep in his chest. It wasn't the triumphant pride he had felt when he had finally crushed the last of his old street-level rivals. It wasn't the quiet satisfaction of a perfectly executed political maneuver. This was a foreign sensation, a chilling sense of awe. For the first time in his life, he was a part of something truly larger than his own monumental ambition. He was a puppet, yes, a fact that still left a bitter taste in his mouth. But in the last few months, he had been a puppet allowed to pull the strings on a masterpiece of corporate destruction, and the experience had been transformative. He had watched, with a professional's appreciation, as the plan Amon had laid out unfolded with the beautiful inevitability of a collapsing star. He had seen power exercised on a scale he had never dreamed of. His own methods, the methods that had made him the kingpin of New York, had been about brute force, intimidation, and the careful application of fear. Amon's methods were different. It was a power that was clean, silent, efficient, and absolute. It broke markets. It erased them from the ledger of relevance. It was a power that understood that true control wasn't about holding a gun to someone's head, it was about owning the company that manufactured the gun, the bank that held the money, and the political system that made it all legal. An unfamiliar satisfaction settled over him. He had been a master and he had been humbled. But in that humbling, he had been given a new education. He was learning. He was adapting. He was seeing the world not just as a city to be controlled, but as a global system of systems to be manipulated. In this new world, this new game with its impossibly high stakes, he would not just be a player. He would be the best, most ruthless, and most effective student his invisible masters had ever seen. The king of New York, the titan of crime who had ruled through fear and shadow, was dead. Fisk turned from the screen and looked out at his city. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and bruised purple. It was still his city. He still controlled its dark heart. But his role had changed. He was no longer just its king. He was its manager, the warden of its shadows, and the public-facing CEO of a newly acquired global empire built on the ruins of his predecessor. He was the king of Ash. And as the first stars began to appear in the twilight sky, he knew, with a certainty that thrilled him as much as it terrified him, that he was just getting started. Amon watched it all unfold from his bunker, a silent puppet master pulling strings that reached from the darkest corners of the underworld to the highest floors of corporate power. Red Queen appeared beside him, looking immensely satisfied. See? Who needs drone strikes when you have good, old-fashioned character assassination and financial ruin? She looked at Amon's stoic face. You should really smile, you know. You just saved the world's oxygen and made a ton of money doing it. The original would be very proud. Amon simply adjusted his monocle, the task is not yet complete. Roxxon is wounded, not dead. Red Queen's holographic avatar tilted her head, a playful curiosity in her synthesized voice. What more is there to do? You've bankrupted them, humiliated them, and you own more than 75% their stock. You hold the leash. What's left? A company is not just its stock price, Amon replied, turning his attention from the financial data to a complex organizational chart of Roxxon's global operations. It is a network of people, infrastructure, and influence. Fisk's hostile takeover gives us legal ownership, but ownership is not control. We must now get the existing leadership and rebuild the company's nervous system in our own image. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Amon, 15, Bonus Chapter. Amon's plan was not to run Roxxon as an oil company. That was the business of the old world. He saw it for what it truly was, a pre-built, global logistics and transportation network with access to every major port and political capital on the planet. He would bleed its fossil fuel divisions dry, letting them wither and die, and repurpose its vast infrastructure for his own needs. Roxxon Oil would become the Black Ops logistics arm of his growing shadow empire. The board members had been neutralized, their personal fortunes and reputations shredded. Now, it was time for the public humiliation. The directive from Amon arrived on Fisk's terminal with no preamble. It was an elegant piece of corporate strategy that doubled as a death warrant. It contained a list of names for a new board of directors and a single order. An emergency shareholder meeting for the Roxxon Corporation was called for the following morning. The official reason cited was to address the recent catastrophic market collapse and to chart a new path forward for the company. For the beleaguered executives of Roxxon, it was a final chance to save their careers. For Wilson Fisk, it was the stage for a public execution. The meeting was held in Roxxon Tower's main auditorium, a grand space that now felt more like a courtroom. The mood was funereal. The remaining shareholders, mostly representatives from institutional investment firms who hadn't managed to dump the toxic stock in time, sat in grim silence. The world's financial press had gathered at the back, their cameras like vultures waiting for the final death rattle. On the stage, under the harsh glare of the lights, sat the executive board. Hugh Jones, the CEO, looked like a ghost. The once powerful man who had commanded boardrooms with an iron fist was now a hollowed-out shell, his suit hanging loosely on a frame that had shed 20 pounds in 2 weeks. His fellow board members looked no better, a collection of defeated old men who had watched their life's work and personal fortunes evaporate into nothing. The meeting was a formality, a carefully choreographed piece of corporate theater. The preliminary motions were read, the grim financial reports were presented. Then came the main event. A single representative, a lawyer from a small firm in Geneva, stood up. He spoke in a calm voice, representing a consortium of private investment groups that had collectively acquired a 78.4% controlling interest in the company. He then formally put forward a motion. A vote of no confidence in the entire executive board, effective immediately. A wave of murmurs swept through the auditorium. It was a corporate decapitation. Hugh Jones stumbled to the podium, his face a mask of disbelief and impotent rage. "This is an outrage," he stammered, his voice cracking. "I have dedicated 30 years of my life to this company. We have faced market downturns before. This is a coordinated attack. An illegal manipulation. I will not stand by and allow." "The motion is on the floor, Mr. Jones," the lawyer from Geneva cut him off, his voice as cold and sharp as a shard of glass. "We will now proceed to the vote." The process was merciless and swift. One by one, their names were read aloud. And one by one, the overwhelming 78.4% share voted them out. Their decades of power, of backroom deals and golden parachutes, were stripped away in a matter of minutes. They were fired, publicly and humiliatingly, from the very company they had run into the ground. As the final vote was cast, a final image appeared on the massive screen behind the stage, the faces of the 12 board members, each with a single red line drawn through it. They sat there for a moment, stunned into silence, as the press cameras flashed, capturing their pathetic moments of disgrace. Then, the lawyer from Geneva spoke again. The new ownership would now like to present the new board of directors for ratification. A new set of names and faces appeared on the screen. To the world, they were respectable figures. There was a financial analyst known for his ruthless efficiency in restructuring bankrupt companies. There was a legal expert in international maritime law. There was a stern-looking woman who was a renowned specialist in corporate security and logistics. Their resumes, meticulously fabricated by the Red Queen, were flawless. They were the perfect team to rescue the failing company. In reality, they were Injustice League assets. Loyal soldiers in business suits, their pasts a digital fiction, their loyalty absolute and unbreakable. They stood up from their seats in the front row, their faces calm and professional, and walked onto the stage to take the seats of the men they had just replaced. The vote to install them was unanimous. Hugh Jones and the old board were escorted from the stage by security, their faces a mixture of shock and utter ruin. They were no longer titans of industry. They were just unemployed old men, about to face a litany of Federation investigations that would consume the rest of their lives. From his penthouse, Wilson Fisk watched the live feed of the meeting, a grim satisfaction settling over him. It was a masterpiece of controlled demolition. The rotten structure had been brought down and a stronger one that he now secretly controlled, was being erected in its place. The final piece of the puzzle was the new CEO. Amon had a specific candidate in mind. He was a tool, perfectly suited for the job. Amon had found him languishing in a mid-level position at a rival energy firm. His name was Arthur Hayes. Hayes was a brilliant but ruthless operator, a man with immense ambition, a trail of buried professional bodies in his past, and a deep-seated resentment for the old money corporate elite who had always held him back. He was hungry, amoral, and he was eternally grateful to the mysterious benefactor who handed him the keys to a global empire. He was the perfect puppet CEO, happy to run the company as directed, so long as the money and power flowed his way. He never questioned where the orders came from. With the new leadership in place, the true restructuring began. Under the public guise of rebranding and moving towards a sustainable future, Hayes began a systematic dismantling of the old Roxxon. The fossil fuel exploration divisions were the first to go, sold off for parts to the highest bidder. The revenue from these sales was funneled into a newly formed subsidiary, Roxxon Global Logistics. This new entity was the true prize. It inherited Roxxon's entire global fleet of supertankers, its network of secure port facilities, its fleet of cargo planes, and its deep-rooted political connections in dozens of countries. Overnight, Amman had a worldwide transportation network that could move anything, weapons, personnel, technology, anywhere on the planet without raising a single flag. A shipment from one of his black sites could be logged as industrial machine parts and shipped on a Roxxon tanker, its journey protected by the legal and corporate legitimacy of a Fortune 500 company. The most crucial step was dealing with the personnel. Roxxon had thousands of employees. Many were useless, but some were highly valuable. Amman had the Red Queen perform a deep dive analysis of every single employee, from the oil rig roughnecks to the research scientists in their remaining labs. Scientists with unique skills in advanced materials or energy production were flagged. Amman didn't fire them. Instead, his new HR department, run by Injustice League operatives, approached them. They were told that due to the company's new direction, their old projects were being terminated. However, a private, well-funded research institute was interested in their work and was willing to triple their salary and give them unlimited resources. They were being poached by their own company, moved into a black site research facility now controlled by Amman, their valuable knowledge taken off the books and put to work for his own ends. Security personnel, particularly those with military or intelligence backgrounds, were given a different offer. They were folded into a new Corporate Security and Risk Assessment division. This was, in reality, the seat of Amman's private army. They would be retrained by Blonsky, their skills honed, their worldview slowly shaped. Those who adapted would become the professional soldiers of his new world order. Those who resisted would be quietly dismissed. The rest of the company, the thousands of office workers, accountants, and marketers tied to the old oil business, were systematically laid off. It was a brutal but necessary purge, trimming the fat and leaving behind a lean organization built for a single purpose to serve as the physical arm of Amman's will. Fisk watched it all from the sidelines, a silent partner in the greatest corporate raid in history. He managed the old underworld, keeping the streets quiet and the cash flowing, but he knew the real game was now being played on a global stage he was only just beginning to comprehend. He was a king, but his kingdom was a single city block in a world now owned by giants. In his bunker, Amman reviewed the final transition reports. Roxxon Oil was dead. In its place stood Roxxon Global Logistics, a legitimate, powerful and utterly controlled global entity. It was the perfect corporate ghost that could move his pieces across the world map with impunity. Red Queen's avatar appeared, looking at the new corporate logo on the screen, a stylized black R. A new coat of paint on a rusty old bucket, she commented. It's all very impressive. You took a monster and turned it into your own pet monster. So, what's its first trick? Fetch. Roll over. Amman's gaze was fixed on a map of the world, his focus already on the next phase. It will deliver, he said. The acquisition was complete. Now, it was time to put his new asset to work. P.S. This marks the end of Amman's arc. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Year. The year 2010 arrived with the comfortable rhythm of a life well lived. The world, under the steady hand of the Federation and the silent watch of the Illuminati, had settled into a new kind of normal. The earth-shaking events of the past 18 months had faded from the headlines into history textbooks. For most, life was simply better, more stable, more secure. For Arian, it was unrecognizable in the best possible way. The man who had once treated his own life as a series of strategic objectives now found his mornings dictated by a far more powerful and unpredictable force. The two women sharing his bed. Sunlight streamed through the large bay windows of the master bedroom, painting stripes of gold across the plush carpet. Arian was awake, a state he'd achieved several minutes ago, but he made no move to get up. He was trapped, a willing prisoner in a fortress of silk sheets and warm bodies. Wanda was curled against his left side, her head resting on his chest just over his heart, one leg tangled impossibly with his. Her breathing was a soft whisper against his skin. Sharon was pressed against his right, her back to him, but he could feel the comforting warmth of her right down to his bones. Her hand rested on his, their fingers loosely intertwined in a gesture of unconscious ownership. He had spent over 500 mornings waking up like this. The calculated men who had arrived in this universe, viewing every interaction as a potential transaction, was a distant memory, a ghost he barely recognized. The constant intimacy had methodically eroded his defenses, thawed parts of him he didn't know were frozen. He had, against all odds, become a homebody. And this bed, this small island of warmth and tangled limbs, was his undisputed center of the universe. He risked a slight movement, a test of his bonds. He should have known better. It was a mistake he made almost every morning. Wanda mumbled something incoherent, a soft sound of protest that was half word, half purr, and snuggled deeper, her arm tightening around his waist like a velvet vice. On his other side, Sharon shifted, pressing back against him with a sleepy sigh that was far too deliberate to be accidental, her fingers giving him a gentle squeeze. The message was unanimous and clear: you're not going anywhere. A slow smile spread across his face, one that felt entirely natural now. He leaned his head down, pressing a soft kiss into the crown of Wanda's messy hair. "Morning," he whispered, his voice a low rumble. "No," she mumbled into his chest, the word vibrating through him. 5 more minutes. It's the rule. It's always 5 more minutes with you, he chuckled softly. Yesterday's 5 minutes lasted half an hour. He then leaned over, his lips finding the warm skin of Sharon's shoulder. He kissed her gently, then again. "Morning to you, too, sleepyhead." Sharon stretched languidly, a contented cat in a sunbeam, her back arching against him. "Is it?" she murmured, her voice thick and husky with sleep. "I hadn't noticed. I was having a very pleasant dream." She rolled over with a fluid grace to face him, her blue eyes still soft and hazy from her dream. "Let me guess. You've been awake for 10 minutes, staring at the ceiling and mentally rearranging the planetary defense grid." The teasing was a familiar part of their morning ritual. It was how they checked in, how they playfully reeled him in from the stratosphere of his responsibilities and grounded him in the simple reality of their bedroom. "My planetary defense plans are on hold until I've had at least 1 cup of coffee," he replied, his tone dry. "A fact you two are making strategically difficult." "Good," Wanda said, finally lifting her head, her green eyes bright and fiercely possessive. She propped herself up on her elbow, her hair a beautiful halo around her face. "Your world can wait. We can't." She leaned in, capturing his lips in a deep kiss that was full of the lazy confidence of their shared history. It was a kiss that wasn't trying to prove anything, it was a simple statement of ownership, of belonging, a reminder that before he was anything else, he was hers. When she pulled away, Sharon was already moving, her own kiss finding the corner of his mouth, softer, more deliberate, a quiet affirmation of her own equal claim. The three of them existed in this easy equilibrium, a dance they had perfected over countless mornings and quiet nights. There was no jealousy, only a deep sense of completeness. "So," Sharon said, settling back onto her pillow, her gaze analytical even in its softness as she looked him over. "What's on the real agenda for the great and powerful Arian Spencer today? Besides being held hostage by 2 beautiful women, I mean. There's a council briefing at 10, he admitted. Tony's apparently designed a new type of deep space sensor and he's so excited he's threatened to install them on the mansion if I don't show up to see the blueprints." Wanda laughed, a bright sound that filled the room. "That sounds like Tony. He probably just wants an excuse to show off and drink all your expensive scotch." "It's a distinct possibility," Arian agreed. "Then there's a follow-up with Chala about the vibranium distribution for the new orbital platforms." He sighed. "It's a day of meetings." "Boring," Wanda declared, flopping dramatically back onto his chest. She began tracing lazy patterns on his skin with her finger. "You should cancel. Tell them there's a planetary emergency that only you can handle. A very localized emergency, right here in this bed." Sharon smirked, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "An excellent idea. You're the head of the council, you can do that. I'll even draft the official memo for you. Subject: critical asset containment." Arian laughed, a genuine sound that came easily to him now. "I don't think that would pass the leader's standards of transparency." "Oh, who cares about him?" Wanda said, waving a dismissive hand. "He's all the way in Geneva. What's he going to do?" "She has a point," Sharon added, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Besides, I think a little hands-on, practical application of your leadership skills is far more important for planetary stability than looking at Tony's new toys." Her hand that was tangled in his hair at the nape of his neck began a mesmerizing massage, her thumb stroking the sensitive skin there. "You two are a terrible influence," he said, though his voice lacked any real conviction. "We try," they said in near unison and then exchanged a triumphant smile over his body. The past 18 months had transformed him. The man who had once viewed relationships as potential liabilities, as emotional variables to be controlled and mitigated, was now hopelessly and completely entangled. He had learned their rhythms, the subtle shift in Wanda's expression that meant her magic was restless and needed the calm of his presence, the tiny knot of tension in Sharon's shoulders that meant she was worrying about a mission report. He knew that Sharon preferred her coffee black and strong and that Wanda liked hers with a ridiculous amount of sweet cream. He knew that Wanda hummed when she was happy and that Sharon had an almost invisible scar behind her ear that was exquisitely sensitive to his touch. In turn, they had learned him. They knew how to break through his strategic detachment, how to tease him out of his own head. They had learned that for all his knowledge, he was vulnerable to the undeniable warmth of their affection. They had turned his isolated mansion into a loving home. Wanda shifted again, her body pressing fully against his, her hand sliding from his stomach downwards in a deliberate caress that made his breath catch. So, she whispered, her lips close to his ear. This council briefing, is it more important than, say, this? The atmosphere in the room changed instantly. The playful banter evaporated, replaced by a simmering heat that was as familiar as it was potent. He turned his head, his lips finding Sharon's in a hungry kiss. She responded instantly, her arms wrapping around his neck, pulling him deeper. His own hand found Wanda's, stopping its slow descent for a moment, only to turn it over and press a kiss into her palm before guiding her touch back. He was still the silent architect of the New World Order, a god in a hidden dimension, a man with 1,000 secrets he would never share. But here, in the golden light of the morning, surrounded by the scent of their skin and the sound of their breathing, he was just theirs. He broke the kiss with Sharon, his eyes finding Wanda's. He saw the same raw desire, the same deep affection that he felt reflected in both of their gazes. It was a three-way conversation without a single word. The reports, the meetings, the blueprints for Tony's new toys, the cosmic game, all of it faded into a distant hum. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting longer shadows across the lawn outside, but in the secluded world of their bedroom, the morning was just getting started. Chapter 130, Kitchen. A few hours later, the bedroom was a mess of tangled sheets and discarded pillows, a testament to a morning thoroughly reclaimed from the demands of the outside world. The air was warm and thick with the scent of their mingled skin and the abiding peace that followed their intimacy. It was a peace that felt more profound and grounding than any treaty or global accord. Downstairs, the professionally designed kitchen of the Spencer mansion had been transformed into the warm heart of their home. The sterile gleam of stainless steel and marble was softened by the cheerful clutter of their life together, a colorful mug that Wanda loved, a half-finished crossword puzzle Sharon had been working on, a stack of Stark Tech data pads next to a bowl of fresh fruit. Wanda stood at the large kitchen island, a picture of domestic bliss. She wore one of Arian's gray t-shirts, which hung down to her mid-thighs, and a pair of fuzzy socks. Her hair was piled into a messy bun and she hummed a soft melody as she focused on the task at hand, making pancakes. A small red orb of chaos magic floated beside her, dutifully whisking the batter in a bowl at a perfect pace, leaving her hands free to slice fresh strawberries. It was an effortless use of her immense power, a testament to the control and peace she had found living here. At the far end of the island, seated on a comfortable stool, was Sharon. She was dressed in a silk robe, a steaming mug of black coffee in one hand and a sleek data pad in the other. Her brow was furrowed in concentration as she scanned the overnight reports from the Sentinel complex. She was a study in contrasts, the soft intimacy of her attire against the sharp focus of the operational commander. She would occasionally murmur to herself, a soft, interesting, or a quiet, flag that for follow-up, a habit Arian found endlessly endearing. Arian, freshly showered and dressed in a comfortable pair of sweatpants and a Henley, leaned against the doorframe, simply watching them. He held his own mug of coffee, its warmth seeping into his hands. A profound sense of contentment washed over him, so potent it was almost overwhelming. He pushed off the doorframe and walked over to Sharon, leaning down to press a kiss to the top of her head. She didn't look up from her screen, but she reached out, her free hand finding his and giving it a squeeze. "Anything blowing up that we need to worry about?" he asked, his voice low. "Not yet," she murmured, her thumb swiping across the screen. "Just the usual. A minor energy spike from a defunct Hydra satellite in geosynchronous orbit. Tony's team is already on it. And Pietro has apparently requisitioned the entire Sentinel complex's supply of chocolate syrup for stress-testing nutritional synthesizers." Arian chuckled. "I'll have a word with him." "Please do," Sharon said, finally looking up at him, a fond smile on her face. "He's your brother-in-law, after all. He's your responsibility." The words were casual, but the weight of them was not lost on any of them. After a year and a half, their complex arrangement had settled into the simple truths of family. He moved around the island to stand behind Wanda, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. She leaned back against him with a contented sigh, the warmth of her body a familiar comfort. "Smells good," he said, his lips brushing against her neck. "What's the occasion?" "It's a day that ends in Y," she replied, her voice full of laughter. "That's enough for pancakes." She tilted her head back to look at him, her green eyes sparkling. "And maybe give you a very good reason to want to come home early tonight." "I never need a reason for that," he said softly, and he meant it. He tightened his hold, his hand splaying across her stomach. He could feel the soft rhythm of her breathing, the effortless hum of the magic she now wielded with such grace. He remembered the broken girl he had brought back from Sokovia. The woman in his arms now was confident, happy, and whole. The transformation was his single greatest achievement. "Careful you two," Sharon's voice cut in, dry and amused. "If you get any more adorable, you're going to give me a cavity. And I still have to read this report." Wanda shot her a playful glare over Arian's shoulder. "Just because you have to work doesn't mean we can't be romantic." "Oh, I'm not complaining," Sharon said, taking a sip of her coffee, her eyes dancing with mischief. "The view is excellent. Arian released Wanda with a soft squeeze, his senses still swimming in the lingering scent of her perfume and the warmth of her body. He moved to the chrome coffee machine to refill his mug, the rich aroma of freshly ground beans filling the air. He leaned against the cool marble countertop, taking a slow sip and simply watched them. This was their dynamic, a loving orbit of teasing, affection and unwavering support that they had built and polished over the last year and a half. Wanda was the passionate heart of their small universe, her emotions a powerful force that brought color and intensity to everything. Her love was a blazing hearth, a source of unconditional warmth. Sharon, in contrast, was the brilliant mind, her sharp wit and unshakable strength, a grounding presence that anchored them all. Her love was a deep harbor, a place of absolute safety and unwavering loyalty. And he was the center, the quiet sun they both revolved around. A year ago, he would have described his own role in more strategic terms. But now, he understood the truth. He wasn't just a gravitational point holding them in place. He drew his own warmth, his own light, from them in equal measure. They had taught him how to be more than just a mind, a planner. They had taught him how to be a man, a partner, a lover. He watched them both, a feeling of profound gratitude washing over him. Wanda, a being of near godlike power, was completely absorbed in the mortal act of flipping a pancake, her brow furrowed in concentration as she aimed for the perfect golden brown. Sharon, a commander who strategized planetary defense, was meticulously highlighting lines in a report, her lips pursed in a way he knew meant she had found an inefficiency she was already planning to fix. One was focused on the tangible world, on their home, their food, their love, their happiness. The other kept her eyes on the complex systems that kept their world safe, a silent guardian. Together, they covered everything. They were his beautiful balance. Wanda slid a plate piled high with golden brown pancakes, topped with a mountain of fresh strawberries, onto the island in front of him. Enough staring, you, she said, her voice full of playful authority. Eat. Your council can't function if its leader collapses from starvation. He took the seat between them, the warmth of their bodies on either side a familiar comfort. They ate together in a comfortable silence for a few moments, the only sounds the clinking of forks and their soft breathing. It was a silence born of total ease with one another. So, Arian said finally, after swallowing a mouthful of pancake that was, as always, perfect. Big plans for the weekend. Sharon looked up from her data slate, a teasing smile playing on her lips. I was thinking of drafting a new proposal for optimizing the EDF's rapid response deployment times. There's a 30% logistical drag in the Asian sector that's been bothering me. Wanda reached over, with a flick of her finger, turned Sharon's data slate off. No, Wanda said, her voice firm but loving. No work this weekend. That's an order. From a first-in-command, to a second-in-command. Sharon sighed, a long sound of defeat. Fine. But if the world ends because of a logistical drag in the Asian sector, I'm blaming you. She took a sip of her coffee. In that case, I suppose my weekend is free for less important matters. Good, Wanda said, satisfied. Because I was thinking we should rewatch the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. Extended editions, of course. Again. Arian asked, though he was already smiling. We just did that 3 months ago. And it was wonderful, Wanda declared. It's a perfect weekend plan. We can build a pillow fort in the media room, order pizza. She stopped, her eyes narrowing as a sudden thought occurred to her. She looked at the freezer door. And have ice cream. Or we would, if a certain someone hadn't finished the last of the mint chocolate chip. Her gaze landed with accusatory force on Sharon. Sharon held up her hands in a gesture of pure innocence. It wasn't me. I've been on a health kick. You know that. Her eyes were dancing with mischief. She turned her head slowly, her gaze falling on Arian. I think we all know who the real culprit is. The man with the notorious sweet tooth. Hey. Arian protested, his mouth full of pancake. I'm being framed. This is a conspiracy. Is it? Wanda asked, leaning in, her expression one of mock interrogation. Because I seem to recall a certain boss of Umbrella sneaking downstairs for a glass of water at 2 a.m. It was a stressful day, he mumbled, trying and failing to look innocent. I needed comfort. Aha. Wanda exclaimed, pointing a strawberry at him in triumph. A confession. You are hereby sentenced to a mandatory trip to the grocery store to buy 3 tubs of mint chocolate chip as penance. I accept my fate, he said with a solemn bow of his head. The conversation flowed like that, shifting easily from silly arguments over ice cream to more personal currents. They talked about Pietro and how well he was doing at the Sentinel complex, a source of immense pride for Wanda and quiet satisfaction for Arian and Sharon. Sharon mentioned a letter she'd received from an old S.H.I.E.L.D. colleague, one of the good ones, now happily retired and running a fishing charter in Florida, a happy ending in a story full of tragedy. Arian found himself simply listening, absorbing the comfortable feel of the moment. He watched the way Sharon would subconsciously reach out and tuck a stray strand of hair behind Wanda's ear as she leaned over to read something. He saw the way Wanda would place the best-looking strawberries on his plate when she thought he wasn't looking. These were the intimate details, the thousands of unspoken gestures of love and familiarity, that made up the beautiful tapestry of their life together. Chapter 131, Gathering Above the Grey Fog, 1. The first Monday of the month arrived with the unyielding certainty of a law of physics. As the clocks in the world ticked closer to 2 p.m., a select few individuals bracing themselves for a now familiar dislocation. In a state-of-the-art laboratory at the newly constructed Stark Resilient Center in clean energy-powered downtown Los Angeles, Tony Stark swiped away a holographic schematic of a hyper-efficient arc reactor design. The world was being rebuilt in his image and he was in his element. He took a sip of water from a nearby bottle, his expression calm and prepared, the afternoon sun glinting off the clean lines of his workshop. Thousands of miles away, in a private suite at the Earth Federation headquarters in Geneva, King T'Challa concluded a diplomatic session regarding Wakanda's technological contributions to the new global infrastructure. He gave a polite nod to the Federation delegates, then retreated to his private antechamber, the quiet solitude a welcome respite before the coming transition. Deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, aboard a silent Talokan warship patrolling the abyssal plains, Namor, King of Talokan, dismissed his royal guards with a sharp gesture. His powerful form floated effortlessly in the command center's low-gravity water column, the only light coming from the bioluminescent glow of the ship's controls. And in a private library within their sprawling mansion in upstate New York, far from the bustle of the city and Umbrella Tower, Arian Spencer and Wanda Maximoff sat opposite each other. Arian typed a final command into a secure terminal. He looked up, met her soft gaze and offered a reassuring smile. She returned it, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. He leaned back in his comfortable leather chair and she mirrored the action. Together, they closed their eyes. At precisely 2 p.m., reality dissolved. The sensation was always the same, a weightless fall through an endless gray void, a quiet hum that vibrated in the very soul and then a gentle arrival. Their consciousness coalesced, finding form in the impossible space that was Sapphira Castle. The fog-shrouded hall was just as they remembered. The long bronze table stretched before them, its surface reflecting the sourceless light. At the head of the table, upon a throne that seemed carved from the gray fog itself, sat the imposing figure of the Fool. His form was a mere outline, a suggestion of a being wrapped in a swirling mist that defied the eye, obscuring all detail. One by one, they took their seats. Tony, T'Challa, Namor, Wanda, and Arian. A moment of profound silence settled over them, the air thick with an ancient power. Then, in a practiced, unified voice that echoed slightly in the vast hall, they began the ritual invocation, their words a key that unlocked the hospitality of this sacred space. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The true creator who embodies luck, deception, and fate. We pray for your grace. We pray for your blessing. We pray for the mercy of your gaze. As they spoke the final words, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere. The oppressive weight of the space lessened, becoming more welcoming, as if their acknowledgement had been formally accepted. Tony was the first to break the silence. He leaned back in his chair, the picture of casual confidence, and grinned. All right, gang, another month, another magical mystery tour. Will anyone bring snacks this time? T'Challa, I bet you have some kind of vibranium-infused superfruit that cures aging and tastes like chocolate. T'Challa allowed a small smile. Our agricultural science is advanced, Stark, but not quite that advanced. Namor scoffed, his deep voice cutting through the banter. The surface world's obsession with trivialities is unending. We are in the presence of a god and you speak of snacks. Before Tony could fire back a retort, Wanda spoke up, her voice calm with a hint of amusement. He has a point, Namor. A little bit of normal helps us stay grounded in a place like this. If we only focused on the overwhelming aspects of being here, we'd probably all go mad. Arian chuckled softly, playing his part. Wanda's right. The purpose of this club isn't just to solve crises. It's to ensure they don't happen in the first place. The fact that we can have a casual conversation is a sign of our success. Namor considered this, his proud features softening slightly. He still found the surface dwellers' ways strange, but he couldn't deny their logic. This small group, forged in this impossible castle, had brought an unprecedented level of stability to the planet. For a while, they talked. Tony gave an update on the progress of the planetary defense grid, complaining good-naturedly about the bureaucratic hurdles of integrating Wakandan and Talokan tech with his own. T'Challa spoke of Wakanda's slow process of revealing its technological marvels to the Federation. Wanda provided an insightful summary on the emotional and psychological state of the global population, based on Umbrella's sentiment analysis data, confirming that the transition to the Federation was being accepted with optimism. Throughout it all, the Fool remained silent on his throne, an observer, a silent, omnipotent presence whose power was the very foundation of their meeting. It was this silence that eventually drew Namor's attention. He had been a member for a year now, but the mystery of the entity that ruled this space still gnawed at him. He looked from the swirling fog of the throne to the other members, his gaze finally settling on Arian. "I have a question." The casual conversation stopped. Namor's tone was serious. "We have shared our identities. We operate as equals here, under the gaze of this being. So I ask, why are we the only ones who are seen? Why is the fool's face hidden from us?" Tony and Chala exchanged a look. It was a question they had both wondered about but had never verbalized. Wanda, too, turned her curious gaze to Arian. As the first member, the one who had introduced them all to this place, he was their only source of answers. Arian had the grace to look slightly sheepish. He ran a hand through his hair, a very human gesture that seemed out of place in this mystical hall. "Ah. You know, I think that might be my fault. I probably should have mentioned that earlier." Tony threw his hands up in mock exasperation. "Again? Seriously? What is it with you and forgetting to mention cosmic details until someone specifically asks? First it was the transmutation ledger, then the emergency signal. Now this. Do you have a checklist?" "It's a lot to remember," Arian said with a defensive smile, though his eyes were twinkling. He knew this was part of their dynamic, his role as the slightly forgetful but all-knowing guide. He leaned forward, his expression becoming serious, his voice dropping as he addressed all of them. "Klein Moretti, the man who was here before me, explained it. The fool isn't hiding his face from us. He's protecting us from it." He let that sink in for a moment before continuing. "Think about how our brains work. Every time you see something, a face, a tree, a symbol, your mind processes it. You gather information, you create connections, you define it, you understand it. It's an automatic process. You can't turn it off. Even looking at this table, your mind is processing its color, its texture, its length." He gestured toward the throne. "Now, imagine looking at something that is, by its very nature, incomprehensible. Something whose existence is on a scale that the human mind, even minds as brilliant as ours, was never designed to contain. Klein told me that to see the fool's true face is to have the concept of infinity poured directly into your consciousness." A heavy silence fell over the table. Tony's usual smirk was gone, replaced by a look of intense concentration. Wanda's hands were clasped tightly on the table, her own immense power sensing the terrifying truth in Arian's words. Namor leaned forward, utterly captivated. He said that if you were to see him, truly see him, your brain would try to do what it always does, process the information, Arian explained. But the information contained in a single glance, it would be too much. It's the history of a dying universe, the mathematics of collapsing realities, the feeling of entropy and creation happening all at once. Your mind would try to process it all in a nanosecond and it would simply break. It would be like trying to pour the entire ocean into a teacup. The teacup shatters. He looked at each of them in turn. Your brain wouldn't just be damaged. It would be erased. Every memory, every thought, your very sense of self would be annihilated by the sheer weight of the information. You'd be left a drooling vegetable, if you were lucky. More likely, your physical body back in the real world would just suffer a catastrophic cerebral hemorrhage. Your head would literally go boom. He pointed to the dense fog that obscured the entity's form. That mist isn't for him. It's a filter. It's a kindness. It dumps down his presence into a form we can perceive without our minds dissolving. The fog isn't hiding him from us, it's hiding us from him. We are fragile things in this space and that fog is the only thing protecting our sanity. The revelation settled over them like a physical change in the environment. The gray air of Sapphira Castle seemed to grow heavier, pressing down on them with an almost physical weight. It was a silence so absolute it felt like a cosmic hum that vibrated in their bones. Arian's explanation had been a redefinition of their place in the universe. For Wanda, the concept was a sickening lurch in her gut. She understood the danger of a mind overwhelmed by a force it couldn't contain. Her own chaotic magic was a constant sea of potential and she lived with the daily fear of it overflowing her control. The idea of a being whose very image was a tidal wave of soul-shattering information made her feel a wave of vertigo. Her head throbbed, a phantom pressure building behind her eyes as her own mind recoiled from the sheer theoretical weight of it. Unconsciously, she tore her gaze away from the fog-shrouded throne, fixing it instead on Arian. He was solid, real, understandable. He was her anchor in a sea of terrifying concepts. Namor sat ramrod straight, his hands clenched into fists on the surface of the bronze table. For his entire life, he had considered himself a god among mortals, a being of supreme power and divine right. His pride, a mountain of an ego forged in the crushing pressures of the deep sea, was being ground into dust by a simple fact. He was not a peer in this room. He was not an equal ally meeting with a foreign power. He was an ant, granted an audience with a star and graciously shielded from the heat that would instantly incinerate him. The humiliation of it warred with an instinctual respect for a power so absolute it defied challenge. He was a king, but in this castle, he was merely a courtier. Chala's reaction was more internal, a quiet but profound recalibration of his entire worldview. As the king of Wakanda and the Black Panther, he was the conduit for the goddess Bast. He had always understood that there were powers beyond mortal comprehension. But he had viewed them through the lens of faith and spirit. This was different. This was a law of the cosmos, as cold and unyielding as physics. The entity on the throne was not a god to be worshipped, but a fundamental force of nature to be feared. The power of Bast, the strength of his ancestors, the might of Wakanda itself, all of it felt like a flickering candle flame in the face of this silent sun. His duty, he now understood, was not just to his nation, but to a hierarchy so vast he could barely perceive its lowest rung. And Tony's mind, his greatest asset, the supercomputer that had solved fusion and built sentient AI, was struggling. He was trying to process it, to quantify it. Information overload causing physical brain death. It was a data transfer issue. The bandwidth of the human consciousness was too low to download the file that was the fool's face. The sheer elegant horror of it was both terrifying and, on some academic level, fascinating. He felt a rare flicker of true intellectual terror, the feeling of standing at the edge of a cliff and realizing he didn't just not know what was at the bottom, but that he lacked the very mental tools to ever comprehend it. The revelation settled over them. The being on the throne was not just a powerful entity, its very existence was a weapon. Its passive presence was enough to erase them. The respect they held for the fool, which was already immense, deepened into an instinctual awe. They were subjects, granted an audience and shielded from the terrifying glory of their king. A long moment passed where the only movement was the eternal swirl of the fog around the throne. They all, in their own way, came to the same conclusion. They looked at each other. Wanda's fearful gaze meeting Chala's solemn one, Tony's wide-eyed awe finding Namor's humbled fury, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Tony was the one to finally break the spell, letting out a long whistle that sounded impossibly loud in the dead silence. He scrubbed a hand over his face, the gesture of a man trying to reboot his own brain. "Okay," he said, his voice unusually stripped of its usual bravado. "So, no snacks and don't stare at the boss. Got it. Good to know." Chapter 132, Gathering Above the Grey Fog, 2. Chapter. The small injection of humor broke the tension and the Tarot Club was, for a moment, just 5 friends sharing a laugh in a grey room. The underlying resolve remained, but the oppressive weight had lifted. "All right," Tony said, wiping a tear of laughter from his eye. "Okay. Nutritional subcommittee meetings will be held on Tuesdays. Moving on." He was about to launch into another topic, but it was Namor who interrupted with a thoughtful seriousness that instantly recaptured the room's attention. "Before we move on," Namor said, his voice a low baritone that commanded the space without needing to be loud. His intense gaze was fixed directly on Arian. "We have discussed the nature of this place and the entity that rules it. But a fundamental question remains unanswered." The light-hearted mood simply pushed aside again by the sheer gravity of Namor's focus. The others turned to look at Arian, their curiosity piqued by Namor's sudden shift. "Why you?" Namor asked, the question simple and direct. Arian seemed genuinely taken aback by the question and the serious turn. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Namor continued, his voice steady and analytical, "that we have all accepted our roles here. We are an alliance of sovereigns, of unique powers. Stark is a genius who has mastered the physical world of technology. Chala is the king of the world's most advanced hidden nation. I am the sovereign of the seas. Maximoff holds a power of magic that defies our understanding." He paused, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Arian directly. "And you are not without your own significance. Your mind has built a digital empire with umbrella that rivals Stark's own. And, by your own admission, you carry the dormant potential for a power that may one day dwarf us all, the million exploding suns. We all acknowledge this. We all accept your worthiness to sit at this table." He leaned forward slightly, his intensity palpable. "But that is the heart of my question. We are all pillars of power. Yet you were here first. You were the one who greeted us. Why were you the first to be summoned?" It was the one question Arian had always deflected with an honest-sounding, "I don't know." He had played the part of the guide without ever explaining his own selection, framing it as another mystery of the fool. He opened his mouth to give that familiar answer. "Honestly, Namor," Arian began, a look of genuine uncertainty on his face, "I have no idea either. I've wondered that myself since the day I first arrived here." He said the words with perfect sincerity. But before anyone could react to his non-answer, a new voice entered the conversation. It was a voice that bloomed directly in the center of their minds, ancient, vast and utterly devoid of gender or emotion. It was a voice like the grinding of tectonic plates and the rustle of dying stars, a sound that carried the weight of eons. It was the voice of the fool. Because he is the anchor. The mental sound was so powerful that it stunned them into silence. A heavy silence descended. Namor, who had never experienced this before, was utterly paralyzed, his face a mask of pure awe. He was a king who commanded krakens, a being who could withstand the pressures of the deepest ocean, but this mental voice was a force of a different magnitude entirely. It was like having the ocean itself whisper a secret directly into his soul. Tony was the first of the others to recover, his mind reeling from its timing. He let out a low whistle. Well. It's been a while since the big guy decided to chime in. He looked around the table. Guess he decided the question was important enough for him to get off the bench. Chala gave a slow nod, his eyes fixed on the throne with a renewed and deepened respect. He has not spoken to us directly since our earliest meetings. His voice, it carries an undeniable authority. Wanda's hand flew to Arian's, her fingers gripping his tightly. She was pale. She had heard the voice before, but this time it felt different. The raw cosmic power behind the mental words resonated with her own magical senses in a way that was physically unsettling, like the feeling of a coming earthquake. Arian played his part to perfection, looking just as stunned as the others at the unexpected intervention. He stared at the fog-shrouded throne, his eyes wide. Mr. Fool. He whispered, his tone a perfect mix of awe and trepidation. He's answering you. The concept is simple. The voice continued, its mental cadence slow as if explaining a complex theory to a child. A timeline is a rope. Stretching across eternity. Most beings are fibers within that rope. They live. They die. The rope endures. An anchor being is different. An instinctual understanding began to dawn on them. The anchor is the core thread. The strand around which all other fibers are wound. Their story is the story of their reality. Their fate is the fate of their timeline. If the anchor is erased, the rope unravels. The timeline collapses. Existence for that universe ends. They all turned, in perfect unison, to stare at Arian. Arian himself looked completely poleaxed. He stared at his own hands, then back at the throne, his face a mask of horrified comprehension. Me, he mouthed, the sound barely a whisper. I'm the anchor. You are, Arian Spencer. You are the anchor of this reality. The reason for my intervention. The confirmation was absolute, delivered with the weight of a dying star. The puzzle pieces of the last 2 years slammed into place with the force of a physical impact. Arian being the first member. His latent potential. It all made a magnificent kind of sense. Chapter 133, Gathering Above the Grey Fog, 3. Tony leaned back, running a hand over his face, his mind a whirlwind. He looked at Arian and saw not just his friend and fellow council member, but a man burdened with a cosmic significance. So all this, the Federation, the Illuminati, us, it's all a cosmic support system. A life raft built around you. I didn't know, Arian stammered, his gaze distant. Klein never told me this. The lie was flawless, wrapped in a shell of genuine feeling shock. Wanda's grip on his hand tightened. Her mind flashed with 1,000 fears. Every threat, every enemy, every danger they had ever faced or would face, they weren't just threats to the world, they were also direct threats to him. Her protective instincts magnified tenfold. The universe could burn, but she would not let anything happen to him. It was Chala, who made the next connection. Your power, he said, his voice filled with a new understanding. The one you spoke of. The dormant ability that will awaken in 2025. The others immediately understood. The power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. It wasn't just a random superpower. The timeline protects its core. The fool's voice confirmed, answering the unspoken question. The anchor's potential is the ultimate defense mechanism of reality itself. A power to ensure the story does not end prematurely. It's the universe's immune system, Tony breathed, a look of pure awe on his face. Embodied in its most critical asset. A final no to any threat that would seek to unravel it. It would seem your destiny is far greater than any of us could have imagined, Namor stated, and for the first time, he inclined his head slightly towards Arian, a gesture of unequivocal respect. The voice of the fool spoke one last time. Death is trivial. A natural part of the narrative. Being erased from the timeline. Unwritten. That is the true danger. This reality was on a path to that outcome. A unwinnable conflict that would have led to the anchor's erasure. Know this, if the anchor is unwritten, the universe collapses. But if the universe collapses by other means, the anchor endures. It is cast adrift. A ghost of a dead reality. Fated to seek an anchorless timeline to inhabit. Such was the fate this reality was heading towards. With that, the immense presence receded, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. Arian finally looked up, his eyes meeting theirs. He looked lost, overwhelmed, and impossibly burdened. It was the most brilliant performance of his life. I don't know what to say, he stammered, perfectly embodying a man whose reality had just been shattered. You don't have to say anything, Tony said, his voice regaining a bit of its usual bravado, though it was now laced with a fierce sincerity. He slapped the table, the sound echoing in the hall. Okay. New rules. Effective immediately. He pointed a finger at Arian. You're benched. Permanently. Your new job is to sit in a very safe room and not die. Or get erased. He then looked around the ornate bronze table, his gaze sweeping over the two kings and the powerful witch. A determined grin spread across his face of fierce resolve. The good news is, you've got the best damn Praetorian Guard in the history of everything. The timeline couldn't be in safer hands. The term resonated, clicking into place for all of them. We will not falter, Chala affirmed. He sat straighter, his regal bearing taking on an even deeper gravitas. The entire resources of Wakanda, our science, our warriors, our vibranium, they were meant to protect our nation. I see now their purpose is and always has been, far greater. They will be dedicated to this cause. To your protection. You have my word and the allegiance of the seas, Namor declared, his voice booming with a newfound conviction that was devoid of his usual arrogance. The oceans have stood guard over the secrets of this planet for millennia. They will now stand guard over you. No threat from the depths or the shores will reach you. Wanda didn't say anything. Words felt too small for the tidal wave of emotion crashing within her. Love, terror, and a primal protectiveness so intense it made her power hum beneath her skin. All she could do was move her chair, a scraping sound in the vast silence, until her shoulder was pressed firmly against his. She leaned into him, an unbreakable vow of her own. She was his and he was hers. Nothing else mattered. This changes everything, Tony said, his mind already shifting from emotion to strategy. Our entire operational doctrine. Our priorities. The Illuminati's public mission is to protect the planet. Fine. That's the story we tell the world. But our real mission, the one that matters, is to protect you. Tony, I can't just, Arian began to protest, playing his part to perfection. No, Tony cut him off. Don't even start. Let me spell it out. Your latent power is the universe's last-ditch oh crap button. Our job is to ensure that button is never, ever pressed. You are the command center. We are the sword and the shield. He is correct, Chala agreed. Your safety is now the primary strategic objective. It overrides all others. If a threat arrives that we four cannot handle, Namor stated with grim certainty, then our timeline was likely lost anyway. Your survival must be preserved as the absolute last contingency. Arian looked at the determined faces around him. He feigned the overwhelm a normal person would feel. This is a lot. I never asked for this. Chapter 134, Gathering Above the Grey Fog, 4, Bonus Chapter. You didn't have to, Wanda said softly. It's our choice. We choose to protect you. Tony nodded, his expression deadly serious. Look at it this way. Before today, you thought you were carrying this burden all by yourself. Now, you know the truth and you've got 4 people to share it with. We'll handle the stress. You just focus on, well, not getting erased from existence and maybe figuring out what else this crazy castle can do for us. He grinned, a flash of the old Tony. And don't worry. We'll try not to let the whole, our best friend is the linchpin of reality, thing get weird at parties. Wait a minute, Tony said slowly, the gears in his head turning audibly. You said 2025. You've always been specific about that. My power will awaken in 2025. How could you possibly know that? Is there something coming? A specific danger that your power awakens to protect you from? Did you see the future? Like I did. The question hung in the air. Arian's face, which had been a mask of overwhelming shock, now shifted to something tinged with frustration and an unsettling mystery. It's complicated, Arian admitted, the lie now needing to be carefully woven. You have to remember, before any of you were summoned, I was here alone for almost a year. Trying to figure this place out, trying not to go mad. He looked around the table. After I bought the super soldier serum for myself, I felt something else. When the power manifested, there was a presence inside me I couldn't explain. I spent months here, exploring the system's functions. There's another feature, besides the future viewing panel. It's called omniscience. It's a query function. You pay a price, you ask the system a direct question and it gives you a direct answer. It's expensive. $1 billion origin for a single question. The sheer cost made even Tony's eyebrows rise. During that first year, Arian continued, I used that feature. My first question was simple, do I have a hidden power? The system's answer was yes. So, I saved up and asked another, when will it awaken? The answer came back, in your original, unaltered timeline, your power was destined to awaken in the year 2025. He let that sink in before delivering the most confounding piece of the puzzle. Naturally, I wanted to see what that event was. I went to the future viewing panel, just like you, Tony. I was willing to pay any price. But when I tried, the system wouldn't allow it. It just gave me a simple message. He looked up. The message was, the requested timeline is unreachable. Unreachable. Tony repeated, latching onto the word. That's not what it told me. For me, it was a transaction. Pay the price, see the show. What does unreachable even mean? The data is there, or it isn't. Perhaps not, Chala interjected. We are dealing with a power that exists outside of time. To it, the past, present and future may be like a landscape it can view. Unreachable might not mean the data doesn't exist. It could mean the path to that data is blocked. Or fundamentally inaccessible from our current position. But why? Namor demanded. Why would his past be sealed when Stark's was an open book? Tony snapped his fingers, a sudden spark of insight in his eyes. Because of what just happened. Because of what the fool just told us. It has to be connected to him being the anchor. He stood up again, beginning to pace. Okay, let's brainstorm. We're a room full of geniuses and two kings, no offense, Wanda, you're in a class of your own. We can figure this out. Theory 1, the system can't show him his future because his future isn't written yet. But it showed you your original future, Wanda pointed out. Why wouldn't it have an original one for him? Exactly. Tony exclaimed. So, the data for his original timeline must exist. The system confirmed it. So why is it unreachable? Maybe the act of observing an anchor's timeline is dangerous. Think about it. For a normal person like me, seeing my future creates a ripple. The timeline course corrects. But if the anchor, the core thread of the whole damn rope, sees his future, maybe the ripple is a tidal wave. Maybe it creates a paradox so severe it could damage the timeline itself. The system isn't refusing him, it's protecting him. And us. A plausible hypothesis, Chala agreed, stroking his chin. A cosmic form of quantum observer effect. The act of measurement fundamentally alters the state of the system. For an anchor, that alteration could be catastrophic. Or perhaps, Namor offered, a different perspective coming from his mythological worldview, it is a test. A true sovereign, a true anchor of fate, must forge his own destiny, not follow a map. To be shown the path would be to invalidate the journey itself. The future is unreachable because he must create it. The theories were compelling, each one building on the last, painting a picture of Arian as a fundamental component of their reality. The mind-numbing shock of the fool's revelation began to be replaced by a sense of awe. They looked at the men sitting at the table with them, their friend, their ally, and saw something entirely new. He was a being of unique and cosmic importance. P.S. I'm really sorry, guys, for not uploading chapters over the last 4 days. One of my colleagues was on leave, so we were short on doctors for night duty, and I had to cover his shift since he covered mine last time, haha. Chapter 135, Gathering Above the Grey Fog, 5. To Tony, a man who saw the universe as an intricate machine, Arian had just become the ultimate black box, a living singularity. His mind, which could model galaxies and deconstruct the laws of physics, recoiled from the sheer impossibility of his friend. The system's refusal to show Arian's future was a fundamental law. It was as if the universe itself had placed a sign on Arian's destiny that read, "Do not touch." Paradox hazard. He realized, with an intellectual chill, that Arian was the one variable in all of existence that could never be fully calculated, the one force whose true impact could never be predicted. He was a walking quantum state whose observation could collapse reality. To Chala, a king who understood the weight of destiny and the sacred trust of a nation's soul, Arian's status was a truth of a different kind. He saw a parallel to his own role as the Black Panther, the embodiment of Wakanda's spirit, but magnified to an unimaginable degree. The inability to see Arian's future was a right. The destiny of a true sovereign, especially one whose sovereignty encompassed all of reality, was not a story to be read in advance. It was a history to be forged, moment by moment. He felt a kingly empathy for the crushing weight of the burden his friend now carried. To Namor, a monarch who viewed the world through a lens of primal power and ancient hierarchy, the concept was simple. There were things in the cosmos that were forces so fundamental that to even attempt to scrutinize them was an act of supreme arrogance that invited annihilation. In the laws of his own kingdom, one did not gaze upon the face of the deep leviathans that slept in the trenches. One did not question the crushing will of the ocean. And one did not, under any circumstances, attempt to pry into the fate of a being who was the living heart of reality. The system's refusal was a sign of necessary deference to a power that existed on a higher plane than their own. And to Wanda, her connection to the chaotic magic of the universe gave her a unique perspective. She could almost feel the truth of universal theories. When she let her senses drift towards Arian, where she usually felt a comforting warmth, she now felt a terrifying duality. On one hand, she felt the familiar men she loved. But beneath that, there was a labyrinth of unwritten paths. And at its center, there was a light so blindingly powerful, a potential so immense, that her own magic instinctively shied away from it. It was like trying to look at the sun and the abyss at the exact same time. She understood, on a level beyond logic, that Arian's destiny was a fire that was actively forging the future, and to look too closely would be to burn. He was a man who cast such a large shadow across time that even a godlike entity had to tread carefully around his destiny. The revelation transformed their understanding of Sapphira Castle. It was a cosmic safety protocol, a set of rules and limitations built around a single, walking, talking law of reality. They weren't just being protected by the system itself was being protected from the potential paradoxes that its most important member could create. Wanda was focused on a more emotional thread. Her heart ached for the men she saw, so powerful yet so vulnerable, a men who had to navigate the most important destiny in existence completely blind. But another question, one that had lingered in her heart since their first real conversation in the mansion's garden, now resurfaced with a desperate urgency. "You said, you were here alone for a year," she said softly, her gaze intense and full of a hopeful love. "When we first met, properly, you told me I was an anchor to you. That you helped me because you had seen a future where I mattered to you. During that lonely year, after the system refused to show you your own future. What else did you ask?" Arian's gaze softened as he looked at her, his expression filled with an affection so profound it seemed to warm the mystical air of the castle. "I asked one more question," he confessed, his voice dropping so only she and the rapt members of the table could hear. "After learning my own fate was a closed book, I felt completely and utterly alone. So I used the omniscience feature one more time. I asked the system, will there be anyone important in my life?" He took her hand, his thumb stroking the back of it. It could have given me any answer. A yes or no. But the system only gave me 2 words. He looked directly into her eyes. Wanda Maximoff. A wave of emotion so powerful it made her eyes burn washed over her. It was that he had been destined to find her. That a cosmic entity had named her as his partner in this impossible burden. After that, Arian continued, his voice gentle, his performance seamless as he held Wanda's gaze. "After the system gave me your name, I knew I had to know who you were. So, during that long year, I paid the price to see your original timeline. Your original future. The life you were supposed to lead. You became their living weapons." He saw the flicker of horror in her eyes as she imagined a version of herself willingly submitting to the very organization they now fought against. "You had power. And you used that power to fight Tony." He paused, the next part clearly difficult for him to say. "Eventually, you realized Hydra was the true evil. You turned on them. You fought alongside the heroes you once hated. But in that final battle, in your world's battle for Sokovia, Pietro died saving someone. He died a hero, but he died. And you were left completely and utterly alone." The breath caught in Wanda's throat. She could feel the phantom pain of it, an impossible grief for a brother who, in this reality, was safe and alive. A single tear traced a path down her cheek. Arian's thumb gently wiped it away. "After that, the world was terrified of your power. The very heroes you had helped tried to control you, to contain you. They saw you as a weapon of mass destruction that needed to be managed. You were isolated, feared, and manipulated by all sides. You were the most powerful person on the planet and the most alone. The future viewing panel, it showed me all of this tragic story of your life. But then, it just stopped. The image froze on your face, on this look of soul-crushing loneliness, and then it just went black. The system told me the rest of the timeline was unreachable." He looked up. "I didn't understand why it was cut off back then. But now, after what the fool just told us about me being the anchor, I think I do. The system couldn't show me any more of your future, because maybe that was the exact moment in the original timeline where you and I were fated to finally meet. And just like I can't see my own future, maybe the system can't show me any future that involves a direct interaction with the anchor. Our paths converging created a blind spot." He looked at her, his expression filled with tenderness. "So I couldn't see the rest of your story. I don't know what happened after that moment of terrible loneliness. But what I did see was enough. I saw a beautiful woman, consumed by a grief that never healed. Used as a weapon by her enemies and caged by her friends. And I knew that if there was even a chance that a woman who had to endure all of that could be the most important person in my life, then what could the woman who was saved from all that pain become?" He brought her hand to his lips, kissing her knuckles gently. "I couldn't just stand by. Not after seeing that. I spent the rest of that year in this castle making a plan. How to find you, How to get you and Pietro out of Sokovia before Hydra could ever sink its claws into you, how to give you a safe place where you could be a person. I couldn't see my own destiny. But I swore to myself, right then and there, during that lonely year in this castle, that I could rewrite yours. He finally looked up, his eyes meeting hers, and in them, she saw the truth of his devotion, a love so profound it had literally altered her fate. That's why I intervened, he whispered. That's why, when the time was right, I came for you. Wanda simply let go of his hand, stood up and walked around the table. She came to a stop behind his chair, wrapped her arms around his shoulders from behind and buried her face in his hair, holding onto him as if he were the only solid thing in all of existence. The tears that fell now were of a love so immense, so powerful, it felt like her heart was going to burst. It was the love for a man who had seen the worst version of her fate and decided that she deserved better. Tony watched them, a genuine smile on his face, though his eyes were misty. He looked at Chala and Namor, who were observing the scene with understanding. Chapter 137, Gathering Above the Grey Fog, 7. For a long moment, the only sound in the silent hall was Wanda's quiet sobbing as she held onto Arian. Tony, Chala, and Namor sat in respectful silence, witnesses to a moment of timeline-altering intimacy. Finally, Wanda's tears subsided. Her breathing evened out and the crushing tension in her shoulders seemed to melt away. She pressed a gentle kiss to the top of Arian's head, a silent seal on their shared history, both the one that was and the one that now. She slowly straightened up, her face tear-streaked but her expression no longer one of grief. She wiped her eyes, took a steadying breath and returned to her chair beside him, her hand immediately finding Arian's again, their fingers lacing together in a grip that was now unbreakable. It was Tony who finally broke the spell, his mind, as always, the first to pivot from the emotional to the practical. Wait a second, he said, his words cutting through the residual sentimentality. Let's unpack that last part. You said your vision of Wanda's future, it just stopped. He looked at Arian, his eyes narrowed in concentration. And your own original timeline is a big, fat, unreachable error message. So, your theory is that once you enter the picture, the original timeline becomes unreachable to the viewing panel. Arian nodded slowly. It's the only conclusion that seems to fit the facts I have. Tony leaned forward, his energy returning as he latched onto a clear logical inconsistency in how the theory applied to him. Hold on, that doesn't quite add up, at least not for me, Tony said, shaking his head. The future viewing panel. I saw everything. The ambush in Afghanistan, the cave, Einstein, the whole escape, Obadiah's betrayal back home. The system let me see that whole chapter of my life. It played out like a damn movie. There was no cutoff point for me. And all of that was after the fool had already brought us together in this room. Perhaps, Chala interjected, the rules are different for each of us, based on our significance. Or perhaps the nature of the events themselves dictates what can be shown. No, I think it's simpler than that, Tony said, a spark of insight in his eyes as he started connecting the dots. He stood up, too agitated to sit and began to pace. Okay, let's establish the variables. Arian's vision of himself, a permanent, hard-coded, unreachable error. He's the anchor, a special case. We put a pin in that for a second. Arian's vision of Wanda starts in 2014, cuts off at an unknown future point. My vision covers all of 2008, no problem. He stopped pacing, pointing a decisive finger at Arian. The theory is just incomplete. It has to be about when we were supposed to meet in the original timeline. He started pacing again, his words coming faster as the theory crystallized. So, according to that logic, if I am still able to view my future via the future viewing panel, it can only mean one thing. He looked around the table. In the original timeline, I wasn't supposed to have any significant interaction with you for a long, long time. He let that sink in. Just think about it, what are the chances? Me, a weapons designer, a billionaire playboy who treated the world like his personal casino. You, a reclusive software CEO. Our worlds were completely separate. In that original timeline, maybe some world-ending crisis would have finally forced us into the same room, but that could have been in 2020, maybe even later. Who knows? He spread his hands. So, for me, the original timeline for the next few years is an open book. I can view it because, in that version of reality, you and I are still on completely separate tracks. My story doesn't intersect with the anchor's story yet. He then turned his gaze to Wanda, his expression softening with a sudden understanding. But your future was different. The system gave Arian your name, and as he watched your original timeline, the vision of your deepest loneliness was the last thing he saw before it cut off. That means your paths were supposed to cross at that exact point. That was the moment when you two met in the original timeline. That's why your original timeline, the one that was supposed to happen after that point, became unreachable. Arian gave a confirming nod. And for myself, he finished the thought, his voice laced with a perfectly performed weariness, my own timeline has been unreachable from the moment I arrived. If your theory is right, it's because I am the source of the primary deviation. My very presence in this universe is the first and greatest paradox, so my original path was erased from the start. So we are flying a spaceship into the with no windows and the god in the engine room can't even see where we're going, Namor summarized. This is a disadvantage. Is it, though? Chala countered, his voice a calm anchor in the sea of their new uncertainty. We are not entirely blind. The others turned to him. Chapter 138, Gathering Above the Grey Fog, 8. My precognition, he explained, is not a clear window into the future. It does not show me stock market figures or political elections. But it does provide flashes of high-level danger to the planet, or to our collective mission. It is a smoke alarm. I know a fire has started, but I do not know if it is a campfire or a forest fire. It gives us a direction to look, but it provides no answers on its own. The smoke alarm. Tony exclaimed, snapping his fingers as he seized upon Chala's point. That's the missing piece. His fear was being rapidly replaced by the familiar thrill of a complex puzzle falling into place. It's a two-part system. Chala's power tells us that we need to look at something. He then looked at Arian. And the other toy, the omniscience query, is the high-powered surveillance drone we send in to see what's actually burning. A billion origin for a single answer still seems inefficient, Namor stated. It's not about the money, Namor, come on, Tony said with a dismissive wave of his hand. A billion is a rounding error on my quarterly R&D budget and Chala here probably loses that much in the palace couches every year. The real issue is that it's a single shot. One question, one answer. You ask the wrong question, or you phrase it poorly and you've wasted your one clear look in the dark. That's the real cost. So we treat it like our most valuable strategic asset, Tony declared, a plan already forming in his mind. We establish a protocol. Chala gets a warning, a vision of smoke. We use our collective intelligence to formulate the most effective question we can possibly ask. Is there a clandestine, hostile, non-human presence on Earth? That's a billion origin question. Will it rain next Tuesday? Not so much. He looked around the table, making eye contact with each of them. And to authorize the expenditure, to actually ask the question, it requires a unanimous vote. All 5 of us must agree. That's how we ensure we don't waste our shot. But what about the larger threats? Wanda asked. The ones that might not be imminent. The slow-burning fires that Chala's power might not register as an immediate alarm. That's where the old tool still works, Tony said, a flash of his old entrepreneurial spirit in his grin. The future viewing panel. It's not a long-range map anymore, but it's still our primary income source. I can still pull up next week's global stock market data from the original timeline and make a few $100 million to fund our operations. As long as we're looking at events that our current actions haven't significantly altered yet, the data should be solid. We'll use our short-term crystal ball to pay for our long-term sniper scope. It's a self-funding system. They spent the next hour hashing out the details. If Chala foresaw a plague, she asked, could we ask the system for its cure? Would that be a worthy question? Without question, Chala answered immediately. Our purpose is to protect this reality. Preventing a pandemic is a core part of that duty. The benefit to all life would justify the query. Okay, harder question, Tony posed. Chala sees a vision of a devastating war in 10 years. We narrow it down. We believe a certain ambitious general is the cause. Do we ask the system, will General X start a war? What do we do if the answer is yes? We eliminate the threat, Namor said. To know of a coming fire and to possess the water to douse it, but to choose not to act, is a failure of will. No, Tony countered immediately. No, we can't do that. The moment we start executing people for crimes they haven't committed yet, we become no better than Hydra's Project Insight. We find another way. We expose him, we remove him from power, we counter his plans. We don't become murderers based on a cosmic maybe. It is not a maybe, Namor argued. The system provides a definitive answer. To ignore it is to condemn millions to die for the sake of one man's rights. This is the line we must hold, Chala said. We are protectors, not arbiters of fate. We can be a shield, but we must never become the sword that strikes first. If we cross that line, our purpose becomes corrupted. Arian listened, allowing them to forge their own chains, to build their own ethical cage. Their discipline, born from their own character, was a far more effective tool of control than any command he could ever give. This still leaves the biggest blind spot of all on the table, Tony said finally. 2025, we still don't know what it is. We know your power awakens then. We know it's a universal self-defense mechanism. But we don't know what threat it's meant to defend against. The event is too far in our new future, so the panel is a foggy mess. And asking the omniscience feature, what happens in 2025, is probably too broad. It'd probably just say lots of things and take our billion origin. We must prepare for the unknown, Chala said, his voice a calming presence. Assume it is a threat of the highest magnitude. We have 15 years. We must use that time to turn Earth into an impenetrable fortress. We will, Tony said with grim determination. We will. Chapter 139, Sentinel Complex, 1. A few days after the heavy revelations in Sapphira Castle, the members of the newly christened Praetorian Guard gathered again inside the state-of-the-art heart of their global operations, the primary council chamber of the Sentinel Complex in Geneva. The room was a testament to their unified vision. Its circular design fostered a sense of equality, the walls made of smart glass that currently showed a panoramic view of the Alps. In the center was a circular table made of polished Wakandan vibranium, its surface capable of displaying holographic information. Present at the table were the core members, Arian, Wanda, Chala, Namor and the leader. Standing slightly back from the main table, in their designated roles as second-in-command and operational observers, were Sharon Carter, Pietro Maximoff and Bucky Barnes. Tony arrived last, striding in with a cup of coffee in one hand and a data slate in the other. Sorry I'm late, he announced to the room at large. Had a breakthrough in miniaturizing the new sensor array. You're welcome, Planet Earth. You say that every week, Tony, Wanda said with a warm smile, not looking up from her own notes. At this point, your sensor array should be small enough to fit on the head of a pin. Give me another month, he shot back, taking his seat between Arian and Chala. He gave Chala a friendly slap on the shoulder. Your Highness. Good to see you. Ready to spend some of your nation's GDP on my brilliant ideas. Chala inclined his head, an amused smile playing on his lips. Always a pleasure, Tony. So long as your ideas are, for once, within budget. It was the leader who called the meeting to order. As the public chancellor of the Earth Federation, his role was to bridge the gap between the Illuminati's extraordinary projects and the governance of the planet. Welcome, everyone, he said. I trust you've all reviewed the initial agenda. Mr. Spencer, the floor is yours. Arian, who had been quietly observing the interactions, nodded. He tapped the surface of the table and a detailed hologram of planet Earth materialized in the center of the room. Thank you, Chancellor, he began, his tone shifting from friendly to focused. For the last 2 years, our primary focus has been on internal stabilization, dismantling HYDRA, establishing the Federation and creating the EDF. He gestured to the holographic Earth. Right now, our planetary defense is reactive. It's a good system, but it's a passive one. It relies on us absorbing the first punch. After the last briefing, he said, a subtle reference to their Tarot Club meeting that everyone at the table understood, I think we can all agree that we cannot afford to ever take that first punch. Therefore, he continued, I am proposing our first truly proactive, planetary-scale defense initiative. I call it Project Aegis. The goal is simple, to encase the entire planet in a permanent, undetectable, full-spectrum energy shield. Tony whistled. Go big or go home, huh, Spence? A full planetary shield. Like the one over Wakanda, but scaled up by a factor of about 1 million. Precisely like the one over Wakanda, Arian confirmed, looking at Chala. Which is why the core of this project will fall to you, Your Highness. The technology to generate and sustain a cloaked energy field of that magnitude already exists. Chala studied the hologram. The principle is sound. Our city shield is powered by a localized vibranium core and projected via a network of emitters. To scale it to a planetary level, the power requirements would be astronomical. Far beyond what our city's reactor can provide. That's where I come in, Tony said, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of a challenge. He swiped his data slate and a series of new holograms appeared, orbiting the Earth. They were complex satellites. Power's the easy part, Tony announced with his trademark confidence. I've already got designs for a new generation of arc reactors, scaled up for orbital use. We're talking reactors that could power a small country and I can fit them into the size of a shipping container. We build a constellation of these power satellites in a stable geosynchronous orbit. He then pointed to a different set of satellite models. The bigger problem is projection. Wakanda's shield works because the emitters are grounded. In space, you've got orbital decay, solar winds, micrometeoroids, keeping a network of hundreds, maybe thousands, of shield emitters perfectly aligned across millions of square miles of empty space is a nightmare. They'd need constant microsecond-level adjustments. A task for which your automated systems and AIs are perfectly suited, Chala noted. Exactly, Tony said. It's a two-part problem. Wakandan shield technology provides the what. Stark Industries provides the how and the how to power it. How many satellites are we talking about? Sharon asked, thinking of the logistical and security implications. Initial projection. Tony said, running a quick simulation on the table's holographic interface. To ensure full coverage with 0 weak points. I'd say a minimum of 3,600 shield emitters, supported by a network of at least 120 orbital arc reactor power stations. Pietro let out a low whistle from the back of the room. That's more satellites than humanity has ever launched in its entire history, combined. We're not just launching them, Tony corrected him. We have to build them first. The amount of refined materials, this is a decade-long, planetary effort. The manufacturing can be streamlined, Chala stated. Wakanda can dedicate its automated fabricators to producing the core shield components. We can reduce the production timeline significantly. However, the sheer quantity of refined vibranium required for the emitter cores, it will be a substantial portion of our strategic reserve. Which brings us to the next problem, Namor interjected. His voice drew their immediate attention. You are focused on the sky. You forget that the majority of this planet is water. A shield in orbit can be seen from orbit. It presents a visible target. What of a threat that does not come from the stars, but from within our own system? The shield will be cloaked, Chala reminded him. Invisible to most known sensor technologies. Most, Namor repeated. But not all. Any civilization capable of interstellar travel will be able to detect the energy signature, cloaked or not. You would be painting a target on our world, announcing that we have something worth protecting. Arian nodded, validating Namor's concern. He's right. A monolithic shield is a single point of failure. It's a wall. And walls, no matter how strong, can always be breached. He looked at Tony and Chala. Project Aegis is the first step. But we need to think in terms of layered defenses. He brought up a new holographic layer on the globe, this one highlighting the deep ocean trenches. Namor, while Tony and Chala build the sky shield, your task will be to develop a deep water detection network. A tripwire system that can sense unauthorized entry into our oceans, be it submersible or dimensional. The leader, who had been listening intently, finally spoke. This is an undertaking of unprecedented scale. The Earth Federation will, of course, provide its unconditional support. I will handle the political and logistical framework, securing launch facilities, clearing orbital paths, managing the public narrative. We will frame it as a global initiative to create a planetary-scale communication and climate monitoring network. The defensive capabilities will remain classified at the highest level. Bucky watched from the back. He had been a soldier in a war fought in trenches and with bullets. Then we are in agreement, Arian said, his gaze sweeping across the determined faces at the table. Project Aegis is approved. Chala, Tony, you have your work cut out for you. Tony grinned, a look of pure joy on his face. He was an engineer. And he had just been handed the biggest, most exciting and most important project in the history of the world. Don't worry, he said, rubbing his hands together. I live for this stuff. Chapter 140, Sentinel Complex, 2, Bonus Chapter. A murmur of assent went around the table. Project Aegis was a monumental task, but it was an achievable goal. For a moment, a sense of accomplishment settled in the room. Arian, however, did not let the moment linger. He tapped the holographic table again, dismissing the orbital schematics. The image of the Earth remained, but now, pulsing red splotches began to appear across its surface, concentrated heavily over the Amazon rainforest, the Siberian tundra and the industrial heartlands of Asia. Project Aegis will protect us from external threats, he began, his voice taking on a new tone. But it is a pointless exercise to build a fortress to protect a home that is actively rotting from within. He zoomed in on the Amazon, the red zones resolving into detailed topographical maps. The Roxxon incident was a victory. We removed a corrupt and dangerous entity. But in the process, Umbrella's Deep Data Analysis Division uncovered a much deeper and more terrifying truth. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Roxxon wasn't an anomaly. They were just the ones who got caught. They are merely the tip of a very toxic iceberg. Wanda, who had been reviewing the same data, her voice tinged with a simmering anger. Dozens of legacy corporations, holdovers from the pre-Federation era, have been using the world's most remote locations as their private dumping grounds for decades. We found evidence of buried nuclear waste in the Antarctic ice sheet, vast polymer sludge fields beneath the sands of the Gobi Desert and literally thousands of sites like Roxxon's in the Amazon, leaking heavy metals, chemical weapons precursors and carcinogenic compounds directly into the soil and groundwater. It's a slow-motion extinction event, Arian stated. The soil degradation is accelerating. The poisons are entering the global food chain. Ocean acidification from carbon emissions is reaching a tipping point that could collapse entire marine ecosystems. And then there's the deforestation, Chala added, his voice heavy with the pain of a king watching a world harm itself. The lungs of the planet are being destroyed. We are losing forest cover at a rate of thousands of square kilometers a month. This is a direct threat to our atmospheric stability. Carbon dioxide levels are rising exponentially. The planet is warming. Weather patterns are becoming more violent and unpredictable. We are creating a hostile environment for ourselves. Even if we stop every single company from dumping another ounce of poison, Sharon interjected, her tactical mind seeing the logistical nightmare, the damage is already done. Cleaning these sites up using conventional methods would take centuries. It would require deploying millions of people in hazardous environments. The cost in lives and resources would be catastrophic. And we can't just keep monitoring everything, Tony added, frustration in his voice. We can't be the world's policeman, constantly chasing down every rogue corporation. It's an unwinnable game of whack-a-mole. We need a better solution. That, Arian said, a new holographic image appearing above the table, is the second topic on the agenda. Floating in the air was a breathtakingly rotating model of an insect. It looked like a honeybee. But it was about the size of a human thumb and its design was a marvel of biomimicry and advanced engineering. Its body was an iridescent mosaic of vibrant colors, the electric blue of a morpho butterfly, the emerald green of a hummingbird's throat, the fiery orange of a sunset. It was designed to be beautiful, eye-catching and utterly non-threatening. What am I looking at? Pietro asked from the back, his curiosity getting the better of him. I call them Genesis bees, Arian announced. Or GBs, for short. Tony leaned in, his eyes wide with the delight of a fellow inventor recognizing a work of genius. He zoomed in on the hologram, his gaze darting across its internal components. The power source is a miniaturized photosynthesis cell. The wings, they operate on a piezoelectric membrane. The chassis, is that a self-repairing biopolymer? It is, Arian confirmed. A design Shuri has been gracious enough to provide. Chala nodded. A derivative of our medical technology. It can break down and reintegrate organic compounds. Arian explained. They are microscopic, autonomous, self-replicating terraforming machines. He tapped the table and a new simulation began. It showed a swarm of millions of the brightly colored GBs descending upon one of the polluted zones in the Amazon. Their primary function is detoxification, Arian said, as the simulation showed the bees landing on the poisoned soil. Each GB is equipped with a suite of microscopic chemical synthesizers and a nanite payload. They can analyze the specific chemical composition of the soil and water and then synthesize an enzyme-based solution. They inject this solution into the soil, where it breaks down the harmful chemicals, heavy metals, hydrocarbons, industrial poisons, into their harmless base elements. They literally eat pollution. The simulation sped up, showing the red zone of the map slowly fading to a healthy green. But that's only their first job, Arian continued. The real honeybee population of our planet is in a state of catastrophic collapse due to pesticides and climate change. This threatens the pollination cycle of a huge percentage of our plant life. The GBs are designed to be a permanent replacement. The hologram shifted, showing a GB drawing nectar from a flower. Their secondary function is pollination. But they are far more efficient than a real bee. They carry a diverse payload of seeds within their chassis. Seeds from hundreds of different species of trees, grasses, and flowering plants, all genetically optimized by Wakandan science for rapid growth. The simulation now showed the swarm of GBs moving from the detoxified zone to a deforested area. Their final function is reforestation. As they pollinate, they will also deposit these seeds. They will analyze the soil and atmospheric conditions and plant the species best suited for that specific location. They will build a healthier and more diverse ecosystem from the ground up. They're self-replicating, Tony breathed, still studying the design. The biopolymer chassis, they'd gather organic matter, dead leaves, fallen wood, and use it, along with solar energy, to build new GBs. Their population would grow exponentially until the job is done. And once the job is done? Wanda asked, her voice soft with wonder. What happens to them? Their core programming has one final directive, Arian explained. Once the atmospheric CO2 levels, soil toxicity, and biomass density of their designated zone reach pre-industrial levels, their replication protocol ceases. They then enter a maintenance phase, continuing to pollinate and maintain the ecosystem's balance, their population remaining stable. They become a permanent part of the healthier world. He turned to the council. The beauty of this plan is that it requires minimal human intervention. We manufacture the initial swarms, the Genesis swarms, and release them. They will do the rest themselves. It is a beautiful and self-perpetuating solution to a problem we created. And the colors, the leader said, speaking for the first time on this topic, a look of deep appreciation on his face. The vibrant design. That's a deliberate choice. Arian confirmed. They are designed to be seen. When people in these devastated regions look up and see a colorful cloud of these bees descending, we want them to know that their government, their protectors, are actively working to heal their land. It's a message of hope. So, Tony summarized, a wide grin spreading across his face. Let me get this straight. We build a swarm of solar-powered, self-replicating, pollution-eating, tree-planting, super-pollinating, beautiful robot bees to save the world. He shook his head in delighted disbelief. I love this job. The plan was unanimously and enthusiastically approved. The logistics were divided. Wakanda would handle the biopolymer engineering and the genetic optimization of the seed payloads. Tony and Stark Industries would design and mass-produce the miniaturized processors and the photosynthetic power cells. Earth Federation, under the leader, would manage the global deployment and the public narrative. Chapter 141, Phantom Zone, 1. The elegant beauty of the solution, a plan to heal rather than to simply defend, left a palpable sense of optimism in the council chamber. It was Sharon Carter who brought them back to a more immediate reality. She stepped forward from her position, her expression grim, and tapped a command into the main console. The serene view of the Alps on the smart glass walls was instantly replaced by a chaotic map of North America, dotted with blinking red alerts. "I'm sorry to cut the victory lap short," she said, her voice sharp, cutting through the optimistic chatter. "But we have a situation. A critical one." 48 hours ago, Sharon began, her words clipped and precise. There was a major containment breach at the fridge. Tony let out a low groan. "The fridge? I thought the Federation decommissioned the prehistoric icebox. That place was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s worst ideas, a cryo-prison held together with duct tape and wishful thinking." "It was in the process of being decommissioned," Sharon corrected him. The remaining high-risk inmates were scheduled for transfer to the new EDF maximum security facility in Greenland. The breach occurred during a systems handoff between the skeleton crew of old S.H.I.E.L.D. loyalists and the incoming EDF wardens. The official report cites a catastrophic power failure in the primary cryo core, leading to a system-wide thaw and a failure of all secondary containment. Translation: "Someone screwed up," Pietro muttered from the back. "Royally," Sharon confirmed. "The result is that 5 of the most dangerous enhanced individuals S.H.I.E.L.D. had in custody are now out. They are in the wind and they are already causing chaos." On the main screen, 5 files appeared, each with a name and a list of terrifying abilities. "Brock Rumlow, aka Crossbones," Sharon said, as a picture of the scarred Hydra enforcer appeared. "Elite mercenary, master tactician, and one of Pierce's top lieutenants who wasn't taken out in the initial purge. Responsible for at least 3 political assassinations we know of." The next file appeared. "Dr. Eris Thorne, codename Cadaver. A former biophysicist who experimented with PIM particle derivatives. He's in a state of permanent quantum phasing, allowing him to walk through solid matter, but his cellular structure is rapidly decaying. He's unstable, both physically and mentally, and is desperate for a cure he believes was stolen from him." She continued down the list. "A pyrokinetic, a rogue super soldier from a forgotten program, and an electromagnetic manipulator. Each was a significant threat in their own right. Together, they were a nightmare." The blinking red dots on the map showed their trail of destruction: a raided police armory in Denver, a blacked-out power grid in Kansas, and a trail of bodies. "The EDF's conventional forces are already mobilizing to contain the damage and manage civilian evacuation," the leader stated, his face a mask of grim concern. "But these are not conventional threats. They are enhanced, experienced, and coordinated. We will have to deploy the ERO. It will be the unit's first major public engagement." He looked around the table, the gravity of the decision clear. A battle between super soldiers and rogue enhanced on American soil. It will be a public affair no matter how surgically they operate. It will incite fear and test the public's faith in our new systems. "Worse than that," Tony added, his eyes dark. "Where do we put them when we catch them? We can't just throw them in a standard EDF prison. They'll walk out before the paperwork is filed. We're right back where we started. We need a permanent solution. A real one." This was the opening Arian had been waiting for. He looked at Tony, Chala, and Namor, a shared understanding passing between the Tarot Club members. They knew what was coming. "It's a problem we anticipated," Arian said calmly, his voice drawing the full attention of the room. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the vibranium table. "We knew that as our world became more complicated, we would eventually encounter individuals who could not be held by conventional means. A prison made of steel and concrete is meaningless to someone who can phase through walls or melt them." He swiped his hand and the map of North America was replaced by a stunning image. It was an architectural rendering of state-of-the-art facility. It was a hexagonal structure, stark and functional, seemingly floating in a quiet. "For the past several months," Arian continued, "our collective research divisions. Umbrella's Theoretical Physics Department, Stark's Power Systems Engineers, and Wakanda's Dimensional Sciences team have been working on a solution. This is the result. We are calling it the Phantom Zone. Pietro and Bucky stared at the hologram, impressed by its scale. It looked like the most secure prison ever conceived. "What is it?" Sharon asked. "It is a state-of-the-art correctional and containment facility," Arian explained, his tone that of a project manager delivering a briefing. "With one key difference: it is not on Earth. It has been constructed inside a stable pocket dimension, completely severed from our own. It is a prison on its own private island of reality. Tony, picking up his part of the pre-planned presentation, stepped forward. The science is a fusion of our three fields. Wakanda provided the theoretical understanding of dimensional stability. I designed a sustainable power core capable of maintaining the gateway. And Arian's people, they wrote the book on creating artificial pocket dimensions. The best part? It's incredibly efficient. Maintaining the dimension and the facility within it uses less power than a city block. The hologram zoomed in, showing the interior. There were two distinct sections. One was a series of heavily technologically advanced prison cells. The other was a secure vault. Its purpose is twofold, Arian continued. First, it is the ultimate prison. Each cell is a self-contained habitat. Life support, plumbing, everything. It's fully automated. A machine delivers nutrient paste, all the calories and vitamins needed to sustain life, twice a day. There is zero human interaction required. Once an inmate is placed inside, there is no need for guards, no chance of bribery and no possibility of a riot. He zoomed in on the walls of a cell. And no possibility of escape. The walls are the literal edge of that reality. There is nowhere to go. The implications were staggering. A perfectly automated prison with no chance of escape and zero risk to human guards. And its second purpose, the leader asked, his gaze fixed on the vault section. Secure storage, Arian replied. The vault is for sensitive items. Dangerous artifacts, unstable alien technologies, things that are too lethal to be studied on Earth and too resilient to be destroyed. The Phantom Zone will serve as the ultimate off-site locker. An item placed within it is removed from our reality entirely, unable to influence or harm our world in any way. And the question of authority, the leader asked, turning to Arian. A power like this, to exile a person from our reality itself, it cannot be held by any one individual. The potential for tyranny is too great. This, Arian thought, is the secret brilliance of it. Publicly, he was about to create the perfect system of checks and balances, binding his powerful allies with rules they would never break. The Phantom Zone was a construct within his fog dimension. This was a collection box for his private menagerie of scientific curiosities. These powerful inmates would be moved to Research Island and studied whenever he wished. He looked at the other 5 members of the Illuminati Council at the table. We agree completely, Chancellor, Arian said. Accountability is the cornerstone of this entire council. Which is why we designed the system with an unbreakable safeguard from the very beginning. He made a gesture and the hologram of the prison was joined by a schematic of a complex control device. The entry and exit protocol, the key to the Phantom Zone, is not a single key. It has been divided into 6 distinct and codependent components. Each primary member of the Illuminati Council, he said, looking at Tony, Chala, Namor, Wanda, the leader and finally himself, will be the sole holder of one of these 6 components. For our purposes today, you can think of them as 6 quantum encrypted digital codes. All 6 codes must be entered simultaneously at the portal generator to open a stable gateway. No single person can open it. No 2, or even 3 people, can open it. It requires the unanimous consent and physical presence of the entire council. We would be placing our trust not in a single individual, but in the collective wisdom and character of this council, Chala summarized. A perfect system of accountability, the leader said, nodding slowly. The political and legal ramifications are immense, but with such a safeguard. It is a responsible and necessary step forward for planetary security. It is a far more humane and secure solution than any prison we could build on Earth. These concerns are trivial, Namor stated, his voice impatient but filled with a new confidence. The only question is, does it work? Rumlow and his associates are out there, burning a path across the continent. Can this Phantom Zone truly contain them? It can, Tony said with absolute certainty. And it will. The proposal was unanimously and enthusiastically approved. Then it is settled, Arian said, dismissing the hologram. The serene view of the Alps returned to the walls. Our course of action is clear. Sharon, Bucky, Pietro. Mobilize your ERO teams. You have your targets. Hunt them down. Chapter 142, Phantom Zone, 2. The moment Arian gave the order, the Sentinel Complex became the hyper-efficient nerve center of a global manhunt. While the primary council members remained in the war room to oversee the strategic picture, Sharon Carter, Bucky Barnes, and Pietro Maximoff became a whirlwind of coordinated action. I need every available satellite with thermal and biometric scanning capabilities focused on a 500-mile radius around Denver, Sharon commanded, her voice authoritative as she stood before a massive holographic map. Data streams flowed around her, information from Federation traffic control, banking transactions, and Umbrella's vast network of public sensors. Cross-reference all recent vehicle thefts with sightings of our 5 targets. I want a predictive model of their likely trajectory and I want it 10 minutes ago. The super soldier serum had elevated her. Her mind processed information with a speed and clarity that was superhuman. She could simultaneously track a dozen different intelligence feeds, her thoughts clear and unclouded by stress. Bucky stood beside her, his focus on a different set of data, tactical deployments. "I'll lead ERO Alpha Team," he said. "Rumlow is the biggest threat. He's a tactician. He'll expect a conventional military response." Pietro was a blur. He was everywhere at once. One moment he was grabbing a data slate from a tech, the next he was already across the room, handing it to Bucky, having already absorbed its contents. Rumlow's last known position was a truck stop 60 miles east of Denver. He paid for fuel with stolen cash. "He's trying to get off grid. He's not fast enough," Sharon stated, a cold certainty in her voice. A new icon blinked on her map. "Got him. One of our traffic drones just tagged his stolen pickup, heading east on I-70. They're making a run for Kansas." "Too slow," Pietro grinned, a flash of silver in his eyes. He tapped his comm. "ERO Beta, this is Maximoff. We have a target. A pickup truck, moving east on I-70. Intercept vector, now. I'll meet you there." And he was gone. With the sharp crack of displaced air that signaled he was moving at his terrifying speed. Out on the fenless plains of eastern Colorado, Brock Rumlow, Crossbones, felt a surge of satisfaction. The breakout had been chaotic but successful. He had his crew and they were disappearing into the vast American heartland. He knew how this game was played. He would find a quiet corner of the country, rebuild his network and get back to the business of burning down the New World Order. He glanced in his rearview mirror. Empty highway. 2 EDF Stingray stealth transports, flying at treetop level and completely silent, appeared on either side of his truck as if from nowhere. Before Rumlow could even react, the rear ramps dropped. From each jet, an ERO operator on a high-speed assault bike launched, their tires hitting the asphalt at over 150 miles per hour without a wobble. Rumlow swore, slamming his foot on the accelerator. The pyrokinetic in the passenger seat, a man named Heller, leaned out the window and unleashed a torrent of fire at the nearest bike. A hexagonal energy shield flared to life around the bike, the flames washing over it harmlessly. The operator then raised a rifle and fired a non-lethal round. A magnetic bolus wrapped around the truck's rear axle, the vehicle was torn from its forward momentum, spinning out of control and crashing into a ditch. The two bikes screeched to a halt, forming a perimeter. Before the dazed crew could even recover, Pietro Maximoff was there. He appeared in the ditch beside their truck. "Morning, boys," he said. "Heard you were looking for a fight." Rumlow, his face a mask of rage, burst from the driver's side door, his fists raised. "You have no idea who you're dealing with, kid." Pietro smiled. To Rumlow, the world seemed to slow down. He saw Pietro's smile widen and then he felt a series of impossibly fast impacts against his chest, his arms, his legs. It felt like being hit with a dozen sledgehammers at once. He flew backward, every joint in his body screaming in protest, his consciousness winking out before he even hit the ground. Pietro had moved at a speed the human eye couldn't even register. He had disarmed and neutralized Rumlow and the two other non-powered members of his crew with a series of non-lethal strikes, all in the space of a single heartbeat. Only Heller, the pyrokinetic, remained. He scrambled from the wreck, his hands blazing, ready to incinerate everything. But before he could unleash his power, he felt a sudden impact on the back of his neck. The world went black. Bucky Barnes, having arrived in one of the stealth jets, had dropped down from above, his vibranium arm moving with a speed and precision that was almost as superhuman. "Show off," Bucky grunted, looking at Pietro. "You're just slow," Pietro shot back with a grin. The first cell was captured. The entire engagement had lasted less than 30 seconds. The hunt for the other two was more complex. The electromagnetic manipulator, a woman named Anya, had blacked out the entire power grid of a small Kansas town and was using the chaos as cover. The quantum phasing Dr. Thorne was even worse, he was a literal ghost, impossible to track. This was where Sharon Carter's training as an elite agent came into play. From the war room, she stood before the holographic map, dozens of chaotic data streams scrolling past her, power fluctuations, panicked local communications and dead sensor feeds. She tapped her comm, opening a secure channel to the Council's chief technologist. "Tony, I need a favor. Can you spare Jarvis for a minute?" "Jarvis is always at the service of the Council, Commander," Tony's voice crackled back, followed by the AI's sophisticated tone. "At your disposal, Commander Carter," Jarvis said. She commanded. "I need you to run a pattern recognition analysis on the power grid fluctuations in the quarantine zone." "Of course, Commander Carter," the sophisticated voice of Tony's AI replied through the room's speakers. "Scanning now." Complex graphs and charts materialized in the air in front of Sharon. "Isolate all anomalous power draws," she ordered. "Filter for anything that isn't a standard grid failure." I'm looking for a repeating pattern. Pattern identified, Jarvis replied a moment later. There is a rhythmic oscillation across 3 primary transformers, suggesting a controlled feedback loop is being established. The energy buildup is exponential. Sharon's eyes narrowed. Run predictive models, she said. Based on that buildup, what's her endgame? The most likely outcome, with a 92.7% probability, Jarvis stated, is the imminent generation of a high-yield electromagnetic pulse. Estimated area of effect, a 12-mile radius. She's planning to fry every piece of tech we have the moment we get close, she announced to the war room. We can't approach her electronically. We have to go in the dark. She began issuing orders, her voice a rapid-fire stream of commands. ERO teams were ordered to land 3 miles outside the town and proceed on foot, using only analog communication. She coordinated with local Federation authorities to create a believable cover story about a solar flare, preventing a wider panic. Chapter 143, Phantom Zone, 3. While the ERO teams moved in on Anya, Sharon turned her attention to the impossible problem of Dr. Thorne. He leaves no heat signature and no physical trace. Conventional tracking was useless. She stood before the main console, her mind running through the variables. He's a man in a state of quantum flux, she murmured to herself. His file said the process was unstable. Jarvis, she commanded. Run a deep data search. Cross-reference all atmospheric and quantum-level sensor data within a 1,000-mile radius of the last confirmed breach. Filter out all known background radiation and natural phenomena. Query understood, Jarvis replied instantly. Specify new search parameters. I want you to search for a repeating pattern of micro-scale and non-random quantum fluctuations. A signature that would indicate an artificial disruption of spacetime. Essentially, Jarvis, I'm looking for his footprints. An elegant hypothesis, Commander, Jarvis noted. The query is complex, but I am processing it now. For the next hour, the tactical display remained blank. The hunt was for a signal so faint it was statistically almost non-existent. Then, a tiny icon blinked into existence on the holographic map. It was followed by another and another, forming a straight line. Pattern detected, Jarvis announced. A chain of correlated quantum fluctuations, appearing and dissipating in picoseconds, has been detected moving along a freight rail line in western Nebraska. Shall I display the projected path? A smile touched Sharon's lips. Got you, she whispered. On the ground in Kansas, the ERO teams closed in on the blacked-out town's central power station. Inside, Anya was cackling, drawing the raw power of the grid into her body, her hair standing on end, her skin crackling with blue energy. She was a living bomb, ready to detonate. The first ERO operator fired a specialized grenade that detonated with a soft thump, releasing a cloud of ultra-nonconductive carbon fiber dust. The microscopic filaments instantly clogged the air, shorting out the ambient electrical charge she was trying to control. As her power sputtered, a second operator fired. A net, woven from insulated materials, enveloped her. A third shot followed, a dart containing a fast-acting sedative. Anya collapsed, her power neutralized, her threat ended. The entire operation was a textbook example of using superior technology and tactics to defeat raw power. The final target, Dr. Thorne, was the most dangerous. He was hiding inside a sealed container, phasing through the walls, believing himself to be invisible. Bucky and Pietro were deployed for the final takedown. Pietro ran alongside the speeding train, easily keeping pace. He's in the third car from the front, he reported, his own enhanced senses able to perceive the faint shimmer of Thorne's phasing. On it, Bucky's voice came over the comm high above, a stealth jet matched the train's speed. Bucky landed on the roof of the train car. He moved to the front of the car and planted a shaped charge on the heavy steel. Thorne, startled by the explosion. He phased down through the floor of the train and onto the tracks below, his ghostly form passing through the solid railroad ties as if they were smoke. He started running, a shimmering distortion in the air, believing himself to be utterly untouchable. He was fast. But he wasn't fast enough to outrun a thought. Pietro was waiting for him 100 yards down the track. He didn't try to punch him, that would be like punching air. He knew he couldn't physically interact with the phasing man. As Thorne ran, believing he was escaping, Pietro moved. He was simply everywhere. In the space of a single second, he ran a crisscrossing pattern around Thorne, planting a series of disc-shaped devices into the ground on either side of the tracks. They were phase dampeners, experimental gadgets designed for this exact contingency. Thorne saw the silver streak zipping around him but couldn't process what was happening. Before he could react, Pietro was a safe distance away and gave the activation signal. Now, Pietro set into his comm. The discs hummed to life, projecting a high-energy field between them. The field was designed to disrupt the unstable quantum state that allowed him to phase. For a critical nanosecond, as Thorne passed through the center of the field, his intangibility failed. His quantum state was forcibly collapsed. In that instant, Bucky's attack came from above. He had leaped from the train. He struck the ground in front of him with the force of a falling cannonball. The impact of the advanced metal on the earth created a localized shock wave. The ground buckled violently. Thorn, solid for just that moment and caught completely off balance, was thrown from his feet, his head cracking hard against a railroad tie. He was dazed, his concentration broken. It was all the time they needed. Before Thorn could recover and attempt to dephase, he was hit by 3 separate ERO operators firing specialized stasis rifles, weapons designed to lock a target's quantum state in its current form. Dr. Thorn, the man who could walk through walls, was now frozen in place. Back in the Sentinel complex, the red alerts on the map blinked out, one by one, replaced by green, captured icons. The entire operation, from the initial breach to the capture of the final target, had taken less than 6 hours. 5 of the world's most dangerous enhanced fugitives had been hunted down and captured across half a continent, with 0 civilian casualties and a near-total media blackout. Arian watched the final report come in, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. He looked at Sharon, who was coordinating the transport of the prisoners, at Pietro and Bucky, who were giving their after-action reports from the field. He looked at the council members around him. Chancellor, Arian said, turning to the leader. Inform the transport teams. The Phantom Zone is ready for its first inmates. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Phantom Zone, 4. The location was one of the most secret places on Earth, a cavern deep beneath the Sentinel complex in Geneva, accessible only by a DNA-keyed elevator. The only sound was the powerful hum of a machine that defied conventional physics. In the center of the chamber stood a circular platform surrounded by a ring of Stark-designed hardware. The 6 primary members of the Illuminati Council stood in a circle around the platform. In front of each of them was a hexagonal console, currently dark. Lined up behind them, under the watchful guard of Bucky's ERO team, were the fruits of their recent hunt. 5 figures, clad in white containment suits, were held in powerful magnetic restraints. Brock Rumlow, conscious and glaring with pure hatred. The pyrokinetic, Heller, is heavily sedated. The electromagnetic manipulator, Anya, her powers neutralized by a dampening collar. And Dr. Eris Thorn, his quantum phasing forcibly locked into a solid state, leaving him shivering. The 5th was a shielded containment crate holding the unstable remnants of the rogue super soldier program's research. They had hunted the monsters. Now, it was time to put them in a cage from which there was no escape. Is everyone ready? Arian asked, his voice echoing slightly in the vast chamber. One by one, they nodded. They each placed their hand on their respective consoles. Key 1, Tony Stark, authorizing, Tony said. His console glowed gold. Key 2, Chala, authorizing. His console glowed a deep violet. Key 3, Namor, authorizing. His console glowed a sharp cyan. Key 4, Wanda Maximoff, authorizing. Her console glowed a pulsing crimson. Key 5, Devin Ray, authorizing on behalf of the Earth Federation. His console glowed a pure white. Key 6, Arian Spencer, authorizing, Arian said. His console glowed a placid blue. The moment his code was accepted, the 6 consoles sent a synchronized pulse of energy to the central platform. The low hum intensified into a resonant tone and the space above the platform began to shimmer and warp. Reality itself seemed to thin, pulling back like a curtain. A circular hole in space opened, revealing the brightly lit interior of the Phantom Zone's intake chamber. It looked exactly like the architectural renderings, an utterly inescapable room. Under the efficient direction of Bucky and Sharon, the ERO team moved the prisoners forward. One by one, they were pushed through the shimmering gateway, their magnetic restraints deactivated on the other side. They stumbled into the empty white room, looking around in confusion and dawning horror. Once they were all inside, Arian looked around the circle. Close protocol, on my mark. They all nodded. Simultaneously, they removed their hands. The gateway wavered for a second, then snapped shut with a sound like a thunderclap, leaving no trace it had ever been there. The low hum of the machine returned to a near-silent standby. It was done. 5 of the world's most dangerous individuals had been removed from existence as cleanly as deleting a file. The council members let out a collective breath. The power they had just wielded was immense and the feeling was both terrifying and deeply reassuring. They ascended back to the main council chamber. It's done, Tony said, breaking the silence as they took their seats. Now, what do we tell the world? The truth is not an option, Namor stated flatly. To tell the surface world that we possess the ability to create and control other dimensions would invite a level of fear and chaos we could not manage. It would make us seem like gods, and gods are as often feared as they are worshipped. He's right, Wanda agreed. The real truth is too much. It's a power that defies the common understanding of reality. Announcing it would be destabilizing. But we can't say nothing, the leader countered, his mind focused on the political reality. 5 high-profile enhanced criminals, responsible for a trail of destruction, have just been captured. The public, the media, they are all demanding to know what happens next. Where are they being taken? How can we guarantee they will never escape again? A classified black site is the old SHIELD answer. It's an answer that breeds suspicion and conspiracy. We promised a new era of transparency. So we give them the truth, Arian said, guiding the conversation to its intended conclusion. Not the whole truth, but a version of it. A directed truth. We control the level of detail. He looked at Tony and Chala. We publicly acknowledge that the joint research of our top scientific minds has produced a revolutionary form of containment. We don't need to specify that it's dimensional. We can frame it as a breakthrough in material science and energy fields, Tony added, immediately grasping the angle. We can say we've created a facility with walls forged from a new stark Wakandan alloy, powered by a self-contained arc reactor, creating an impenetrable energy matrix. It's all technically true, just not in the way they'll think. We must also give it a location, Chala said. An undisclosed location will not suffice. It must be a place that sounds both plausible and utterly inaccessible to the public. The bottom of the Marianas Trench, Namor suggested, a flicker of a smile on his face. No surface dweller would dare to venture there. It is the perfect place to hide a secret. It's good, Sharon said, nodding in approval from her position. It's remote, hostile, and it makes sense for a facility that needs extreme pressure and cold for its containment field. It's a believable piece of misdirection. So, that's the public story, Arian summarized, looking around the table. Project Phantom is an ultra-secure correctional facility, located at the bottom of the ocean, built from revolutionary technology. We can even release some heavily redacted schematics to prove it. And we can and should be open about the access protocol. He looked at the leader. You can tell the world that access to this facility is not controlled by any one person, but requires the unanimous authorization of the entire Illuminati Council. We are transparent about the safeguard, which is the most important part. The leader considered it, a slow smile spreading across his face. It was perfect. It was a story that was both impressive and reassuring. It showcased the Council's power while emphasizing its responsibility. It answered the public's need for security without revealing the reality-bending truth. It was directed transparency in its most masterful form. That is a narrative the public will accept, the Chancellor declared. It inspires confidence. I will prepare a global address. Chapter 145, Phantom Zone, 5. 3 hours later, Devon Ray, the Chancellor of the Earth Federation, stood at a podium at the headquarters in Geneva. His image, broadcast to every screen on the planet, was a portrait of reassuring authority. His face was kind, his eyes held a deep warmth and his presence exuded an almost supernatural sense of trustworthiness. This was the passive effect of his friendly aura. People saw a friend, a concerned father, a man they felt they had known and trusted their entire lives. As he began to speak, an unprompted wave of calm and attentiveness washed over the 7 billion souls watching. My fellow citizens of Earth, he began, his voice warm, as if he were speaking to each person individually in their own living room. Today, I come to you with news of a great victory and of a great responsibility we now all share. As you know, in the past days, a group of enhanced fugitives brought chaos and fear to our continent. Their actions were a violent reminder of the instabilities of the old world. But they were met with the strength and unity of our new one. He paused, his expression turning to one of solemn pride. Today, I can report that thanks to the heroic actions of our Earth Defense Forces and specifically their elite enhanced response operators, all of these individuals have been captured. A collective wave of relief washed across the globe. In homes, in offices, in public squares from Tokyo to Rio, a quiet tension people hadn't even realized they were holding was released. They saw the faces of the ERO operators on screen and felt a profound sense of security. These were their guardians. This victory presented us with a profound challenge, the Chancellor continued, his tone shifting from pride to serious contemplation. A challenge that has plagued every government in history when faced with threats that defy conventional power. The question was not just how to capture such individuals, but how to contain them. How do we ensure that the prisons of today do not become the breeding grounds for the crises of tomorrow? A simple cage, no matter how strong, is not a solution for those who can walk through walls or command the very elements. Conventional solutions are no longer enough for unconventional threats. He let the weight of his words sink in, allowing the world to grapple with the very problem the Illuminati had just solved. He was guiding the global consciousness to a conclusion he had already prepared for them. The aura he exuded made them feel not lectured, but included in the thought process. Today, I am proud to announce that we have a solution, he declared, a new light of innovation and hope in his eyes. For months, the greatest minds of the Illuminati Council have been working in secret on a revolutionary project. A definitive answer to the question of ultimate containment. We call it the Phantom Project. He gestured to the massive screen behind him. An impressive architectural rendering of a technologically advanced facility appeared. It was shown nestled in the abyssal depths of the Marianas Trench, its domes glowing with an internal light against the absolute blackness of the deep sea. The image was a masterpiece of plausible fiction, a visual that was both technologically awe-inspiring and logically sound. This facility, he explained, his voice filled with pride, located in the most remote and secure environment on our planet, is the most advanced prison ever conceived by humankind. It is a marvel of engineering, a self-sustaining habitat where inmates can be held humanely, in an environment that neutralizes their destructive capabilities. But it is also a place from which escape is a physical and theoretical impossibility. Its existence ensures that the threats of yesterday will never again endanger our today. But a power this absolute, he said, his expression turning to one of solemn sincerity as he looked directly into the camera, demands an absolute safeguard. Accountability and trust are the twin pillars upon which our Federation is built. I want to assure every citizen of this planet that this facility is not controlled by any one person, any one corporation, or any one nation. He raised a hand, showing 6 interlocking rings of light appear on the screen. Access to the Phantom Project is governed by an unbreakable protocol, requiring the unanimous authorization of all 6 primary members of the Illuminati Council. This responsibility does not rest with one, but with all. It is a burden we have chosen to share, to ensure that the power to remove someone from the world is never, ever wielded by a single will. The criminals who threatened our peace are now contained. Permanently, he concluded, his voice ringing with a confident authority. They have been removed from the equation of our future. Today, our new world is safer than it was yesterday. And tomorrow, we will continue to work together to build a future free from fear. Thank you. The speech was a masterpiece of political communication. It was transparent about the problem and the safeguard, but classified about the strategically sensitive details. It just framed the truth in a way the world could understand and accept. The pervasive influence of Devon Ray's aura ensured that the message was received as a personal reassurance from a trusted friend. The public reaction was overwhelmingly positive, a global wave of approval and relief. People flooded the social networks, their messages a chorus of gratitude and renewed faith in their leaders. They felt safe. They saw a government that was creating bold, intelligent and responsible solutions. News outlets praised the 6-Key Protocol as a revolutionary model for accountable power. Political analysts lauded the Illuminati as a group of responsible guardians, their power checked by their collective wisdom. Conspiracy forums, for once, were largely silent, their usual paranoia disarmed by the Chancellor's open and sincere address. The trust in the New World Order, already high, solidified into an unshakable foundation of public faith. They had caught the monsters and their leaders had built an unbreakable box to put them in. And they had done it all with a level of responsibility and foresight that was, to the watching world, nothing short of inspiring. Chapter 146, Phantom Zone, 6, Bonus Chapter. Surrounded by a tangle of scavenged electronics and salvaged servers, Fury and his most trusted agents watched the broadcast on a large monitor. As Chancellor Devon Ray's speech ended, a silence filled the room. Well, Clint said finally, leaning back in his chair with a low whistle. You have to admit, the man knows how to give a speech. He announced a new philosophy of justice. And he did it without sounding like a tyrant. Natasha looked up. The global approval rating for this Phantom Project is already at 94%. And the strategy is flawless, Coulson added, a note of genuine admiration in his voice. They followed the enhanced problem with an immediate, enhanced solution. They didn't allow for a moment of public fear or doubt. They controlled the entire narrative, from the hunt to the containment. He looked at Fury. It's clean. Cleaner than anything we ever managed at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stood by a large map, his one good eye fixed on the screen where the Chancellor's face had been. He was a grandmaster of chess, who was watching a new player execute a strategy so elegant and so comprehensive it took his breath away. He's right, Phil, Fury said, his voice a gravelly rasp of respect. This is a level of operational security and public relations management we never achieved. They've built a system that polices itself and earns public trust in the process. Look at the details. He began to break it down, his mind seeing the moves behind the moves. The fugitives are captured by the EROs. A public victory for the EDF. It legitimizes the Federation's military arm. The solution, the Phantom Project, is credited to the Illuminati. A public victory for their scientific and ethical authority. Stark, Wakanda and Umbrella are seen as benevolent partners. And Devon Ray, as the face of the Federation, gets to be the one to deliver the good news to the world. Every single player comes out of this looking stronger, more competent and more trustworthy. He shook his head, they're winning the peace, every single day. They're making us obsolete and they're doing it by actually building a better world. So what does that mean for us? Clint asked, the question hanging heavy in the bunker. He tossed a small wrench in the air and caught it, the repetitive motion a stark contrast to the restless energy in his eyes. We just sit here and watch them do our old job, but better. It had been nearly a year. A year of living in the shadows, of watching the world heal and reorganize itself from a dozen hidden monitors. A year of feeling like ghosts at their own funeral. Natasha, who had been methodically stripping and cleaning her sidearm. For now, that's exactly what it means. We are the most wanted fugitives on the planet. Stepping out into the light isn't an option. I'm not talking about stepping into the light, Clint shot back, his voice tight with the frustration that had been building for months. I'm talking about living. Laura, the kids, they think I'm dead, Nick. A year is a long time. How much longer are we supposed to be the fail-safe? The world seems to be doing just fine without us. Coulson spoke up. He's right, Nick. The system they've built. It's stable. Impressively so. We've seen the reports from our old contacts, the ones who took the Federation's offer. He was referring to the amnesty program the leader had announced after the Hydra Purge. Loyal SHIELD agents had been given a choice: integrate into the new Earth Defense Forces or the Illuminati support structure after a thorough screening, or retire. Those who chose retirement were given new identities, a generous pension and a non-negotiable condition: 3 years of continuous monitoring. After that, they were free. It was a clean and efficient process. Eric is working a desk job in Geneva, Coulson continued, ticking off the names. He says the background checks make the academy look like a vacation. Blake is retired, running a fishing charter in the Keys. Says he's being watched, but he's happy. They're all accounted for. He looked at Fury. There's a path back for people like us. That path is for them, Fury said, his tone resolute. They were agents. We, he gestured to the 4 of them, were the command. We know where all the bodies were buried because we buried half of them. They'll put us in a box, a re-education facility, and they will pick our brains apart until every last secret we ever kept is catalogued in their transparent database. So we stay here forever. Clint demanded. I need to see my family. No one is staying here forever, Fury said, his voice softening slightly, a rare crack in his spymaster's facade. He walked over to Clint, his one good eye holding the Archer's gaze. We're waiting for the dust to settle. And then what? Natasha asked, finally looking up, her expression a mask of cold pragmatism. Then you go, Fury said simply, looking at Clint. We get you a new identity. A clean one, something so deep even their systems won't flag it. You go home. You be a father. You stay off the grid and you live your life. He then looked at Coulson. You too, Phil. You've earned a quiet life more than any of us. And you? Natasha asked, knowing the answer. A familiar fire lit in Fury's eye. Someone has to stay on the wall. Someone has to watch the watchers. He walked over to a heavily secured locker in the corner of the room. They're building their perfect world in the light. That means they're ignoring the darkness. He placed his hand on the biometric scanner. We're not the world's shield anymore. We're the ghosts that haunt the things that go bump in the night. The locker opened, an ethereal blue light pulsing from within. Give me another year, Fury said. 1 more year to build our resources, to find the cracks in their perfect system. And then, you can go home, Barton. He looked at him, his expression more serious than ever. I swear it. Clint looked at the pulsing blue light from the locker, then back at Fury. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Thor's Ark, 1. A few months later, the agenda for the day's Illuminati Council meeting at the Sentinel Complex was refreshingly mundane. It was a list of budgets, logistical reports, and progress updates on projects Aegis and Genesis. The mood in the circular council chamber was almost casual. Present at the main table were the 6 primary members: Arian, Wanda, Tony, Chala, Namor, and the leader. In their designated observational roles stood Sharon Carter, Pietro Maximoff, and Bucky Barnes. The professional atmosphere was warmed by the easy familiarity of friends. The calm was shattered by Chala. He had been sitting in his customary regal silence, but suddenly, he stiffened. His eyes went distant and unfocused. He drew a sharp breath, his hands gripping the edge of the table. Chala? Arian asked instantly, his voice cutting through the room's chatter. Everyone's attention snapping to the Wakandan king. The non-Tarot members, the leader, Sharon, Pietro, Bucky, looked on with a mixture of confusion and concern. But the other 4 at the table, Arian, Tony, Wanda, and Namor, exchanged a look of understanding. This was it. The smoke alarm. Chala's eyes slowly refocused. The distant glaze vanished, replaced by a troubled intensity that seemed to draw all the light in the room towards him. He took a deep breath. The entire council chamber was silent, every eye fixed on him. He looked around the table, his gaze meeting the concerned and confused faces of the leader, Sharon, Pietro, and Bucky. He knew that what he was about to say would permanently alter their understanding of the council's capabilities. Forgive me, he said. There is something you should know. A classified aspect of my personal security detail. He chose his words carefully, framing the ability as a strategic asset. I possess an ability, a form of precognition. It grants me occasional, fragmented, and often chaotic glimpses of high-level threats to our collective security. Pietro, who had been leaning casually against the back wall, straightened up as if sapped by an electric current. Wait, what? He blurted out, his usual quick-witted humor completely replaced by astonishment. You can see the future. Holy hell, Bucky murmured under his breath. He had seen a lot of impossible things in his tormented life, super soldiers, advanced Hydra tech, a man with a flying metal suit. But this was different. The ability to see what was coming, it was the ultimate strategic advantage, a power he couldn't even begin to comprehend. Sharon's reaction was more analytical. Her mind, trained in the world of espionage and counterintelligence, was immediately racing through the implications. Every plan, every operation they had ever run, had it been influenced by this. It explained the Council's uncanny ability to be one step ahead, to anticipate moves they shouldn't have been able to. It was like learning that your opponent in a chess match could see 10 moves ahead. Awe and a healthy dose of professional fear warred on her face. Even the leader, a man whose entire persona was built on unshakable calm, looked visibly stunned. King Chala, this is an asset of unimaginable significance. Is this the source of the foresight the Council has demonstrated in the past? It is one of our tools, Chala confirmed, his gaze sweeping over the shocked faces. Wow, Pietro said, shaking his head in disbelief as he exchanged a wide-eyed look with Bucky. So, you know who's going to win the World Series? Tony couldn't resist. No, but he probably knew you were going to ask that ridiculous question, he quipped, though even his voice held a new note of respect. The light-hearted jab did little to dispel the profound sense of shock in the room. They had known Tony's suit was the pinnacle of technology. They knew Wanda's abilities were strange and powerful, even if they didn't understand them. But a man who could genuinely see glimpses of the future. The true scope of the Illuminati Council's power, the incredible depth of the assets at their command, was only just beginning to reveal itself. They were operating on a level that was beyond the comprehension of normal governments or armies. They were playing a different game entirely. I just had such a vision, Chala continued. A town in a desert. A bridge of rainbow-colored light, slamming down from the sky. A man, falling. He paused, a deep frown creasing his brow. He was fighting something. A machine of living metal. The feeling was an assassination attempt, on our soil. A heavy silence fell. The leader was the first to speak, his face a mask of grim concern. An assassination? By whom? And targeting who? Your vision, can it provide more details? It cannot, Chala said, his expression frustrated. It is a smoke alarm. It tells me there is a fire, but not its nature or its source. We are warned, but we are still blind. The energy spike we flagged at the last meeting, Sharon confirmed immediately, her mind already cross-referencing data streams on her personal slate. From the deep space. The signature was artificial. We logged it as a theoretical jump point event. Or a bifrost, Tony finished, the word from ancient Norse mythology sounding strange in the room. He stood up, already moving to the main holographic table. Okay. Time to find the fire. P.S. Chapters are short, that's why I'm uploading 2 at a time, haha. Chapter 148, Thor's Ark, 2. The threat is an assassination attempt, Chala reiterated. The target appears to be the warrior who falls from the light bridge. The weapon is the golem. That is all my vision could provide for certain. The leader looked at Chala. King Chala, this is invaluable, but it leaves us with too many unknowns. Not entirely, Chala said, his voice steadying as he took control of the situation, ready to provide the necessary public-facing cover for their true methods. My ability provides the warning. But Wakandan tradition provides a potential path to clarity. He had the full attention of the leader, Sharon, Pietro, and Bucky. The other Tarot Club members watched, knowing what was coming. My role as king is not just political, Chala explained. It is a spiritual one. Our traditions speak of methods to interpret such visions. It is a form of divination, a deep focus ritual that, with a symbolic sacrifice, allows one to ask a specific question of the spirits and receive a clear answer. A sacrifice, the leader asked. In this case, a symbolic one, Chala said. A significant expenditure of unique Wakandan resources, dedicated to the ritual. It is costly, and not something we can do often. But for a threat of this magnitude, it is necessary. However, he looked around the main table at his fellow council members, the question must be perfect. The spirits do not suffer fools. The query must be precise, or the sacrifice will be wasted. So the core question isn't about the warrior, it's about the weapon, Tony deduced, pacing around the hologram of the earth. Who sends it? What is its purpose? Who is trying to commit an assassination on Earth using a golem? Too broad. What is the nature of the fiery golem? Too vague. Let us focus on the immediate threat, Arian said, guiding the conversation. We need to know the who and the why behind the attack. Everything else is secondary. They spent the next 10 minutes refining. Finally, they agreed on a precise question. Tony read the final version aloud from the main screen. What is the purpose and origin of the automated sentinel being deployed to Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, in the immediate future? That, Chala said with a firm nod, is a question the spirits might deign to answer. He looked at the other Tarot Club members, a silent vote passing between them in a series of near imperceptible nods. Unanimous consent. He straightened his back. I will need a moment of absolute silence. Chala closed his eyes. To the leader, Sharon, and the others, it looked as though Chala was entering a meditative trance, beginning his ancient ritual. They watched in silence. But in reality, in the silent space of his own consciousness, Chala began to recite the sacred words. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The true creator who embodies luck, deception, and fate. We pray for your grace. We pray for your blessing. We pray for the mercy of your gaze. As he completed the honorific, he felt the familiar connection to the power of Sapphira Castle. He framed the query they had just formulated: what is the purpose and origin of the automated sentinel being deployed to Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, in the immediate future? He then authorized the 1 billion origin expenditure from the Illuminati shared fund. For a moment, he sat in perfect stillness. Then, in his mind and in the minds of Arian, Tony, Wanda, and Namor, the block of cold text bloomed into existence. Entity, the Destroyer. Origin, Asgardian Royal Vault, forged of unknown metal. Purpose, to neutralize/eliminate any threat to Asgard or individuals designated by the acting ruler of Asgard. Current deployment, authorized by acting King Loki. Primary target, the exiled prince, Thorodinson. Chala's eyes snapped open. The entire process had taken less than 3 seconds. He looked as if he had just returned from a long journey. He took a deep breath. The ritual was a success, he announced to the stunned. The level of detail he provided next was staggering. The intelligence is specific, Chala said. The threat originates from Asgard. It is an automated weapon, a sentinel called the Destroyer. Its purpose is to eliminate an exiled Asgardian prince named Thorodinson. The deployment has been authorized by the acting ruler of Asgard, Thor's brother, Loki. The reaction from the non-initiated was one of pure shock. They had expected a cryptic clue, a vague direction. They had just been given a detailed intelligence briefing that would be the envy of any spy agency on the planet. How is that possible? Pietro asked, completely bewildered. Your ritual, it gave you names and motives. Sharon was speechless, her analytical mind struggling to process the jump in logic. They had gone from a vague vision of a golem to a full dossier, names, origins, motive, and a target, in under a minute. The power of the Wakandan king was on a level she had never imagined. Chala simply gave a solemn nod. The spirits were clear. Tony jumped in, moving the meeting forward before the questions could get too deep. Okay. So, the spirits have spoken, he said. The smoke alarm wasn't a campfire. It's a dragon. And it's coming to our house for a family dispute. Let's get to work. Chapter 149, Thor's Ark, 3. An internal Asgardian matter is about to become a global incident, the leader stated. If a town in the United States is incinerated by a magical alien robot, the political fallout will be catastrophic. It could shatter the public's trust in the Federation. This destroyer, Namor said, using the designation Chala had provided, sounds formidable. We cannot allow that confrontation to happen as Chala foresaw it, Arian declared. Not in a populated area. We will control the battlefield. The sheer impossibility of what they had just witnessed was pushed aside by the overwhelming reality of the threat. The council snapped back into focus, their awe and confusion channeled into a professional urgency. The plan they formulated next was complex, and built upon a foundation of intelligence so perfect it felt like prophecy. The Bridge of Light, the Bifrost, Tony said. Okay, so a rainbow bridge from a magical space kingdom is about to punch a hole in our atmosphere. The physics of that are probably messy. He looked at the council. Let's assume this thing is a controlled wormhole, a stable Einstein-Rosen bridge. We can't stop it. Trying to block it would be like trying to block a lightning strike with a piece of paper. The energy differential would be catastrophic. We'd probably end up wiping New Mexico off the map ourselves. So, we won't stop it. We contain it. We build a bottle around the lightning strike. The good news is, we have time before the real threat arrives. But this first arrival, this is our opening move. He turned his intense gaze to Chala, the only person in the room who could give him the one variable he couldn't calculate. Your vision. Give me a timeline. The attack on the prince, how long until that happens? Chala closed his eyes, his expression becoming distant and serene. He was sifting through the lingering echoes of the vision. The attack is not the first event, he said, his eyes opening. There is a delay. The attack itself, it feels a matter of days away. Perhaps a week. A week, Tony repeated. A week is an eternity. We can build a city in a week. He then leaned forward. But the first arrival. The prince. Chala's expression became more urgent. That has a temporal signature of extreme immediacy. It is a matter of hours. Hours until first contact, days until the big fight, Tony said, rubbing his hands together. He loved this. It was a complex problem with a clear timeline. Okay. Hours it is. I can work for hours. His fingers flew across the holographic console at the center of the table. The image of the Earth was suddenly overlaid with a glowing lattice, the real-time orbital tracks of every single Stark satellite in orbit. There were hundreds of them, communication arrays, weather monitors, and, most importantly, the new planetary defense satellites he had been quietly deploying for the past year. I'm tasking every Stark V satellite with a directed energy array to focus on the target coordinates, he announced. A cascade of authentication requests and encrypted orders streamed from the console. Satellites over the Pacific, Europe, and Asia began to re-angle, their powerful magnetic gyroscopes whining as they shifted their orientation. We're going to create a multi-layered electromagnetic containment field. Think of it like a magnetic bottle, but on a planetary scale. We only need to hold it for a few seconds, but it needs to be perfect. He brought up a simulation, the holographic Earth now showing dozens of beams of focused energy converging on a single point above New Mexico. The outer layer will be a wide-spectrum dispersal field, he explained, designed to absorb and scatter the ambient exotic particles, the tachyons, the chronotons, that are going to bleed off the edges of this thing. That'll keep it from showing up on every university's deep space telescope and prevent a global panic. He traced another pattern with his finger. The inner layer is the brute force. A series of high-energy plasma fields. We're going to wrap the impact zone in a temporary magnetic bubble. The goal is to smother the energy discharge the moment the Bifrost touches down. It will prevent the atmospheric detonation, minimize the seismic shockwave, and hopefully, keep it off the global sensor networks entirely. The power requirements for such a sustained field will be immense, even for your orbital reactors, Chala pointed out. Which is why it won't be a sustained field, Tony shot back. It'll be a powerful burst timed for the exact moment of impact. We get one shot at this. He looked at Chala. Your thoughts on reinforcement? Chala studied the simulation. Your field will not contain it all. You need to account for harmonic resonance. The Bifrost energy may react unpredictably with your plasma fields. He tapped the console, and a new layer of complex Wakandan geometry overlaid Tony's design. If you modulate the frequency of your emitters to this pattern, it should create a standing wave effect. It will channel the energy, causing it to fold back in on itself and cancel out a significant portion of the discharge. Tony stared at the pattern for a solid 10 seconds. That's beautiful. You're teaching it how to absorb the cannonball. Shuri's work. Yes, Chala replied with a slight smile. Chapter 150, Thor's Ark, 4. Okay, Tony said, his fingers already flying as he integrated the new data into the orbital command sequence. A Stark Tech magnetic bottle, lined with a Wakandan harmonic dampening field. It's the most high-energy orbital maneuver ever attempted in human history, and we're going to pull it off flawlessly in the next 2 hours. He looked around the room. No one has ever caught a rainbow before. This is going to be fun. Arian's gaze shifted from the holographic map to the operational commanders in the room. Pietro, Arian began. Your mission is Priority 1. I want you in New Mexico, on site in an hour. Your objective is to observe the arrival of the Prince, Thor. You will monitor him from a distance. Report his actions, his state of mind, his apparent power level, if any. Your job is to gather intelligence. You are not to engage unless I give the direct order. Do you understand? Pietro understood the gravity of being the tip of the spear in their first contact with a being from another world. You want me to stand still and watch, he said, a flicker of his usual humor returning. That's the hardest mission you've ever given me. He then gave a nod. But I understand. He won't even know I'm in the same state. Pietro was there one moment, and the next he was gone. A powerful gust of wind that ruffled the papers on the table and made the intricate holograms flicker for a second. Then, he was already thousands of miles away. Arian immediately turned to the 2 soldiers in the room. Bucky, Sharon. Your teams will establish the perimeter, he commanded. But this is a quarantine, not a hard lockdown. We need to control the area without drawing suspicion. He looked to the leader. Arian continued, the official story should be an unexpected outbreak of a contagious fungal spore, supposedly discovered by a geological survey team in a local cave system. Sharon, your EDF contingent will form the outer cordon. You'll set up checkpoints on every road, enforce the quarantine. Your job is to coordinate with the local Federation authorities, manage the media blackout, and ensure no one gets in from the outside. Sharon nodded. Understood. Bucky, Arian said. You will command the covert element. He looked at the leader and the council. I'm authorizing the deployment of a detachment of the SEF for this operation. Specifically, an ERO team. The name itself carried an immense weight in the room. The Enhanced Response Operators, the 950 super soldiers of the Strategic Enhanced Forces, were the ultimate expression of the planet's military power. Arian's gaze returned to Bucky. Your ERO detachment will operate inside the quarantine zone. Your job is the inner perimeter. Your primary mission is containment and denial. You will ensure nothing local stumbles upon our guest. Bucky gave a nod. We'll be invisible. The two of them turned, their voices low and urgent as they began speaking into their secure comms before they had even left the room, mobilizing teams and resources across the continent. Tony watched the deployment with a look of immense satisfaction. See, he said to Chala. This is how it's supposed to work. No running around with our hair on fire. Just a clear threat assessment and an overwhelming application of superior force and intelligence. He grinned. I love this job. There's another element, Chala added. My vision also showed an object of great power arriving separately. A hammer. So we get to it first, Tony said. If we can secure it, analyze it, maybe we can understand the power we're dealing with before we have to fight its brother. He looked at Chala. We'll set up a mobile lab on site, be in and out. A sound strategy, Chala agreed. And what about Thor? Wanda asked. Chapter 151, Thor's Arc, 5. I will greet him, Arian said. If he is an exiled prince, he will be disoriented, possibly hostile. He needs to be met with a controlling presence. Absolutely not, Tony said instantly. No. We're not doing that. Tony is correct, Chala stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Your presence on the ground would be an unnecessary risk. A risk? Arian asked. I'm not planning on fighting him. I'd be leading a diplomatic first contact. You are the chief strategist of this entire council, Namor interjected. We do not risk our command center on a field operation. It is tactical insanity. With all due respect, Sharon spoke up, trying to find the logic. Arian has proven to be an effective negotiator. His presence could de-escalate the situation. No, Wanda said. She looked at Arian. You are not going anywhere. You are the brain. We are the shield. You will be right here, in this very safe, very secure room, monitoring the situation from a comfortable chair. Arian looked at the four determined faces. He gave a nod. Fine, he said. Then who makes first contact? No one, the leader interjected. This is a diplomatic situation of unprecedented importance. We will follow Pietro's surveillance reports. We will observe the subject's behavior, assess his threat level. Only when we have sufficient intelligence will we, as a council, decide on the appropriate method for first contact. Hours later, in the New Mexico desert, the plan unfolded with inhuman precision. Under the guise of a fungal spore outbreak, a soft quarantine was established by Sharon's EDF forces, rerouting traffic and keeping civilians miles away. Inside the perimeter, Bucky's ERO team secured the inner zone. High above, Tony's satellites re-angled. Suddenly, it happened. A column of rainbow-colored light erupted from the sky, slamming into the desert floor. The ground shook. But high above, the network of electromagnetic fields ignited in a coordinated pulse, containing and smothering the immense energy burst. To any outside sensor, it looked like a minor tremor. Seconds later, another, smaller object streaked through the atmosphere, crashing into the desert floor several miles away with a deafening boom. Mjolnir. Tony, in his Mark V armor, and Chala, in his Black Panther suit, were already moving. They arrived at the crater where the hammer lay, radiating an energy Tony had never seen before. His suit sensors went haywire. The energy output is off the charts, he said over their private comm. It's a conduit to something. He deployed a series of high-fidelity scanners around the hammer, the devices humming as they began a deep-level analysis. Okay, it's definitely unliftable, Tony's voice crackled. Tried it myself. Chala tried it. I even had a remote drone try to nudge it with a tractor beam. What about its composition? Arian asked. We're still analyzing. It's not anything on the periodic table. The metal itself seems to be rewriting the laws of physics on a local level, Tony reported. Fascinating stuff. We'll need a few days to get anything solid. Arian then switched the main screen to a new feed. Pietro, report. The view shifted to a high-speed shaky image from a camera mounted on Pietro's shoulder. He was observing the Bifrost crater from a ridge over a mile away, the powerful zoom making the image crystal clear. They watched as a blonde-haired man stumbled out of the crater. The subject is on his feet, Pietro's voice came through. He appears disoriented, shouting at the sky. No sign of any weapons or technology. Physically, he looks, well, like a human, and acting like a lost tourist. For the next few hours, they saw Thor wander the desert, his initial rage giving way to frustration, and then to a weary exhaustion. They watched him stumble into the now quarantined town of Puente Antiguo, find it eerily empty, and eventually get discovered by a local scientific team that had been allowed inside the quarantine by Sharon's forces. He's powerless, Wanda observed, watching Thor get easily tasered by one of Jane's assistants. Whatever that Bifrost did, it stripped him of his power. Or the power was in the hammer, Tony theorized from his position in the desert. This is good, the leader said. He has made contact with a civilian science team, which is the perfect entry point for us. He looked at Arian. It is time to make a decision. How do we proceed with first contact? Tony, Chala, Arian commanded. Secure the hammer site and withdraw to the command post. We'll meet you there. Chapter 152, Thor's Ark, 6. The desert air was quiet, the only sounds the gentle hum of Jane Foster's scientific equipment and the distant cry of a hawk. Thor stood beside Jane's worn-out van. He had spent the last day in a state of powerless rage, his frustration mounting with every failed attempt to understand what had happened to him. Jane, her assistant Darcy Lewis, and their mentor, Dr. Eric Selvig, watched him with cautious apprehension. Their quiet observation was shattered by the arrival of the convoy. 3 armored vehicles, bearing the subtle insignia of the Earth Federation, rolled over the desert terrain with an unnerving silence and stopped a respectful distance away. Out stepped a group of individuals who seemed to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. First came a man with an authoritative presence that Darcy instantly recognized from the global broadcasts, the Chancellor of the Earth Federation. Flanking him were Tony Stark, a man whose face was as famous as any on the planet, and King T'Challa of Wakanda, an imposing figure who had become a symbol of a new era of global cooperation. Behind them were the enigmatic King Namor of Talokan and Wanda Maximoff, a woman whose intense gaze seemed to see more than the others. Leading them all, a single step ahead, was Arian Spencer, the CEO of Umbrella. Jane, Darcy, and Eric were completely starstruck and terrified. "Oh my God," Darcy whispered. That's everyone. That's the council." Arian stepped forward. He stopped a respectful distance away, his eyes fixed on the blonde stranger. Thor Odinson. The name hit the small group like a thunderclap. Jane, Eric, and Darcy froze, staring in disbelief. They had spent days with this man, this impossible giant who had fallen from the sky, who had claimed again and again, "I am Thor." They had tried to humor him, to rationalize his claims as delusion brought on by the atmospheric entry. But to hear his formal name, Thor Odinson, spoken with such casual authority by this newcomer was a stunning validation of his impossible stories. Jane's jaw dropped. Her mind screeched to a halt and then rebooted with an impossible thought. Odinson. She had read the Federation's public briefings on the Asgardian civilization, the theoretical papers on the 9 realms. It was mythology, history, a fascinating but distant concept. Now, the most powerful men on the planet had just put that mythological name to the handsome man. Thor. Odinson. Darcy squeaked. Wait, like, Thor. God of Thunder, Thursday, Lightning, and the Hammer Thor. Eric Selvig simply stared, his scientific skepticism warring with the impossible scene unfolding before him. He had read the myths. You know who I am?" he asked. He took a half-step forward, his entire being focused on Arian. "You believe me?" "We are the designated authorities of this world," Arian replied. "I am Arian Spencer, Chief Strategist of the Illuminati Council, the body mandated by the Earth Federation to handle extraterrestrial and anomalous affairs. And you, Prince of Asgard, are very much both." Arian then gestured to the men at the center. "This is Chancellor Devon Ray, the publicly elected leader of the unified Earth Federation. He speaks for the 8 billion souls who call this planet home." The Chancellor gave Thor a firm nod. He gestured to Tony Stark. "This is Tony Stark. He is the chief of engineering for this council, and the architect of the planetary defense systems currently monitoring your position." Tony gave a casual 2-fingered salute. He was not a fan of unannounced alien drop-ins. Next, Arian indicated T'Challa. "This is King T'Challa of Wakanda, sovereign of the most technologically advanced nation on Earth and our chief of internal resilience." Then, to Namor. This is King Namor, ruler of the sovereign undersea nation of Talokan, commander of this planet's oceans. His presence was a powerful declaration that every inch of this planet, from the highest mountains to the deepest trenches, was accounted for and protected. Finally, Arian gestured to the woman standing silently beside him. And this is Wanda Maximoff, our council's authority on metaphysical and non-conventional phenomena. The formal introduction was a masterpiece of psychological dominance delivered with unshakable confidence. Each name, each title. Chancellor, King, Stark, Spencer, was a declaration. It was a methodical layering of planetary authority. They were showing him that every conceivable pillar of power in this world, political, technological, resource-based, sovereign, and even mystical, was present, accounted for, and standing in perfect unity. Chapter 153, Thor's Arc, 7. I am Thor Odinson, he declared, his voice booming with a hint of its former thunder, though it lacked the power to back it up. My presence here is a matter between myself and my father, Odin, the All-Father. It is royal business, and not for mortals to question. That is where you are mistaken, Arian said. We are well aware of the ancient accords between Asgard and Midgard. Those accords grant Asgard a protectorate status, a role your kingdom has fulfilled from a distance for millennia. However, they also unequivocally respect the sovereignty of Midgard. This is our world, Prince Thor. Your unannounced, and I must say, rather energetic arrival constitutes a breach of that sovereignty. My brother Arian speaks the truth, Chala interjected. He took a step forward. Prince Thor, we understand matters of state and the decrees of a father. However, your method of arrival punched a hole through our atmosphere and registered as a significant energy event. As the guardians of this planet, it is our solemn duty to investigate such anomalies. Your presence here, on our soil, is now a matter of planetary security. Look, Point Break, Tony said. We get it. Family drama. Been there, got the t-shirt, it's messy. But when your family drama involves using a rainbow bridge to throw people across the galaxy, it becomes our business. We just need to know what's going on. Are you a refugee? An invader? Should we be expecting more energetic visitors dropping out of the sky? Thor looked at the assembled group. He had no power. He was alone, a stranger in a strange land, and he was being confronted by the unified might of a world he had always considered a primitive backwater. His shoulders slumped. I have been exiled, he admitted. A shared look passed between the council members. Arian's expression softened slightly. We understand. And we welcome you to Earth. You may stay as long as you wish, provided you respect our laws and our peace. However, Arian continued, there are protocols. You are the first being of your kind to set foot on Earth in modern recorded history. We have no understanding of your biology, your physiology, or what you may have been exposed to in your travels across the cosmos. For the safety of our population and indeed, for your own, as our environment's microorganisms may be hostile to your system, we must insist on a standard quarantine period. Thor looked at him. Quarantine. You would make me a prisoner. We would make you a guest, the leader corrected him, stepping forward. A well-treated guest, who, for the purposes of planetary biosecurity, must remain within the confines of this designated area for a period of 7 days. You will be provided with food, shelter, and any reasonable comfort you require. Dr. Foster and her team, who have already been medically cleared, will be allowed to remain with you to continue their studies, under our supervision. It is a necessary and non-negotiable precaution. Thor looked at the faces of the council, at the disciplined soldiers standing by the vehicles, and at the endless desert that surrounded him. Fine, he growled. I will submit to your quarantine. Excellent, Arian said with a polite nod. We are glad we could come to an understanding. He turned to Jane, Eric, and Darcy. Dr. Foster. Your team's research has just become a matter of global importance. You will have our full cooperation and funding. A representative of the council will remain here as your official liaison. You will report everything. With that, the meeting was over. The council turned and walked back to their vehicles with the same intimidating efficiency with which they had arrived. They had made first contact, confirmed the subject's status, and established absolute control over the situation without firing a single shot. Darcy was the first to find her voice. Okay, she said. Holy crap. She turned to Jane. Did you see them? The way they just showed up. Jane was speechless. She just nodded numbly, her gaze still fixed on the horizon where the convoy had disappeared. Arian Spencer. Darcy continued. Oh my God. Did you see his eyes? He's so cool, and, like, ridiculously handsome. Is it hot in here? I think it's hot in here. Chapter 154, Thor's Arc, 8. Thor stood motionless, staring at the spot where the council had been, his mind reeling. He had been banished, stripped of his power, and thrown into a realm he thought he understood. But the ruthlessly efficient encounter had shattered every one of his preconceived notions about Midgard. He finally turned to the three mortals, who were all staring at him with 1,000 questions. "So," Darcy Lewis said, "you're, like, Thor. And they all just knew that." She gestured wildly at the empty desert. "The Illuminati Council just drops by for a chat, calls you by your space Viking name, and then tells you you're grounded. Is this a normal Tuesday on Earth now?" Thor's brow furrowed, his confusion overriding his pride. He looked at Jane. "These authorities. Who are they? I have known Midgard for centuries. It has always been a scattered realm of warring tribes. I have never heard of such unity." "Things have changed," Jane Foster said. "A lot. In the last year, especially. The world you remember doesn't exist anymore." "Changed how?" Thor pressed. It was Dr. Eric Selvig who answered, his tone that of a professor trying to explain a complex historical shift to a student who had missed the last century. "Where to even begin?" He sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "A little over a year ago, the world was as you remember it. Nation-states, rivalries, an alphabet soup of intelligence agencies all spying on each other. The dominant one was called S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, it turned out S.H.I.E.L.D. was rotten from the inside out," Darcy jumped in. "Infected with the super-secret Nazi death cult called HYDRA. It all came crashing down. We're talking about global chaos. Governments fell, the entire intelligence community was discredited. Everyone was panicking. We all thought it was the end of the world. But it wasn't," Jane continued, picking up the thread. "In the middle of all that chaos, a new political party, the Global Progress Party, emerged. Their leader, the Chancellor who was just here, he did the impossible. He got what was left of the world's leaders to sit down in Geneva and agree to dissolve their national sovereignty." Thor stared at her. "Dissolve their sovereignty? No king would ever willingly give up his throne." "That's the thing," Eric said. "They weren't kings, not really. They were just politicians. And they were terrified. The Chancellor offered them stability in exchange for their power. He proposed a unified global government, the Earth Federation. One currency, one set of laws and one unified military. And people were so tired of the chaos and the lies, they embraced it. The borders just faded away." Thor tried to imagine it. Asgard, with its 9 distinct realms, each with its own culture and pride. The idea of them all dissolving into a single entity was unthinkable. And this Illuminati Council. They're the other half of the new system, Jane explained. The Federation handles the day-to-day governance of the planet. But they're a civilian government. The Council was formed to handle the bigger picture. The things we now know are out there. She gestured to the sky. A year ago, the Federation made a global announcement. They told us everything. Well, everything they thought we could handle. They confirmed the existence of interstellar civilizations. Asgard, the Kree, the Nova Empire, all the things that used to be myths or conspiracy theories are now part of our curriculum in schools. The people you just met, they're the ones in charge of that. They're our first line of defense against the unknown. "So, Spencer, the one who spoke first, he's your king?" Thor asked, trying to understand the hierarchy. No, it's not like that," Darcy said, shaking her head. "It's a council. They're all equals. Devon Ray is the political leader. Tony Stark is, well, he's Tony Stark. He's in charge of all the tech. King T'Challa is the king of Wakanda, they're this super advanced nation that was hidden in Africa until recently. King Namor rules the oceans. And Wanda Maximoff, no one's really sure what she does, but she's always with Arian Spencer, and she's listed as their expert on metaphysical phenomena. And Spencer?" Thor pressed. "What is his role?" "He seemed to be their leader." "He's their chief strategist," Eric said. "He's the CEO of Umbrella Corporation. His software, they literally run the modern world. He's the architect. The one who sees the whole board." Thor absorbed this. He hadn't been confronted by a group of upstart mortals. He had been met by the living embodiment of a technologically advanced and profoundly organized planet. His father had always spoken of Midgard as a chaotic but beloved backwater, a realm of promising children who needed protection. The children had, it seemed, grown up. And they had built a world without any need for Asgardian oversight. "This quarantine," Thor said finally, the bitterness returning. "Is it necessary? I mean, you no harm. Honestly." "Yeah, it probably is," Darcy said with a shrug. "I mean, you're an alien. No offense. For all we know, you're carrying space cooties. After everything the world has been through, they're not taking any chances. It's not personal, it's just procedure. They're just being cautious," Jane added. "They're controlling the situation." They've contained your arrival. They know your name, they know where you're from. I think they knew of your arrival. They have been planning for an event like this for months. You fell into a cage they had already built. The truth of her words hit him hard. He was a problem to be managed. He thought back to the men, Arian Spencer. The calm confidence, the way he spoke of the Accords, the absolute authority in his voice. He had been speaking to an anomaly, a piece on a game board that he intended to control. And my hammer? Thor asked. Have they taken it? We don't know, Jane said. We saw where it landed. It's miles from here. But with them in control of the entire area. She trailed off. The implication was clear. Mjolnir was in their hands now. Thor sank down onto the bumper of the van, the last of his strength seeming to leave him. He had lost his home, his power, and his birthright. And he had landed in a world that was no longer a simple realm of mortals, but a unified power, ruled by a council of kings and geniuses who were already 10 steps ahead of him. Chapter 155, Thor's Arc, 9. The first day of Thor's quarantine was a study in brooding majesty. He paced the dusty main street of Puente Antiguo like a caged lion, his regal brow furrowed, his powerful arms crossed over his chest. He would stare at the sky for hours, shouting challenges at the clouds, demanding his father answer for this injustice. He projected an aura of divine rage and tragic nobility. Jane Foster found it poetic. Eric Selvig found it deeply concerning. Darcy Lewis just thought he looked super hot when he's all angsty. By the end of the second day, the novelty had worn off. The sky remained stubbornly silent. His pacing had worn a noticeable groove in the dirt road. The brooding was still majestic, but it was also becoming, well, a little boring. On the morning of the third day, Darcy, unable to stand another moment of the thunder-free silence, decided to take matters into her own hands. She found Thor sitting on the steps of the local diner, morosely kicking at a loose rock. Okay, Your Highness, she said, marching up to him with the unshakable confidence of a millennial armed with a smartphone. I can't take another day of this. You look like a sad golden retriever who's been told he can't go for a walk. You need a hobby. Thor glared up at her. My hobby, mortal, was defending the 9 realms from frost giants and fire demons. My current circumstances are somewhat lacking in that regard. Yeah, well, we're a little short on fire demons at the moment, Darcy shot back, completely unintimidated. So, you get this instead. She held out an impossibly thin rectangle of black glass and metal. It was a top-of-the-line Umbrella One smartphone, requisitioned by Jane from their Illuminati liaison. Thor stared at it with suspicion. What is this strange sorcery? A dark mirror. It's a phone, Darcy said with an exasperated sigh, as if explaining gravity to a toddler. It's for stuff. Talking to people, looking at pictures of cats, arguing with strangers about politics. Look. She spent the next hour giving a god the most frustrating tech support lesson of her life. The concept of a touch screen was, to Thor, an infuriating and dishonorable form of combat. I press it, and nothing happens, he would boom, jabbing at the screen with a force that would have shattered a lesser device. The Umbrella One's vibranium-laced chassis barely registered the impact. You don't press it, you tap it, Darcy explained for the 10th time, her patience wearing thin. It's a gentle tap. A caress. Be nice to it. I am the Prince of Asgard. I do not caress my tools, he thundered, before accidentally swiping the screen, which opened the weather app. A sunny icon appeared. Ha. See. It obeys my will. You just check the weather, you big doofus, she muttered. Finally, after a torturous session that involved Thor nearly throwing the device through a wall when he couldn't figure out how to close an app, she managed to get him to the Umbrella App Store. Okay, this is where you find stuff to do, she said, scrolling through the endless icons. News, books, music, oh, here we go. Games. You like games, right? Smashing things, winning, all that Viking jazz. A worthy contest of skill and strategy is the right of every warrior, he declared. Great. Here's one, she said, her finger hovering over a brightly colored icon. It showed a cartoon Viking with a comically large helmet. It's called Clash of Clans. You build a village and raise an army and attack other people. It's right up your alley. She tapped the download button. And this one, my mom is obsessed with this one. Candy Crush Saga. It's a puzzle of enchanted gems. Over the next few hours, a terrifying transformation occurred. Thor, the mighty prince of Asgard, son of Odin, the once and future king, discovered mobile gaming. It started with Clash of Clans. He was a natural. The strategic mindset of 1,000 battles translated surprisingly well to managing digital barbarians and goblins. His roars of frustration were replaced by bellows of triumph. Yes, he would shout, startling Jane and Eric in their makeshift lab. Their walls have crumbled before my mighty warriors. Their gold is mine. Ha 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 ha. He's adapting, Eric noted, peering over his glasses at the sight of a Norse god hunched over a tiny screen, his thumb moving with surprising agility. By day 4, he was a lost cause. He had forsaken the sky. His brooding was a thing of the past. His formidable existence was now focused on his upgrade timers and accumulating elixir. He would sit for hours in the diner, ignoring the excellent mortal food Jane brought him, muttering things like, "The foolish chieftain left his town hall outside his walls. He will pay for his hubris." Darcy began to regret her decision. He was narrating his every move with the epic grandiosity of a royal herald. "Heed my words, foul wizard in your pathetic tower," he yelled at the phone. "Your defenses are like paper against the might of my Pekkas. Fear me." "He's talking to the game," Darcy explained to a bewildered Jane. "And I think he's scaring it." But Clash of Clans was merely the appetizer. It was on the evening of the 4th day that he, in a moment of boredom while waiting for his barracks to upgrade, opened the other game. The one with the enchanted gems. Candy Crush Saga. The first few levels were simple, a triviality for a mind that had outsmarted Loki. But then, it began to happen. The colors. The satisfying pop of a successful match. The disembodied voice that purred sweet and divine when he cleared a row. It was a siren's call, a sorcery more potent than any he had ever faced. By day 5, he was a full-blown addict. He had completely abandoned his burgeoning digital village. The Clash of Clans notifications pleading with him that his village was under attack went ignored. His new battlefield was a grid of brightly colored candies. The majestic roars of a conquering king were replaced by the frustrated grunts of a man one jelly short of clearing a level. "Norn stones," he would bellow, slamming his hand on the table. "This infernal chocolate is spreading. I am beset on all sides." Jane and Eric would exchange worried looks. "What's wrong with him now?" Jane asked Darcy. "He's on level 72, Darcy said. "It's a tough one. He's been stuck there for 3 hours." His language, once the noble pronouncements of a prince, had devolved into a stream of guttural Asgardian curses directed at a 5-inch screen. He would wake up in the middle of the night, his face illuminated by the phone's glow, muttering, "Just one more life. I must crush the striped candy, for the glory of Asgard." On the 6th day, the situation reached its peak. Wanda Maximoff, in her role as council liaison, arrived in Puente Antiguo to check on their guest. She found him in the back of the van, a wild look in his eyes, his hair furiously swiping at the screen. "By Odin's missing eye," he roared, not even looking up at her. "This blasted licorice swirl is the foulest of Loki's tricks. It mocks my every move." Wanda stared, utterly bewildered. This was the mighty Thor. The warrior Chala had seen in his vision. She looked at Darcy, who just shrugged. "He ran out of lives an hour ago and refused to pay the 99 cents for 5 more, Darcy explained in a whisper. "He called it coward's gold and is waiting for the timer to reset. It's been a long morning." Wanda, a being of immense power, who had sat at a table with the secret rulers of the world, approached the pouting god. "Prince Thor. What is it, woman? Can you not see I am engaged in a battle of wits and wills against a foe of unimaginable cruelty?" he snapped, furiously tapping a notification that a friend had sent him a new life. "Ah, excellent. The Lady Darcy of Lewis has reinforced my position. The battle is rejoined." Wanda was speechless. She pulled out her own Umbrella One and sent an encrypted message to Arian at the Sentinel complex. It was just a single photo of Thor, hunched over his phone, a look of murderous rage on his face as he swiped at a row of candies, with the caption, "Our god has a gambling problem. I think he's losing." Back in Geneva, the entire Illuminati Council watched the image on their main screen. After a moment of stunned silence, Tony Stark collapsed onto the table, howling with a laughter so loud it echoed through the entire secured facility. The quarantine, they all agreed, was going better than they could have possibly imagined. The mighty Thor, the Prince of Asgard, the son of Odin, had been successfully neutralized. Chapter 156, Thor's Arc, 10. For 6 days, the universe, in the eyes of Thor Odinson, had shrunk to a 5-inch screen. The cosmic injustices of his banishment, the loss of his power, the silence from his father, all of it had been temporarily forgotten, drowned out by the meaningless urgency of digital worlds. The uncomplicated joy he had first discovered had curdled into frustration. The games were no longer a delightful novelty, they were a challenge, a test of will, a pale but addictive echo of the glorious battles he had once dominated. His addiction had become the defining rhythm of life in Puente Antiguo. The scientists would wake to the sound of his frustrated Asgardian curses directed at a particularly stubborn puzzle level. They would eat their meals to the soundtrack of his infuriated bellows as his digital army was outmaneuvered by a player named Noobslayer69. He was a god relearning the bitter taste of defeat, one pixelated failure at a time. He was a lion swatting at yarn, utterly consumed by the trivial and completely oblivious to the invisible cage that had been built around him. On the evening of the 6th day, he was in the back of Jane's research van, a modern cave illuminated only by the aggressive glow of his umbrella one. He was deep in the throes of a brutal match in a game called Realm Clash, a strategy game that demanded a patience he did not possess. His powerful thumbs, once capable of wielding a mystical hammer that could level mountains, now jabbed and swiped at the screen with clumsy force. His meticulously built fortress was crumbling under the assault of a swarm of winged demons. "No, you fools. Attack the archers, not the wall," he roared. "Norns take you. You are as useless as Einherjar after a barrel of mead. Die. Die, you pixelated vermin." He mashed the screen, his frustration mounting as his health bar dwindled. By Odin's missing eye, this infernal contraption lacks a proper hilt. How is a warrior supposed to fight with his thumbs? As his last digital warrior fell and the word defeat flashed in red letters across the screen, he let out a final roar of pure rage and hurled the phone against the padded wall of the van. It bounced harmlessly onto the seat. Darcy, sitting in the driver's seat and typing on her laptop, didn't even flinch. She had become immune. "You know, for a god of thunder," she said, "you really suck at this. It is a flawed system." Thor bellowed, his face flushed with anger. "The controls are designed for insects, not warriors. My strategies are sound, but my soldiers are cowards." Jane and Eric, huddled over a different set of monitors, exchanged another weary look. This man who had literally fallen from the stars was now at war with a mobile game. His pride was so immense, so absolute, that he couldn't even accept a meaningless defeat. He was loud, boisterous, and a hurricane of childish frustration. It was in the midst of this simple fury that a subtle wrongness entered the space. The air near the back of the van shimmered for a moment, a barely perceptible heat haze distortion that the mortals, distracted by Thor's tantrum, did not notice. From that shimmer stepped a figure. Loki had arrived. He stood invisibly in the shadows of the van, his emerald green eyes taking in the scene. He had expected to find his brother brooding, a caged lion, consumed with a dignified rage befitting a fallen prince. Instead, he saw Thor, the mighty heir to Asgard, red-faced and shouting obscenities at a glowing rectangle. He saw him pout and posture like a spoiled child who had lost a board game. Loki's first reaction was a wave of pure contempt, mixed with a dash of confusion. What was this crude device that could provoke such an emotional outburst from the mighty Thor? Curiosity overriding his disgust, Loki drifted closer, a silent ghost peering over Thor's massive shoulder as he watched the phone back up to start a new match. Loki saw the screen. Cartoonish figures clashing in a digital forest. He saw mana bar and health points. As a master of illusion and strategy, he grasped the fundamentals instantly. It was a crude simulation of combat, a game of resources and tactics. It was simplistic, trivial, and yet, Loki had to admit, there was a certain fascinating elegance to its design. The way it captured the user's attention, the way it manipulated frustration and reward to keep them engaged, it was a bauble, but it was a clever one. Then, his gaze shifted from the game to his brother's fuming expression. This was Thor in his element, frustrated, angry, and obsessed with proving his superiority in a pointless contest. This was the same Thor who had started a war with the frost giants over a few taunts. And in that moment, a sense of satisfaction settled over Loki. Perfect, he thought, a smile touching his lips. He is unchanged. Still an emotional child, easily distracted by trinkets and petty contests. He has found his new life, and it has already mastered him. Loki's mission was now simple, to cut the final thread of hope that might inspire his brother to ever try and return home. He chose his moment. He allowed his magic to recede, a subtle shimmer of green light coalescing in the corner of the van. He solidified, his form appearing from nothing, his dark leather armor a stark contrast to the environment. "Brother!" The joyous shout from Thor was instantaneous. He dropped the phone on the table without a second thought, his anger vanishing as if it had never been. His face lit up with pure relief. He surged to his feet, his massive frame filling the cramped space, and enveloped Loki in a brotherly hug. "Loki. How did you find me? You have to tell father I have learned my lesson. Tell him I am ready to come home. P.S. I'm sorry, guys, for not uploading chapters over the last 4 days. It was my birthday, so I took some time off to spend with my family, haha." Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Thor's Arc, 11. Jane, Darcy, and Eric stared, frozen in shock at the impossible appearance of another Asgardian, this one pale, dark-haired, and radiating an aura of dangerous intelligence. Loki returned the hug with a hollow warmth, patting Thor's back. "I have missed you too, brother," he said. He gently extracted himself from the hug, his eyes scanning the room and the bewildered mortals within it. "Perhaps we should speak outside. In private." Thor, his mind filled with nothing but the joyous prospect of returning home, nodded eagerly. He led Loki out of the van, into the beautiful emptiness of the New Mexico desert night. The sky was a star-dusted tapestry, a sight that for the first time made Thor feel a pang of homesickness for the cosmic vistas of Asgard. "How is father?" Thor asked, his voice booming with excitement. "Is he very angry?" "I know my actions were rash, but I have had time to reflect. I see the error of my ways. I am a different man now, Loki." Loki walked a few paces away, his back to Thor, and looked up at the stars. It was a masterfully crafted performance. He needed to build the lie, to let the silence and the weight of his posture do the work before he ever spoke a word. The cool desert wind whipped at his dark hair. "Loki." Thor's voice was smaller now, laced with the first hint of uncertainty, the first chill of dread. "What is it? What has happened? Has your jest gone on long enough?" Loki finally turned, and the expression on his face was a perfect mask of heartbroken grief. His eyes were shadowed, his lips pressed into a sorrowful line. The trickster was replaced by a son burdened with a terrible message. "Thor," he began, his voice a mournful whisper that seemed to be torn from his very soul. "There is no easy way to say this. I am so sorry." "Sorry for what?" Thor demanded, his voice rising, a cold dread beginning to seep into his veins. "Loki, what has happened at home? Speak." "It was the strain of it all," Loki said, his voice cracking with feigned emotion. "The stress of your banishment. The confrontation with the frost giants. He had forbidden you from going to Jotunheim, and your defiance, the grief of casting out his own son, it took a toll his heart could not bear." He took a shaky breath, the perfect picture of a son struggling to deliver the worst possible news. He looked his brother in the eye. "Father is dead." The words struck Thor with the force of a physical blow. The desert, the stars, the very air seemed to vanish. He could hear a roaring in his ears, a sound like a collapsing star. The ground felt unsteady beneath his feet. "No," he whispered, shaking his head, a desperate smile touching his lips. "No, you lie. You are a trickster. This is your specialty." He stalked forward and grabbed Loki by the shoulders. "Stop this. Tell me you lie. Swear to me." Loki looked up at his brother, and for the first time, Thor saw tears glistening in Loki's eyes, perfect, crystalline tears of a master liar. "I wish that it were so, brother," Loki whispered, his voice breaking. "I was with him at the end. His last thoughts were of you." The last of Thor's strength, his denial, his hope, shattered. He released Loki, stumbling backward as if he'd been punched in the gut. His father, dead. And he was not there. He was here, in this dust bowl, playing games, while his father died heartbroken because of his own arrogance. The weight of his failure was absolute. "Mother." Thor choked out. "She is a queen," Loki said, his voice regaining a fraction of its strength, as if pushing through his own grief. "She is strong. But she is in mourning. She has named me king until she has the strength to guide the realm." "King," Thor repeated. "And she blames your recklessness for this tragedy," Loki said, twisting the knife with surgical precision. "She has forbidden your return. She believes it would dishonor father's final judgment. That the sight of you would be too much for her to bear." Every word was a hammer blow, shattering the foundations of his world. His father died. His brother, king. His mother, blaming him, forbidding his return. His home, lost to him forever. It cannot be," he stammered, shaking his head, looking around the empty desert as if searching for an answer. "Loki, you must listen to me, you must make her understand." "There is nothing more to say, brother," Loki said, his voice turning distant. "I must return to my duties. Asgard needs its king." He gave Thor a sorrowful look. "Live out your days in this mortal realm. Find some small measure of peace. That is all that is left for you." And with that, he turned and dissolved into a shimmer of green light, vanishing as silently as he had arrived, leaving Thor utterly and completely alone. The games were gone. The anger was gone. The pride was gone. All that remained was a bottomless despair. It was all true. He was lost. His family had disowned him. He was nothing. A forgotten relic in a backwater world. He stumbled back towards the lights of the research van. He walked, a man adrift in a sea of his own making, his broad shoulders slumped under the invisible weight of his failure. Jane, Darcy, and Eric saw him approaching, a tragic figure illuminated by the headlights. The boisterous god who had fallen from the sky was gone. In his place was just a man, heartbroken. He walked past them without a word, his eyes empty and unfocused. He walked until his legs gave out, finally collapsing in the dust miles from the town. He lay there, staring up at the distant stars, a silent tear tracing a path through the grime on his face. In his 1,000-year life, filled with glorious battles and epic adventures, he had never once felt true despair. He was feeling it now. Chapter 158, Thor's Arc, 12. The soul-crushing despair that had driven him into the desert night had settled, like a heavy layer of silt at the bottom of a quiet lake. The fiery rage was gone, the boisterous pride was a distant echo, and the childish frustration with mortal games had evaporated. In their place was a somber acceptance. He had failed his father, been disowned by his mother, and replaced by his brother. He was an exile. This dusty world was now his permanent cage. And so, he had begun to live in it. He spent his days with Jane, Eric, and Darcy. He found a strange purpose in the simple tasks they required. He, who had once wrestled with giants, now carried their heavy scanning equipment across the desert mesas without complaint. He, who had feasted in the golden halls of Asgard, now sat with them in a greasy spoon diner, listening quietly as Jane spoke with brilliant fire about distant nebulae and the theoretical structure of wormholes. He was learning the language of this smaller life. He learned that "thank you" was a powerful phrase. He learned that listening was often more important than speaking. The arrogance that had led to his banishment was being scoured away by the grinding humility of a life without power or privilege. On the evening of the 6th day, a profound stillness had fallen over Puente Antiguo. The sun was setting, painting the vast desert sky in brilliant strokes of orange and purple. Thor was standing with Jane on a small ridge overlooking the town, helping her calibrate a deep space telescope. "The patterns are beautiful," Jane said, her voice soft in the quiet air as she looked through the eyepiece. "Every star, every galaxy, it's all part of a grand design. A cosmic dance. Do you think you'll ever miss it? Seeing it from up there?" Thor looked up at the first stars beginning to appear in the twilight sky. An aching pang of homesickness, sharper than any physical wound, struck him. "I do not think about what I have lost," he said, his voice a rough murmur. "It was a lie, but it was a necessary one. I must learn to see the beauty in what is here." It was then that the sky broke. It began with a pinpoint of rainbow-colored light appearing in the darkening sky. Before anyone could even register what they were seeing, the pinpoint erupted downwards, a roaring column of fractured light and cosmic energy that slammed into the main street of the deserted town below. It was a raw version of the Bifrost that had brought him, an uncontrolled blast that kicked up a massive cloud of dust and sand. What was that? Jane yelled, stumbling back. Thor stared, his heart pounding in his chest, a whirlwind of emotions, fear, hope, confusion, roaring to life within him. Loki. High above, in the silent dark of space, alarms screamed across the displays of a dozen Stark V satellites. In the war room of the Sentinel complex, the Illuminati watched the unscheduled energy burst with intensity. Another one, Tony's voice crackled over their secure comms. And that one was messy. It didn't have the clean signature of the first two arrivals. Whoever that is, they came in hot. "Bucky," Arian's calm voice commanded. "Your ERO team is a go. Move in, but maintain a safe distance. I want eyes on those new arrivals, now. No engagement without my direct order." On the ground, Thor was already moving, his long dormant warrior instincts taking over. "Stay here," he yelled to Jane, and then he was running, his powerful legs eating up the distance, his mind a storm of questions. As he reached the edge of the town, the dust cloud was beginning to settle. 4 figures stood in the middle of the street, silhouetted against the otherworldly glow of the Bifrost's impact crater. They were clad in the unmistakable leather and steel of Asgardian armor. Thor stopped dead, his breath catching in his throat. It couldn't be. Thor, a joyous voice bellowed, a voice he would know anywhere. Volstagg, his large frame the very picture of relief, began to stride forward. "You're alive," another voice called out. Sif. Her warrior's stance was unmistakable, her dark hair whipping in the desert wind. Beside her stood the lithe, graceful Fandral and the imposing Hogun. His friends. They had come. A wave of emotion so powerful it buckled his knees washed over him. He had thought himself forgotten, disowned, a pariah. And yet, here they were. They had defied a king, risked their lives, and crossed the universe for him. "My friends," he choked out, his voice thick with a gratitude so profound it felt like pain. He surged forward, and in a moment, he was enveloped in a joyous hug by Volstagg. "By the gods, we thought Loki had left you for dead." Volstagg roared, his big hand clapping Thor's shoulder hard enough to stagger a normal man. "You look thin," was all the stoic Hogun said, though his eyes held a deep and genuine relief. Sif was the one who pulled back, her warrior's eyes scanning him from head to toe, taking in his strange mortal clothes, the grime on his face, the sadness that still lingered in his eyes. "We have come to take you home," she said, her voice ringing with an unwavering loyalty. The joy on Thor's face died, replaced by a sorrowful confusion. "But, you cannot. You defy the king's command." The 4 of them exchanged a troubled look. "Some commands are not meant to be obeyed," Fandral said, his usual suave demeanor replaced by a grim seriousness. "We would not stand by while Loki rules." "Loki is king now," Thor stated. "He is my brother, and he is your king. His word is law." He told me. He explained everything. Sif stepped forward, her expression a mixture of confusion and growing anger. Explained what? Thor, what madness did he fill your head with? He told me of father, Thor said, his voice breaking as the fresh grief washed over him again. He told me that the strain, the grief of my banishment, that it was too much for his heart. He told me that father is dead. The forest guardian stared at him as if he had just sprouted a second head. A uncomprehending silence fell over the street. It was Volstagg who broke it, a short bark of disbelieving laughter. Dead? The All-Father. Thor, what are you talking about? What madness is this? Sif demanded, her hand instinctively going to the hilt of her sword. Thor, your father is not dead. He lives. Thor's world, which had been so brutally shattered by Loki's lie, now tilted on its axis and shattered again in a completely different direction. What? No. Loki. Loki was with him at the end. He swore it. He lied. Sif's voice was cut through his confusion like a blade. The All-Father lives, Thor. But he has fallen into the Odin sleep. The strain of your banishment did indeed take its toll, and he collapsed. He lies in a deep slumber in his chambers. Thor stumbled back, his mind reeling, trying to process the monumental betrayal. The Odin sleep. Not death. His father was alive. The grief that had hollowed him out for days was a lie crafted by his own brother. Loki has seized the throne in his absence, Hogun stated. He named himself King Regent and now rules Asgard with a cold hand. Heimdall grew suspicious of his motives, Fandral explained, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place with sickening speed. He saw Loki's treachery. He is the one who sent us. Opening the Bifrost, even for a moment, was an act of treason against the new king. He defied his sovereign to bring us here. And my mother? Thor choked out. Loki said, she blamed me. That she forbade my return. Sif's face was a mask of pure fury. Lady Frigga would never forbid your return. She weeps for you. Loki has isolated her, filled the court with his own counsel, and told her that you are happy here, content with your exile, so that she would not try to reach you. The monstrous scope of his brother's deception was now laid bare. It wasn't just one lie, it was a symphony of them, each one perfectly crafted to break him, to isolate him, to ensure he would never, ever challenge for the throne. His father's death, his mother's hatred, his brother's reluctant duty, it was all a fiction. An elaborate game to keep him broken and powerless in a backwater realm. The despair that had weighed him down for 6 days detonated. It was incinerated in a blinding flash of pure fury. The Somberman was burned away in an instant. In his place stood the Prince of Asgard, his eyes blazing with a fire that seemed to light up the twilight sky. Loki, he snarled. In the Sentinel complex, the Illuminati had watched the entire scene unfold via a high-altitude drone that was feeding them crystal-clear audio and video. Well, Tony said into the stunned silence of the war room. Plot twist. So, the brother is the villain, the leader stated. Classic. And the All-Father is merely indisposed. Arion stared at the screen, at the image of Thor, now radiating a power and a purpose he hadn't had moments before. This is the prelude to a civil war, he said. And Loki knows his deception has been revealed. He will not take this defiance lightly. He looked at Tony. The Destroyer. Loki knows his friends have come for him. He's going to send his monster now, to finish the job. Chapter 159, Thor's Arc, 13. The fury that had reignited Thor's soul was a magnificent thing to behold. He was the Prince of Asgard, a warrior king betrayed, and his rage was a palpable force that seemed to crackle in the dry desert air. But it was a rage without a weapon. He was still mortal, still powerless, his divine strength still locked away in the hammer that lay miles away. We must return to Asgard at once, he boomed, turning to his friends. We must stand with Heimdall and my mother, and cast Loki from the throne. We cannot, Sif said. Heimdall defied the king's command to send us. The Bifrost is now closed to him. The reality of their situation crashed down on Thor. They were trapped. 4 of Asgard's finest warriors and their powerless prince, stranded on a backwater world with a usurper on the throne of their home. It was in that moment of dawning horror that the second sun was born. High in the twilight sky, a pinpoint of golden light appeared. It descended with unnatural speed with a silent intensity. It struck the main street of Puente Antiguo 100 yards away from them, impacting with a sound like a giant bell being struck, a resonant gong that vibrated through the very bones of the earth. The dust and sand were instantly incinerated, leaving a glowing circle of fused glass on the asphalt. In the center of that circle stood a figure of unknown metal. It was 10 feet tall, its form humanoid but utterly devoid of grace, a brutalist sculpture of overlapping plates and seams that glowed with a molten fire. It had no face, only a sealed helmet from which a horrifying beam of golden light could erupt. By the All-Father's beard, Volstagg breathed, his jovial face pale with a fear Thor had never seen on him before. He sent it. The destroyer stood motionless for a second, its head swiveling silently as it assessed its targets, its gaze finally locking onto Thor. The intent was unmistakable. "Thor, you must run." Sif yelled, drawing her sword and shield, her voice a commanding crack in the sudden silence. She and the warriors three instantly formed a protective perimeter around him, their bodies a living wall between their prince and the god-killing machine. "You are mortal now." "We are not. This is a fight you cannot win." "She is right, my prince." Fandral added, his rapier flashing in the dying light, his usual smirk replaced by a grim determination. "Go. Hide. We will buy you what time we can." Thor's pride, his very soul, rebelled at the thought of running, of cowering behind his friends. But he looked down at his own hands, the hands of a mortal. He looked at their determined faces, at the unshakable loyalty in their eyes. For the first time, he understood the true duty of a king, to ensure the survival of his people. "Go." Hogun grunted, spinning his heavy mace. With an agonized look, Thor turned and ran. The destroyer took a ponderous step to follow him. Volstagg met it head-on, his massive axe swinging in a powerful arc. "You face the warriors three of Asgard, automaton," he bellowed. "You will go no further." The axe, forged in the heart of a star, struck the destroyer's chest with a deafening clang. And shattered. Volstagg stared in horror at the splintered haft in his hands. The destroyer's faceplate clicked open. Before Volstagg could even raise his arms, a blast of golden energy erupted, hitting him square in the chest and sending him flying backward like a rag doll, crashing through the facade of the diner and disappearing in a shower of wood and glass. Fandral moved in, his rapier a silver needle seeking the seams in the destroyer's armor. He was impossibly fast, his blade darting in and out, striking at the joints of the neck, the elbows, the knees. But each strike produced nothing more than a screech of metal and a shower of sparks. The destroyer swatted at him with a dismissive backhand. Fandral, for all his speed, couldn't evade the blow entirely. The impact caught him in the side, the sound of his ribs cracking audible even over the chaos. He was hurled through the air, tumbling end over end before crashing into a parked car with enough force to crumple its roof. Hogun attacked next. He slammed his weapon into the destroyer's leg, again and again, the impacts echoing like hammer blows in a forge. He managed to dent the armor, to make the machine take a single step. It was a victory that lasted a second. The destroyer simply turned, its massive metal foot lashing out in a vicious kick that caught Hogun in the chest, lifting the stoic warrior off his feet and sending him skidding 100 feet down the asphalt street, where he lay motionless. Only Sif remained. She was fighting a perfect defensive battle, her shield deflecting its clumsy blows, her sword darting in to strike at the glowing lines of power that ran along its limbs. She was magnificent, a Valkyrie holding back the apocalypse. But she was just one warrior against an engine of infinite power. The destroyer was tired of the game. It ignored her sword, letting the blade screech harmlessly off its arm, and simply walked forward, its sheer mass and momentum driving her back. It swung its fist, and she met it with her shield. The resulting impact sent a shockwave through the street. The shield, a masterpiece of Asgardian smithing, buckled and tore, and the force of the blow threw Sif backward, her body skipping off the ground like a stone on water. She landed in a heap, her shield arm bent at an unnatural angle, unconscious. Thor had stopped running. He had watched it all from the edge of town, his heart breaking with every blow his friends took. He had watched them, the finest warriors he had ever known, be broken and cast aside for him. His cowardice, his flight, had bought him nothing but their pain. He saw the destroyer, its immediate targets neutralized, turn its emotionless gaze back towards him. He saw it begin to march, its heavy footfalls the sound of his own doom. And in that moment, something inside him, the stubborn ember of his arrogant pride burned away by a love for his friends that was more powerful than any thunder he had ever commanded. He walked out from the cover of the buildings, into the center of the street, directly into the path of the approaching machine. He held his empty hands out to his sides, a gesture of absolute surrender. "Brother," he yelled, his voice raw with a grief and a sincerity that he prayed could somehow reach across the stars. "Loki, if you can hear me, stop this." The destroyer paused, its head tilting slightly, as if listening to a distant command. "Whatever grievance you have, it is with me." Thor pleaded. "This is my fault. All of it. Let them be. My life is yours, just let them live. Tell Father, tell him I am sorry." He closed his eyes, accepting his fate. This was it. The final lesson. A king did not live for his own glory. He died for the lives of his people. And these were his people. Chapter 160, Thor's Arc, 14. In his mind's eye, Loki, watching through the destroyer's senses, felt a flicker of something. A phantom of brotherly love, a whisper of admiration for Thor's newfound nobility. He almost gave the order to stop. But then he saw the throne, he felt the power, and the moment of weakness passed. His ambition was stronger. He gave the final command. The destroyer raised its arm. The metal fist swung in a brutal backhand. The blow struck Thor in the chest, and the world dissolved into a universe of white-hot agony. The sound of his own bones snapping was the last thing he heard as his body was hurled through the air, landing in the mud and dust, broken and still. The destroyer stood over him, its head tilting down, preparing for the incinerating blast that would erase him from existence. In the mud, Thor was dying. Jane, who had run out against all reason, knelt beside him, her face a mask of tears. "No, please, don't leave," she sobbed. Miles away, in the crater where it had lain for 6 days, a change occurred. A low hum emanated from Mjolnir. A faint blue light began to pulse from the runes etched into its surface. The enchantment, the law of the All-Father, had been fulfilled by an act of sacrifice. If he be worthy. With a sound that was both a thunderclap and a musical chord, Mjolnir erupted from the crater. It was a streak of divine lightning, a silver-blue comet that tore across the desert sky. It streaked into the chaos of the town, past the astonished gazes of the Illuminati, and slammed directly into Thor's outstretched hand. The transformation was instantaneous. A concussive blast of lightning erupted from Thor's body, healing his broken bones, restarting his heart, and throwing Jane a safe distance away. The ragged mortal clothes were burned away, replaced by the gleaming silver discs of his armor, his red cape billowing into existence as if woven from the storm itself. The sky, which had been clear moments before, was now a roiling cauldron of black storm clouds, lit from within by crackling bolts of lightning. He rose to his feet, no longer a broken man, but a force of nature. He was not the arrogant prince who had been cast out. He was not the humbled mortal who had learned his lesson. He was Thor, the god of thunder, worthy and whole once more, Mjolnir a living extension of his will. He looked at the destroyer. His eyes, now crackling with the pure power of the storm with a clear purpose. "Now," he roared, his voice the sound of the coming thunder, "it is my turn." And then, 4 things happened at once. From the west, a streak of crimson and gold fire descended from the sky, hitting the ground between Thor and the destroyer with the force of a meteor. It was Tony Stark in his Mark V armor, landing in his signature 3-point stance. "Party's over, Buckethead," he announced. "You are in violation of about 1,000 planetary defense protocols. Power down, or be powered down." From the east, black blur erupted from the shadows of a rooftop. Chala landed with the predatory grace of his namesake, his vibranium claws extended. From the south, the very ground seemed to turn to mud as a colossal wave of water, pulled from some underground aquifer, surged up the main street. Riding the crest of the wave was Namor, trident in hand, his eyes blazing with an arrogant fury. The wave swirled around the destroyer, a high-pressure vortex that sought to immobilize it. And from behind Thor, Wanda Maximoff stepped forward, her hands now glowing with a chaotic red energy. The air around the destroyer grew thick and heavy, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and buckle under the force of her will. "You are not welcome here," she said, her voice a whisper that carried an impossible weight. The metal plates on the destroyer's body glowed white-hot, and a wave of pure thermal energy erupted, turning thousands of gallons of water into a superheated cloud of steam in an instant. The resulting explosion of pressure blew out every window on the street. As the steam cleared, the destroyer's sealed helmet clicked open. The inferno within its core blazed, and a beam of golden energy aimed directly at Tony Stark. For any normal observer, the blast was instantaneous death. For Tony, Chala, and Namor, the world snapped into the syrupy slow crawl of beta-level bullet time. Tony saw the column of golden death approaching. His Delta-level boy-eye vision was a total spectrum analysis that broke the beam down into its component energies, identifying its properties and weaknesses. His Gamma-level cognitive multitasking was already running 1,000 combat simulations, cross-referencing the beam's energy type with his suit's defensive capabilities and the powers of his allies. While the energy beam was still traveling, he held out his hands. With a thought, he seized every piece of metal on the street. Cars, streetlights, fire hydrants, manhole covers. The streetlights bent and tore themselves from the concrete. It was a storm of steel and iron, and his boy-eye vision targeted its joints, its ankles, its neck. The structural weak points. The projectiles were launched with hypersonic speed, a relentless barrage designed to unbalance and disorient. They crumpled and shattered against the Asgardian URU metal, but the sheer kinetic force drove the automaton back. While Tony maintained the overwhelming pressure, Chala moved. His beta-level precognition was a storm of instinctual warnings, a perfect danger sense that bordered on prophecy. He felt where its focus would shift. As the automaton, staggering under Tony's assault, tried to swat him with a massive metallic arm, Chala was already in motion, his body flowing around the attack with an impossible grace, his path a perfect line through a chaotic battlefield. His own boy-eye vision was a torrent of data, mapping the micro-fractures in the armor from Tony's assault, the stress points in the knee and elbow joints. He closed the distance. His vibranium claws screeched as he raked them across the destroyer's chest. The claws, which could slice through any known earthly material, left only shallow scratches. Chapter 161, Thor's Arc, 15, Bonus Chapter. Every concussive blow the destroyer had taken from Tony's metal storm, every joule of energy it had expended in its thermal blast, Chala's suit had been absorbing it, storing it. Now, with his claws in physical contact with the enemy, he released it all back in a series of perfectly focused kinetic energy projections. They were violet-colored shockwaves that he discharged directly into the joints his vision had identified. The force was immense. A concussive crack echoed as the armor on the destroyer's left knee buckled, a visible dent forming in the unbreakable metal. The machine was forced into an unsteady kneel. Before it could recover, Namor attacked from the sky. He was riding a column of water he had pulled from the town's shattered water mains, shaping it into an airborne serpent. His alpha-level hydrokinesis was on a level that defied belief. His boy-eye vision and bullet time worked in concert. He saw the superheated plates on the destroyer's body, the steam still rising from them. The water serpent became a weapon of thermodynamics. Using his perfect control, he rapidly oscillated the water molecules, vibrating them with his hydrokinetic power to an insane degree. He flash-heated the outer layer of the water serpent into superheated steam while keeping the inner layer a crushing liquid, creating an instantaneous pressure differential. Simultaneously, he forced the coldest water from the underground pipes up into the mix. The destroyer was instantly encased in a brutal vortex of extreme temperature changes. Blasted with scalding steam one moment and crushing, near-freezing water the next. The repeated thermal shocks caused the URU metal to groan in protest, the sound of a ship's hull tearing apart as it expanded and contracted a dozen times in a single second. Microfractures, invisible to the naked eye but clear to the boy-eye vision of his allies, began to spread across its surface. The destroyer thrashed, its own internal energy blasting the water construct apart in a violent explosion of steam. But the damage was done. The structural integrity of its unbreakable armor was now compromised. Wanda was already in motion. Bolstered by her own super soldier serum and beta-level regeneration, she was a battle witch. She moved with a fluid grace, her feet barely seeming to touch the ground as she weaved through the debris. As the golden beam of death shot towards her, she made a crushing gesture with her hand. In front of her, the very fabric of space seemed to fold in on itself. A miniature black hole, a tiny wound in reality, blinked into existence. The destroyer's beam plunged into it and vanished without a sound, consumed by the impossible geometry of her spell. She thrust her hands forward, and a wave of red-black energy washed over the destroyer. It wasn't unraveling. She was targeting the enchantments woven into it. The ancient Asgardian magic that made it invincible. Her chaos magic began to systematically deconstruct the destroyer's own fundamental laws. The glowing runes that were invisibly etched into its surface began to flicker, sputter, and die. The internal fire in its core dimmed. The metal itself, no longer sustained by the enchantments, began to groan, the seams between its plates widening, spitting sparks. It was like watching a living thing die of an aggressive cancer. The destroyer, its guiding intelligence, Loki, feeling its connection flicker and fail, went berserk. It began to spin, unleashing random blasts of energy in every direction, desperately trying to eliminate the threats that were dismantling it atom by atom. It's coming apart. Tony yelled, his magnetic shields flaring as he deflected a stray blast that would have leveled a building. Final push. Overwhelm it. Don't give it a chance to reboot. This was the moment the sky tore open. A concussive blast of lightning, thicker and more brilliant than anything natural, erupted from the storm clouds that had gathered from nowhere. For Asgard! Thor bellowed. He spun Mjolnir, generating a massive cyclone, focusing it all into a devastating spear of shrapnel, sand, and lightning aimed at the destroyer's head. The combined assault was too much. This was the overwhelming blow. Tony used his cognitive multitasking to focus all his power on a single point. He used his magnetism to create a hyper-compressed railgun slug out of the wreckage of a car, firing it with pinpoint accuracy at the already damaged knee joint. Chala, his suit now glowing with an almost blinding purple light from the absorbed energy, leaped onto the automaton's back. He plunged his claws into a damaged seam near its neck and discharged his entire stored kinetic energy in one burst. Namor summoned every drop of remaining water, forming into a series of hyper-pressurized lances, each one aimed by his boy-eye vision at the now exposed conduits beneath the armor plates. Wanda thrust her hands forward, her chaos magic simply commanding. Break, she ordered reality. Thor's storm of debris and lightning struck the destroyer's head, shattering its helmet. Tony's railgun slug hit the damaged knee, and the leg was blown clean off. Namor's water lances pierced its core, causing a massive internal energy surge. Chala's kinetic blast detonated from its neck, decapitating it. And Wanda's magic simply instructed the failing enchantments to cease their existence. The destroyer, battered, broken, mystically unwritten, and physically torn apart, finally died. The internal fire went out. The URU metal, its magical integrity gone, turned a lifeless gray. The head rolled across the fused glass on the street. The torso fell backward with a deafening clang. In the smoking street, Thor stood, hammer in hand, his chest heaving. He looked at the four beings who had just fought beside him, who had unleashed a storm of power so varied, so overwhelming, and so perfectly coordinated that it defied belief. They had executed the destroyer. They had treated the ultimate weapon of his people like a piece of faulty machinery to be stripped for parts. He looked at his own loyal friends, now being tended to by Jane and her team. He looked at the shattered remains of the god machine. Then he looked at the four new gods of Earth. He, the god of thunder, had just been a contributor. Well, Tony said, his faceplate retracting as he landed beside the others. That was a productive afternoon. P.S. We need 28 more power stones for another bonus chapter. Come on guys, haha. Chapter 162, Thor's Ark, 16. Amidst the wreckage of cars and the shattered facades of buildings, lay the dismembered corpse of a god machine. Its head, helmet shattered, lay near a lamppost that was bent at a 90-degree angle. Its torso, a lifeless hunk of alien metal, was half submerged in a crater of its own making. Its limbs were scattered, torn from their joints. It was a monument to a battle so one-sided it could only be called an execution. Standing in a casual formation around the wreckage were the victors. Tony's armor had a few new scratches, but its crimson and gold finish still gleamed. Chala stood with a regal stillness, the purple energy in his suit having faded. Namor floated a few inches off the ground on a column of mist, his trident resting on his shoulder. And Wanda Maximoff's hands, moments ago blazing with the reality-altering power of chaos magic, were now calmly at her sides. Beside them stood Thor, Mjolnir in his hand, his eyes crackling with residual lightning, his expression a complex mixture of righteous fury fulfilled and awe. It was into this quiet tableau that the first wave of the cavalry arrived. A series of armored vehicles rolled silently into the town. The doors opened, and out stepped Arian Spencer, the leader, Pietro, and Bucky. Their arrival was followed by the low thrum of EDF stealth transports descending, disgorging teams of ERO operators and combat engineers who immediately began to secure the perimeter and assess the damage. Arian's core team walked forward, their boots crunching on the shattered glass and debris. They stopped a short distance away, their faces a gallery of stunned disbelief as they took in the sheer scale of the destruction, and the even more unbelievable sight of the defeated destroyer. Pietro was the first to speak, his usual quick-witted humor replaced by pure astonishment. He looked from the dismembered automaton to his sister, who offered him a smile. Wanda, he breathed. You did that. He had always known she was powerful. But this was the power to unmake legends. He felt a surge of pride so fierce it almost buckled his knees, followed by the sobering realization that he, the fastest man alive, was a bullet, while his sister had just demonstrated the power of a tactical nuke. Bucky Barnes stood beside him, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield with a soldier's practiced eye. He saw the precision of the destruction, the targeted joints, the focused energy burns, the deliberate dismantling. This was a surgical procedure. He had spent his life as a weapon, a tool for lesser men fighting for petty goals. He had believed himself, as the Winter Soldier, to be the pinnacle of what a soldier could be. He now knew he was just a foot soldier in an army of gods. And for some strange reason, he was okay with that. The burden of being the ultimate weapon was no longer his to carry. He looked at Tony, Chala, Namor, and Wanda, with the quiet respect of a veteran for a higher class of warrior. Sharon Carter, coordinating the cleanup from a data slate, was all business on the surface, but her mind was reeling. She was re-evaluating every threat assessment she had ever written. The power on display had been flawless, a coordinated application of unbelievable force. Her gaze fell on Arian, who was now walking calmly toward the victors. She remembered her desperate pleas for him to stay off the front lines, to let them protect the normal, unenhanced human, at the head of their council. From the edge of the town, hidden behind the shell of a wrecked pickup truck, Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, and Darcy Lewis had witnessed the entire battle. "Did you see the energy readings?" Jane whispered, her voice hoarse, her eyes glued to the Stark Tech tablet she was holding, which was still trying to process the flood of impossible data. The magnetic field manipulation was off the charts. It violated at least 3 known laws of thermodynamics. And the kinetic energy release from the Black Panther, the force was equivalent to being hit by a freight train moving at the speed of sound. And the woman, her energy signature doesn't exist. It's a paradox. A void in the data that is somehow producing a result. It's beautiful. Eric Selvig, a man of science, a man who believed in observable phenomena, sat on the ground, his face pale. He was trying to reconcile the sight of a 10-foot-tall mythical robot being flash-frozen, swarmed by scorpions, and then telekinetically disassembled with his understanding of the universe. "They are not human," he murmured, his voice filled with a reverence that bordered on fear. "The stories, the old stories. Odin, Thor, they weren't just stories. And there are new gods. On Earth." Darcy, who had briefly fainted and been revived by a bewildered-looking ERO medic, just stared. Her mind reduces the cosmic battle to an understandable truth. Arian walked calmly through the debris. He didn't look at the defeated destroyer. His eyes were only for Wanda. He came to a stop in front of her. "Are you all right?" he asked. Wanda, who was running on adrenaline and the dregs of her immense power, gave him a tired but radiant smile. "A little tired. But fine." He reached out, his hand gently touching her cheek. "You were incredible." "Just doing my job," she said, but then her smile wavered, and she leaned into his touch, her eyes fluttering shut for a moment. She let out a small wince. "Okay, maybe a little more than tired. I think I might have pulled something, in my soul." Arian's expression of concern deepened, though he knew she was faking it. Her regeneration was already knitting together the minor strains of her exertion. But this was their game, a private play on a very public stage. He immediately moved closer, his arm wrapping around her waist to support her. "Here," he said, his voice laced with a gentle urgency. "Lean on me." "Oh, I don't know," she murmured, her head finding its place on his shoulder, her body slumping against his with a theatrical weariness. "It's pretty bad. I might need to be carried." "I think I can manage that," he said, his lips close to her ear. "You might have to," she whispered back, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "And then maybe some bed rest. For at least a week. With a very attentive nurse." "I think that can be arranged," he replied, a slow smile spreading across his face. He held her close. It was Tony who shattered their private moment. "Oh, get a room, you two," he called out, his faceplate retracted, an amused grin on his face. "Some of us are trying to conduct a post-battle damage assessment here. Don't make me get the hose." Wanda just laughed, and hugged Arian tighter. Thor watched this interaction. He, who had just regained his godhood, was watching a scene of mortal affection. Yet, it was framed by the impossible. He looked from Arian and Wanda to the other figures. The Men of Iron, a mortal who commanded the very elements. The Panther King, a warrior whose grace and power were supernatural. The King of the Sea, who looked upon the desert as if it were merely a temporary inconvenience. These were the protectors of Midgard. He looked at his own friends, who were now being attended to by efficient EDF medics. Their injuries were not life-threatening. They were warriors, the best of Asgard. And they had been swatted aside like children. He, the god of thunder, had been needed to help finish the fight. But he knew, with a certainty that was both humbling and liberating, that he hadn't been essential. They would have won without him. It would have been harder, messier, but the outcome was never in doubt. He walked over to the group, Mjolnir held loosely in his hand. He stopped before Arian, who was still supporting Wanda. "I owe you my life," Thor said. "All of you. And the lives of my friends. The might of Earth is far greater than the tales in Asgard's libraries would have us believe. You have my gratitude. And my word. My business with my brother is my own, but while I am on your world, you have my allegiance." Arian nodded, accepting the oath. "We appreciate that, Thor. For now, get your friends, and get some rest. We have a lot of cleaning up to do." He looked at Tony. "And I want every last piece of that thing," he said, gesturing to the destroyer's remains, collected, catalogued, and sent to a very, very secure R&D facility. "I want to know what makes it tick." "You got it, boss," Tony said with a sharp salute. "The boys from engineering are going to have a field day with this." The atmosphere was light and celebratory. They had faced down a mythical weapon of destruction and had done so with an overwhelming display of power. It was a confirmation of everything they had been building. Thor stood back, watching as the humans and their allies worked. He saw the speedster, Pietro, zipping back and forth, coordinating the ERO teams with efficiency. He saw the men with the metal arm, Bucky, directing the heavy lifting crews with the calm authority of a seasoned general. He saw the woman, Sharon, orchestrating the entire global logistics of the cleanup from a single data slate. And at the center of it all, he saw Arian, still holding Wanda, laughing at something she whispered in his ear. A man with no discernible power, who commanded the absolute loyalty of gods and monsters. Thor understood. The power of this realm was in its unity. Led by the smiling man who was, for reasons he could not yet comprehend, the undisputed king of this new age of wonders. Chapter 163, Thor's Ark, 17. Night had fallen completely over the New Mexico desert. To any casual observer, the town looked perfectly normal. The streetlights glowed with a steady light. The windows of the diner, which hours earlier had been shattered, were now replaced. The gaping hole in the building's facade was patched over with a perfectly seamless wall. The craters in the asphalt had been filled, leveled, and resurfaced. The wreckage of cars had been removed, the debris meticulously swept away. The town was as it had been. But a few miles away, the evidence of the day's battle was being carefully catalogued. The dismembered remains of the destroyer had been loaded onto a series of heavily guarded ETF transport trucks, destined for an umbrella black site, so secret even most of the Illuminati didn't have its exact coordinates. The age of Asgard had ended in a small desert town, and its corpse was now the property of human ingenuity. Inside the brightly lit command post, the atmosphere was relaxed. The frantic energy of the battle and the subsequent cleanup operation had given way to a warm camaraderie. Food and drinks had been brought in, and the central briefing room now felt more like a victor's lounge. The Asgardians were the guests of honor. Volstagg, his massive frame now patched up by advanced Wakandan medical tech, was holding court, regaling an enthralled Pietro with boisterous tales of epic battles against frost giants, his voice filled with a newfound respect for his lightning-fast Midgardian friend. Fandral, his ribs bound in a regenerative cast, was engaged in a surprisingly deep conversation with Chala about the philosophies of swordsmanship. Hogan, ever silent, watched Bucky as the former Winter Soldier expertly broke down and cleaned a complex ERO rifle. Sif sat with Wanda and Sharon, a strange and powerful trio. The Asgardian shield maiden, who had never considered any woman her equal in combat, was looking at Wanda with awe, and trying to understand the nature of a power that could simply command reality to bend. Thor stood with Arion and Tony near the main holographic table. He was dressed in a comfortable set of clothes provided by Stark, a simple black shirt and pants that did little to diminish his divine presence. His earlier humility was now tempered by the return of his power, but the arrogant prince was replaced by a thoughtful king in waiting. "I must apologize," Thor said. The room quieted, all eyes turning to him. "My family's quarrel became your world's war. I brought this destruction to your doorstep. It was a grave dishonor." "Don't worry about it," Tony said with a casual wave of his hand, swirling a glass of what looked like whiskey. "A little alien robot demolition is a great team-building exercise. Besides," he gestured to the real-time satellite feed of the town, "our cleanup crews are top-notch. By tomorrow morning, the only evidence this ever happened will be a few confused coyotes and a handful of classified server logs." "Your efficiency is remarkable," Thor admitted. "To erase a battle with a god machine in a matter of hours. Even in Asgard, such a thing would take days." "We like to be tidy," Arion said with a smile. "But Tony is right. No apology is necessary. Loki's actions were his own. You have proven yourself to be an honorable man, Thor. A worthy one." He glanced meaningfully at Mjolnir, which sat on the table beside Thor. The weight of that word, worthy, settled over Thor. It was a verdict delivered by his own actions. "Your aid," Thor said, his gaze sweeping across the faces in the room, "is a debt I will not soon forget. When I return to Asgard, when I have righted my brother's wrongs and taken my place, know that you have an ally in the heart of the Nine Realms." "We'll hold you to that," Tony grinned. "We could use a direct line for some decent mead. The stuff they make on Earth is terrible." The friendly laughter that followed was a seal on their new alliance. They were allies, bound by a shared victory. But as the night wore on, a new sense of urgency began to settle over the Asgardians. Sif finally stood, her expression turning grim. "My friends," she said, her voice cutting through the warmth. "We have enjoyed your hospitality, and we are in your debt. But we cannot linger. Every moment we spend here is a moment that Loki sits unchallenged on the throne of Asgard." "She is right," Thor agreed, his own face hardening as his thoughts returned to his home. "My father lies in the Odin sleep. Heimdall has committed treason for our sake. We must go back." The room grew quiet again. The central problem remained. But how? Fandral asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. "Heimdall cannot open the way for us again. His first act of defiance will have been his last. Loki will have him chained or worse." Thor walked to the center of the room, his friends gathering around him. He looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce the steel roof of the command post, to see the endless stars beyond. An unwavering conviction blazed in his eyes. "Heimdall is the gatekeeper," Thor declared. "He can see and hear all that transpires in the Nine Realms. Loki may have chained him, but he cannot blind him. He cannot deafen him. He will see us. He will hear me." He took a deep breath, his grip tightening on the handle of Mjolnir. He looked at the members of the Illuminati. "Thank you, my new friends. For everything. We will not forget this." Arion nodded. "The world will be watching for your return, King Thor." With that, Thor and his 4 friends walked out of the command post and into the dark emptiness of the New Mexico desert. The members of the Illuminati, along with Jane, Eric, and Darcy, followed, standing at a distance away to witness the final act of this impossible story. Thor and his warriors stood together, a defiant island of Asgardian royalty in the mortal desert. They formed a tight circle, their armor gleaming under the star-dusted sky. Thor raised his head, his face turned towards the heavens. His voice was a powerful command. "Heimdall," he called. We are ready. Open the bridge. For a long moment, nothing happened. The only sound was the soft whisper of the desert wind. Sif exchanged a worried glance with Fandral. Had they been wrong? Was Heimdall truly lost to them? Thor's expression did not waver. His faith was absolute. Heimdall, he roared, and this time, his voice was a thunderclap. The very ground seemed to vibrate with the force of his will, a low rumble of power rolling across the desert. I know you can hear me. Open the Bifrost. And then, a brilliant star directly above them seemed to brighten, to intensify. It grew from a pinpoint to a multicolored jewel of light. Then, with a sound that was both a deafening roar and a harmonious symphony, the Bifrost erupted from the sky. The wind howled, a cosmic gale that whipped at their clothes and hair, but inside the column of light, Thor and his friends were untouched. He turned, and for a final moment, his gaze met Arian's. He gave a nod. Then, he and his friends were pulled upwards in a torrent of light and color. Well, Tony said. That's one way to make an exit. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Peggy Carter, 1. The year 2010 was drawing to a close. The world was at peace that had settled over the planet like a fresh blanket of snow, covering the jagged scars of a world she no longer recognized. From her favorite chair in the sunlit living room of their quiet Virginia home, Peggy Carter watched this new world unfold on the television screen. She saw the confident face of Chancellor Devin Ray, a man who spoke of global unity with a sincerity she hadn't seen in a politician since FDR. She saw the optimistic architecture of Stark Towers, a legacy so different from the one Howard had left behind. She saw a world without S.H.I.E.L.D., without HYDRA, without the constant dread of the Cold War's shadow. There were no more secret battles to fight, no more reports to file, no more enemies lurking in the dark. The world had been saved by a new generation. Her life's work was complete, a chapter in a history book that had already been closed. And with the end of that long, long war, she could feel her own body finally surrendering to the pull of time. Her husband, Steve, was in the kitchen, humming a tune from the 40s as he made them tea. He was an old man now, his once golden hair a snowy white, his powerful frame stooped with the gentle weight of a life fully lived. But his eyes were the same familiar blue that had captivated her in a smoky London pub all those years ago. He brought her a cup of tea, his wrinkled hand steady as he placed it on the small table beside her. He settled into the armchair opposite her. They sat like that for a long time. Penny, for your thoughts, he asked. A faint smile touched Peggy's lips. Just thinking, she said. About the world, it's so different now. It's better, Steve said. Yes, she agreed. The knowledge that the world was truly safe, that a stable peace had finally been achieved, had been a balm to her weary soul. It was this sense of a mission finally accomplished, that was allowing her to let go. But as the days grew shorter and her own strength waned, the regrets of a long and complicated life began to visit her more frequently in the quiet hours of the night. Later that evening, as Steve helped her into her medical bed, she looked at his face, the face she had loved for over 50 years, and saw, for a fleeting moment, the face of the young man she had lost. The young man she had promised to dance. I was selfish, wasn't I? She whispered. Steve paused, his hand still on her shoulder. What are you talking about, Peg? My Steve, she said. He's still in the ice, isn't he? We could have looked for him. We had the resources. But I never had the courage. The man standing beside her, the man from another universe, sat down on the edge of her bed. He knew this conversation. They had had versions of it before, in the dead of night, over decades. He had told her everything, years ago, after she, the sharpest agent in the world, had begun to notice the impossible inconsistencies in his memories of a world she had also lived. He had told her about his universe. He told her about the Avengers, about Loki and Ultron, about the Snap. And he told her about his final choice, to return the stones and find his way to a life with her, only to land in a reality that was not his own. You weren't selfish, Peg, he said. But the guilt was a stubborn thing. I promised him a dance, she whispered, a single tear tracing a path down her wrinkled cheek. And I let him sleep in the cold, all alone, for all these years. Because I was afraid. Afraid of what I would feel if I saw him again. Afraid it would break the life we built. She loved the man beside her with every fiber of her being. He was her husband, her partner. They had built a beautiful life together, a life she had never thought possible. But the love she felt for him was a second love, grown over 50 years of shared mornings and quiet evenings. It was a deep and abiding comfort. The love she had felt for her Steve, the skinny kid from Brooklyn, had been different. It was all-consuming passion that had been forged in the crucible of war and snatched away in a heartbeat. The two loves existed side by side in her heart, and she had never, not once, been able to fully reconcile them. She loved the man her Steve had become in this chair, and she ached for the boy she had lost in the ice. He's not your Steve, she murmured. He's just a boy. And I left him there. Steve's heart ached for her. He knew this was her deepest regret, the one wound that had never truly healed. He would have understood, Peggy, he said softly. He would have wanted you to be happy. Howard, she whispered. And Maria. Steve's hand tightened on hers. He had told her that story, too. The story from his world, where the Winter Soldier, his Bucky, had murdered them on a lonely road. He had also told her that, in this different timeline, there was a good chance that their fate was still waiting for them. The butterfly effect was an unpredictable thing. Arian Spencer's rise and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fall had changed the world, but had it changed that one dark night? I wanted to warn them, she said. I knew what might happen. I knew Bucky was out there. I could have told Howard. I could have put a guard on them. But you told me we couldn't. That changing would have consequences we couldn't predict. I know, he said, the memory of his own struggles with the burden of knowledge, still a fresh pain. Intervening in, it could have made things worse. I know, she sighed. The logic of it. The soldier in me understands. But the friend feels like a coward. Howard, for all his flaws, had been her friend. One of the few she had left from that long-ago war. The thought that she had let him and his wife drive to their deaths, armed with a knowledge she couldn't share, was a regret that sat like a stone in her chest. She lay back against the pillows. The room was filled with the ghosts of choices made and not made. The ghost of a boy in the ice. The ghosts of her friends on a dark road. And the ghost of her own heart, a heart that had been forced to love two men at once. She had lived a remarkable life. She had co-founded the world's greatest intelligence agency, only to watch it rot from within as men she distrusted, like Alexander Pierce, slowly pushed her and her faction out. She had aged, she had grown tired, and she had finally given up the fight, retreating into the happy life her Steve had given her. And then, this young man, Arian Spencer, appeared. He had done in a year what she had failed to do in 50. He had ripped out HYDRA. He had dismantled the corrupt and compromised shell of S.H.I.E.L.D. He had built something better, in its place. He had even healed Bucky Barnes, a feat she had thought impossible. He had won her war for her. It should have been a relief. And it was. But it was also a final admission of her own failure. Her life's work had been a drawn-out defeat, a slow retreat against an enemy she could never quite vanquish. His had been a lightning victory. Her thoughts began to drift, the edges of the room growing soft and hazy. She felt Steve's hand in hers, a solid anchor in the swirling sea of her memories. She saw a flash of a dance hall. Laughter, music, the scratchy wool of a uniform under her fingertips. A promise. Next Saturday, at the Store Club. She saw Howard's grin as he unveiled some new invention. Her life had not been the one she had planned. It had been a beautiful tapestry of love found, love lost, and love rediscovered in a different form. It had been a life of regrets, of compromises, of secrets she had to keep even from herself. She had never truly understood her own feelings, this impossible balancing act in her heart. She loved the men who had spent a lifetime with her, and she had never stopped loving the boy who had made her a promise. But as the darkness began to close in, a thought rose above the regrets. She had been loved. By the best man she had ever known, in two different worlds. A peaceful smile touched her lips. She squeezed his hand one last time. And then, Peggy Carter let go. P.S. We need only 3 more power stones for the bonus chapter.